In Waller, monsters roamed freely. They didn't care if you had 4 legs or 2, if you bore fur or hide if you had flesh, you were prey. Humans grew up with 2 rules. Stay within your city walls, never go out at night. Well, most humans. I came from a small village hidden within the Randalar Valley with no walls to protect us. We don't need walls to protect us. You see, while all the boys and girls grew up in the plains in the east learning to ride horses and farm their crops, I grew up learning how to ride and tame dragons. My village, Plum, is the home to the only settlement of humans who have learned to not only survive living in the dragon territory but thrive and live with them in harmony. We have been taming dragons for so long. My last name, Dracino, meant a dragon tamer in our old language. Our dragons protected us against harpies and manticore. In return, we mined an ore from the mountains called Dragon Vein. It was a beautiful stone, blood red with speckles of gold and silver trickling through every core. It sold for a very high price in the eastern markets, since it was only found in our mountains, but dragons sought it out for purely dietary reasons. They needed dragon vein to breathe fire. Within minutes of ingesting the stone, their body breaks it down, melts it in their core, and when they exhale, a brilliant red flame spews free of their jowls. Their fire was so hot, Elsa melted an alcove in the side of a mountain with her breath. We now use that alcove as a spot to sit and relax after a full day of training. Or to hide from my family. Like right now. I huddled up against her body to keep the mountain-esque chill off my back and to help me find the nerve to return home. Elsa nuzzled her snout against my side, a rumble vibrating in her chest. Her golden eyes slid over to me, then over the edge of the alcove, down to the bottom of the valley where Plum Saturday. I brushed my fingers over her rough scales between her nostrils. The warmth of her breath alone pushed the cold away. I guess we should head back. I agreed with her reluctantly. The sun was on its way down, and as safe as I felt with Elsa, it'd be safer for both of us if I was home and she was with her colony before dark. I didn't want to go back, though. Not today. Not because it was raining and the streets were mudded and gross. Talon, my youngest older brother, had done the stupidest thing on the planet and took a dragon for a joyride through Thorness Forest. They got tangled up in the thorns the forest was aptly named after, and my brothers had to go in and rescue them. My brothers returned unscathed, but the dragon Talon had taken was seriously injured, to the point we might have to put him down if our healers couldn't do anything for him. So what was I hiding from? Dad's temper. He had been livid upon Talon's arrival, and even more so once we heard how serious Reuben's condition was. It was for the best to wait it out, let him simmer down on his own time. Sighing, knowing I couldn't hide forever, I stretched my arms over my head and climbed to my feet. The great dragon beside me stretched her wings overhead, shaking her body head to tail. The rain slipped down her back and splashed me. Giving her a droll look, knowing she could have prevented getting me wet, I pushed into her leg. I know I'm going to get wet anyway, but that was cruel. Elsa raised her chin haughtily and snapped her eyes forward as sassily as a dragon could get. Whatever, you crazy lizard. For my remark, she tipped a wing outside and angled it in such a way that allowed the water to trickle from the tip down onto my head. I squealed and slapped her wing away. Hey! Cut it! I'm sorry I called you crazy. She stopped immediately after my apology, then lowered down onto her knees so I could hop into the saddle sitting between her wings. I hunkered down, holding the handles tight. Let us go. With a simple push from her legs, she leapt off the edge and spread her wings wide to catch the current. The glide down to the village was short, but I still kept my hood pulled tightly against my head, preferring to arrive home as dry as possible. Like that would ever happen in this valley. When it rained here, it poured. It was like the gods swallowed up an entire ocean in the clouds, then dropped it on us. And even then, around this time of year, mist was always in the air, clinging and drenching my clothes. Elsa landed just behind my 2-story house. Most of the houses in Plum was scattered, allowing plenty of space for our dragons to come and go as they pleased. They weren't allowed near the center of town, where the shops and businesses were huddled closer together, though sometimes they were cheeky and tried to squeeze into our streets. Slipping off her back, I remembered to give her an appreciative pat on her neck. "Have a good night, Elsa. I'll see you tomorrow for training the dragonlings." She nodded, then pressed her muzzle into my chest, puffing a blast of hot air, which instantly warmed me to my bones. She pulled away and took to the sky for her nest in the mountains. I stared at the large wooden door, held up by iron hinges. When I was younger, it used to be too heavy for me to open. Casper, my oldest big brother, would always have to open it for me. Now, after riding and taming dragons for so long, I was stronger than the average woman in her early 20s. Accepting the inevitable, I yanked the door open, the warmth from the fireplace billowing around me like a blanket. I quickly shut the door to keep the heat in and tiptoed into the kitchen, hearing voices. The stone hearth was especially pleasant to stand beside, the scent of stew wiggling its way to my nose. Caden, the second oldest, was the best cook, apparently using a few tips and tricks Mom had passed down to him. Only his cooking could smell this good and make my stomach growl louder than a dragon. "That's not fair," Talon roared from the living room. Caught off guard by his sudden anger, I stumbled on the stone floor and nearly tripped on the wooden island standing in the middle of the kitchen. "I'm your last son," he went on in his outrage. "It's only right I teach the last Acker prince." "Maybe you should have thought about that before you nearly got yourself killed. We had to put down poor Reuben for your mistake." "Dad. Man. Oh, man." He hadn't cooled off as much as I thought he would have. The only time I heard him this mad was when dragon scavengers had the nerve to enter our valley and hunt our dragons. He killed more than a handful of them before giving them the option to surrender. Fortunately for Talon, Dad would never raise a fist to us. Unfortunately, that meant he had to find some other form of punishment, and it sounded like he found one that hit low below the belt. Prince Camden had recently celebrated his 21st birthday, which meant he was now old enough to begin his rite of passage to become a dragon prince. Our family was chosen to guide the Acker princes once they became of age, because we were the best dragon tamers in the valley, and we had been for generations. For Dad to take that honor away from Talon, it was cruel. He would be humiliated in front of the entire village. Swallowing a load of courage, I inched towards the living room. All my brothers were here. Casper and Caden were flanking Talon, who was sitting furiously in the pelted armchair. Harry and Giles were lounging on the couch, the former's legs swung onto the footstool while the latter hung his legs over the side. Dad stood in front of the roaring fireplace, appearing to be only a dark shadow looming over my youngest older brother with the way the lighting played behind him. Dad's eyes flashed to mine, the rage in them quelling for the moment. "Cal, where have you been? I sent Caden to find you hours ago." He gave said brother a cutting look for obviously failing his task. "The gods are pissing on us today, you must be cold." As if that was all that needed to be said, Casper left his post at Talon's side, swept a pelt blanket off the couch my other brothers were sitting on, and swung it over my shoulders. He gave me a warm smile before chucking my chin. I smiled up at him. Like everyone in my family, he towered over me by easily a foot and had the same broad, bulky muscles as my father. He got the dark brown hair from Dad, but the light, blue eyes we all carried were from Mom. He started growing a scruffy beard, and while I thought he looked like a bear emerging from his cave after months of hibernation, a lot of the women in the village had stopped teasing him for being baby-faced and started flirting shamelessly with him in the streets. With his arm around me, Casper guided me into the nook between Harry and Giles, who both welcomed me with sympathetic smiles at my drenched state. Harry draped his heavy arm over my shoulders, keeping me nice and warm, while Giles dropped his head in my lap, continuing to swing his feet off the arm of the couch. Now, Dad was saying, getting back to being angry again now that I was nice and cozy between my bulky brothers, as since the entire family is here, I can officially say Talon will not be guiding Prince Camden through his rite of passage. Dad, you can't do that. Talon shouted, jumping to his feet. Casper and Caden grabbed his shoulders and yanked him back into the chair. You've already told them I'd do it. I'm picking him up next week. Harry bit his lip, tapping his fingers on his knee. I bumped him to encourage him to say whatever he was holding back. It was better to just spit it out in these family meetings rather than letting it fester once decisions had been made. Otherwise it ended with someone fighting someone in the backyard and I would have to drag both of their sorry arses to our healers, because I sure in hell wasn't stitching them up. I grew up with them, I fought with them, I knew zip in healing them. Dad, Harry piped up after letting him tell Talon what an idiot he was a little longer. He cleared his throat nervously once he got his attention. I agree he has to be punished, but he does have a point. Prince Camden is arriving in a week. Talon, as we all have, has had years of preparation to train him. There isn't enough time to find another trainer, especially one as qualified. We Draceno are the best at what we do. The Ackers won't accept anyone else. They might even take offense. He added the last part sheepishly. He sounded so confident up until that point, and I was proud of him. Not only was it scary as hell opposing Dad when he was like this wild and irrational, really, but he didn't talk as much as my other brothers, always worrying about what they might think of him, even though being the middle child was the safest position to be in this family. No one particularly looked up to him, no one looked down on him, and no one babied him. A Draceno will still train the prince, Dad assured us, a smile tugging at his lips. It looked more menacing than endearing, considering the rest of his face was very much still etched with rage. You mean one of us gets to train a second prince? Giles asked excitedly. Guiding a prince through his rite of passage was one of the most rewarding experiences there was. These princes were the kingdom's protectors, and it was all because of us. Without our guidance, they wouldn't be able to find their dragon partner, wouldn't be able to wield the magic they needed to protect our kingdom from monsters. Without a doubt, it would be Casper. He trained the Dragon King's eldest son when he came of age 7 years ago. He was a little rusty teaching, but he learned so much more since then. He'd be the best one for the job. No, Edith said, you've all gone through the rite of passage and have done a fine job helping the princes find their bonded partner. But now it's time for the youngest member of our family to make a name for herself. Cal will teach him. The room was silent. Not even the wind dared to howl through the windows. The fire shrank back into the pit, a voiceless flame flickering among the kindling. I opened my mouth to ask him what the hell he was thinking, giving me a job I was never trained for, but Talon was on his feet in a flash, shouting. And again, Casper and Caden forced him back in his seat. Back off, he growled at them, swatting their hands aside before turning a deathly glare on Dad. You can't be serious. It's bad enough you're taking this away from me, now you're giving it to Kelly? Caden snickered into his hand. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Why? I asked nervously. You don't think I can do it? I'd seen them train Prince Camden's brothers. They did some hardcore stuff without going near befriending a dragon. There was more to learning about dragons than how to bond with one. They had to know how to fly on one, how to fight with one, use dragon vein to create fire. I knew how to fight, but I didn't know how to teach someone. Caden shook his head at me, brown hair flying wildly over his eyes. If he doesn't chew you up and spit you out, you can teach him anything. Yeah, Giles agreed, the last one to see the princes 3 years ago. Prince Camden is kind of a hard ass. He's not gonna like a woman teaching him. He pulled his legs front-facing and leaned his elbows on his knees, suddenly more interested in this conversation. Who? Little Cammy? Casper ridiculed, who hadn't he been to the Acker Castle since he trained Prince Eli 7 years ago. Callie will be fine. Giles scowled at him. Last time you saw him, his balls hadn't he dropped and he came up to your elbow. The man is 21 now. He is very different. Casper held onto his childish, reminiscent grin. We'll see about that. Teach him real good, Callie. Who wants to place bets? Caden offered, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Callie is going to come running to DA to ask for one of us to take over within the first week. I give her 3 days, a Giles bet, tossing 2 gold pieces to Caden, before he makes her cry. The faith my brothers had in me was astonishing. Harry scared at them, giving Caden 2 coins. Callus Gunner put him in his place day 1. He winked at me, making me want to rescind my previous thought. Nah, a Casper put in, adding to the coins, a Callie and Camden will get along swimmingly, perhaps more than DA likes. He gave him a wary glance before he exploded into laughter by Dad's horrified expression. Talon groaned loudly, like he used to do when he was 5 and wanted attention. This is my mission. It's not fair. Dad's expression wiped clean and the room silenced again, the air being sucked out of our lungs. Even the fire died down again. It wasn't fair that Reuben died either. He trusted you with his life and you led him to his death. Next time think about your actions before you put someone else's life in danger. He nodded to me. Callie, you will fly to the Acker Castle at the beginning of next week. Boys, you will give her what tips you can in the meantime. He came over to me and squeezed my shoulders. Make us proud, Callie. No pressure, then. All week, my brothers pulled me aside one by one to give me their sage advice. Casper woke me up before the dragons and took me up the Mount Caspian Trail, the very mountain he was named after. I grumbled at both the obscene hour the sun was barely peeking through the valley. And for the hike itself. If I wanted to go anywhere outside the village, Elser gave me a ride. Where was she today? Sleeping. Like a normal diurnal creature. Casper laughed on our way up the heavily trodden path. It was one of the trickier trails, winding left to right seemingly endlessly up the mountain. The stones were loose after the heavy rainfall yesterday. I focused more on keeping my hands cozy in my fluffy sheepcoat and enjoying seeing some colourful patches of grass along the otherwise rocky path to stay awake rather than how much I preferred to fly to the top. He said it was character building. Well, by the time we got to the top, consider my character built and sweaty. It was a clear sunny day today, so there was no mist to block the village huddled between mountains down below. The Waller River trickled down the middle, splitting the village in half, though no buildings were near the river's edge. It was shallow around this time of year, but give it for more months and it would be easily twice as wide and wild. Sighing in relief, I plopped down on a large boulder other people had also clearly used as a seat with remnants of cloth piled up at my feet, of which I de-dumped because they were gross and soggy from the rain the other night. Casper stretched his arms over his head lazily like a big jungle cat. He de-shucked out of his jacket like I had and was glistening with sweat. I'm sure a lot of ladies would kill to get the view I had right now. But, instead of looking at my brother, I turned my attention to the rest of the valley. Mount Caspian was by far not the tallest mountain we couldn't see what was on the other side of the valley at the highest point, which we stood on. Mount Anchor was the best one to hike, more like climb, if you wanted to see the rolling plains of Wayland. However, just because we couldn't see outside the valley, didn't mean the valley itself wasn't beautiful. It was laden with colourful bushes, some of which might dare to be called trees. They were so tall, and clumpy grass sprinkled with all kinds of wildflowers. When I was younger, I used to run through the wildflower fields, hopping over the small creek that branched from the Wayland River. Now I didn't visit the fields often, opting to play with the dragons in the more rocky parts of the valley, not wanting their claws and rough play to tear up the beautiful flowers. Just on the other side of this mountain, nestled between two others, lay the dragon's den, where our tamed dragon colony nested. We were too high up for me to see any of them, but I could hear the younger ones baying and hissing, trying out the various noises they could make. "Casper, you know I like to exercise as much as the next girl, but what are we doing up here?" He grinned broadly, slapping my back. "Dad asked us to advise you for your rite of passage with Prince Camden. I'm sure you'll hear all about how our brothers did it, so I brought you here to talk about something else." He took on a more serious poise, crossing his arms and giving me that "I am your big brother, so you listen to me" look that only he could pull off. The others tried it, but Casper had the most practice in it. Only Caden came close to achieving the gravity of his words with his eyes. "This is your first time leaving the valley by yourself, first time going to the capital. Don't give me that look. I'm not giving you directions. I know you know how to get there. You'll be staying at the castle for the night, and we'll have dinner with the Acker family. Now, you're no lady of the court, they know that, but they are the royal family. You'll have to show some decorum, and I feel like we've failed you there." He bit his lip and sat down beside me. "Without Mom, you haven't had a woman's influence, someone to teach you to be more feminine." I finished for him because he knew my family knew better than to bring up my lack of ladylike qualities. The village respected my family for our skills as dragon tamers, but there was a reason my best friend was a dragon. The other girls my age and I didn't see eye to eye, never have. While they helped breed and care for dragons, I tamed them and played in the mud with them. I sighed heavily, dumping my chin on a propped-up hand. "I'm gonna have to wear a dress, aren't I?" My aunts told me all about the beautiful, extravagant gowns that came with the court life and how they wished their husbands were lords instead of dragon farmers. They told me to find a wealthy man who would shower me with fine fabrics and jewelry. Needless to say, I tried not to spend much time with my aunts. Casper chuckled, slapping my back. "I don't think so. Maybe a skirt, though. You have to be at least a little formal, Cal, and use your manners. Use sire and your majesty and whatnot. Do you remember about place settings? Good, I don't want to go over that with you, that's so boring." He went on some more on the Dawson Don TS in the Acker Castle. When he noticed it was getting overwhelming for me, he reminded me that the Acker family were kind people and that if anyone in the castle treated me any differently to tell Prince Eli because apparently they had some big brother code to look after each other's siblings. And then he continued to brag about how easy training Prince Eli went and that he was a natural dragon prince. So I shouldn't get my hopes too high with my princess progress. To be fair, Prince Eli found his bonded within 2 weeks, a record in the family Casper had every right to brag about. No one in the history of our families had found a dragon partner so quickly. I didn't have any expectations for my prince. It would take him however long it took for him to find a partner. After our talk, we headed home and helped Caden prepare dinner. The next day, Caden had taken it upon himself to show me how he helped Prince Liam find a partner. I followed him along the long, weaving trail leading to the dragon nests. Thankfully, we didn't set off as early as I'd gone with Casper yesterday, but it took us as long as it did to hike the mountain to find the nests. The path broke off once the incline got too steep, and we had to climb over a rocky ridge the dragons had built to ward off predators from entering the narrow canyon. Once we reached the top of the ridge, I slid down to the base. The ground leveled out in between the mountains. The only bumps were the rocky nests scattered throughout the canyon. It wasn't breeding season, so there were no eggs in the nests, But that didn't stop the female dragons from curling up into tight, scaly balls within their rocky circles. The males preferred to perch on the cliff sides and watch over their females from above. There were only a few dragons in here, for now later they would return from the skies or training when the sun started to set. At our entrance, the dragons perked up. 2 came over to us and nuzzled our chests in greeting. I rubbed the female's nose and pressed my forehead between her nostrils. She began to purr, a songful hum vibrating through her body. Dragons were very social creatures, and they mostly bonded through touch. I was the only one in my village who knew the exact locations where dragons like to be touched and how, after years of observing them and joining them in the wild. My brothers didn't see the need to use body language to tame dragons. They had their tools, and that was all that was needed. That was why I was the better tamer, in my opinion. The female pulled away, puffing smoke over my head. I used to think it was a sign of aggression, but I've seen females puff smoke around their young. Maybe it was to spread their scent. I hadn't figured that out yet. I blew at her face, doing my best to mimic her. Her eyes flashed amber like a fire, then she turned back to her nest, purring away like a kitten. Caden shook his head at me. "You're ridiculous." "They love it. What do you want to show me if you're not here to socialize with the dragons?" "I brought Prince Liam here to find his dragon," he said, gesturing widely to the nests and sleeping dragons. We spent hours, sitting with one dragon then the next until he felt a connection with one. I had to help him get comfortable being so close to a creature so large first, and then we had to figure out which dragon he felt the strongest connection with. I tell you, being one who will never be bound to a dragon, it's hard to describe what being bonded feels like. We thought he was bonded at least 30 times before we found Balthazar. It was actually quite funny. I hope you have as much fun. How does the prince know he has been chosen? Despite how my brothers talked, the dragon chose their bonded, not the other way around. What does a dragon look for? It depends on the dragon, he replied simply, walking deeper into the canyon. I hurried to keep up with his long gait. Some prefer an honest man, others a kind man, a few even like a brutal warrior. Whatever the dragon deems good qualities. A bonded pair generally have similar traits, like Prince Liam and his dragon Balthazar. Liam is all rugged and stoic, and Balthazar is a strong believer that a male should be able to do things on his own or he isn't worthy of being a male. Caden brushed the hair out of his face with an eye roll. I like the guy and respect him, but he sure is all about that alone and brooding life. The ladies love it. Why? I asked, truly befuddled why a woman would be into a man who thought he had to do everything. He shrugged. I'm not a woman. How should I know? It also helps being a prince and good looking. I only have one of those things going for me. TCH. Yeah, too bad you forgot your crown at home. It would have looked so shiny in the sun today. He shoved me for a pile of dung. In the nick of time, I caught my footing and twisted away, stumbling into an empty nest. Laughing, he pulled me upright, then slapped my back. Smooth moves. I was so sure you were going into that dung heap. And I would have been more than happy to give my sweet, big brother the hug he has always desired because no other woman will touch him. He gave me a challenging sidelong look. Oh yeah. You wanna go there? At least I'm not a virgin. My face flushed so quickly I grew dizzy. I shoved him. Oh, please. Even if there was a man stupid enough think he could get me to stop taming, so I'll stay home and pop out some babes instead. He wouldn't get past you guys. You've scared them all away. My brothers and father were giants, tamed the fiercest of dragons, and could fend off a herd of centaurs with their bare hands if they really wanted to. No man brave enough to face them to get to me existed. I accepted that 5 years ago when I attempted to go out with the butcher's son. As soon as Dad found out we kissed, Charlie decided to call things off the next day just out of fear of him knowing. If that was because of a kiss, the man who slept with me would die. And the whole village knew it. I'm going to die a virgin. Caden offered a sympathetic smile and ruffled my hair. You know wouldn't he actually kill a man if you chose to be with him, right? I threw a cutting look at him, soothing the wild manner he defreed from my ponytail. I do, but no one else does. He stopped walking, giving me a chance to put my hair back in its ponytail before I got frustrated. The dark brown curls were hard enough to brush. It took concentration to tie it back. You know, when you leave next week, you'll be unsupervised. Why not visit a village along the way? Find a handsome lad and get it out of the way? I stared at him, surprised, a little insulted, and dubious. You want me to bone a complete stranger? Dad taught us to be wary of who we trusted outside the valley. Not everyone understood what an honor it was to be a dragon tamer. Not only that, crime was higher in other villages because the punishments weren't as strict as ours. A lot of ours resulted in banishment to the cold, dangerous mountains, fire, or a dragon eating you, so we had to be more careful when we left the valley. And here my second oldest brother was, telling me to get naked with some random guy who may rob me, hurt me, or just straight up kill me while I was at my most vulnerable. No, thank you. He shrugged. It's just a thought. You don't have to if you don't mind dying a virgin. Damn him. I sucker punched his gut. Groaning, he tipped over, leaning into me for support. I sometimes wish you were more like a girl so you wouldn't hit so hard. I shoved him away. Yeah, well, it's your fault I was raised more like a man. None of you thought I needed a female role model until it was too late. I peered up at the sun, seeing we only had a few hours of daylight left. I sighed. So, are you going to stop being a pussy and tell me how my prince will know when he bonded with a dragon? Or should we go home now? Caden rubbed his stomach with a grimace as he straightened up. No. It's something you don't know what it feels like until it happens. Remember, he's going to share a soul with a dragon. That kind of thing doesn't he feel like an ordinary sensation he experiences every day, not for the first 21 years of his life, anyway. He'll feel different. He'll sense his partner. Ask Harry how he helped Prince Alaric strengthen his bond. He found his dragon quickly, but even though he was 21, the age to undergo the rite of passage, he wasn't ready. He had a hard time adjusting to having a dragon in his head. He peered up at the sky and came to the same conclusion as I did. That's enough for now. It'll be dark soon. Let us head back. Just as Caden suggested, I hunted Harry down the next day. Finding him fishing on the bridge connecting the two halves of Plum, it was conveniently just down the street from our house. If you asked any of our fellow villagers, they'd tell you this was a terrible fishing spot. It was loud with the wagons and foot traffic. The river was shallow here, and it was the children's favorite spot to play. Well, when the children weren't playing in the river and it was too early for heavy traffic, Harry had great success fishing here. He'd only been dangling his legs off the arched stone bridge with a rod in his hands for an hour, and he already had 2 fish in a bucket behind him. The sun had only just started peering over Mount Anchor, so the streets were quiet, save the soft ripple of the river dividing the village. A light mist laid over the roads, swirling in the gentle breeze between buildings. 2 hours after sunrise around this time of year was my favorite time. Only a few were awake, getting ready for their day, and the dragon's yawns could be heard from my window if I listened hard enough. It was a peaceful time, one where I could wander the streets freely before I went over to the training arena on the other side of town to tame dragonlings. But not today. Or for the foreseeable future. I hope Jason, Xanu, Kylie, Oscar, or Trinitar don't cause too much trouble for the other tamers while I'm gone. Brushing that thought aside, those troublesome dragonlings will be just fine in Spence and Kane's care. I hopped onto the wall of the stone bridge beside Harry and watched the fish swim downstream. They were a good size, the length of my forearm, but they weren't fully matured yet. When the spring came back around again, they would be huge. More often than not, because this spot was shallow, they pushed the weak ones onto the shore, making it easy pickings for us before the birds and harpies came in. "Hey, Callie," Harry greeted quietly, eyes intent on the fish. Out of all of us, his eyes were the closest to green, depending on the lighting. They were the most beautiful and interesting. Mine was a lame steel blue, nothing fascinating about them. "What can I do for you?" "You're supposed to help me figure out how I'm going to guide Prince Camden through his rite of passage." I know Dad had ordered them to do it earlier in the week, but I thought he would use that time to think on it. Apparently not. "Oh, right." He shrugged with a rueful smile. "I still studying the fish. I don't think you need our help. You're a smart girl and you've been watching us with the Acker princes since you were 13. You know what to do." As much as his faith in me was refreshing, I didn't have the same confidence. That had taught them since they could walk what to expect and what the prince needed to know, while I was in the dragonling pen with Elsa, rolling around in the mud. I only had a week to get an idea of what I was supposed to do. Less than a week now, actually. Somehow I had to try to not make myself look like a clueless fool in front of the prince, who will probably spend the most time here out of his brothers, because I didn't know what I was doing. I sighed heavily, feeling the butterflies in my stomach again. They grew stronger with every passing day. Soon they were going to escape. The fishing rod dipped down. A fish had taken the bait. Harry yanked it up as hard as he could. The fish went flying out of the water, over our heads, and landed on the bridge. Harry swung his feet off the side and pounced the fish. With an efficient whack of his stick, the fish stilled. It joined its brethren in the bucket. Content, Harry joined me on the wall again, but instead of positioning his fishing rod, he crossed his lanky legs and faced me. "Callie, I promise you'll be okay. I've seen how you are with the dragons. You're the best tamer in the family. If you can handle a dangerous creature 10 times your size, you can handle Prince Camden Acker. Don't let Caden's bet bother you." I'd actually forgotten my brothers had placed bets on how quickly the prince could make me cry. Is he that bad? Not really, no. Not when you get to know him. He's just a little rough, is all. He tapped my knee merrily. Nothing compared to Zeller before you tamed him. Zeller was the biggest male I'd ever tamed. It was during mating season and we needed a strong male to mate with our females to keep the bloodline strong. We hadn't used him during previous mating seasons because he was so aggressive and wouldn't let anyone near him, but our dragonlings that year were born weak and often got sick and died. Our breeders knew he would strengthen the line. So it was up to us to tame him so our breeders could get close. One by one, my brothers tried to calm him, but he wouldn't let them and their whips and chains near him. It had gotten to the point where Dad was ready to put him down if he wasn't going to be a cooperative member of the colony. I asked him if I could give it a try before he made any decisions. He said no because he'd already heard Casper and Giles, but I snuck out one night against all sane reasoning and found Zeller alone on the cliffside. He was awake by the time I'd climbed the cliff to get to him and hissing when I was standing before him. Unlike my brothers who went straight to whips, I only ever used a rope. This time, I kept my rope tied at my waist and sat down near the dragon, letting him hiss and raise his hackles at me. I didn't touch him for hours, only huddling up in my coat and munching on jerky while he made his threatening noises. After a while, he grew tired and silent. I scooted closer to him, which set off more growls. He snapped his teeth at me, but I didn't move or even acknowledge he was there, despite how scared I was of his massive teeth or worried he was going to whip me off the cliff with his barbed tail. Once he calmed down again, I moved to his side, still pretending he wasn't all big and scary. That time, he didn't hiss or growl, only bristled his scales. I deemed it time to acknowledge him and looked him straight in his blue eyes. We stared at each other for at least an hour. I spoke softly to him, telling him I wasn't there to hurt him, that I was trying to save him. He was the second dragon to show me that he understood my words. His nostrils flared when I told him my dad was going to have him shot if he didn't stop hurting people trying to get close to him. I told him what would happen if he let me help him. As it turned out, like most people, he was scared of the unknown. Once I explained everything to him, he let me touch his face. Just as the sun was rising, he allowed me to sit between his wings. We flew for the first time down to my backyard where Dad was preparing to find Zeller and kill him before the village woke up. Man, he was so surprised to see me on his back. He could have had a heart attack that his 13-year-old daughter had tamed a vicious dragon. Yeah, I guess if I could handle Zeller, Prince Camden couldn't be that bad. I'm not worried about a man, I told Harry in confidence. I'm worried I'm not going to live up to the family name. Prince Camden is counting on me to guide him. If he doesn't find a dragon partner, he'll be the first actor in history to be denied by a dragon, and it'll be my fault. I will have failed him, his family, and our family. I don't know how to talk him through the bond if a dragon shows him, or how to use dragon vein. He's screwed. I dumped my head in my hands. Only with Harry would I show any sign of weakness. My other brothers would eat it up and make me pay for it for weeks, but Harry felt the pressure and butterflies as much as I did. He slid off the wall and came to my side, wrapping an arm around me. Little sister, one day you'll see in yourself what we see in you. We're tough on you to help you grow stronger, but perhaps we are too tough. You are a female after all. He was trying to comfort me, and he genuinely thought our family had been too tough on me, but I was who I am because they treated me like an equal. I was strong and brave and smart, they made me those things. I wouldn't be them if they were too tough. If I feared my brothers and dragons, I'd be living with my Aunt Patricia. Ooh. I slapped his arm away and stood up, pretending there wasn't a good 6-inch height difference between us. You've never been too hard on me. I just don't know what I'm doing this time. Right, he agreed, winking with mischievous eyes. So stop doubting yourself and let me teach you something. Follow me. He picked up his fish bucket and headed back for the house. He gave the bucket to Caden to do something nicey with the fish, then waved for me to keep following him. We walked along the cobblestone road through town. The morning mist had finally faded, allowing the sun to shine fully down on Plum, so the streets were lively with vendors and children running down the road. A couple of them bumped into us, then apologized profusely, mistaking Harry's tall frame for Taloness, who could be a right asshole even to children if people got in his way. Harry ruffled the boy's hair and told him to be more careful. The girl flushed when Harry smiled at her, then hurried after her brother. We went to the edge of town for the wildflower fields. There wasn't too much color going on at this time of year, but there were a few blues and reds for the late blooming flowers. Woods Creek bubbled further ahead, hidden within the tall grass. Harry led me to the circle of logs in the middle of the field. They surrounded a large pit of stones where we held festival bonfires, burned the dead, or where individuals used it for a night away from the village. It was a circle that welcomed all, even every prince that had come through our streets. We would have a traditional feast here on the first night of Prince Camden's arrival to welcome him to our home and to initiate our rite of passage. Acker and Dracino cut their palms, shook hands, and swore a blood oath to do everything in our power to ensure the prince is successful and that the prince will use the power we give him to protect the people of his country with his life. When I was younger, It scared me when Caden and Casper had cut their hands to swear such a daunting oath. Now I was scared that I would break the oath. Sitting down, Harry patted my back to join him on a log. Reluctantly, I sat beside him and stared at the empty fire pit. When Prince Alaric bonded with Jezebel for the first time, Harry said quietly, he lost his shit. He felt his mind connect with hers and suddenly shared everything with her. It was very overwhelming and he ran away. I turned my gaze to him, surprised. Prince Alaric had only been here for years ago, but I didn't remember him running away or freaking out. He was actually quite a collected man, very smooth and quick on his feet. It was a strange notion that he would run away. "What did you do?" I asked curiously. He laughed, a short but amused sound. "I hunted the bastard down and dragged him here. He upset Jezebel very much by running away from her. Of course, being bonded to him, she understood and knew what was going on in his head. He wasn't scared of her, per se, just the idea of her being in his head. He wasn't aware how connected they'd be. King Croner tries to prepare them for the bond the best he can, but there really is no way to describe it, and it's a little different for every pair." Harry patted the spot on the other side of him. "I sat him here in this very spot and told Jezebel to sit over there." He pointed to the other side of the log circle. "I made them talk it out without getting into each other's heads so they could be honest with each other and themselves. It took a lot of coaxing, but after a while, Alaric grew to like that she understood him. He didn't have to be collected all the time with her, like he felt like he had to with everyone else. He was only ever himself with me and her. I hope that's different now. He'll be happier if he's true to himself." He smiled at me. "Don't lose hope if Prince Camden freaks too, okay? It's normal. You have to keep a level head and put yourself in his shoes and don't be mad at him." "Were you mad at him?" "Absolutely furious. I felt so insulted that he would run away from such a thing, something we all wish we could do. But it is overwhelming and terrifying to have someone you just met know everything about you. Just be patient and everything will fall into place, Callie." Those are my wise words. I would heed his words. Harry had helped me a lot today. I squeezed his arm in appreciation, feeling more confident in my abilities. "Thanks, Harry. Now, I think I can teach Prince Camden to ride and fight on a dragon, but how do I teach him to use his fire? That I'm so clueless about." He smiled, then tapped my nose. "I'd ask Giles about that. I think out of all of us, he had the best method teaching Prince Quentin how to use his fire. He picked it up faster than most princes. The part of the training is usually what takes the longest in the rite of passage. Come on, let us go find him." He stood up and offered me a gentlemanly hand to help me to my feet. Since it was Harry, I accepted, secretly liking it that at least one man, even if he was my brother, treated me like a lady. I'd never admit it to anyone, but it would be nice to be a lady every once in a while. But I knew as soon as I expressed my desire, no one would ever let it go and I would lose all respect my brothers had for me, and Dad would send me off to live with Aunt Patricker to learn how to be a lady and do lady things and find a man. There would be no going back. I accepted long ago if I wanted to be a tamer, I would have to forfeit the life of a woman. So far, I didn't mind it. I had fun with my brothers and dragons. I wouldn't change it for anything. We found Giles sparring in the backyard with Casper and Caden. Casper got a good hit across Caden's jaw, knocking him back onto his butt, while Giles tackled Casper from behind and straddled his stomach with a barrage of punches. Rolling his eyes, Harry whistled to get their attention. "Time out for a second, guys. Callie has some questions for Giles." "Thank the gods." Giles rolled away from Casper before he could retaliate for getting the upper hand on him. He slipped to my side, wiping the smear of mud off his cheek. What's up, sis? How do I use dragon vein to use fire magic? His eyes dazzled at the question. If anyone in this village knew more about the powers of dragon vein, he would challenge them in a heartbeat. No one knew more about it than the pyromaniac of the family. Let us go find some, and I'll teach you. Casper gave him a look of warning. Don't go blowing holes in the mountains again, Giles. You scared the dragons last time you did that. Giles waved him off, hooking his free arm over my shoulders. Don't worry about it, bro. It's all for the sake of learning. You understand, right? Casper slid his look to me. Make sure he doesn't cause too much trouble. I nodded, seconding the responsible approach. I didn't want to have to spend the rest of my day soothing spooked dragons, because most of them would be mad at me by association since it was my brother who had done it, and would make it more difficult to calm down as a result. He'll be the last person in the world to cause trouble. Giles groaned childishly and stomped his foot. You're no fun, Callie. What happened to the girl who rode a dragonling bareback when she was 8 even though DA forbade you from doing it? I rolled my eyes, shoving him towards the stables where we stashed our dragon vein. She's still here, but she also has to train a prince. He stopped stropping around, but his smile was still a little childish. They grow up so fast. He wiped at his fake tears. Next thing you know, you'll be finding a man and having babes. Casper's closer to having babes than I am, I retorted. Half of the female population of Plum were lining up to marry him, but Casper only had eyes for Bianca, the flower shop girl, if only he'd just ask her out. Sure, she was super cute and had more men following her than women followed Casper, but I'd seen the way she looked at him. She didn't look at other guys like that. Giles nodded in agreement, having also seen this look. You know, if he doesn't ask Bianca out, I will, he said loud enough for our brother to hear. Casper's cheeks flushed before we turned the corner. Elser! I called into the sky before turning into the stables where the riding equipment and dragon vein was stashed. By the time I came fumbling out of the stables with the cumbersome equipment, Elser's shadow passed over the yard once before she landed smoothly in front of my brother. She gave him a lofty nod as she fluttered her wings delicately above her head so she wouldn't blast us with a gust of wind. Hey, girl, ready for a ride? At that, she roared softly and danced on her toes. Grinning, I handed Giles the satchel of dragon vein, then proceeded to saddle Elser. Being a small dragon, she couldn't fly with 2 people for long, but she got us halfway up Mount Larmor, a mountain a short fly away from Plum. She followed us on foot around the steep rocky pass to the mine shaft. We weren't mining today, thank the gods for that, but the mines were the safest place to practice using dragon vein, since it was so far away from the village. Most of the miners came there via dragon, otherwise it'd take them all day just to get here. There were no miners at this location today, so we were all alone to do as we pleased as long as we didn't blow up the mines with our shenanigans. Elser found a nice perch a little higher up from where we stood. The shaft was just a bit further up the trail, but this spot flattened out nicely and viewed the valley. Also, it butted up against the smoothest cliffside we'd found so far. Or, at least, it used to be smooth. Giles had put a couple dents in the surface over the years. Okay, Giles started, fixing his long hair back into a ponytail like mine. None of my other brothers understood what it was like to have long, unruly hair, but he did, and whenever they mocked me for it, he had my back. He opened up the bag of dragon vein and studied the red stones, deciding which one he wanted to pick first. Unceremoniously, I grabbed 2 random stones. One I tossed in the air for Elser. She probably wasn't going to be blasting any holes with it, but she could use it to warm up her core. Her chest glowed amber, like there was a fire building up inside her, which there was. It was up to her if she wanted to release it or swallow it. She purred, closing her eyes in utter bliss. I like to think the sensation she felt was comparable to drinking hot tea on a cold day for us. I eyed my stone, noticing how the gold and silver inside glistened in the sunlight. They were such beautiful rocks, but very unstable. Still, the crazy people of the East wore it for jewelry. It was the most expensive stone you could buy, because not only was this valley the only place to get it, the designs and creations jewelers came up with to stop the stone from blowing up its wearer were intricate and expensive to make. With a careless shrug, I threw it into the cliff wall. The stone wasn't any bigger than my thumbnail, so the explosion only shook the mountain a little bit. There was more smoke than fire, but man, it sure was satisfying to watch rock crumble. Giles finally found a piece he liked. It was tiny, smaller than my pinky fingernail. What was he going to do with that? He came to my side, noticing my dubious stare, and held the stone out in his palm for me to look at. This tiny guy is all a dragon prince needs to wield fire. If it's any bigger, he can't crush it and use the fire within it. To us, it's absolutely useless, so I keep these aside and stash them for the princes. He placed the pebble into a small satchel, which looked like it contained quite a few of those pebble-sized stones. Will you give this to them when you visit? Don't sit on it, and for the love of all the guards, don't drop it. By themselves, they're basically harmless. In a bag like this, it'll blow a dragon up. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure about holding the bag. Very, very gently, I placed it in Elsa's saddlebag, who tried to move away from me after overhearing she'd blow up if she was too rough with it. I stared at my brother. I see you with that bag all the time. Is it always full of dragon vein? Yeah, he responded so casually, I was worried for him. No one in their right mind could possibly be so calm about having something so unstable on their hip all day. In the same house as his family. There was a reason we had the satchel in the stables. Clearing my throat, I turned to the cliff face. Okay, so dragon princes only need a tiny bit of dragon vein, but how do they use it? How can a tiny spark turn into a flame they can fight with? Easily. With the magic inside them and the bond they share with their dragon, fire can't hurt them. They can crush the stone in their hand and let the magic in their blood flow free and grow the flame. With practice they can will it into any shape like a sword. Prince Quentin preferred a bow and arrow. Whatever works for them, really. You make it sound easy. That's because it is. We haven't studied their magic, but they have. They have all kinds of books to explain how to use their magic. All they have to do is wait until they become of age and go through the rite of passage with one of us and gain their magic so they can practice. It's safest here for them to practice it because our dragons can contain the flames if things get out of hand. So that's your secret? I demanded of him dubiously. Supervise them while they put theory to practice? Yeah. Well, I knew 3 jealous brothers who would like to get their hands on his throat for acting all cocky for having his prince catch on to fire wielding so quickly. Prince Quentin, as it turned out, was a natural with fire magic. Idiot. I sighed. So why did we come up here if there is no secret? Laughing, Giles grabbed a handful of dragon vein and began tossing them one piece at a time into the wall. He laughed harder when I jumped behind him with a squeal and cursed at him. The mountain shook with every explosion, flames bouncing off the walls and threatening to consume us. All the while, my idiot brother was laughing his ass off and having the time of his life. I didn't know if it was the way the boom felt in his bones, or if it was my constant swearing and shouting at him that he loved more. Either way, I snatched the bag from him and jumped onto Elsa. If you want to be back home for dinner, I suggest you call your own dragon. I sneered at him, kicking him away when he tried to get on Elser behind me. I'll have no lunatic on my dragon. Very much agreeing with me, Elser took to the skies. After taking a day to ponder all the things my brothers had taught me, I spent the rest of my time preparing for my trip. It mainly consisted of me sitting with Aunt Patricia at her house, on the other side of town, and going over my manners and how to behave like a lady so the king and queen didn't think they were leaving their son in the hands of a savage. And while I didn't consider myself that wild looking, my hair could use a trim, my eyebrows a good plucking, and I could work on making my smile less snide. My appearance was going to throw them off enough as it was since they were expecting Talon. The least I could do was look like a respectable member of the Draceno family. I even graciously allowed my aunt to tailor a casual but pretty dress for dinner, under one condition: she didn't tell my brothers about it. Today was the day I set off for Hystero. Unfortunately, since I was coming back with Prince Camden, I couldn't take Elser. We would have to make too many pit stops on the way back so she could rest. Marco would be my companion, one of the larger male dragons we had. He had done the journey twice already with Caden and Giles, so he knew his way if I got us lost, which could happen. I was never one for maps and usually followed my instincts or markers. So don't ask me for directions. Even though she wasn't coming, Elser was beside Marco, brushing up against him like a cat, fluttering her wings flirtatiously. She wasn't old enough to mate yet, but he was, and he was definitely one of the finer studs we had. I wasn't surprised she'd taken a liking to him. In 2 years, when she was old enough, I'd convinced the breeders to put them together, I decided. That slapped a hand on my shoulder, startling me. You ready, kiddo? No. Obviously. My brothers were here. I couldn't show them how scared I was. Sensing my nerves, Marco and Elser lowered their muzzles to me and let me rub their faces. They hummed in harmony and closed their eyes. The song they sang eased me more than anything my family could have done. Swallowing a lump of courage, I faced my brothers and grinned wildly at them. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone. It's your fault if it does, Cass. Rolling his eyes, he pulled me into a brotherly hug so big it lifted me off the ground. Take care of yourself, Cal, he whispered in my ear before dropping me. Paint the castle halls red for me, will you? He added louder, less big brother and more troublemaker. Caden came up for his hug, shoving Casper out of the way. Remember what we talked about, it's not often you get to run off unsupervised. He winked at my flush and stepped away for Harry, who flicked lint off my shoulder. He took in my attire. Thick leather jacket with a hood, and pants that had a skirt hanging off each hip to give me the appearance of wearing a skirt but the functionality of pants. He smiled. I like this look on you. It has just enough femininity to flatter you, but also shows you're not afraid to jump into a fight. Hopefully she won't have to do any fighting, a dad remarked, also eyeing the skirt pants Aunt Patricia had made for me. He no doubt will have a talk with her about making me look too much like a woman. I don't think he even wanted to acknowledge that I had breasts and big ones too. Shaking his head, Giles came over and gently tapped the bag he gave me last week. Remember, don't sit on it and don't drop it. You don't have to tell me twice, you idiot. I was not getting blown up on my first time leaving the valley. I looked around for my last brother, but Talon was nowhere to be seen. He was an asshole, but his absence left a notable hollow feeling in my chest. Dad noticed my frown and chucked my chin. Get over it, Cal, just worry about yourself, him? Give this to King Croner for me. He handed me a letter sealed with our family crest in blue wax. It'll explain to him why you're there and not Talon and a few business things that LL bore you. I kissed his bearded cheek, then stepped away from them all, suddenly feeling the weight of this trip on my shoulders. I'll see you guys tomorrow afternoon. Being terrible at goodbyes, I quickly turned from Marco and climbed into his saddle. I brushed my fingers over his red scales, finding comfort in the familiar rough texture. He purred for a moment, then turned his head to look at me for permission to take off. I did a quick check to make sure I had everything, then gripped the handles and gave him the all clear. The dragon stepped back, then thrust his wings once, twice, thrice, and then we were higher than most of the mountains in the valley. The tallest ones were too high for me to cross without passing out, so we followed the length of the valley for a short while until a shorter mountain came into view. I thought we were going to have to go all the way north to Thorness Forest to find a low mountain, but just when its gnarly vines were coming into view, Marco banked right for the mountain he was looking for. We flew through a cloud to leave the valley, then the cloud cleared. My jaw dropped. I'd always considered the valley a beautiful place, colourful and lively in the summer, haunting and mysterious in the winter, but I'd always found it cold and unwelcoming. Understandably so, with the dangerous wildlife and a few uninhabitable mountains. The plains were absolutely stunning. A cloudless sky smiled over the green and yellow plateau. I could see the ocean and the marvelous blue it was from Marco's back. It was so warm and I felt like the continent was welcoming me with lush, comely arms. I held my arms out to my sides and let out a howl of excitement. This was it. My first time leaving the Randalar territory. My first time seeing the world everyone spoke highly of. Why, oh, where it was a beautiful, liberating place. I'm going to have to fly out here more often, Marco. You think Elsa will like it? His head bobbed more purposefully than it did to the rhythm of his wing beats, a low rumble starting in his chest and moving up his throat to escape his lips. I took that as a yes. Any dragon would love to fly over the plains. They could spread their wings as wide as they want without fear of them being clipped by nearby mountains. He glanced back at me for a second before lowering our altitude so we were only 100 feet off the ground. His shadow followed a herd of centaurs as they galloped over the stretch of green. Heading for the Wayland River further ahead, they joined the unicorns and hippogriffs already drinking together. Several of their heads snapped up to the sky at the sight of our shadow. Some ran, but after seeing we weren't going in for prey, they found their way back to their herd and grazed beside the river. Once we ran out of animals to follow, Marco lifted us to his original altitude. I rubbed his neck in thanks. It was amazing to see so much wildlife gathered together and not killing each other. It was every beast for itself in the valley, and it was even more amazing that dragons could see this part of the world whenever they wanted. I'd always envy them for their wings, but I would forever be thankful I was as close to having wings as any human in this world. We flew for a few hours before villages came into view. Just as everyone said, they were barricaded in by tall, offensive walls. The people inside, from what I could see, anyway, appeared to be happy and unbothered by such a looming object. I, for one, was glad we had dragons to protect us, so I wasn't caged in like that. The further east we flew, the larger and closer together the towns grew. They were all connected via a wide, sturdy-looking road. A trade route for merchants to expand their sales to other cities. As the day progressed, the road got busier, until there were so many people on it at once it got congested and someone had to flag people to pass or wait their turn. It was insane. It was the worst when we got to the biggest city of them all. Hystero. The massive city came into view, the ocean glistening in all its glory behind it. I had half a mind to tell Marco to forget about the capital so we could explore the ocean, but I had an important appointment to make and Dad would be disappointed, an understatement, if you ask me, if we missed it. Like all the other towns we'd flown over, Hystero was surrounded by tall stone walls that spanned from the furthest farm to the cliff edge butting against the ocean. The city didn't look as caged in and cramped as the others did, having several large farms and a bit of forest which continued on beyond the wall, wrapping around quite a bit of the city's boundaries on the outskirts of town. Then the buildings grew taller the deeper into the heart they got. Many houses of all sorts of shapes and sizes, though they seemed to get steadily larger the higher up they went, climbed up the hill. At the top of the hill, an elegant castle stood tall and proud against the ocean's roaring beauty. Its sleek spires rose high, the stained glass shimmering in the sunlight. Just behind the castle, there was a patch of grass of which Marco was angling for. Before we could get close to the castle, however, 2 dragons and their riders broke off from the cliff wall below the castle and met us in the sky. I couldn't see their faces, but their jagged, scale-like armor was bulky and intimidating. Just in case, I dropped my hand to the hilt of my sword, buckled safely to Marco's saddle. "State your business and name," one of them called. Just by his voice alone, I knew they weren't any of the princes. His voice was too low and gravelly. I peered at Marco to see what his thoughts on these men were. He hovered casually near them, eyes trailing from the yellow dragon to the blue one out of curiosity more than alarm, so I deemed they weren't a threat, just protecting their castle. "My name is Callie Dracino and I'm here for Prince Camden for his rite of passage." They glanced at each other. I could barely see the scrutinizing look in their eyes when they turned to me. The man cleared his throat. "We were under the impression Talon Dracino would be arriving today. We had to make a last-minute change. I have a letter from my father for the king. It'll explain everything." Thank the gods Dad wrote a letter. They didn't seem particularly pleased to have me here, and I don't think I'd be welcomed without the letter. They exchanged another look. Marco grunted at the dragons, of which they responded with their own grunts and hisses. I knew they were dragon princes the instant the men lowered their gaze to their dragons as they spoke telepathically. If they weren't the princes my brothers trained, they must be King Croner's younger brothers that had trained these men. They suddenly seemed more intimidating. "Come with us," the other man finally spoke. "We will sort this out on the ground." Marco followed the 2 dragons down to the patch of grass he'd originally aimed for. I slipped off his saddle and stretched my legs, relieved to finally be on the ground again. Flying was fun and always amazing, but flying all day was starting to cramp my legs and chafe them. The men approached me, hands on the hilt of their swords. Pretending not to be bothered by such a cold welcome when my brothers had boasted about the Acker's hospitality, I reached into my bag and fished the letter out for them. The taller man snatched it out of my hand and flipped it over to inspect the seal. He pursed his lips, then lifted his eyes to me while handing the letter to his brother. I wasn't aware Grant had a daughter. He had 6 sons: Casper, Caden, Harry, Giles, Talon, and Cole. "Cal I corrected him, but my brothers call me Cal. It's easy to miss the I at the end, and depending on who's writing, it can look like an L. When they clearly didn't care for my explanation, I added, I am a Dracino. Grant Dracino is my father and you just listed all my brothers. Why is this a problem?" How hard was it to grasp that my father sent me instead of Talon? The princes had seemed smart when I met them, but maybe that didn't translate over to their uncles. The dragon prince called over a servant and handed them the letter, directing them to give it to King Croner immediately. "You will remain here until told otherwise," he ordered me, then hurried inside, leaving his brother to babysit me. Grumbling, I flicked my hood off and freed my hair from its ponytail. There was something especially soothing about having my hair free in the sea breeze. The salt and seaweed in the air smelt so fresh and different from the mineral and mist I was used to. I leaned back against Marco's shoulder and looked up to him. "I bet they threw a party when my brothers came here." The dragon puffed out black smoke, narrowing his green eyes on the man and 2 dragons with us. No, he wasn't happy with how they were treating me either. The man glared at Marco, then snapped his head to the blue dragon, who must be his bonded partner. If I remember correctly, her name was Nemi. She must be telling him off because he suddenly looked sheepish and wouldn't look me in the eye. "Uncle," A new arrival called. He came storming out of the doorway. The other man had gone through. His red cape billowed behind him as furiously as the look in his dark green eyes. A silver crown shone in the fading sunlight, somehow adding a spark of menace to his walk. "Don't be rude to our guest," he snapped once he was in front of us. "Young Callie is welcomed here, as is every member of the Draceno clan." The prince smiled warmly at me and took me in head to toe to chest. "Why, you grew up." He scratched the back of his blonde head, removing his eyes from my breasts. "Do you remember me?" The hopefulness in his voice was hard to miss. To be honest, every prince that stayed at my house looked very similar at 21 and none of them had a beard. Prince Alaric had tried to grow one during his stay, but it was a patchy, scraggly mess. This man's beard was well-groomed and patchless, reminding me of Casper's. This man wore his beard much better than Casper did, though. "Prince Eli? You look so old." Older than the 28 he was now. It must be the beard. Men are always growing beards to look older. At least, my brothers definitely did, so why not the next king of Waller too? He frowned a fraction at my remark. "And you look so womanly. Don't want to play rough with your brothers anymore?" God, it was so weird to have a man I had met 7 years ago tease me about my womanly features like my brothers did. A prince no less. "Sorry, prince, this is all for show. As soon as I get home, it's all coming off." His eyes flashed mischievously. "Camden is a lucky man." I flushed, realizing what I might have implied. "I mean, I'll still be wearing clothes," I rushed to explain, "adjust the hand-me-downs for my brothers. Not this." I gestured to my attire, which I should apparently wear more often if I was going to get checked out this much. Chuckling, he chucked my cheek. "Come on, little Callie, I'll show you around. I'll have a servant take care of your things." I only took a step to follow him before I remembered Giles' package. I hurried back to Marco and snatched the bag away before the servant could go near it. She glared at me, insulted that I didn't trust her with my things. "Trust me, sweetheart, you do not want to be handling this bag." With care and a sheepish gaze, I handed it to Prince Eli. "Giles wanted me to give this to you and your brothers." He opened the bag curiously, then grinned cheekily. "Excellent. We were running low. Thank you." He opened the door for me and watched carefully as I took in his home. A small smile flitted onto his face when I gaped at the luxurious carpet welcoming us inside. Tapestries draped over the stone walls, filling the castle with colour. For some reason, I always imagined castles being dark and dreary inside, but it appeared the Ackers tried very hard not to fall prey to that stereotype. The further down the hallway we went, the more scents filled my nose. At first it was lavender, no doubt from the polish a servant was using on the furniture, then it became much more homely. Breads, stews, meat. The kitchen had to be nearby. My mouth watered at the mere thought of feasting like a queen tonight. Depending how tonight went, Caden might have to step up his game. Of course I'd help by grabbing the recipes from the cooks. "I hope you have an appetite," a Prince Eli said with a smile, noticing me sniffing out the food, because whenever we have guests our chefs go overboard. "I rival a dragon's appetite," I warned him. "Also, I have to compete with 5 hungry boys all the time. If I don't eat to my fullest, I'll have to wait until my next meal to quell my stomach." "You'll fit nicely here, Callie. Dinner won't be for another 2 hours, however. Would you like to see my brothers in the meantime?" "I'd love to." If Prince Eli looked this different, I was curious to see how the others were faring. We found a large staircase which took us to the second floor or down to their dungeon. whatever castles had beneath the main floors. Well, I was about to find out. Prince Eli was leading me straight down 2 flights. It was a little darker down here, having less natural lighting guiding us. Torches lit our way instead, showing off the rugged walls of a cave rather than the stone that was above. I slowed my pace, wondering if he was leading me to the dungeon. He laughed, slipping his arm behind my back to keep me moving. "Do not fear, Callie. I believe you will appreciate where I am taking you. Your brothers did." "Okay, but if it's a brothel, I'll tell you right now, I'm not as like my brothers as you think I am." That only made him laugh harder. We had to stop so he could take a moment to compose himself. His mirth was so loud and booming, it bounced off the walls and alerted others to our presence. One by one, the Acker princes emerged from a room just a little ways down the hall. Unlike Prince Eli, they were not wearing formal attire or much at all. Prince Liam was shirtless with loose-fitting pants that hung low on his hips. As far as views were concerned, I definitely wouldn't be complaining about the six-pack he flaunted to anyone. My brothers were the only men I'd ever seen naked, so before I hadn't found a man's naked body that attractive, but now I was starting to understand why women asked about my brothers all the time. I'd been cruel to not reveal any details. I swallowed a lump in my throat when I realized they were all half-naked and broad-chested. I don't think my father had this in mind when he sent me to the castle full of respectable princes. "Brother!" Prince Liam boomed, skipping to our side. "You left to greet Talon and come back with a girl, can't say I'll complain too much about it." He winked at me, which somehow made his half-nakedness worse, and my flush deepened. Prince Eli slapped his arm. "Liam, this is Callie Dracino." His eyes bugged and he looked me over again, a pleasant surprise spreading across his features. "Little Callie? Last time I saw you, you were taming dragonlings and kicking your brother's arses. What are you doing now?" "Same, and now I'm to go through the rite of passage with Prince Camden." "What?" The only prince I didn't recognize outraged. He crossed his arms over his particularly toned chest, green eyes piercing. Despite him being the youngest, he was the second tallest in the family, coming right behind Prince Eli himself. "Where's Talon?" They were all equally eager to hear about Talon and stepped closer to me. I tell you, having for very hot, bare-chested guys crowd you was very overwhelming, and I was this close to having a heart attack. I swallowed again, biting back any childish squeaks and squeals wanting to escape my mouth. I'm not sure how much my father wants me to divulge, but Talon is being punished, so he will not be helping Prince Camden. "I didn't know you were training to be a guide," a Prince Alaric said curiously. I winced. I wasn't I confessed, rubbing the back of my head and hoping they'd go back to checking me out instead of glaring like Prince Camden was. "My brothers gave me a crash course last week." "You have got to be kidding me," a Prince Camden snarled, shaking his head furiously. Talon said the same thing. The joke was meant to lighten the mood, but it appeared to only induce his rage. He paced, holding his head in his hands. "This is completely unacceptable. How can Grant do this to me? How the hell am I supposed to be a dragon prince if you don't know how to guide me? What made him think pairing me with a woman would be a good idea?" "Hey, buddy, you got your work cut out for you. I'm the best dragon tamer in the family." He snorted then laughed, a short, curt sound that made me wince again. "You are definitely not the best dragon tamer. We all know it's Casper. If I can't have Talon, I want him to guide me." "Okay, buddy. The world isn't ending. Well, too bad. You're stuck with me, you ungrateful spoiled brat." He could be the Dragon King, no one talked that way to me. You can take it, or I can leave right now and you can forget about bonding with a dragon." His glare twisted into something cruel and demeaning, storming right up to me. I put my hands on my hips and faced him head-on. Harry was completely right. If I could tame Zeller, I could handle little Cammy. Who do you think you are to deny me my right? Know your place, you boorish woman. My rage had a bad habit of taking over. Now was one of those times. I rammed my knee into his groin. Prince Camden fell to his knees, cupping himself. Shock silenced everyone and stopped my heart. I was in deep now. I might as well keep going. I know my place, you spoiled brat. It wouldn't kill you to learn a little humility. Maybe, just maybe, I was treating him a little too much like a dragon and shouldn't he have assaulted the prince or even suggested he was beneath me, but he pissed me off. Don't mess with fire unless you're prepared to get burned. All righty, Prince Eli was saying, the first one of the brothers to snap out of his orange-juiced daze. He plucked me away from his brother, pushing me behind him in case the brat thought about attacking me. Bring it on. I think we need to have a family meeting before dinner. Callie, dear, why don't you go with Jessie and get cleaned up for dinner? We'll see you then. In my simmering rage, I was about to ask him who Jessie was, but a tiny blonde appeared out of nowhere and took my hand. This way, please, miss. Prince Camden got to his feet and would have probably hit me if it weren't for his brothers holding him back. His face was red with fury. If he was a dragon, black smoke would have filled the space between us. He was definitely baring his teeth like a dragon. I looked him straight in the eyes before I flipped my hair over my shoulder sassily and spun on my heel to follow Jessie down the hall with a disgruntled HMPH. That would have made Elsa proud. Camden yelled after me, calling me words I didn't think princes were allowed to use. I flipped him off and continued after Jessie, who released a relieved breath once we were out of the prince's sights. We went back up the stairs. You're crazy, you know that? She hissed, glancing over her shoulder as if Prince Camden would be chasing after us. No one mouths off to Prince Camden like that. Maybe they should. He clearly doesn't have any manners. I like his brothers. I wish I was guiding one of them. So, it's true? She asked, flitting her large blue eyes up to me. You really are guiding Prince Camden through the rite of passage? Well, that entirely depends on if he wants a woman to guide him. I mocked, already fed up with him. Gods, I hoped he didn't want to do it anymore. Let Dad be angry with him for declining my offer. If he doesn't he won't be going through with it. I've never heard of a woman being a guide before, she said as if I hadn't said he might not be doing it. Are you that good, or is your family that desperate? I'm that good. I'm the only member of my village who is allowed to enter the Dragonlands, you know. I don't know what that is, miss, Jessie admitted, becoming more relaxed with every step we took away from the bratty prince. It's where the wild dragons live, just west of my village, on the other side of the Randalar Valley. No human has stepped foot inside. They don't trust them, not after dragon scavengers became a thing and picked them apart for parts. Dragons were almost as rare as dragonvein, so dragon scavengers started hunting them and selling their scales, bones, blood, claws, horns, anything, really. Every part of a dragon was valuable to someone. She blinked at me, surprised. Why do they let you in, then? I understand their language. Dragons don't speak, only to dragon princes, as she dismissed, then came to a stop in front of a double-door entry. This is where you'll be staying for the night. Do you need assistance with anything? I bit my lip, trying to remember how to do my hair the way Aunt Patricker had taught me. I figured after how sour things went downstairs I was going to have to make up for it at dinner with looks and decorum. Do you know much about hair and makeup? I think I'm going to have to get more dolled up than I'm prepared for so the Ackers don't think I'm a savage. She giggled into her hands. I don't think the princes will mind that at all. I will help you, miss. You can call me Cal or Callie, you know, I told her, slipping into the room. To keep up my cool facade, I didn't drop my jaw or do a double take, but man, it was hard. The room was massive. The 4-poster bed alone took up half of it, filled to the edge with pillows and blankets. My clothes were already tidied away in the dresser, my gown for tonight hanging on the bathroom door. The bathroom held a glorious copper tub I definitely planned on using in a little, but it sure beat the dinky tub I had to share with my brothers, who always wanted to use it whenever I tried to enjoy a bath. Couldn't a girl enjoy a bath without being rushed? The balcony viewed the ocean. Water spanned from the beach to the horizon, no islands or continents to be seen. I knew there was more, there had to be. Some of the dragons I'd seen in the Dragonlands had different markings and horns than the ones born in my valley. They had to have come from somewhere. I had so many questions I wanted to ask them, but the language I'd learned from them could only take me so far. They couldn't tell me about the world they'd seen and everything they'd experienced over the hundreds of years they lived. It was something I'd always envy of dragon princes, of the blood coursing through their veins that allowed them to communicate with a dragon the way I could talk to Jessie. She came up to my side and shrugged at the view. I'm sure you've seen better views on your dragon. Not better, I told her, but different. I've never seen the ocean before. It's beautiful. You're lucky to work beside this every day. I'm lucky? She looked at me like I was crazy. Girl, you live with dragons. I don't care what everyone else says, that's so badass. I frowned. What does everyone else say? Who is everyone else? The other villages, she said, gesturing for me to follow her inside. She sat me down in front of a vanity mirror and examined my dress, biting her lip. People who don't get to see dragons every day are out of touch, so don't take offense, all right? People say your village is full of dragon fuckers. The words didn't hurt, they confused me. How stupid can people get? Do they know how impossible it would be? Like, seriously, my best friend is a small dragon and she is 25 feet long. And just, you. She shrugged and went back to looking at my dress, seeing that I wasn't overly insulted by what other people thought about my village. This is cute. Did you make this? Gods no, my aunt did. This is the first dress I've ever worn. I hope it's okay for tonight. I didn't want to insult them by wearing pants. She nodded thoughtfully, playing with the dark blue cotton. The skirt was ruffled and would be difficult not to play with, and the bust was held together by a lacy corset that had thick silk ribbon tied at the back. The sleeves were tight until they reached the elbow, then they would drape around my forearms. The V-shaped neckline was a little deeper than I expected from my aunt, but she said it was about time men knew I had breasts, which were basically invisible in the loose, baggy shirts I usually wore. This LL look lovely on you. It LL bring out the blue in your eyes. Your aunt is an amazing seamstress. I'll pass it along. I'm sure she'll appreciate it coming from someone who sees fine gowns all the time. Jessie smiled at me. All right, I think I know what I want to do with your hair. It's going to take a while. Is that okay? I spun my butt on the chair and faced the mirror, twirling the long brown hair in my fingers. Even after my aunt trimmed it, it still fell past my breasts. I imagined she could do a lot with it. As long as I'm not late, I don't care what you do to it. Oh, honey, I'm going to make you look amazing. It took Jessie an hour to curl my dark hair, then pull the top half into a braid which flowed seamlessly into the rest of my big curls. It was the first time it didn't look like the manner of a manticore, and with the silver eyeshadow to highlight my blue eyes and maroon lipstick, I might have been mistaken for a siren. And then when I put my dress on, it was a good thing my brothers weren't here. Who knew I could look as beautiful as the other women in my village? I might even rival the beauty of the groomed, wealthy women here. Why, I breathed, taking back any doubts I had in her confidence in her ability to make me look amazing. Thank you so much, Jessie. I didn't think this was possible. She snorted, waving it off. It didn't quite hide her blush. You're naturally beautiful, Callie, you made it easy. Now, I'll be right back. I'll see who your escort is. Escort? I twisted in my chair to look at her while she backed away for the door. We'd talked enough in the past hour and a half that she knew me well enough to know I already didn't like the sound of this. Every lady needs an escort to dinner. Rolling my eyes, I stood up and joined her at the door. It's a bloody dinner. Someone going to jump me in the hallways? I fought off dragon scavengers scarier than anyone in this town. She smiled faintly, patting my arm. I wish I could be as bold as you. If you don't want an escort, I guess I can't stop you from following me in the hallways where I will happen to pass the dining room in search of an escort for you. I grinned to hide my nerves. I'll wear a dress for these people, but I wouldn't have them telling me I needed a man to get by in the world. My brothers were all I needed. They weren't here right now to have my back or give me words of encouragement, so it was time I made them proud and show the Ackers what the Draceno family stood for. Jessie squeezed my hand outside the dining room door. Good luck, she whispered, then hurried away. The guards on either side of the door gave me a dubious look. Where is your escort, miss? I don't need one. Now, open up, I'm starving. The one on the right bit his lip, unsure, but the one on the left shrugged. She doesn't look like she needs an escort, Brian. I think it'll be okay. He winked at me, then opened his side of the door for me. Brian quickly followed suit, still a little nervous when he stepped into the room with me. King Croner and Queen Bethany sat at the very end of the rectangular table. They were a handsome couple, the queen with her long, golden hair flowing freely around her shoulders, as shimmery as the mineral itself, and the king with his steely green eyes and square jaw. They both wore dark red, King Croner's suit hugging his robust body tightly, and Queen Bethany's gown pooling at her feet in endless waves of ruffles. Their sons sat along the sides, Princes Eli, Liam, and Alaric on one side, while Prince Quinton got stuck sharing a side with Prince Camden. There was an empty seat beside him, which must be meant for me. It must be part of some plot, because I was sure Prince Eli wouldn't have forgotten to tell his parents I'd sacked their youngest. Or maybe he did and he wanted to see how things played out if we were forced together. Giles would do something like that. Your Majesties, O'Brien announced, and may I introduce Miss Callie Draceno? King Croner muttered something about my lack of escort to his queen and she smacked his chest, smiling brightly at me. Welcome, Callie. Please, have a seat. I bit back a remark about wanting to sit anywhere, but next to the man I will forevermore reference as the bratty prince. Remembering my manners, I offered a little curtsy, hoping the hour of practice I'd put into it was worth it, then sat down when Brian pulled out the seat for me. Camden chose to ignore my very existence, while the rest of his brothers welcomed me very warmly, and perhaps a little mischievously as well. Their eyes twinkled. If having 5 brothers taught me anything, it was that something was up between these princes and Camden was supposedly the victim. I read your father's letter, King Croner told me dully, not interested in his son's shenanigans. It is a shame young Talon has strayed from your father's teachings. I heard he is a very talented rider. Yeah, so what? Talon could maneuver in the air with his eyes closed and navigate his way through the valley better than anyone in Plum. I tamed wild ones. I held back my bitterness. Yes, he is, your majesty. He is a natural. All your brothers are quite extraordinary, the king went on. I inwardly sighed. Here we go. They were going to send me back and demand one of them guide Prince Camden. It didn't matter how good I told people I was, no one believed me. They all thought I was crazy because I talked to dragons, and some people didn't believe a woman could tame a dragon as well as a man. My eyes slid over to Prince Camden. The bastard. Spoiled brat got his way again. Yes, they are, your majesty. My father is an amazing teacher, I agreed remorsefully, but I think my brothers are talented without my father's guidance. We've tamed more dragons than my ancestors have with less casualties. A twinkle lit up in King Croner's eyes, amused by my melancholy. Your father says you are his best tamer, and that, not only is Prince Camden lucky he has you as his guide, but you will help him find a powerful partner, one that will suppress any dragon we've welcomed in these walls. Okay, I didn't care if it was rude, I gaped. He did. Are you sure you didn't misread it, your majesty? That had faith in me, I knew that, if he didn't he wouldn't have given me this task, but I never realized he thought that highly of me. I was only joking partly when I bragged about being the best in the family. I honestly thought Casper was more worthy of that title. He smirked. I never thought I'd see the day a king would find me so amusing. Grant's handwriting is quite clear, Miss Tracino. I apologize for my son's behavior earlier. I hope you will still take him under your wing. To keep the welling pride and smugness at bay, I cleared my throat. I will, under one condition. Prince Camden has to apologize for calling me a boorish woman. Said Prince groaned and dumped his head into a hand and muttered something about insufferable women. Oh yeah, if he wanted to be a dragon prince, this guy was gonna have to work on his attitude. He could treat people however he pleased here, but when we were on my turf, he had to follow my rules. King Croner's smile grew while his sons exploded into a barrage of snickers that shook the table all except Prince Camden, anyway. Even Queen Bethany was having a hard time hiding her mirth under her hand. Very well, King Croner managed. Camden will apologize wholeheartedly for how he treated you upon your arrival. In case the authority in his tone wasn't enough, his dark gaze cut into his son. Pressing his lips together in a tight line, Prince Camden stepped away from his seat and got down on one knee before me, holding a hand over his heart. His ash-blonde hair brushed over his eyebrows, not quite able to hide the seething hatred in his green eyes. You know, if he wasn't such an arsehole, I'd say he was the most attractive prince in the room, and that said something. He looked mighty fine in that suit, and underneath was even more to be desired, from what I'd seen anyway, but it was the sharp jaw and straight nose that set off a new kind of butterflies in my stomach. These ones warmed my core and made it hard to breathe. Who knew someone could literally be breathtakingly handsome? I thought women made that up. Miss Tracino, please accept my apology, he forced, plastering a smile. I did not mean to offend you. I was taken aback by your beauty. It makes a man do and say stupid things. His brothers howled, and I did my best to fight the blush creeping up my cheeks. Man, he sure knew how to apologize, even went as far to say I was beautiful. Of course, he didn't mean it. Why would he find me, a peasant, attractive? I cleared my throat, suddenly finding it hard to think of words. Thank you. I accept your apology. He bowed his head and kissed my knuckles, inducing a rush of heat through my body. When he lifted his gaze, his eye said, "You're dead to me," which I wasn't going to argue with. I deserved it. I humiliated him in front of his family, more specifically his brothers, who will undoubtedly never let him forget this night. Thank you for your leniency. Cold as ice, he rose to his feet again and took his seat beside me. Wonderful, a king croner said, silencing his sons. Now, let us dine. On cue, the doors opened and several servants poured in, holding massive trays that looked like it might be too much for some of the smaller women. I recognized Jessie in her black maid's outfit. She came around to my side, placing a tray of beef sirloin in front of me with a wink. This girl knew what I liked. She asked me if I wanted her to serve me. Noticing everyone else had someone serving them food from the various trays on the table, I shrugged. Sure. What would you like? That was a dangerous question. Everything looked so good. Can I say everything? Prince Camden's eyes slid over to me briefly before he snorted, then went back to talking to his server. Jessie smiled fondly at me. You can have whatever you want. I'll put a bit of everything on your plate, and if you have room for seconds, I'll pick your favorites. I'm in love. I could get used to this whole royal treatment thing. You are the best. Just make sure you get the sirloin first. The princes are eyeing it a little too much for my liking. Of course. She then proceeded to go around the table and fill my plate with food. She made small conversations with the royals while she waited her turn, and I noticed Prince Alaric's eyes falling on her the longest out of anyone in the room. When he caught me looking, he sipped at his wine to hide his rosy cheeks. Jessie placed the plate in front of me, then told me she'd be with the other servants outside if I needed anything. I felt bad that I couldn't share this meal with her, but made a mental promise to stash some for her if I saw her later. So, Callie, can I call you Callie? Queen Bethany asked after we'd been silent while we enjoyed the best food of my life. Caden definitely needed to step it up a notch. I nodded behind my wine glass to help wash the scalloped potatoes down. Tell me something about yourself. A young woman such as yourself must be very interesting. Growing up with 5 brothers must have been difficult. I shrugged, dabbing my mouth clean of crumbs. It can't be any worse than raising 5 sons. I love my brothers and I wouldn't change them for anyone else. Come on, a Prince Quentin teased. Don't tell me you don't wish Giles was a little less fanatic. Please, he wouldn't be Giles if he wasn't trying to blow something up. Just last week, he almost got us and my best friend killed, so I abandoned him on the side of a mountain. I peered at Prince Camden, hoping he realized I wasn't beyond leaving him on a mountain if the need arose. The Queen covered her mouth in surprise that I'd do such a thing to my brother. Don't worry, I told her, amused. He called for a dragon and came home before dark. It's not the first time I've done it, and it won't be the last. She smiled faintly. Tell me about this best friend of yours. Oh, Elsa? She's a dragon. We've been joined to the hip since I was 2. She hatched in my lap back when Dad was trying to turn me into a hatcher. She was the first dragon I ever tamed. Queen Bethany gave it some thought while Prince Liam leaned on the table towards me with a dubious look. Your best friend is a dragon? Of course. You met her. She was the small green dragon that followed me everywhere because she didn't trust you with me. He frowned, tapping his chin. Is that what she was doing? I thought you were training her. No. She has trust issues. I'm the closest thing she has ever had to a mother since her was killed by dragon scavengers. I was the first person she saw when she hatched and she imprinted on me. I think of her more like a sister, though. The thought of being a mother at the age of 2 makes me uncomfortable, especially since I didn't raise her much like how a female dragon would raise her young. I'm much nicer. I think that's why she's developed a sassy complex. Prince Eli joined his brother's frown. Dragons can be sassy? I didn't he find that when I went to Plum Nor is Arjux very sassy. Well, it's just like how not all people are sassy. I explained to him. Of course Arjux isn't he sassy. He more quiet and reserved. He is. He agreed. How did you know that? I met him. I replied simply. It doesn't take much to learn about a dragoness personality. Actually, all of yours have similar traits to you. Prince Camden will probably find a grumpy dragon partner. This is ridiculous, Prince Camden snapped, dropping his cutlery on his plate angrily. You make it sound like dragons are exactly like people. They're not. They're giant lizards with wings. Animals. You are a fool if you think you can understand them. Farewell, family. I'll never return home to you if you force me to be guided by this woman. With that, he stood up and stormed out of the dining room. I bit back a groan. If that was his view on dragons, then yes, we would be spending a very long time together. No dragon would accept him, let alone respect him, if he thought they were mindless creatures. Forgive him, Queen Bethany beseeched me. He had a hard time. It's difficult being the youngest. All of his brothers have already passed their rite of passage and can do all these amazing things while he's stuck on the ground, magicless. It's frustrating. The brothers she spoke of were silent, speaking volumes of how frustrating it must be for him. From the day they were born, they were expected to learn of their magic and then undergo the rite of passage so they could protect their people. While his brothers were defending their lands, he was left behind, a part of the people who needed defending. Well, that was no excuse for his actions. He wasn't the only one who had it rough. I stood up. I understand. Being frustrated leads to dangerous waters. I find it incredibly frustrating when no one will take me seriously because I'm young or a woman, or because I understand something people don't bother to understand. You don't see me throwing fits and insulting someone who only wants to help him. So you will guide him? The king pressed, disregarding my clear dislike toward his son. Yes. Not for him, though. I wanted to prove to the world and myself that I could do this. I could do anything I put my mind to, whether it was a man's job or a woman's, dangerous or safe at home. Most of all, I wanted to make my father proud. He talked me up to the king, so I better make him sure I could deliver. After I left the royal dinner, I went downstairs to where Prince Eli had taken me to see what he thought I'd like so much about it. I only hoped it wasn't a secret brothel they had under the castle. I needed air to get away from this place. Really, and down here seemed particularly drafty. I soon found out why. I turned into the room the princes had piled out of earlier. It was actually a cave. Near the door I came through, straw mats lay over the floor as a protective layer for those who hit the floor too hard when sparring. Well, that explained why they were all shirtless. They had been sparring for practice. On the right side against the cave walls were dummies with scorch marks etched into them. The left wall was entirely filled with all kinds of weapons. I could smell the steel from here and a familiar scent I didn't expect down here. Dragon. The cave was much bigger than the mats laying out. It was too dark deeper into the cave to see what else filled the room, but there was another exit, a much bigger one. The roaring waves of the ocean came through the opening, and if I angled my head right, I saw the moon's reflection of the calmer waves further away from shore. Drawn to the light, the smell, the air, too, I went to the end of the cave and sat down on the ledge. There was an easy 100-foot drop below me, waves crashing against the cliffside, threatening to splash me if I angered it enough. I breathed in deeply, discovering my love for the smell of the ocean. It was so unique and grounding. Listening to the waves brought a sense of ease over me I didn't expect. And then I heard another sound behind me. I turned my head to find Marco slipping out of the darkness. He laid down behind me and curled his tail around me in case the harsh wind gripped me and pulled me over the edge. Hey, Marco. We're a long way from home, ho? He lowered his head beside me and nudged me to pet him, no doubt sensing my distress. I brushed my fingers over his scales, just above his eye, a spot he couldn't scratch properly without hurting himself. Thanks, buddy. I don't know what I'd do if I was by myself. How did Caden and Giles do it? Survive here? I know it's only for a night and they're super friendly people, but they're so different from everyone back home. They don't understand me. I saw it in their eyes. They were mocking me for being friends with a dragon. I thought they would understand. Most of them in the room are bonded to dragons for God's sake. Do they all feel like dragons are mindless creatures? Why would my family affiliate themselves with such people? He rubbed his face against me gently, shutting his eyes with a soft groan rumbling out of his lips. It was all he could do to comfort me and give me strength to remain here until tomorrow. It would be stupid to head home, anyway. Nighttime was far too dangerous to travel, let alone cross the continent. Other dragons breathed heavily not too far behind us. A black dragon I barely recognized as Balthazar came to my other side. His red eyes watched me carefully. You're not going to tell Prince Liam where I am, are you? Please? I want to be alone for a little bit at least, not around humans, I quickly amended to Marco's snort. The dragon looked back to the others, then to me and nodded. Thank you. If they're worried, just let him know I'm safe, okay? He nodded again, then got more comfortable, resting his head on my other side. I stroked his nose between his nostrils. Do you like being here? I asked him. He looked healthy, much bigger than when he left us to be with Prince Liam, but he also had a scar across his chest that hadn't been there before. Are they treating you all right? He opened his eyes and grunted. Slowly, as to not startle me, he rose to his full height, which this cave was tall enough to accommodate, I realized, and stretched, to prove further how big this cave they slept in was. He knelt down, pulling his wing back to expose the joints between his wings. I peered down at my dress, then up to his back. He wanted me to ride him, but I wasn't sure the dress would survive his scales, and Aunt Patricia would kill me if I destroyed it. Then again, she was a fine seamstress. She could fix it. Lifting my skirts, I climbed up the large dragon's leg and settled side saddle between his wings. Okay, Balthazar, show me what you want to show me. He flapped his wings a couple times to make sure I was on securely. I held onto one of the spikes running down his spine and patted his side to let him know I was ready. He stepped off the edge and spread his wings wide, catching the gentle breeze brushing against the cliff. We rose slowly, soaring higher than the castle spires. The other dragons in the cave 6 altogether joined us in our flight. They flew much faster and twirled and looped around each other. They were free to do what they wanted. The sky was their domain. They didn't fear the dangers of the night or whatever punishment the Ackers might have for them for leaving the castle. Balthazar dove for the ocean. The air rapidly cooled as we got closer and I squealed, pressing into his body for warmth. He brought his wings out and flew parallel over the calm ocean. Summoning up the courage to do the idiotic thing and loosen my grip while already bareback, I leaned over the edge of his body to take in the water below us. It was so calm the sky was a clear reflection above us. The moon and stars dazzled above, and below I could almost see myself. There was enough light surrounding us. Balthazar dipped a claw into the water, breaking the surface. Water sprayed me. I almost lost my grip. I was so surprised by the coolness. The dragon chuckled, then angled his wings to catch more air. We slowed down and increased our altitude again. The other dragons flew into formation behind us and bellowed as loud as they wanted. They were met by barks of seals and mermaids trying to sleep. I laughed, holding onto his horn tighter so as to not lose my balance. Is this what you wanted to show me? You're free? You're happy here? He grunted in agreement, fluttering his wings lightly, despite the wind fighting against them. Dragons could only perform such a delicate movement when they were content. The Ackers had been treating these dragons with the respect they deserve. It looked like they were given all the food they wanted too. Do you like the Ackers? Do you regret bonding with Liam? The dragon shook his body head to toe. If I was on a saddle, I wouldn't have minded, but with barely anything to hold onto enough as it was, I slipped from his neck and stumbled down his back until I caught a horn at the top of his tail. Marco swept underneath us and growled a noise of warning. I let go of Balthazar and landed safely in Marco's claws. He swung his head around to make sure I was all right before turning back for the castle. He dropped me first before landing beside me in the cave and curled his tail around me so I was close to him while the other dragons flew in. I was so busy nuzzling the dragons, I didn't notice there was another person in the cave with us. What the hell do you think you're doing with our dragons? An outraged Prince Camden demanded, marching in from the door. He wasn't wearing his tailored suit anymore, instead he wore workout gear and a sword at his hip. His hair looked white in the moonlight and whipped around fiercely. Jezebel stood between him and me, growling in his face. Prince Camden came to a halt, reaching for his sword, and glared at the dragon then at me. What have you done to them? Are you a witch? I've done nothing to them, I told him, stepping around Marco's tail and Jezebel's wing. They were showing me how happy they were here, that your family looks after them. He curled his lip at me. They can't tell you that. You've done something to them. When I find out, I'll have you arrested for hurting our dragons. Balthazar hissed at him, digging his claws into the floor as easily as mud. I put a hand on his leg to calm him. As much as it would entertain me to watch Prince Camden dance around a dragoness jaws, it wouldn't be a good start to our rite of passage. It's all right, guys. This I don't mind if you tell Prince Alaric about, I told Jezebel. Get away from them. He grabbed my arm and dragged me away from the dragons. I'm taking you to your room so you don't cause any more trouble. You're the one causing trouble, I sassed, then ripped my arm out of his grasp, which seemed to surprise him, as he blinked, mouth dropping open for a split second. Yeah, that's right. I'm stronger than I look. Get used to it, buddy. I'll take myself to my room. He caught the back of my dress, which I could not break free from, and hustled me into the hallway. Let me go. It was a half-hearted demand. If I really didn't want him manhandling me, he'd be on the floor by now. No. I sighed. Do I want to ruin this dress further? Actually, a better question. Do I want to risk running around this castle naked? Not really, no. I didn't mind seeing the princes half naked, and if one of them walked in front of us but naked, I would not complain, but I didn't feel like giving into their savage fantasies and run around like a wild thing in my birthday suit because the man behind me was an arsehole. I swear I wasn't doing anything untoward to your brother's dragons. I don't care. My family might trust you and think you're as cute as a button. He must be paraphrasing someone. There was no way he'd ever describe me like that, but you're up to something. You're right. I'm helping you find a dragon. I don't know why, though. You don't deserve the honor of being bound. He shoved me up the stairs. I tripped on my skirt, smacking my chin on a step. Ow, I growled as he hauled me up with great strength. I expected no less after seeing his heavily muscled arms. You're such an arsehole. Do you get off on being bigger than me? Is that it? You need to push a woman around to feel like a man? You don't know shit about me, wrench. He continued to hustle me around like a sack of potatoes, yanking me this way and that around corners. If we weren't in his home, I'd show him what I thought about his hospitality. Come! Prince Alaric came around the corner behind us. Prince Camden swore and released me, bowing his head, avoiding eye contact with his brother. What are you doing? The older brother demanded, switching looks of concern and anger between us. I'm taking our guest to her room, he replied thinly, thrusting his chin up in defiance. Prince Alaric narrowed his eyes on him suspiciously. Does our guest want to be taken to her room? He moved his green eyes to me for protest. Of course she does, the arsehole lied, waggling his wannabe sexy eyebrows. What woman doesn't he want to go to bed with me? Prince Alaric tapped his chin mockingly in thought. I'm going out on a whim here, but I'm going to say that one. He pointed at me and my bloody chin. What did you do to her? Jezebel said you were going to hurt her. She tripped. You pushed me into the stairs, I snarled. And I would like to go to my room but not with him. I stepped in the direction of my room, but he grabbed me and pushed me into the wall between the two princes. The older brother gaped, taken aghast by his brother's actions. Callie is our guest and your guide, treat her with some respect. She was down with the dragons. She made Balthazar attack me. He didn't attack you, I barked. Trust me, if he did, you wouldn't be having this conversation. Prince Alaric sighed heavily and rubbed his forehead. She was with the dragons because she feels safer with them than she does with us, since some asshole is making all of us look bad. At least there was one true thing in your sorry-ass apology. Beautiful women do turn you into a complete idiot. Come on, Callie, I'll make sure this dick doesn't follow you to your room. After a quick glare in Prince Camden's direction, I turned for my room. It was only a couple hallways away, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders once my hand rested in the door handle. Thank you. I smiled at Prince Alaric. You didn't have to interfere, I would have handled him. His light green eyes danced amusingly in the torchlight. I'm sure you would have, but I am a gentleman before anything else and I could not stand by and let him treat you like that. Don't let my brother push you around while he with you, him? It would be a shame to see such a wild spirit broken. My face scrunched up in discontent, remembering my family's reaction when we found out I was to guide Prince Camden. My brothers are placing bets on how quickly he can make me cry. Now I understand why they would think that. But I won't let him win. He all torque and no bite, like most of the dragons I tame. He cracked a laugh. Little Callie, if my baby brother comes back as tamed as your dragons, I'll fulfill any wish you desire. I grinned at him. I better start thinking about what I want, then. Have a good night, Prince Alaric. He bowed and kissed my knuckles. Sleep well, lady. I had breakfast with the Acker family minus Prince Camden. It was a little earlier than they were used to waking up. They didn't say much aside from a warm greeting and an apology for their youngest's tardiness. Sleep was particularly heavy in Prince Quinton's eyes. However, the servants were lively and Jessie filled my plate with everything on the table again, winking when my eyes landed on the juicy sausages. Prince Liam woke up enough to make a smutty remark about how much I liked sausages, especially big ones, but Queen Bethany quickly berated him for his lack of manners in front of ladies. I waved it off, very used to boys' banter. I actually preferred it more than the way women talked, but I wasn't about to say that in front of the Queen. With all my things packed, I double-checked everything was secured properly on Marco's saddle. It was unnecessary. These servants were clearly used to packing for the dragon princes, as everything was properly secured, even Prince Camden's things, who still wasn't here. Prince Eli had left to find him, while I stood awkwardly with the other 3 princes and King Croner and Queen Bethany. She was quite good at making the best of an awkward situation and asked me all sorts of questions that I had to think about before answering. It made the time go by much faster, which was coming up for 2 hours. If he took any longer, we were going to have to rest overnight in a village since it wouldn't be safe for us to fly in the valley after dusk. Marco and I could probably make it without too much trouble, but with 2 people and with one of them as an inexperienced flyer, too dangerous. I shifted my weight, looking up at the impatient Marco. His breathing was getting heavier, I snapping to every movement he heard in the cave. His tail flickered back and forth like a rattlesnake. I patted his thick neck with a few soothing words. Finally Prince Eli came back, dragging his brother behind him. He was dressed in leather riding pants and a black dragon scale jacket. In the sunlight it shimmered all the colors of the dragons who shed their scales for it. He would have been attractive if it weren't for the slow look in his eyes. As he got closer, the smell of alcohol was prominent on his breath. He draped an arm on my shoulder and leaned in, his ashen hair tickling my forehead. "You're much easier to withstand after a couple drinks, my pretty." Camden. Queen Bethany was taken aghast. "I raised you better than this, you insolent child." "Can he even fly?" she asked me. Grabbing a fistful of hair, I tilted his head back and looked him in the eyes. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Scowling, he slapped my hand away and stood straighter. He took one look at my hand, then snapped his head away from me defiantly. 3. "I'm not that drunk, Mother. Shall we go? We're losing daylight." I growled at him instead of calling him an idiotic pompous ass in front of his family for being the reason why we were losing daylight. Gritting my teeth, I had a feeling I was going to be doing a lot of that. I climbed up Marco's leg to get into the saddle. Prince Camden followed my movements, stepping on Marco's claw, then hooking his foot into the dragoness elbow, then hoisting himself up into the saddle behind me. He placed his hands loosely on my hips, which, despite everything and I'll never understand it, sent a hot flush through my body and made the new butterflies flutter around in my stomach. "If you don't want to fall off, you're going to have to hold on to me a lot tighter than that," I remarked to him, ignoring the fact that I knew how thrilling it'd feel once he did. His face scrunched up in disgust, as if holding me was the last thing he'd ever do in this world, even if it was to save him from falling off a dragon. "I'll be just fine, thank you," he replied curtly, turning his head away from me. Princes Eli and Quinton snickered, while Prince Liam wore a shit-eating grin. Ignoring them, I inclined my head to the king and queen. "Thank you for having me. I look forward to seeing you all again when I drop this brat off." Oops. Was that my outside voice? "Safe travels," King Croner said, then he glowered at his son. "Remember who you represent outside of these walls." Prince Camden gave him a 2-fingered salute. "Do not fret, father, our family will be rightly represented." The king didn't look convinced. "Let us go, Marco." The dragon grunted, dug his claws into the ground, then leapt out the cave. Prince Camden swore in my ear and wrapped his arms around me and set his heels into the second pair of stirrups. He was a lot heavier when the wind tugged on him, and I had to tighten my grip on the handles attached to the saddle. Once Marco was sure we were secure, he flapped his wings harder, aware of the time crunch, jostling me into the princess' chest. He squeezed me tighter, burying his face in the crook of my neck. "Can't we slow down a bit?" he shouted in my ear. Even still, it was hard to hear him over the wind whistling in my ear. "No," I shot back. "We lost our window to take a leisure flight when you were 2 hours late. If you can't hold on, I'll tie you to me." "I can hold on just fine," he snapped. "I was merely concerned you can't keep both of us on your dragon for that long." He was right. This was my first time flying with someone inexperienced, and he had to be almost twice my weight. I didn't he know how long I could hold on for? Was I going to admit that to him? Gods no. I would rather die than admit that to him, which is exactly what will happen if I can't hold on. We're fine, I grunted, leaning against the saddle so there would be less wind resistance fighting me. However, I didn't take into account that meant the prince would also lean forward, which basically had him laying over top me, pinning me to Marco's back. Marco groaned in agreement and pushed himself even faster. The prince squeezed me so tight, I could barely breathe and I felt his heart hammering against my back. This is going to be a long ride. The sun was about to set when the mountains of the Randalar Valley came into view. ID made the call an hour ago to continue past the last village. It was cutting it close. Maybe a little too close, but damn it, my pride was on the line and I wasn't about to spend a night alone with the jackass behind me, though he had been pleasantly quiet the entire ride. The mountain's shadows grew longer over the plains, looming ominously over us, ready to swallow us whole because I couldn't take the idea of sharing a room with Prince Camden. Marco slipped between two mountains, folding his wings against his body for 2 beats, a risky shortcut we desperately needed before we entered the valley. The oranges and yellows sprinkling the mountains with colors soon became blues and purples, and then we were thrust into darkness. Marco released a low growl, scales bristling head to toe. I know, boy, I agreed, also hating myself for putting us at risk like this. Now he was the only one who could see. My eyes would adjust soon, but they still couldn't be compared to the sight of a dragon. If Prince Camden was already bound, he would be able to see just as clearly and give us a slight advantage. Maybe nothing will notice us. Wishful thinking. The famous screech of harpy sliced through the valley. The harpy's cry echoed off the mountain walls and vibrated through my bones. Shit. Prince Camden's head snapped out of my shoulder and looked around warily. What was that? I did my best to hide my panic. Now wasn't the time to act like a terrified little girl in front of the prince. Harpy. If one has seen us, more will be on their way. Hey, you know how to use that sword, right? He snorted indignantly. Of course I do. What kind of a question is that? A question one asked if they doubted their partner's skills. I didn't say that, though. Now was not the time to have trust issues. I couldn't do anything with him plastered against my back. He was going to have to fend them off if they tried to pluck us off Marco's back. You might have to use it, I told him, scanning the area for any moving shadows. Marco, call for backup. The harpies know we're here, no point in being stealthy now. The dragon inhaled deeply, then released a bellow loud enough for every dragon in the valley to hear it. It was also loud enough to send my ears ringing, so I didn't hear the harpy swooping in until it was right on top of us. Prince Camden jumped to his feet and swiped at it. I caught his belt to keep him balanced. Marco turned his head to try to grab another harpy with his teeth, but the motion moved his whole body. It distracted the prince and a harpy smacked him into me. Marco, focus on flying. I'll take care of them. He would be fine. He was too big of prey for them to dare go after. It was us I was worried about. Grunting, I pulled Prince Camden down onto the saddle and told him to hold the handles. He wasn't going to be much use if he couldn't stay balanced on the dragoness back. What are you going to do? He demanded, attempting to stand up again. I'm about to show you why my father asked me to guide you. Now sit yours down and don't let the harpies knock you off. Duck. A harpy came in from the right, claws poised to grab his shoulder. He ducked in time and I swung my sword right into its gut. It toppled over the side and hit the cliff face. Cow! I spun around and was hit head-on by a harpy. It smacked me right in the chest with its hard skull and knocked me back into Prince Camden, who had stood to catch me. It raised its claws for me. I thrust my sword forward and sliced into its belly. Hot blood sprayed my face, but I didn't have time to gag on the awful stench. I kicked the body off the side and slapped the next set of claws aside with my sword. It aimed its beak for my shoulder. I elbowed its face and threw my weight into the back of its neck, bringing it down onto Marco's back. Prince Camden finished it off with a quick flick of his blade. He grinned wildly at my stunned look. He had been fending off his own harpy not 2 seconds ago. You don't think I'm going to let you have all the fun, do you? He grabbed my hand and yanked me behind him so he could cut into the next harpy coming our way. Marco banked right when the prince had taken a step forward, sending him off balance. I grabbed his jacket to steady him, while I pushed another harpy out of the way. They pulled back, at least a dozen circling us from above. The harpies' cries filled the air, sending a shock through my ears. Shit! Cover your ears! I commanded, already reaching for his. A harpy's cry was just the right pitch to stun-lock someone for a second. It was all they needed to knock us off Marco. The sound pierced my ears, jarring my skull. Screaming, I rushed to cover my own ears. It was too late. While I'd taken a second to scream and squeeze my eyes shut, a pair of claws grasped my shoulders and lifted me off Marco's back. Ignoring the roaring pain soaring through my shoulders, I swung my legs up and locked them around the harpy's neck, cutting off its air. It croaked and dropped me. I was fully prepared to scream again in terror of being dropped 500 feet, but a hand clasped around mine. Prince Camden held the saddle handle with one hand and mine with his other, stretching over Marco's side, exposed to the harpy's attacks. If he got hit, we would both die. Marco, flip to your side. The dragon did without hesitation. Instead of being stretched off the side, the prince was draped over his shoulder, while I dangled between Marco's legs. He wrapped a claw around my waist. Let me go, Camden. Are you insane? Marco's got me. Let me go now. Behind you. He released me into Marco's grasp, whirling for the harpy diving for him. An arrow struck the harpy's chest. It went barreling down to the valley floor. Giles let out a hoot on the back of Brady, excited his shot landed home. The rest of my brothers and their dragons blasted through the harpies surrounding us. Elsa wasn't too far behind them, tackling a harpy in the air and ripping it apart with her teeth. While the harpies were quickly dispatched, I climbed up Marco's leg and settled into the saddle behind Prince Camden. I exhaled a relieved, haggard breath. Welcome to the Randalar territory, I said to him, watching my brothers and their dragons easily finish off the remainder of the harpies. Elsa came to our side, tucking under Marco's wing to rub against him. The big dragon purred and tilted towards her. Prince Camden craned his neck to look at me over his shoulder. That was quite the welcoming. Are you okay? I waved off my injuries, though Dad was sure not going to be happy to see the 6 puncture wounds in my shoulders. I'm fine. This is nothing. I only said it to downplay it. They throbbed angrily and I felt the blood seep through my clothes and dribble down my chest. Cal! Casper called from above. You guys all right? Just dandy. Cass, thanks for the backup. You're an idiot. Caden hollered at me from the right. What are you thinking? Flying at night with a newbie, no less? I hope DA wrings your neck. She is a badass. Giles cheered. What do you expect? Got her show off for the prince, right, Cal? Slick moves with that harpy, by the way. I didn't know which time he was referring to, but I beamed nevertheless. Anything that impressed my brothers was high praise. You're all mad, A Prince Camden muttered so only I could hear him. We could have died. Yeah, but we didn't. I said cheerily. Welcome to the Randalar Valley. The flight home was filled with my brothers' gleeful cheers. They rode the high from the fight all the way back to Plum, hooting, shouting the works. It was like they wanted another batch of harpies to attack us. They wouldn't, not with this large group, but harpies weren't the only creatures out here at night. We made it Plum in one piece. From above, I watched as half of the village gathered around my house while the other half was stoking the bonfire in the field for the ritual tonight. I groaned, forgetting all about the ceremony. I so wasn't in the mood for partying anymore. Curling up in bed or in Elsar's embrace was all I had the energy for. Marco landed with a tired grunt in my backyard. Moaning, I slipped off Marco's back. I would have fallen on my face if Dad hadn't caught me. I groaned in protest when he gripped my shoulder. He scowled at me and ordered me to take off my jacket, despite the night chill. Prince Camden hopped off Marco's back and stared at the log house, then gazed around the large yard, his home, for as long as he needed. It wasn't much to look at in the torchlight, so I wasn't surprised to see his dubious gaze. He would change his mind once the sun cast its light over the village. Dad, this is Prince Camden. Prince, this is my father, Grant Dracino. The blonde's eyes slowly trailed up to my dad's face, taking in his broad height, and swallowed. He might be the second tallest in his family, but it towered over him easily, and it was hard to ignore the menace in his brown eyes when he stared him down. That gave every prince the same look. It was this is my house, so you better follow my rules or you can consider yourself dragonling food, a look that every prince shrank away from. Except Prince Camden. I didn't know if it was because he was stupid or if he honestly thought he could take my dad on, but he stuck his chin out defiantly when he shook his hand, apparently also matching his tight grip. A pleasure to finally meet you, sir. I've heard many things about you. Dad flashed a dangerous grin, eyes dancing in the torchlight. Bad things, I hope. The very worst. But my brothers also told me you're a big teddy bear when it comes to your daughter. His green eyes slid over to me mischievously. Not tonight, I'm not, I did said, then whirled on me, smacking the back of my head. Ouch, but I deserved it. You idiot child. You should have stayed in a village tonight. Now look at you. You're going to swear your oath to Prince Camden and then you're going to march over to the healing hut and have them tend to your wounds. No partying for you tonight. I wasn't about to tell him I was too exhausted to party, so this worked out perfectly for me. Instead, I bowed my head in fake shame and trudged through the village, listening to my brothers safely berate me now that Dad had displayed his discontent with me. Only Harry came to my side with a clean shirt, so I didn't have to stand in the middle of everyone with a holy, blood-soaked shirt. Too tired to care who watched, I pulled the gross shirt over my head and replaced it with the clean one. Apparently, the prince wasn't expecting such a bold thing from me and made a disgruntled noise in the back of his throat, making a comment about inappropriate boorish women. Well, he better get used to it, because he was going to be living with 7 unbashful Dracinos for the foreseeable future. The village cheered as we approached the fields. The fire was massive and brought on a very welcoming heat, even from where I stood. Lord Smythe emerged from the crowd to shake Prince Camden's hand. If Grant's accommodations are not up to your standards, Your Highness, you are more than welcome to stay in my manor, he told him, like how he told all the princes, hoping one day they would take him up on his offer so the Acker family wouldn't think we were all uncivilized in his good humble village. Prince Camden smirked, though he did a good job at hiding it through his smouldering green eyes. As appreciated as your offer is, Lord Smythe, my brothers before me have stayed with the Dracinos and have had some interesting tales to tell. I would like to keep up that tradition. Perhaps I will stop by for some coffee during my visit. Here, Maybe he didn't dislike my brashness as much as he made it appear. Perhaps, the Lord grumbled, looking for his wife in the crowd with his eyes. It was uncanny. Each brother had declined his offer, then amended by suggesting they get together for coffee. Every time, the prince never got around to having that coffee. Would Prince Camden be any different? Lord Smythe didn't think so and quickly left for his wife. Giles snickered, appearing beside me and slapping my back. I grunted, viciously reminded that I was injured. My brother noticed my wince. Oof, sorry, Cal. Serves you right for being an idiot, though. Your unconditional concern and love for me cannot be outweighed by anything else, dear brother, I grouched. Grinning like a madman, he bumped me with his hip, then he leaned in close to whisper in my ear. If you want, I'll find you something you can drink to take the edge off. That would be much appreciated. Especially if all these people cheering were going to hug me like they were hugging Prince Camden. I was going to need a whole lot of something to take the edge off. Winking, he blended into the crowd. Did found Lord Smythe feeling up his wife, with a beer in his hand, and whispered something in his ear. The Lord's eyes met mine a moment, then he nodded to Dad. He hopped onto a log and tapped his metal mug with a rock. All right, people. All right. Quiet down. Did anyone pay attention? No. Why would they? There was free booze and food. Everyone was having a hell of a time. Casper was dancing with Bianca by the fire, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Caden was making out with the butcher's daughter. Harry and Talon were brooding at a table silently, not being ones for parties, over a couple of drinks. Prince Camden was sitting on a log, surrounded by the most available women in Plum, eyeing their ample breasts and chucking back drink after drink. I hope his parents weren't worried about him fitting in with my village, because he appeared to be fitting in quite nicely with Amber and Cadence, who obviously hadn't taken the time to know what an asshole he was before getting their grimy hands on him. Grumbling, I drew my attention away from them and noticed Giles coming my way with a small flask. I frowned at him, disappointed in its size. If he thought that was going to help take the edge off, he didn't know me as well as he thought. He handed it to me with a smug grin. Here you go, sis. Skeptical, I sniffed its contents, then sneezed and almost dropped the flask. What the hell is this? My own concoction. I just made it up now, so I don't know if it's any good. You're my guinea pig, so let me know how it goes. I was more of a beer person, but hey, if it eased the pain, why not give it a go? Bravely, I took a big sip. It burned on its way down my throat and definitely tasted nothing like beer, but since I hadn't eaten all day, it went straight to my head. Giles put a hand gently on my shoulder to steady me. And, he pressed eagerly, eyes dazzling with an impish glimmer from firelight, making them look more amber than blue. Taste-wise? Terrible for a beer drinker. For the pain? It's a miracle worker. I took another swig, enjoying the buzz numbing my mind. It helped me forget the pain and the fact that Mr. Boorish Prince over there would be living in my house for the foreseeable future. Everyone, please. Lord Smythe hushed. Let us begin the ceremony. People cheered louder, only hearing the ceremony part. Poor Lord Smith. If only he threw more parties like this, we wouldn't get too wild during the rare ones. Rolling his eyes, Dad stuck 2 fingers under his tongue and whistled so loud it could summon a dragon from the other side of the valley it been tested. Everyone simmered down, finding a seat on a log or by the tables set up around the field. Thank you, Grant, Lord Smythe said smugly as if he'd asked my father to call for everyone's attention. As I was saying, let us begin the ceremony. Talon, oh, sorry, Cal, Prince Camden, if you would be so kind as to come here." I glanced over to Talon, who threw his mug at the ground and stormed off at Lord Smythe's slip-up, then back to the Lord, who was holding an awaiting hand out to me. Pretending the curious and judgy eyes of my fellow villagers didn't bother me, I waded through the crowd and met up with Prince Camden at the fire. If I thought I was tipsy, he was outright drunk. He had to be if he was giving me those lusty eyes. He must be mistaking me for one of those floozies groping him on the other side of the fire. "You guys sure know how to party," he said to me, tipping forward so he was barely a foot away from me. "We don't do it often, so when we do, we go a little overboard," I told him, not really sure how to deal with his closeness or the heat rushing up to my cheeks. My gods, he was even more handsome up in my face like this. Those deep green eyes were downright sexy and such a unique contrast to his ash blonde hair, a telltale sign he was an actor. It was even more frustrating that he knew how hot he was and that his smile was growing bigger because he caught me giving him a thorough head-to-toe examination. It didn't help my imagination that I knew what was under that shirt. Damn it. Stupid prince. Lord Smythe handed me a knife. For a brief second, I thought he'd given it to me so I could stab the prince before my mind started imagining what he looked like without any clothes. Then I remembered we were standing in front of the entire village and were about to swear an oath to each other. Get your mind out of the gutter, girl. And no more drinking if this is what Giles' concoction is going to lead to. Shaking my thoughts clear, I tightened my grasp on the knife's handle and tore my gaze away from Prince Camden to Lord Smythe. "I'm ready," I answered what I hoped was his question. He nodded. "Do you, Callie Dracino, swear to do everything in your power to guide Prince Camden through his rite of passage and help him find a dragon worthy to name him Dragon Prince?" I sliced the blade across my palm. "Thank you, alcohol. I do." I handed the knife to the man in front of me, hilt first. "Do you, Prince Camden, swear to follow Callie Dracino's guidance and to do everything in your power to find your dragon and to protect the people of your country with the powers entrusted in you by your partner?" He only hesitated for a second before cutting the knife over his palm. "I do." "Shake on it." I extended my hand and grasped his firmly. Our blood melded together. For reasons no one will ever understand, our wounds healed as our hands held each other. What remained in our palms was the Dragon Prince insignia scarred on our skin. Mine would fade once my half of the oath was completed, but Prince Camden would forever bear the mark of the Dragon Prince. This was only the first step to our journey. Now came the hard part. Prince Camden pulled his hand away to inspect the scar in his palm, while everyone cheered and went back to partying. If I wasn't mistaken, a genuine smile flitted across his face. It disappeared in a flash when Cadence and Amber jumped to his side and asked to see his scar. A smutty smile crept across his face instead. "Hey, Amber?" I started awkwardly, never being good at asking for help. "Would you mind healing me?" She flipped her black hair over her shoulder and raked me in slowly with those spiteful grey eyes. No, as she went back to feeling up Prince Camden's arm, dismissing me. My blood boiled. "Why not?" I demanded. "You're the best healer. It'll take you, 10 minutes, then you can go back to your prince, I promise." Bored, she turned her head for me once more. "Because I don't want to. I'm tired of looking at your disgusting scarred body. Maybe you should have thought about what you put other people through before you decided to go against everyone's wishes and became a dragon tamer." I couldn't help crossing my arms in an attempt to hide the disgusting body she spoke of. Sure, I had more scars than most women in my village. It came with the territory of being a dragon tamer. Sometimes you got bitten or thrown into boulders. Shit happened. I don't know what you're talking about. None of the other healers mind seeing me. Then go ask them. Can't you see I'm busy? She splayed her hand on Prince Camden's chest to make a point. You're not wanted here. You were never wanted. A simple no would have been fine, I muttered. I hope you got rid of all the crabs before you let Prince Camden go down on you. The prince stood straighter, having been previously engaged with Cadence, and looked at Amber like a dragon had sneezed on her. At least he hadn't heard her other comments about my disgusting body. I didn't wanted to go back to the other princes that my body wasn't as desired as they made it seem during my visit. I enjoyed the attention. Go die in a hole, as she snapped at me, shoving me. Because we were in public and Dad would totally kill me, I didn't punch her lights out and throw embers at her. I took a deep breath and smiled at her. Do you have a preference for which hole? Giles has made a lot recently. I'm sure one of them would meet your standards. She curled her lip up at me, something she did when she didn't know how to deal with my calm kindness. Freak. The one furthest away from me. With a mocking bow, I turned away from them and sought out Amelia, the only healer in Plum who never turned me down. She was giggling on a log with Giles wrapped around her to keep her warm. I cleared my throat. Hey, Amelia, can I borrow you for a quick healing session? She peered over to Amber, who I realized wasn't too far away, so it was likely she'd heard our exchange, then back to Giles. Will you be here when I get back? Always for you, my pretty. He kissed her cheek, making her flush. I wanted to puke. It was so weird watching any of my brothers being so cutesy. I'd grown up knowing them to be mischievous badasses, but they were the total opposite with women, and it took a lot of getting used to. She stood up and took my hand. Come on, I'll take care of you. Oh. Why did she have to say it like that? I didn't need to be taken care of. All she needed to do was slap some of that magically ingrained poultice on my wounds, and I would be as right as rain in the morning. She squeezed my hand on the way to the healing hut and blushed again. Prince Camden's watching us. Surreptitiously, I peered over my shoulder and scanned the crowd. When I did find the prince, he was very much not watching us and was busy laughing at something Cadence had to say. At least he's having more fun with her than Amber. It shouldn't make me feel better, it was petty and I could care less who he found interesting, but it did. Though, that didn't stop Amber from trying to get his attention. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. He brought it on himself with those suave moves and sexy eyes. What else did he expect? He seemed to like the attention, anyway. He lifted his gaze away from Cadence while she was clearly talking to him and looked in our direction. Embarrassed for being caught staring, I turned around and ducked my head in the off chance he hadn't noticed. Maybe he had been looking when Amelia said he was, which meant he'd been watching us twice. And? How old are you? 12? Who cares? Yeah, that's right. Who cared if he was looking? Definitely not me. Amelia giggled, further inducing my mortification. She'd seen it all. You know what that means, right? No witnesses, Cal. You cannot let it spread through the village that you have the hots for Prince Camden. Oh. Even admitting it to myself made bile rise in my throat. Everyone knew I didn't have crushes. 1. There was no point, not when men were scared of me or my family. 2. I had better things to do than to be wild by a man. 3. I didn't need a man to make me happy, especially that one. He had no respect for me or for dragons. That was a big no-no. Amelia squeezed my hand. Your secret is safe with me, Callie. What secret? I was taking this to my grave. Rolling her eyes, she playfully pushed me into the healing hut though, hutty was a pet name for the large A-framed building, for the days when it used to be a hut. He very handsome. There's no shame in liking the view, as she told me, lighting a few candles by the table. I was relieved that she wasn't going to make me lie down in the cots. They freaked me out. Dying people slept in those cots. I was not dying. I sat at the table, hands on my knees while I waited patiently for her to make a poultice. I don't know what you're talking about. I was adamantly not sharing my shameful thoughts with her. All right, as she relented, mixing some herbs together in a stone bowl. I'm just saying, he's hot and every woman in the village is jealous that you get to spend every day with him. You might want to watch your back, especially if Amber is going to be as bad as she was earlier to you. It wasn't right what she said to you. I never agreed with the way the other women treat you. This news surprised me. I'd grown up thinking I was alone, that I was despised by all the women for the way I behaved. You don't? Of course not. It's awful. We grew up with you. We went to school together. You're no different from us. Except, I act like a man and tame dragons. This whole rite of passage thing is supposed to be a man's job. We couldn't be more different. She paused in the middle of mixing the poultice, looked at me dubiously, then went back to grinding the herbs. You're crushing on Prince Camden like everyone else. Ignoring the pain tearing at my shoulders, I sat straighter, challenging her to say that again. I'm not. I have more self-respect to fall for a man who doesn't respect me or dragons. She giggled. Who said anything about falling for him? Callie, you can find someone you hate attractive. Oh. I flushed. This was all so new to me, and it was embarrassing that I was only now being taught how to understand my emotions. I understood dragons better than what was going on in my head. Well, I wouldn't go so far as hating him. Ask me at the end of the week about that. Smiling at that, she dipped 2 fingers in the bowl and tested the consistency. Satisfied, she closed her eyes and murmured a spell that made the green paste glow for a moment. Only certain people possessed enough magic in their blood to charm herbs to increase their healing properties. Usually we were tested when we turned 5 to see if we would become a healer or find some other profession that didn't involve magic. I was never tested. After Elser hatched, it had become clear I would be a tamer. There. All done, Amelia said, a little smug. Do you need a hand taking your shirt off? I was already pulling it off and biting back a groan of protest. The wounds had started to scab and the shirt had stuck to my flesh. It was a real bitch peeling it off and reopening the wounds. She frowned when I dumped it on the floor, biting my lips so hard she might have to heal that too. I see people in pain every day, right? Is she comforted, watching me carefully. It's okay if you hurt. You don't have to hide it from me. I said nothing, straddling the bench I sat on so she had better access to my back and chest. There were 3 angry holes on either side of my shoulders and 1 big gash in each of my shoulder blades where the harpy's talons had dug in. Frowning in concentration, she examined the wounds. I don't think I made enough. I'll do what I can with this, then make some more. Callie, I can't believe you've been strutting about for the past 2 hours with these wounds. We should have postponed the ceremony. I shrugged, then winced. It's fine. I can take it. She tossed a strand of blonde hair out of her face indignantly. It's not a matter of if you can take it, as she snapped, surprising me. She usually wasn't one for being curt. She was the gentlest soul I knew. You shouldn't have to go through this kind of pain. Who are you trying to prove? Your brothers? Grant? They wouldn't have postponed the ceremony, I grunted. They weren't attacked by a harpy. Callie, if any of them had sustained an injury like this, Grant would have asked to postpone it. I somehow doubted it. Dad would have told them to buck up and power through it. It seemed only fair that I did the same. In her rage, she seemed to have forgotten I was a patient, so she slapped the sarv on my back. I screamed. My wounds roared and felt like they were sizzling. I could practically hear my flesh boiling. Oh, Callie. I'm so sorry. At least I know you can feel pain, now. Biting my lips shut to keep another scream at bay while she massaged the poultice in the gashes, I nodded and blinked the tears away. My God, what did she take me for? I was stubborn, not numb. I'm going to shut up now. So sorry. Fear waved her voice. I wished I'd passed out from the pain so I hadn't heard it. The last thing I wanted was for her to fear me. I might have been known for my dragon-like temperament, but that didn't make me a monster. I only hurt those who hurt me and deserved it. The woman healing me definitely didn't deserve it, and it made me feel awful that she thought I was going to hurt her. A numb haze seemed to wash over me while she moved from wound to wound. By the time she de-dressed everything and helped me put the shirt back on, I ran automatically, trudging across the floor and opening the door, thanking her for taking the time to help me. I barely noticed Elsa outside, who wasn't allowed to be standing in the middle of the road where she was. Dad and my brothers were with her, calming her down. The only thing that did sate the dragon, though, was my touch as I came up beside her. She heard my scream and was scared for me. Dad watched me with sad eyes as I hopped onto Elsa's back. I could barely feel my legs. I wasn't sure I would make it through the village to my house. It would give me the distance I needed to be away from my fellow villagers, some of which had also come to check out what Elsa was doing here. Prince Camden was one of them. I'm fine, I told my family numbly. Go back to partying. I held onto Elsa's horns while she gently took to the sky to glide over the buildings from my backyard. Reluctant to move again, I rubbed the length of her neck and gave her a big hug. Normally, she would purr, but the concern in her eyes was too great. I'll be okay, girl. I'm going to sleep, and when I wake up, I'll be all better, I promise. She nodded solemnly, then flattened her tummy against the ground, so I didn't have to slide far. After a gentle nuzzle, she watched me enter the house, then curled up into a ball at the base of my window. I climbed the stairs and pushed my door open. I'd only just managed to take my pants off before I collapsed on the bed and let the weight of my day drag me down to sleep. When I woke up, I found the flask Giles had given me last night on my nightstand, filled to the brim with his concoction. I didn't have the need for it this morning, though. I was a little achy, but the wounds had closed during the night. Still, the gesture warmed my heart. Smiling, I peeled the bandages off and changed into riding pants and a baggy cotton shirt. Instead of letting it remain baggy at my sides, though, I found some pins and tightened the fabric so it revealed the curves I had been unintentionally hiding. Aunt Patricia would enjoy tailoring my wardrobe to flatter me more, I'm sure. I skipped down the stairs, taking Caden's wonderful cooking into my nose. Man, the woman he married was going to be very lucky. I hope they expect us to visit for dinner a lot. My brothers, Dad, and Prince Camden were around the table, mowing on some bacon and bread. Casper took one look at me and choked on the mouthful of bread he'd just torn from his loaf. What? I demanded of him as I joined them and stashed some food on my plate before it all disappeared into their bellies. He pounded his chest, then swallowed with a sip of water right behind it. You've grown. I looked down at my breasts, of which he must be referring to since my tight shirt was all that was different on me. Harry's face went pink. What did Amelia do to you last night? Prince Camden snorted. You can't seriously mean you've never noticed your sister's breasts growing in? She always wears baggy shirts, Caden defended. He narrowed his scrutinizing eyes on me. You've done something to your shirt. I flushed. If they were going to react like this to a simple change, I didn't think anyone would notice. Maybe I should take the pins out. You look nice today, Callie, Adat said with a soft smile. Ignore these idiots. Talon snorted with an eye roll. Yeah, she looks nice for the prince. My face flamed and I did everything in my power to not look at the snickering prince and focused my rage on my evil brother. I'm not. I just wanted to do something different today, is all. Screw breakfast, if this was how I was going to be treated in front of Prince Camden, no less. Come on, Prince, we're going. He gave me a droll look, not moving an inch. I'm going to finish my breakfast, thank you. I'm the guide, and I say we're leaving. The sooner we started his training, the sooner he could leave and I could no longer be embarrassed by my brothers. And I'm your prince and I say I'll do what I want. You can't order me around, woman. My brothers snickered, taking sneak peeks at each other in anticipation. This was it. Who was going to win the bet? However, I had no compulsion to cry and I didn't feel like reaming the prince out at this early hour. I wanted to slap him. My hand burned and told me to do it. The only thing holding me back was Dad's look of warning, because he knew I wanted to hurt the prince. I stole a deep breath, then released it. Fine, Your Highness. I'll be outside when you're ready. Good. He stuck his chin up at me, then continued eating, like I'd been dismissed. Growling the whole way, I marched out the house and slammed the door behind me. Elsa had been waiting eagerly for me to show myself, and when I did turn up, she hopped over to me, wrapped her tail around me, and pressed her muzzle against my chest. My rage died away and I held her face, scratching the tip of her chin where she couldn't get to properly with the small horns in her claws way. I told you I'd feel better today, didn't I? She sniffed my back for any sign of blood. Content. She puffed white smoke over my head. What are you doing? Prince Camden ridiculed me on his way out the door. He wore the same riding pants and scale jacket he wore yesterday, no doubt expecting to ride a dragon today. Not with his attitude this morning. He'd be lucky if a dragon wanted to be near him. I'm greeting Elsa, I told him, taking the higher road and not continuing to insult him. Elsa, this is Prince Camden. Prince, this is my best friend. He exchanged a dubious look between us. I thought you were joking when you said your best friend was a dragon. I wasn't. I replied curtly, turning my attention back to my friend. Elsa, this is the jackass I warned you about. We're stuck with him for the time being, so don't blow smoke up his ass. Har, har. Very funny. I peered back at him. I wasn't joking. Elsa is very aggressive towards people I don't like. I have to hold her back. He rolled his eyes. Elsa broke from our embrace and leapt in front of him, releasing a dangerous growl from the back of her throat right in his face. He staggered back and fell on his butt, face pale. Elsa. I tapped her hind leg. Leave him alone. He's going to be a dragon prince. She snorted, purposely letting snot shoot out her nostrils and splattering the ground at his feet, then swung around in a big motion of fluttering wings and wide tail swishes. She sat behind me, curling her tail around my feet protectively. Grumbling, he stood up and dusted himself off. Let me guess. She doesn't like me? His tone was too mocking for me to be happy someone actually believed they could tell what a dragon was thinking by their actions. No, She doesn't he? Let us go. I spun on my heel for the village. Where are we going? He demanded, quickly falling into step beside me. He peered up at Elsa warily, making sure it was okay for him to be this close to me. If she didn't stop him by now, he was safe. We're going to the nests so we can find you a dragon and get you out of here as fast as possible. Lovely. At least we can agree on something. The sooner I get away from you, the better. He brushed a hand through his hair indignantly, shoulder brushing against mine as he did it. Oh. Could he walk any closer? Sidestepping him, I patted Elsa's shoulder as we approached the river. Go up ahead. We'll meet you on the other side of the village. She peered at me then to Prince Camden and flattened her wings against her back while she glared at him. I patted her side again in comfort. Don't worry, I can take him. Rolling his eyes, he grunted and drifted away from me, so there was a good 2 feet between us with a look that suggested he might catch a deadly disease if he was any closer to me. She leant into me then jumped into the sky. I was prepared for the gust of wind that followed the powerful thrust of her wings, but he was not and stumbled back. I caught his elbow and yanked him upright. He brushed my arm off with a short growl. Was that necessary? You get used to it, I told him. She didn't mean anything by it. I'm sure, he snide, glaring at her as she glided over the village. Well, maybe she did. I held back my remarks and looked around the streets as we walked through them. My eyes particularly caught the loaf of bread Sammy was selling at his bread stall. He wore a dark shirt with a leather vest and light pants. His pale skin was a right contrast to his pitch-black hair. However, freckles dusted his nose and cheeks, adding a splash of youth to his features. When we were younger, kids used to make fun of his buck teeth, but he appeared to have embraced them now and gave me a toothy smile. He winked at me, eyes falling to my chest. Morning, Cal, you look good today. I smiled at him and tossed a coin at him. Thanks. He handed me the biggest warm loaf he had, face lit up like a bonfire as he inclined his head towards me. Prince Camden rolled his eyes on our way down the street. What? You're not going to deck the guy for ogling you? I gave him a sidelong glance and shook my head, disappointed he thought I went around town beating guys up for looking at me too long. There's nothing wrong with him liking the view. It was actually quite flattering. Sammy liked what he saw. He, like everyone else, didn't he really see me as anything more than a girl with 5 tallest brothers and a scary-ass father. I'd take being checked out when I could get it. It was as far as it was ever going to get anyway. Your brothers didn't seem to mind it, either, I remarked. His face went red. Please, my brothers have more class than to gawk at a wild thing. Disregarding his comment on me being a wild thing, I waggled my eyebrows at him. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I'm new. Exciting. Everyone wants a piece of this. Except everyone's too afraid to admit it. Really? Because that's not what Amber tells me. My hand clenched around my loaf too much a piece broke off and landed on my foot. I wouldn't take what Amber says to heart. She has a tendency to stretch the truth. A glimmer flashed across his eyes in the sunlight. They were a striking green this morning, like a leaf held up to the sun. His hair appeared to have tufts of gold in it too. It wasn't all pale. Of course she does, he replied stiffly. Amber will say whatever she can to get attention. I'm new here, but I'm not naive. People have tried to manipulate me for my money and power all my life. She's nothing I haven't seen before. But you believe the things she says about me? I asked indignantly, glaring at him. Could he possibly get any worse? He watched me a moment, eyes unrelenting and calculative. I haven't decided if I should believe her or not yet. Some of the things she said are, well, believable from what I've seen far. Like what? I might as well figure out what lies she was feeding him and squash them if we were going to spend a lot of time together. He scratched the back of his head and turned his gaze forward just when a couple of kids ran in front of us, chasing each other with sticks. I remembered a time when that used to be me and my brothers, running around town hunting down whomever was it. Casper was usually the one we chased, since he was the oldest and tallest, needing some advantage against the 5 of us searching the town for him, then chasing him with our sticks when we found him. The prince frowned. She said you used to beat other kids growing up and lord over them, that you got to share a house with princes, that you were special and they were worthless. Of course she said that. I sighed. I only beat kids up in self-defense. They used to gang up on me for being different, so I kicked their arses. I never lorded anything over anyone. I know other tamers are jealous because your family clearly sees talent in mine. Why would I rub it in their face? I don't get anything off doing that to people. He pressed his lips in a tight line, thinking on it. We walked in silence for a while as he decided on what to think of me. I stopped by the butcher to grab some jerky for the dragons to entice them to say hello to the prince, since I had a feeling he was going to need all the help he could get if Elsa, the most human-tolerant dragon I knew, didn't like him. We had just passed the last of the houses on the other side of town and were about to meet up with Elsa in the wildflower field when he stopped, clearly not ready to leave the boundaries of town just yet. The breeze blew his hair to the side, adding curls to the tips of his dusty blonde locks. Some might say the wind-blown look on him was rather fetching, but the scrutinizing look on his face when he regarded me ruined it for me. Amber said that no man wants to be with you because you turn them down and laugh in their face, that you're too good for any man. His tone was harsh, accusatory, and a little vindictive, no doubt remembering what I'd done to his groin when I first met him. He was hoping to get a rise out of me for poking a soft spot. I didn't give him the satisfaction and gazed at him with a blank face. No man wants to be with me because my body is ugly. I'm tougher than most men in this village, and they are all afraid of my father. I wouldn't laugh in a man's face for asking me out, even if I didn't like him, because at least he had the balls to ask. I nodded over to Elsa, who was stretching her wings to their full length. If it weren't for the fact she was moving, her matte green scales in the sun made her look like an immaculate stone statue. She was always poised elegantly, ready for whatever I had planned for the day. Are you done listening to a lying slut? Asked the prince impatiently. Elsa's waiting. His eyes rolled to the heavens and back. You ladies really don't like each other, do you? What did she ever do to you to deserve this treatment from you? I balked at the audacity. Me? You think I'm the antagonist? Why did it hurt so much that he thought I had started our feud, that she'd actually be nice to me if it weren't for the way I treated her? If you're stupid enough to actually believe a word she told you, then I'm not going to waste my breath on you. He crossed his arms and put all his weight on one foot, making a point that he wasn't moving. See, maybe if you weren't so aggressive I wouldn't believe her, but it's not that hard to see where she's coming from at the moment. Maybe if you smiled more instead of sneered, I would think differently. I scoffed a laugh. Of course you'd like that. All men wanted women to sit pretty and smile at them. Too bad for them. I was here to spice things up. Yeah, he agreed sharply. I would. Believe it or not, I like to see my people smile and be happy. Oh. Well, now I looked like an asshole. Clearing my throat, I spun on my heel and headed for Elsa again. Maybe it wouldn't hurt me to smile a little more then, but not for that bitch. Nothing I do will ever make her happy. After a moment, he caught up to me, eyes forward, all businesslike. So, If you're not the antagonist, what did you do to make her hate you so much? I don't think she hates me, she just doesn't like me. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm different from my fellow villagers. She thinks my difference is shameful, so she reminds me every day what a freak of nature I am. He scoffed, shaking his head disappointedly. You're not that different. Sure, your occupation is a little more dangerous than most women's jobs, but you clean up nicely. It was my turn to scoff. Tell that to Amber, except don't tell anyone I wore a dress at the castle. Why not? I don't want Dad getting any ideas of shipping me off to my Aunt Patricia to become more womanly. I love my job and I wouldn't change it for anything. I came to a stop in front of Elsa, refusing to look at the prince. ID told him something ID never told anyone, and the power to take the life ID fought for away. I couldn't bear to look at him to see if he was scheming or not. Elsa lowered herself down so I could hop onto her back. Prince Camden took in her sighs doubtfully. She stood straight, tail pointed while she glared at him, not impressed by his judgy eyes. I patted her neck in comfort, sorry she couldn't roast him like I knew she wanted to. Can she fly with both of us? Not for long, I told him honestly, which earned me a glare from the dragon for admitting her flaw. She can get us most of the way there, otherwise it'll take a good chunk of the day getting there. Nodding, he climbed up behind me and wrapped his arms tightly around me without hesitation this time. Elsa jumped into the sky, wings spreading wide to catch a current. She angled for the looming gap between Mount Dora and Mount Asher, where our dragon colony nested. She got us to the top of the hill, panting for breath. Prince Camden hopped off first, shaking his legs out while he looked around cautiously. I didn't blame him for thinking I'd taken him somewhere secluded so my dragon could eat in the dark. Rocky mountains and seemingly deserted trail did feel ominous. If he listened, he would hear the dragons socializing over the ridge, which only made it more unsettling for someone who wasn't used to being around unfamiliar dragons. I rubbed my face against Elsa's. Thank you, girl. You can rest here if you want. I'll be okay in there. Nodding, she curled up and faced down the length of the trail, a silent promise to guard the nest's exit, as unnecessary as it was. Prince Camden raised his eyebrows at me. Is there any reason we wouldn't be okay in there? He pointed at the crest of the ridge, which was very clearly the nest's entrance. I shrugged. The dragons aren't so welcoming of strangers during breeding and hatching season, but both of those have passed and all the dragonlings are being trained in the pen right now. Where I would be if Dad hadn't asked me to guide the prince. My job was to get the dragonlings used to humans and to the way we did things in Plum, while their mothers watched. Kane and Spence were the other two dragonling tamers, the only other two humans the females completely trusted with their young, and that was only after I handpicked them for their gentleness and introduced them to the mothers. Here. I tossed him the bag of jerky I'd bought earlier. Dragons love jerky. He peered inside dubiously, then frowned at me. In the shadow of the mountains, his hair was almost white. He looked older, but not in a bad way, the youthfulness and the raw beauty of his features still holding true. Thanks. I nodded, then began the trek up the rest of the hill. He followed close behind, holding the bag tightly at his side. So these dragons were about to meet. They're tamed? I couldn't help overhearing the nerves in his voice. As much as I wanted to tease him for being nervous, meeting unfamiliar dragons could be terrifying, and it was probably even more nerve-wracking when he thought about finding a partner in one of them. He'd waited his whole life for this moment. I would be excited and nervous too. So I let him keep his dignity. How many are there? He added after my confirmation. We have 212 in our colony, I told him levelly, but they won't all be in the nest at once. Depending how today goes, We might have to find them in the mountains. I'll have to teach you how to fly, if we do. I came to a stop at the top of the mound and looked down the canyon. There was a good handful of dragons here today, mostly young ones Elsar's age. They were playing, snapping at each other and whipping their tails and their sides. Eager to see the look on Prince Camden's face at the sight of their play, I turned to him with a shit-eating grin. You ready to find your partner? Wary of my look, he inched up the mound to join me. His mouth dropped open. Ho, are you sure we're safe? He asked as Jeremiah nipped at Preston's side. You're the safest person in the valley when you're with me, I told him truthfully, though he, and many other people, doubted it. The cocky grin on my face probably didn't help instill any confidence he had in me. I whistled at the dragons. All 50 of them whipped their heads around to look at us. Preston leapt away from Jeremiah and the other dragons and landed in front of us, kicking up dirt. The prince would have fallen if I hadn't caught his shirt and yanked him to my side. I'm going to have to work on that. Dragons weren't exactly elegant. He was going to have to get used to being bombarded by large gusts of wind and jostled by the shaking ground. I held my hand out to the prince, demanding jerky. He slapped a piece into my palm with a steady hand. I had to give him credit. The man had balls. If he had expected the impact of Preston's arrival, he would have held his ground defiantly. Whether he was scared shitless on the inside or a stubborn fool, I would never know. Impressive. This is how you feed a dragon. I tossed the jerky over Preston's head. The dragon swung his head up and snapped his jaws shut, swallowing the piece. A gentle hum vibrated through his chest, and the dark blue and black dragon lowered his head so I could pet him. His humming grew louder at my rough scratches. I glanced back at the prince. Do you want to feed or pet him? He won't hurt you. He screwed his face up, put off by the very idea of treating a dragon like an ordinary pet. Amber was right about one thing. You are a crazy dragon lady. As long as they like it, I'll continue to be crazy, I replied hotly. If the dragons enjoyed my company, what else mattered? I grabbed more jerky from him and double-tapped Preston's jaw. He opened his mouth, drool dripping off his teeth. I placed the piece on his tongue and double-tapped his face again so he knew my hand was clear. That's how I feed a dragon. At the sight of more jerky, the other dragons came closer, becoming more aggressive as the gap shrunk. One of the bigger male's body checked a female into the cliff wall and shoved his way to the front. Job! He could be a real big bully when given the chance, like right now. He took hold of Preston's tail between his teeth and pulled him back, away from us. I stepped away from the prince and clapped loudly, yelling to catch Job's attention. He snarled at me, baring his teeth. Hey! I barked back. Don't give me that sass, buddy. Back of the line. He snarled again. Heart pounding harder than a dragon's wing beat, I stomped my foot and looked him straight in the eye as a challenge. Any sane tamer, so yeah, I guess I was a little crazy, would never give direct eye contact to an aggressive male like this, but they didn't have my trick. If you keep giving me that look, you're not going to get any jerky, you big buffoon. Only good dragons get treats. He stopped growling and narrowed his slit eyes on me. Oh yeah, he understood. There were only 2 ways to get treats from me now. He can behave and wait his turn, or he could kill us and take his claim and face the wrath of all the other dragons who I debonded with. I grew up alongside these guys. I was just like any other sibling to them. And he knew that. Prince Camden laughed incredulously from behind Preston. You've got to be kidding me. They're not dogs. Who cares about a chunk of beef when you're that big? He'll kill us. Ignoring him, I focused on Job. What is it gonna be, big guy? The grey dragon puffed black smoke out of his mouth, but he bowed his head and flattened his wings against his back in apology. That's what I thought. I relaxed and released the breath I'd held. The gamble had worked for me this far, but I knew how easy it could be for a dragon to decide he didn't want to obey me. It was all thanks to everything Elser had taught me that had kept me alive, and I really hoped it would continue to do so. Wiping sweat off my brow, I gestured for Prince Camden to come to my side. The dragons had calmed now and waited patiently for their jerky. He stood beside me, eyeing Job like he thought the dragon was going to swallow him whole at any moment. You want to find your partner? Here are 50 dragons. Have at 'em. He scrunched his brow at me. How do I do that? What do I do? Introduce yourself. Tell them what you're here for. They talk in your mind if they want to be your partner. At least, that was what I gathered from my brothers. All they said was that he know. Was I going to let the prince know I didn't really know what I was doing? No. Definitely not. Since he didn't want to feed the dragons and get to know them, I snatched the bag of jerky from him and dangled it tauntingly in front of them. There were various hisses, croons, and rumbles at the sight of the bag. They all started drooling. Stepping away from Preston's pile of drool with a grimace, the prince cleared his throat and inspected the dragons one by one as we passed them, not bothering with introductions despite my suggestion. It was like we were at a horse show, not looking for his lifelong partner. Grinding my jaw, keeping my thoughts about him, ignoring my advice to myself, I waggled the jerky about to get the dragons to open their mouths. His frown deepened and he grew more frustrated the further down the line we went. Don't you have bigger dragons? My brother's dragons are huge. I pouted, disappointed in him. The size of the dragon wasn't everything. The smaller ones were more nimble and faster. The bigger ones had more brute strength, but not necessarily power if he was after a dragon that would give him strong abilities. These guys are only 20 years old or younger, I replied dully. If you want a bigger one, we can look into finding an older dragon in a mountain. They'll be less likely to bond with you, though. He tore his gaze away from a red female to look at me and crossed his arms. Why? Dragons don't like change. A younger one will be more willing to adapt, however they're not as set in their ways. Grunting, he turned his attention back to the dragons, sizing them up a little less critically, but I could tell he had an idea of what he wanted from a dragon in his mind and he wasn't finding it here. Honestly, if I could pick it up from him, any of these dragons could too. None of them want to be partnered with a human who only wanted them for their power or size. He's going to be here forever. I concealed a heavy sigh, playing it up as a yawn. I think we should call it quits for today, Prince, I said, noticing I was all out of jerky. Thankfully, I'd gotten to everyone. Unfortunately, that also meant none of them had picked Prince Camden, and his frown had turned into a nasty scowl. Whatever. I'm not getting anything here. Are you sure there isn't something I have to do? My brothers said finding a dragon was the easy part. Your brothers also had an open mind and didn't see dragons as powerhouses. I shrugged because I knew my casualness would piss him off. It's supposed to be the easiest part, yes. Clearly not for everyone. He curled his lip up at me. You know what I think? I think you're purposely sabotaging me. When we get back, I want to talk to Grant. I laughed. Why? You think he's going to slap me on the wrist and tell me to try harder? I'm not the problem. We'll see once Grant tells Talon to guide me. Talon's grounded. He can't do it. Then one of your other brothers. Someone who knows what he's doing. Not some worthless dragon fucker. And there it was. What he really thought of me. It hurt more than I would ever show. Why did it hurt more coming out of his mouth than anyone else? Was it because his family had worked with mine for generations peacefully and I'd grown up with his brothers? Or maybe it was because I had faith in him, that I could somehow break through his mentality towards dragons and that I'd find a decent person underneath all that arseholery. But I was wrong. There was nothing underneath. Frustrated with him and angry with myself for hoping he was a better man than he let on, I clenched my fists, envisioning all the things I wanted to do to him for making me feel like a fool. Sacking him again. Punching his pretty nose until it was crooked and would never look the same again. Pound his face into the ground. Let the dragons hissing at him eat him. However, he was saved from whatever fate I'd decided for him. A furious roar rented the air. I turned to the direction of the agonized cry. It wasn't close. It must have come from the village. I recognized the deep tenor of the roar. Zeller. If he was in that much pain, he was going to be trouble. They were going to need me. On pure instinct, I opened my mouth to call for Elser, then I caught sight of Prince Camden looking around for the source of the cry. I wasn't alone, and Elser wouldn't be able to take us there as quickly as I wanted. Job! I called instead, whirling to the large grey dragon. I need a lift. The dragon was at my side in an instant. They'd all heard the roar too. They knew it was a dragon in pain. Soft moans echoed throughout the nest in compassion for the dragon. Wait, the prince shouted, following me until I climbed up Job's side and settled between two horns. You're riding bareback? That's crazy. You'll be thrown off. No, you'll be thrown off, I snapped viciously, not forgetting what he had said to me only moments ago. Job, grab him. I don't have time for spoiled brats. The dragon's wings fluttered, lifting him onto his back legs so he could take a very disgruntled prince into his claws. He shouted at me and the dragon to let him go. We didn't. Job launched into the sky. I almost lost my grip. He was so powerful. A slew of curses flew out of Prince Camden's mouth, then he halted his attempts to fight the dragon's hold once we were too high. He shot a glare at me instead, ash blonde hair slapping against his face as he did so. I would have been amused if a dragon wasn't hurt. Callie! This is it. I don't want you as my guide. Tell me something I don't know, I muttered, squeezing my arms around a horn. My feet found holds against the joints of his wings for support. We went over the mountain, then dove down for the village. From up here, I saw Zeller was backed into a corner by the healing pen where our healers would do checkups or heal the wounds dragons procured from playing or defending themselves in the wild. The pen was a large size, butted up against a cliffside some dragons like to perch on while recovering. This afternoon, however, Zeller was against it, thrashing his tail and hissing at Talon, the first tamer on the scene. Job dropped the prince on the ground before landing beside the dragon healing hut where the healers had gathered to watch. Thankfully, Amber wasn't among them. I wasn't in the mood to see her stupid smug face. I slid off Job and rushed to my brother's side. Zeller snarled at my entrance, inducing a scream from Amelia, who I could now see was pressed up against the cliff, doing everything she could to remain small and inconspicuous behind the dragon, which had appeared to have forgotten she was there. Thank gods for that. Dragons like this were irrational. If he saw her, he might think she was trying to sneak up on him and try to kill her. What happened? Talon, whip in hand, glared at me. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be guiding the prince, or did you kill him? I gestured at him over my shoulder, disinterested in whatever the prince was doing at the moment. Zeller had all my attention. Not yet. I won't get the chance, either, He wants to talk to Dad about switching guides. His eyebrows perked up at that, and he peered behind him at Prince Camden. He looks pissed. Job picked him up. Didn't he have time to teach him how to ride bareback? What happened here, Talon? Falling into tamer mode, a cool mask fell over his face. He pointed at Emilier with his whip hand. Emilier was doing an annual checkup on Zeller. I don't know what set him off, but he looks pissed. I watched the dragon spread his wings high and wide, threateningly. It was a warning to keep away. His hiss backed it up, but there was a wobble to the noise. The look in his eyes weren't hostile, they were pained. The cry I'd heard earlier was definitely one of agony. Something had hurt him, though there were no visible injuries. What hurt you, big guy? Only Emilier knew the answer, but she was trapped behind the dragon, scared out of her mind. Hey, at least she didn't have to calm him down. That was my job. A very terrifying yet thrilling job. I stepped for him. Talon gripped my arm and nodded back to the prince. Make sure nothing happens to him. I got this. Now wasn't the time to argue. Zeller would sense our rising anger and frustration, and would react poorly to raised voices, so I fell into step beside the prince, ignoring him completely. Talon approached Zeller with caution in a low crouch. Zeller watched him closely, hissing and fluttering his wings as a warning to back off. His tail whipped back and forth behind him, hitting the cliffside. Small rocks broke away. Emilier screamed and covered her head as they tumbled around her. Talon moved to the side, away from the cliff, in an attempt to draw Zeller towards him. The dragon only took a few steps to get a better angle on him, the real threat out of the crowd gathering around to watch a tamer at work. Dad appeared at my side, my brothers close behind. Situation? I filled them in with what I knew, which felt so little. All I did was confirm that Zeller was hurt and irrational, which meant we might have to take drastic measures. Ones I didn't want to take. I'd saved Zeller's life before. I could do it again. Dad dispatched my brothers to clear the crowd, a distraction Talon nor Zeller needed right now, and for me to remain at Prince Camden's side. He bit his lip, watching Talon work in strict concentration. Talon swung his whip around casually, so Zeller got used to the idea of the whip moving, as to not fear it. Unsettled by the movement and the direct eye contact Talon gave him, the dragon growled, swishing his tail like a rattlesnake. If Talon wasn't careful, Zeller might lash out. Quick as a cobra, Talon flicked his whip and caught Zeller around the leg. He pulled, bringing the dragon down into a submissive position. It was a mistake. The dragon roared and reared up. He tore the whip out of Talon's grasp and swung his tail all the way around, hitting my brother squarely in the chest. He went flying into the fence and hit the ground, still. Talon! Dad cried. Harry and Giles went to grab him, but I caught Harry while Dad got Giles. Clear your minds, boys, Dad cautioned. Callie, distract Zeller. Casper, Caden, grab your brother while he's focused on her. Harry, Giles, get Emilier out of here. Prince Camden laughed, making me almost trip. That's suicide. She's going to get clobbered. Then I guess you won't have to worry about me being your guide, will you? I snapped, then approached the dragon with my hands up so he could see I was unarmed. His scales bristled at my approach, claws digging deep into the earth. He bared his teeth at me. I stopped, angling him away from Talon so Casper and Caden could move in. Hey, buddy, what's the matter? I asked the dragon softly. What happened to you? I can't help you if you don't show me. He roared, spreading his mouth wide open. His hot breath spilled over me and blew my hair back. As much as I wanted to cringe from the noise and gag at the stench of smoke and rotten meat, I held my ground, keeping my hands open, passive. Showing any kind of weakness would give him doubt, and I'd end up like Talon. He had to trust me that I knew what I was doing, and I wouldn't hurt him. Okay, sorry. Can I come a little closer? He wasn't far enough away from the wall for my brothers to get Amelia out safely. I needed him to follow me out in the open. I advanced for him, reaching my hands out for his face. He roared again, stepping for me so he was right in my face. My body told me to run, but I shut my eyes and took a deep breath. If I showed or even smelled fear, he wouldn't give me the time of day, let alone obey me. Callie! Tail! I turned to Dad's call, catching Zeller's tail swinging my way. Swearing, I leapt over it, rolling to the side. Someone get her out of there. Prince Camden ordered. She's going to get herself killed. Shut up and let her work, Dad shouted. Cal's got this. Hearing the confidence in Dad's tone snapped me back in focus. Zeller's tail was coming my way again. I only had time to brace myself before it hit my chest and sent me into the cliff face. Emily screamed and stepped for me. I shot my hand out at her. Don't! I croaked, regaining my breath. Any movement he would see as a threat and attack them. She pressed herself against the wall instead. Content she wasn't going to move, I shook my head to clear my mind and stood up. Zeller! I barked. If being passive wasn't going to work, it was time to switch gears. That wasn't cool, man. You see what you did to me. I raised my arm so he could see the blood trickling down the nasty gash I'd gotten from the impact. His nostrils flared at the scent of blood, as constricting into thin vertical lines. A rumble started in his throat as he recognized that he'd hurt me, his friend. You've got her calm down, buddy, you're going to hurt a lot of people. He bellowed, backing me up to the wall. I was faintly aware my brothers were calling for me, but I was too focused on the nose a foot away for me to hear what they said. Swallowing back a lump of bravery, I reached out and placed a hand between his nostrils. Smoke puffed out them, encasing me in a thick layer I couldn't see through. Once it cleared, he opened his mouth. My heart lurched. This was it. I'd gone too far. He was going to snap me in half with his powerful jaws. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited. And waited. He grunted, mouth still open, boiling hot breath burning my skin slightly. Biting my lip, I opened my eyes and stared right down his throat. Gods, it stunk. His uvula jiggled as he breathed. Saliva dripped off his teeth, narrowly missing my feet. I swallowed. I'd been closer to dragons than anyone, but never practically inside one's mouth. Even though he clearly didn't mean to harm me at this moment, anyway it still put an awful knot in my stomach. Once my fear faded away, I scanned his mouth to see what he was trying to show me. There! A sheep's leg was wedged between two teeth. It must have been the sheep Amelia fed him to see if he was eating properly and not swallowing something the big wholesome dragons did and ended up choking and dying because of it. Hey, Zeller, I see it. Will you let me remove it? He stretched his neck out, giving me full access. Gingerly, I moved to the side of his head and reached in, praying he wouldn't shut his mouth. My fingers barely touched the bone when he roared, a second-s warning before he clamped his mouth shut. His head reared up, catching my gut and hucking me over his head. I latched onto one of the horns just above his eyebrow and clung to any part of his neck with my legs. I held on for dear life as he swung and bucked. Dad called out to me. I chanced a look to see Casper and Harry hold him back. Good. Now was definitely not the time for anyone to be going near this dragon. Zeller's head flew back. My hands slipped from his horn. I went tumbling down his back, barely able to catch the crook of his wing joint. Casper Giles, grab Amelia. Now! I screamed, as I held on with everything I had. Thankfully, I was more familiar with this end of a dragon and found much more solid holds to grip. Harry rope. Zeller flapped his wings as an attempt to buck me off, since his neck wasn't long enough for his jaws to catch me. While he wailed, Casper and Giles snuck around the back and finally got Amelia away from the wall. Harry, the most lithe of my brothers, darted up to Zeller's side. Before he could toss the rope to me, Zeller whipped his tail around. Harry dodged it, rolling underneath the rearing dragon to get to his other side. He threw the rope up at me. I barely managed to catch it, nearly falling off in the process. With a grunt, I swung the thick, heavy rope around Zeller's neck and tied a loop for a more reliable handle. Zeller beat his wings again, but this time with more vigor with the intention to fly. Shit! He's going to take off. Dad warned me. Get off him, Callie. He's not worth your life. Ignoring him, I held onto the rope, determined. If I let Zeller go, they would hunt him down tomorrow and kill him. He would be deemed too dangerous and untamable. Not happening. This dragon had done so well with our tamers. He would be fine once we got that bone out of his teeth. And you have to prove Prince Camden wrong. You're not a worthless dragon tamer. You are the best. Taking a deep breath to calm my mind, I went into action. First step, immobilize him. Releasing the handle I made, I dove for the base of his right wing and pulled out my hunting knife in its sheath. Flipping the knife around so I held the scabbard end, I rammed the hilt just beneath the joint. Zeller cried out. His wing flopped to the ground, paralyzed. While he was surprised by his sudden paralysis, I jumped to his other wing, which was flailing about wildly, almost borfing my head. He was moving around so wildly, I had to lie on his back, wrapping my legs around the base of his wing. He jumped, attempting to fly with one wing. We hit the ground hard. I lost my knife. Swearing, I formed a triangle with my arm and rammed my elbow onto the joint. Just like the other wing, this one flopped to his side. He bucked desperately. Using whatever strength I could muster, I swung off his wing and slammed my knee into a pressure point behind his front left leg, rendering it useless. As a precaution, I rolled over to his other side and elbowed the pressure point behind his front right leg. The great dragon teetered forward, roaring and shaking his head. Step 2. Secure him. Tie him down, boys. I ordered my brothers, leaping for the dragon's head to weigh it down while they wove his muzzle shut and tied his wings to his back. With rope and the large iron pegs we used in cases such as these, they pinned his tail down to the ground. They moved onto his neck, binding it down the same way. Confident Zeller wasn't going anywhere and that he was safe, I slipped off his muzzle and staggered back. My legs were a lot more wobbly than I'd anticipated, weak from clinging for my life. Dad wrapped a supportive arm around me with a proud smile as he watched the whimpering dragon while my brothers finished up securing him. Good job, Callie. Quick thinking. Are you okay? Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, I was starting to feel the ache in my back and chest and an awful throbbing in my elbow where it had direct contact with dragon scale, one of the hardest substances man could find. I bit my lip. I'll be fine. Nothing Amelia can't fix, right? I turned to find the girl huddled against Prince Camden, crying. He was the only available soul to console her at the moment, but it still got my blood boiling watching him hold her. For some reason, that pissed me off more than anything else had today. Not that she obviously needed comforting by someone. Not that he was just being nice. No, it was the fact that he was holding her. Being nice to her. Letting her cry on his shoulder while he clearly didn't want to be left in charge of a weeping woman. Saying encouraging things to stop her from breaking down. There was the man I knew was hidden under all his narcissism, but he wouldn't be that man with me. Shoving aside my silly envious feelings, I turned my attention to Talon. He was coming to her, leaning back on a fence post. I knelt beside him and lifted the dark hair out of his face to check his wound. He slapped my hand away with a vicious glare. Get away from me, Cal. I don't want your help. You're injured, Talon, just let me. He shoved me, hard. I fell on my rump. I said go away. What part don't you understand about that? His blue eyes were orbs of a raging storm, hazardous to anything they laid their eyes on. Me. I gaped, hurt such raw emotion was angled towards me. Talon, what did I do? What didn't you do? Everything always has to be about you. First you take the rite of passage away from me. Now you're stealing my dragons? I had him. I didn't need your help. It took 5 of us to bring him down. I snapped, standing up. You did not have him. I helped because you're too stubborn to admit when you need it. I hate you. He jumped to his feet and pushed me again. I wish you were never born. At least Mom would still be around. He rammed his shoulder into mine as he passed me for the Pen S exit. Talon. I was going to run after him, but Dad caught my arm, the one with the sore elbow. I tried to hide my wince from him. He saw it and eased his grip with an apology in his eyes. Let him go, Cal. He needs to cool off. He's hurt. And so are you. Go look after yourself. We'll handle everything from here. I looked over to Zeller, who was seething but had stopped trying to escape his bonds. You're not going to put him down, are you? He only acted out because he has a bone stuck in his teeth. He wouldn't he? He put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed tenderly. I'll let him live and have a healer look at his mouth. Get checked out, Callie, please. It wasn't he until I felt the dribble down the back of my neck when I realized I'd also suffered a head wound and that he was staring at the copious amount of blood trickling down my face. Okay. I went over to Zeller and pressed my palm between his nostrils. Be good for them, big guy. They're going to look after you. The pain will stop, I promise. His watery eyes met mine a moment, then he nodded the best he could with his face pinned to the ground. I kissed his scaly face. Good boy. I'll stop by the healing pen tomorrow with jerky if I hear you behaved yourself. The dragon perked up at that and stopped puffing black smoke. Satisfied he was going to be all right while I was gone, I hobbled over to Amelia and the prince. Hey, Amelia. I know you're probably scared, but do you think you could? She leapt from the prince and wrapped her arms around me with more force than I expected from someone so small. Thank you. You saved my life. I couldn't stop the flush rising on my cheeks. No one had ever thanked me for taming a dragon for them. I untucked some hair from my ears so she or the gobsmacked prince couldn't see the blush. I was just doing my job. You don't have to thank me for that. She slapped my bad arm. I winced. Of course I do. You were amazing. I've never seen someone tame like that. Pressure points. Brilliant. No harm comes to the dragon. It makes my job so much easier. Oh, your arm's wounded and I just hit it. I'm so thoughtless. Come on, I'll make you brand new, so you can continue training the prince. I shrugged, avoiding his eye contact. No rush. He doesn't want me guiding him. I'm a worthless dragon fucker. She glared at the sheepish prince, slipping her arm behind my back to lead me to the healing hut. Actually, the prince said, stepping in front of us, can we talk? Changed his mind, did he? Too bad for him. I'd seen his true colors. I didn't want anything to do with him, much like all our dragons. He could switch guides, but it wouldn't change who he was. Sticking my chin up, I passed him. Nope. What do you mean, no? He demanded, following us through the streets. Damn it. I was hoping he wouldn't clue in that I was too hurt to fend him off. We're talking, he decided. Sighing, I let Amelia open the door to the hut for me and trailed in behind her. The prince was hot on my tail. I guess we are. I sat down on the bench while Amelia lit the candles. The sun hadn't quite set yet, but it would be soon, definitely by the time she finished with me. The prince stood in front of me, arms crossed and adamant I listened to him. Suddenly the confidence and swagger deflated and he sighed heavily, averting his gaze to the floor. So, I think I might have been hasty to judge you and your methods. I'm sorry. And? I pressed. If he thought I was going to make this easy for him after he ridiculed my work and insulted me, he was sorely mistaken. He chewed on his lip, a light glare in his eyes when he lifted them to me. Amelia came to my side. Off with the shirt. Let us see what that dragoness done to you. She gave the prince a pointed look to turn his gentlemanly gaze away. He didn't Not caring if he was looking or not, I pried my shirt off, revealing the dark bruise across my chest and undoubtedly my back where Zeller's tail had caught me and thrown me into the wall. Amelia hissed, taking in the full extent of my injuries. How do you do it? I'd be crying my eyes out by now. It's not as bad as it looks. Or maybe I'd gotten used to being bruised and beaten. Taming dragons wasn't a walk in the park. Untamed dragons were vicious. They had killed many tamers in my village. It was a risk we all took whenever we approached a dragon. She shook her head reproachfully at me. You're crazy. So I've been told. I straightened up so she could get better access to my injuries and looked at the prince, who was slowly taking in the bruises, cuts, and scars splattering my torso with concern, surprise, and possibly respect. A new look for him. Go on. You were saying? He frowned at me, pursing his lips in distaste. Well, he could suck up a little pride if he wanted my help. I'm sorry for the way I treated you, he went on reluctantly. He sounded like a stroppy child that had been forced to apologize. I shouldn't have assumed you couldn't do your job because you were a woman and talk to dragons, even though they can't talk back to you. Clearly it gives you an advantage over your brothers. And? He was getting warmer to what I was fishing for. His dark green eyes narrowed into a sharp glare. The orange tinge of the candles lit his hair up with golds and bronzes. It added more tone to his skin too. I imagined that's how he'd look in the summer, training in the sun all day with his brothers. And I'm sorry for letting Amber get to me. She has you all wrong. And? I pressed. I hadn't expected him to bring up Amber, but that had been nice. He groaned and shifted his weight with an eye roll. Alaric was right. I am an idiot around beautiful women. You make me the stupidest man alive. Okay, he was wandering away from what I'd been looking for, but damn it, my cheeks flamed. Even when he saw all the scars and my bruises, he still thought I was beautiful, the most beautiful woman he'd met, according to him. Amelia snickered while she lathered my back in the magical poultice. It felt cool and soothing against my sweaty back. I closed my eyes and released a long, relaxed breath. As shitty as being thrown around by a dragon was, the healing process afterwards wasn't so bad. The poultice was refreshing on my skin. I got to rest for a day or two, and my brothers always were around to get anything for me. What's so funny? Prince Camden demanded of the healer. I'm trying to have a private conversation. She wants you to ask her to be your guide again, Prince. You really don't think clearly around beautiful women, do you? Of course not, he agreed instantly, which surprised me. It's insanely distracting. He sighed and looked at me. You really know how to grind my gears, don't you? Making me act like a fool. I hope you're enjoying yourself because it doesn't happen often. He put his hands on his hips, looking at me levelly with those fiery green eyes of his. So, will you be my guide? Ignoring the pain in my back, I shrugged. May. That depends entirely if you're going to be an asshole and call me a dragon fucker again. The determination in his eyes faded to one of sorrow. It softened his features, conveying how truly sorry he was for saying that. But I wanted him to say it. He swallowed. I will never compare you to anything derogatory again, Callie. I'm sorry. I took out my frustration on not being chosen by a dragon instantly on you. You were doing your job and I refused to listen. I don't deserve a dragon after the way I treated you. I stuck my chin up. No, probably not, but I will help you find one. You'll be the strongest partnership in your family if you listen to me. He cocked an eyebrow of curiosity at me. You think so? We'll find out. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to fly, then depending how quickly you pick it up, we'll find the rest of the colony throughout the valley. And if you question my methods, I'll be more than happy to leave you on a mountain dragonless. A smile flitted across his face. It made butterflies attack my stomach. It was such a pleasant look for him. I was so entranced by his pretty face. I didn't notice Amelia coming around my side and slapping some sarve on my elbow. Yarling, I scooted down the length of the bench from her. For a healer, your bedside manner is terrible. She shook her head at me. I thought you could take it. I'll take it if I have to, but a little warning would be appreciated. Sorry, she murmured, going back to her ministrations. Prince Camden sat on the other side of the table, watching Amelia intently as she worked her magic on me, or was he studying my scars? I looked the other way, trying not to figure out what he thought of them. It didn't matter what he or anyone else thought. I couldn't change them. They were a part of who I was, and while I sometimes doubted my life choices when Amber or a certain boorish prince mocked me for it, I was proud of who I was. Let us see another woman do what I could do, or man for that matter. No one could hold me back, and I will continue to prove people wrong. My methods would save human and dragon lives alike. Prince Camden was going to be my first student, a guinea pig. If a prince took me seriously, others would too. I could teach future tamers they didn't have to use whips or other weapons to control a dragon. Amelia finished up the wrappings and helped put my shirt back on. If you're flying tomorrow, take it easy. You'll still be sore. Zeller hit you pretty hard. Julie noted. I never took it easy. That was for pusses. She frowned at me, recognizing my tone. I usually reserved it for whatever Amber had to say about my body while she healed it, since she was the one who generally healed me with her stronger magic. Are you going to be okay heading home? You can stay here for the night if you want. I waved it off, but it was Prince Camden who stood up and inclined his head to her. I'll make sure she arrives home in one piece. In that case, you might need to carry her up the stairs, as she added cheekily. Her legs might be weak. My legs are fine, I grumbled, standing and feeling a tweak in my knee. Damn it. Swallowing back a whimper, I stood straighter and did my best not to limp for the door. The prince was at my side in an instant, slipping his arm around my waist to support me. I'm fine, I insisted, putting a hand on his very firm chest to push away. He held me tighter against him, flashing a daring grin that suited him far too well for my own good. If you keep fighting me, I'll have to carry you back. I've got to make sure my teacher is all fixed up by tomorrow. I'd like to see you try, I muttered, but stopped protesting and let the warmth of his body soak through my clothes, adding to the blush on my cheeks. Fine. You can help me limp through the village, but I'm walking through the door by myself. I don't want my family to worry. I'll allow it. Oh, he'll allow it, will he? How generous. Amelia opened the door for us and followed us down the street, then bid her goodnight once we passed her house. You know, he said once we were alone, it's okay to need help every now and again. If I've observed one thing from your family, it's that you guys think you have to do everything by yourselves. I asked for help with Zeller, didn't I? What did he know about my family? He'd only been around for 2 days. Yeah, only when you're taming. You seem to think your brothers will think less of you if you appear weak. Because they will. If they don't think I can handle taming, they'll make me do something else. I don't expect you to understand. You were born to become a dragon prince. You were raised to protect your people. No one wants anything different from you. I chose to be a tamer, but I can do other things if I can't handle the tamer life, and so many people would prefer that. Half the village is waiting for me to crumble under the pressure and admit I can't do it. They're wrong, but I can't give them anything to latch on to. They only need one excuse, one slip-up for me to pounce and take everything I worked for away. He looked up at the dark, cloudy sky. The moon barely shone through the clouds. The only thing that lit our path was the occasional torchlight to ward off harpies. Luckily, I knew this village well enough to navigate our way back in the dark. I might be destined to be a dragon prince, he said, his tone surprisingly low, soft, but I was born a prince of Waller. Since I could talk, people have tried to manipulate me to fit into their plans. Trust me, I know what it's like to have a horde of people waiting for me to screw up. If I've learned anything from the court life, it's important to find allies wherever you can, because when you fall, it's a lot easier to get back up when someone helps you. I'm lucky to have my brothers and Ronan, a close friend of mine. Actually, I think Ronan would like you'd remind him of a crazy ex he had. If it weren't for the endearing nature of his tone when he talked about his friend, I would have been insulted. You wish he was here, don't you? Gods. Yes. First of all, he'd have stopped me from being a dick to you. Secondly, he'd tell me I had nothing to worry about, that I'll be bound. You will. Prince, it's only been a day. Prince Eli broke a family record by becoming bound in 2 weeks. He blinked in surprise at me. He did. But my brothers said they all found their dragons instantly. Your brothers are lying shits. Of course they're going to say that. You all have to one-up each other. I knew from experience. If we were reversed, my brothers would do the exact same thing. Oh. He relaxed in time for us to come to a stop in front of my house. Just as he promised, he released me so I could walk through the front door alone. Everyone but Talon was home. Despite the awful things he'd said to me, I couldn't help worrying about him. It wasn't safe for him to be away from the village at night, even with a dragon. Didn't he seem worried when he greeted us? Though, he did frown when he noticed my slight limp. Do you need a hand going up the stairs? I think I can manage, I snide. My talk with the prince had been enlightening, but that didn't mean I was ready to accept help. Still, Casper walked up the steps behind me, ready to catch me if I faltered. I rolled my eyes to hide how touched I was that he and the prince, who had also come, wanted to make sure I made it to my room alive. Is it safe? He whispered, eyeing the dragon warily, as if he was pretending to sleep and waiting to attack when we got close. However, I knew a sleeping dragon when I saw one. They only breathed that deeply when they slept. It was only last night he was rearing to kill you, Talon, and Amelia. He was in pain, I told him at a normal volume. Dragon's ears were so delicate, whispering wouldn't he make a difference, he'd hear us all the same. The healers said they removed the bone last night, and he's been a big baby since. Besides, if he tries to kill me, he won't get any jerky. I shook the bag I'd bought on our way here, positive he'd wake up. And he did. The dragon unfurled his head from the nook of his legs and looked right at me. His eyes drifted to the bag. Drool dripped from his jowls. Hey, big boy. I swung over the fence, ignoring Camden's hesitations, and skipped to the blue dragon's side. The healers told me you were good last night. As promised, I brought you some jerky. He didn't need any more prompting, opening his mouth wide. I tossed a piece onto his tongue. He swallowed, purred, then opened his mouth for more. Greedy dragon. I peered over my shoulder to Camden, who was slowly making his way over, as if he feared his presence would set the dragon off again. Do you want to feed him? In the overcast lighting, his hair wasn't as lively with colour today, sticking to its dusty-coloured nature, but his scale jacket shimmered all sorts of colours despite the sun hiding behind the clouds today. He stood a good couple of feet away and held his hands behind his back. I'm good. My heart sunk at the doubt in his eyes when he watched me feed Zeller. He might have admitted he needed me to find a dragon, but that didn't mean he was entirely confident I could control a beast that could easily squish both of us in 2 steps. After a few more pieces of jerky, I hit all of his pressure points again so he could move once he was released of his bonds. I bid him goodbye with a quick scratch to his eyebrow before gesturing for Camden to follow me back home where Elsa was awaiting our return. Now it was time to teach him how to fly. If we had to fly around the valley to find his partner, I wanted to have my own dragon. It would become exhausting quickly having him hold onto me as we winded between the mountains. Camden rolled his eyes. Why would how I treated you affect my bonding chances? Because I'm one of them, I replied simply. He stared at me blankly. You're not a dragon, Cal. No, but they respect me as one of their own. I socialize with them more than anyone in this village. I might not be bonded to any of them, but I have a connection with them. And can you understand Elsa with this connection? I chose to ignore the mockery in his tone and turned to my friend. She narrowed her yellow eyes on him and stuck her forked tongue out at him. I patted her face in comfort. No, but she can show me. But I think I've found the problem. You don't respect dragons. He crossed his arms, scowling at me. His ash-blonde hair was almost long enough to tickle his eyes. Give him 2 more weeks here, which was likely at this rate, and he'd have a full mop of hair in his eyes. A part of me was curious to see if it'd look as attractive as I imagined it would. That's not true. Dragons are formidable creatures. They deserve every ounce of respect a human can give them. Because they squash you if you don't? I guessed. He picked up on my accusatory tone and shifted his weight, glancing at Elsa guiltily. He raked a hand through his hair, chewing his bottom lip. If you want to put it in such simple terms, yes. In my family, your dragon partner is an extension of you, the power we couldn't demonstrate before the bond. We respect them for allowing us to share that power. Clearly that is wrong, he added to my disappointed glare. I don't know how your brothers got bonded if that's how your family views dragons, but that's not gonna work for you. Dragons are so much more than power and magic. They are gentle, loving creatures who love their families as much as we do. They live ordinary lives, as we do. Dragons are our equals. If we're going to continue further, you need to understand that. I'm trying, but they're just animals. Cal, I can't see them as any different. Then, I guess, that's it for today. He stepped for me, grabbing my arm before I could move away. Elsa sat upright and growled at him. I raised a hand to stop her. What do you mean? We can't try another dragon? Isn't there something else we could do? Teach me something, Callie. Show me dragons are more than what I think they are. I gave it some thought, staring at his hand which still held me. It was warm and firm around my forearm, making butterflies tingle in my stomach. I didn't like the feeling I got whenever he touched me, and it was one of the reasons why I wanted to teach him to fly, so I didn't have to feel weak in the knees and all giddy as he held me close to his body as if his life depended on it. That's because it does, numbnuts. Don't be getting any ideas about this prince. As soon as he's learned what he wants from you, he'll leave and you'll never see him again. It was true. His brothers had formed strong relationships while they stayed here for their training, but as soon as they finished, they left and never came back. Our ancestors could paint as lovely a picture as they wanted, but in the end my family was still only a tool for theirs. I yanked my arm out of his grasp, clenching a fist at my side to distract myself from the void now hovering over my arm. I guess if you're willing to learn, I started slowly, lifting my gaze to his, having no idea how long I'd been staring at his hand and if I should be embarrassed by it or not. I could take you somewhere. It'll be the most dangerous place you've visited, but if you're going to learn anything about dragons, it should be in the heart of the Randalar territory. He gaped like a fish in surprise and horror. You're kidding me? No one is stupid enough to risk their hide going that deep in dragon territory. He locked eyes with me. Serious. It's suicide. If the dragons don't kill us for trespassing, the other animals that live there will. I appreciate you wanting to help me out that much, but this is insane. I want to ask you to risk your life for the sake of our blood oath. Just as well you didn't ask, I told him snootily, hands on hips. Besides, it's not that bad. I've been there a few times. He stared, face blank, whether it was out of horror at the notion of me being in the most dangerous place in the world by myself or if he thought I was lying and was respectfully keeping that opinion to himself, I didn't know. Bullshit. The former is it. Truth, I corrected him, gesturing to Elsa. She has taken me there and back 5 times, safe and sound. It took a lot of convincing with the wild dragons, but they trust me as much as our colony does. They'll let us in. He cocked a dubious eyebrow at me. Seriously? Is there anything you can't do? Despite his tone, I took that as a compliment and smiled carkily at him. Aside from being the woman everyone wants me to be? No, not really. What do you say? It'll be fun. He glanced at Elsa warily, unsure about the excited glimmer in her eyes. She loved going to the dragon territory more than I did. Despite what people thought about it being a barren wasteland, it was actually beautiful and teeming with life. She liked going there to meet other dragons and see what their life was like. The first time we went, after seeing how excited and happy she was to spend time with wild dragons, I offered to release her. She wouldn't have any of that, though. We were joined to the hip. It was then when I realized how much I meant to her. I would always treasure her friendship and loyalty. She was the only one who'd truly been with me through everything. She was the only one who understood me. I'm in, Camden said, a determination filling his eyes when he gazed at me. But you're forgetting one thing. I still can't fly. I hopped over the fence and wrapped my arms around Elser's neck. You will if Ellie lets you, right, Elser? She raised her head, briefly lifting me off the ground before I had to let go, and glared at me. Come on, girl, you want to go back there, right? It's been almost a year since we've gone. I'll match you up with Marco when you're old enough to breed. At the offer, she lowered her head, a soft purr rumbling out of her throat. Her jowls rippled as the sound slipped between her teeth and lips. It was an attempt at her mating call. It would be far more beautiful when she was of age, but lately she'd been practicing a lot and it was showing. Giggling, I rubbed the side of her face. I take that as a yes. Camden looked between us dubiously, tossing his hair away from his face. Really? That's all it took? You're going to hook your buddy up with a dragon she fancies? I didn't even know dragons could have crushes or be motivated by sex. I rolled my eyes at him. Of course they have crushes. I told you, they're more like us than you think. And, well, sex is a fantastic motivator for any species. His lewd green eyes took liberties with my body, a satisfied smile tugging at the ends of his mouth. It definitely is. There was no hiding my flush, so I turned to the equipment draped over the fence. Okay, this is the last saddle in our stables. Please don't fly off with it, Elser. Snorting, she flapped her wings once, bounced over the fence, and landed smoothly in my yard beside the prince. I handed the equipment over to him roughly, doing everything in my power not to touch him and avoid the tingle down my spine he made me feel. Camden, having had much practice, saddled Elser quickly and correctly. She shook her body once he finished to make sure the saddle was secure. It was. A small beam of pride surged through me. When he climbed up her leg and settled between her wings, my breath caught. He really was meant to be a dragon prince. He sat in the saddle so naturally. He held his shoulders back proudly, eyes ahead, waiting to take on the world that would fall beneath him once they took to the skies. Even people in my village who had been around dragons all their lives and flew them almost daily never looked so perfect as he did right now. What? Camden asked, catching me staring. What am I doing wrong? I cleared my throat and approached them, checking the position of his heels in the stirrups then his grip on the handle. Up close he was just as flawless. Did you ever ride your brother's dragons? I asked in great need to distract myself. He snorted. Gods no. We're not allowed to ride dragons until we come here to be trained properly. Something about avoiding learning bad habits. I tried to talk Liam into it once, but my father found us and made me do charity work for an entire month. Now, he added to my offended sneer, I'm all forgiving to the less fortunate, but when it comes to organizing the events, it's awful. I'm terrible at it. I'm glad I don't have to be king. Leave all that shit to Eli. I'm much happier doing all the grunt work as a dragon prince if I'm ever bonded. He pursed his lips and looked away in shame. Withholding a smile from the sass creeping into his tone when he mentioned charity work, I patted his leg in comfort and took note of the fine, firm muscle underneath the riding pants. You'll find one, Cam. You'll be the strongest dragon prince there is. He scoffed, but his eyes gleamed in appreciation. I don't know about the most powerful one, but thanks. No, I had a feeling the stronger the bond between dragon and rider, the stronger his magic would be, and if he stuck to my teachings, he'd have a very close bond with his partner, just like Elser and I. He was going to do great things. We'll find out soon enough, won't we? Your form is good. You're natural, really, but make sure you keep it when you take off. The ascent is always the hardest part for new riders. Once Elsa levels off, it won't be so difficult to hold on. Lean into her turns, but not too much. You're heavier than she's used to. When you land, relax all your muscles but the grip on the handle. Got it? Hold on, lean, relax, or die. Got it? I couldn't help the laugh escaping my mouth. Start gently, Elsa. I stepped away from them as she nodded. She flapped her wings to give Camden a chance to prepare himself. His lips were pressed tightly together as he held onto the handle so hard his knuckles were white. With one final thrust of her wings, they rose to the skies. Camden swore, pressing tight against her back as they went up and up. She went as high as Mount Caspian, then leveled off and circled around the village. They were too high for me to see how Camden was doing, but I didn't see any bodies dangling from her back or falling off, so that must be a good sign. Chuckling, Dad came to my side and clapped a hand on my back. He bonded with Elsa? No, I sighed, hopping back to sit on the fence so my eyes were level with his. We're having problems finding a dragon to bond with him, not that I blame them. He has a lot to learn about them. All the dragons that usually hang out in the nest have declined him, so we're going to find the rest of the colony in the valley. Has there ever been a member of the Acker family who didn't bond with a dragon? While I thought it was he who held most of the blame, it was possible it could be my fault. My brothers had a different way of going about it. Instead of letting the dragon come to them, they taught the princes how to tame with their whips and chains. Eventually, one of the ones they dominated bonded with them, impressed by their strength or whatever the dragon liked about them. I hoped I wasn't dooming Camden by doing things my way, because I truly believed if a dragon chose him this way, they would have a tighter bond than any of his brothers had with their dragons, and it would make both of them stronger because of it. Sensing my unease, Dad rubbed my back more tenderly. It's only been a few days, child. Give it time. Didn't your brothers tell you to be patient? They did, but we've already been through 50 dragons. So, there's another 154 dragons left. Have faith in your own guidance, Camden does. As long as you're both doing everything you can to find him a partner, he'll find one. His dragon might not even be born yet, or part of our colony. I overheard you saying you wanted to take him to the Dragonlands. I sat stiff on the fence. No one knew I'd gone to the Dragonlands in the past. If anyone in my family knew that my week-long hunting trips with Elsa were actually us going west, deeper into Randalar territory, they'd flip and tell me it was too dangerous. However, there was no rage in Dad's eyes, only curiosity. I've learned a lot about dragons in their homeland. I started slowly, waiting for him to lash out at my confession. Still, he remained calm, regarding me carefully and with pride. There was a twinkle in his eyes which he only had when my brothers worked together to bring down a dragon like Zeller the other night. I eased up and went on. I figured Camden could learn a lot by observing them too. You think his destined partner is a wild dragon? Possibly, he replied coolly, brushing off my confession so casually, he must have misheard me. Be careful when you go. I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is clearly since you've been there a few times. His scrutinizing eyes slid over to me. It would have been nice to know where you actually were, in case something happened to you, Cal. I looked down at the muddy grass at my feet. Here, didn't he think you'd approve? Approve? No, not really. No one else ever returned from the Dragonlands alive, yet you go by yourself without telling anyone. If something had happened, we wouldn't know where to look for you. But nothing did happen, and my daughter is the first human to return from the Dragonlands. It's hard not to be proud of that. I hugged him, relieved that I wasn't going to be berated, because I intended on going to the Dragonlands many times in the foreseeable future. I'll protect Camden, I promised him. I'll train him up before we go so he'll be able to defend himself on Elser. We might not even have to go if we find him a dragon in the valley. Though, I secretly hoped I would be able to show Camden the Dragonlands. I'd always wanted to share that experience with someone. He kissed the top of my head. You know it's not him I'll worry about while you're out there, right? You can be as tough as any of your brothers, Callie, but you'll always be my little girl. That prince better watch your back. I peered up at the green dragon flying circles around the village. Images of our journey back from Hystero appeared before my eyes. He didn't even want me as his guide at that point, but he still had my back as we fought the harpies. He'd even saved my life. He didn't have to, especially since he would have gotten what he wanted, a new guide, if he had. He will. He will, or I'll gut him. I laughed. Maybe I shouldn't have, because he was entirely serious and Camden wouldn't have been the first person to receive that threat, but Dad had yet to have any reason to gut anyone so far, and I doubted Camden would be the first person to give him that reason. Elsa roared in glee as she came in for a landing. She spread her wings wide and landed softly in front of us, shaking the mist off her scales like a dog once her claws touched the ground. Camden slid off the saddle, panting, but with the biggest smile I'd ever seen on anyone. That was amazing, he exhilarated, wiping a hand through his damp hair. Completely ignoring my father, he hugged me so tight he lifted me off the fence. Thank you. I waved it off once he put me down beside Dad. There's nothing to thank me for. You were bound to learn how to fly eventually. Next step is finding a dragon in this valley. We'll practice the rest of the week and hopefully start your search on Monday. Remembering Dad was with us, he cleared his throat, stepping away to give me more space, and nodded once, holding up his cool demeanor. Sounds good. Dad slapped his shoulder roughly, so rough the poor prince staggered forward and grinned evilly at him. Glad to see you finally recognize my daughter for her talents. He inclined his head to hide the flush rising on his cheeks. She is very talented for a woman, yes. His eyes flitted to mine with a sheen of mischief. I punched his arm, hard, uncaring if he was teasing me or not. He clearly had to be reminded who was in charge here. Rubbing his shoulder, he winked at me. You're as fierce as any dragon, Cal. You don't need me to remind your own father, do you? I hit him again. Only, this time, he caught my fist. His smile grew. If you're going to teach me how to fly and all these other amazing things, the least you could do is let me teach you how to fight with form. You're sloppy and predictable. He looked to Dad. If that is all right with you? Dad gripped my shoulder affectionately and grinned at me. If Callie wants to learn, you have my consent. I want her to have everything she needs to survive. I was about to stick my chin up snootily and decline his offer, but Dad had a look about him. It wasn't stern or demanding. He was pleading. He wanted me to train, to become stronger, so he didn't have to worry about me while I was out in the mountains with Elser. I'd sparred with my brothers and I knew how to fight, but having formal training might give me an edge I needed to make up for my size and lack of strength, especially against dragon scavengers who were sometimes defected soldiers or mercenaries. I shrugged at the prince. Yeah, I guess you have to repay me somehow for being so patient with such a hopeless student. I stuck my tongue out at him. He pushed me, a playful twinkle in his eyes. I stumbled into Dad. Hey, buddy, watch it. Dad, are you going to let him push me around? Camden stood stiff, forgetting my father was still with us. His arms were crossed, glaring at the prince. But then he shrugged and ruffled my hair. You started it, kiddo. I'm not digging you out of this one. Do what you will, Prince. She deserves every ounce of it. He turned for the house, waving at us over his shoulder. I gaped after him. What was that? He let anyone push me around, not even my brothers. But Camden was allowed to do it? I glared at him. Thank your lucky stars you're still alive. Oh, I am. He just gave me permission to do whatever I want to you. He gave me a full look over, a devious smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's quite the list. Snorting, Elsa swept her tail underneath him, tripping him. He fell flat on his back. I laughed at him, tiptoeing around his limbs to my dragoness side so he couldn't see my blush. We flew around the valley all day yesterday. I rode on Madden, one of the more experienced dragons with trainees. He flew below Elsa, ready to catch Camden if he lost his grip on the turns. He never did. Actually, he was a natural in the sky. He obeyed Elsa's needs, leaning more or less, pressing closer to her back so there was less wind resistance. It was the most fun I'd had with someone other than my brothers. Most people in my village only flew to get around. They didn't treat it as a fun pastime. Near the end of our flight, I took him to Mount Anchor. After our talk the other night, he seemed a little homesick, so I took him to the highest point on the mountain to view the plains of Waller. We couldn't see his stereo from here, but he seemed content enough to sit and gaze at familiar territory. He pointed at the village closest to the valley and told me of the shenanigans he and his best friend Ronan got up to her. Surprisingly, the stuck-up prince wasn't actually stuck up, and knew how to have fun. So far away from the castle, he'd take his crown off very much like how he didn't bring one to Plum and let loose. Start fights with people who were asking for it in bars, horseback riding along the endless plains, hunting, swimming in the river. He was actually quite the adventurer with far more interesting stories than I had to share. I envied him for his freedom. Prince or no, people let him do what he wanted with only minor consequences. He'd travelled to other kingdoms with his brothers, seen many amazing, beautiful things, met all kinds of people, fought off beasts I'd thought gone extinct. Turns out dragons were a bigger deterrent than I thought, and attended extravagant events where people wore the most uncomfortable things to look the most stuffy and rich. And here I was with a dragon to take me anywhere, but with nowhere to go. Today, I took Camden along a trail through the meadows, north from Mount Cartin. Elsa loyally joined us, hopping joyfully up the small incline, waiting for us at the top. The path wasn't as used as other trails leading from town. This location was a family secret. The only other person who knew of its existence was Prince Quinton, who had trained under Giles 2 years ago. The grass swayed in the gentle breeze, thinning out the higher up the hill we hiked up, giving way to the gravel now crunching beneath our boots. Camden raked a hand through his hair, jacket tied around his waist. Sweat trickled down the side of his face. He licked his lips. Where are we going? I thought you said we were going to fly? The eager twinkle in his eyes to get back up to the skies warmed me to the core. I would be more than happy to oblige him, but first, there were some things I needed to prepare him for. Flying in the valley was dangerous, and he'd undoubtedly have to fight on his dragon as Dragon Prince. We will later, I promised him, but I want to show you something you'll need to know, and it'll be much safer here. He screwed his face up in confusion, but continued to follow without further complaint. The incline finally leveled off, leading to the base of— What? I cupped my ears, pretending I couldn't hear him, even though I was only 10 feet above him. I crept to the edge, the slab moving with me, tilting forward at a precarious angle. Panic filled his eyes as they looked around for anything he could find to climb and pull me off safely. There was nothing. Callie! Stop it! Get down! I walked right up to the edge, leaning back to keep my balance, and grinned evilly at him. The slab was on a 45-degree angle, and it still hadn't slipped off its counterweight. The panic disappeared instantly, snapping into a sharp glare. He crossed his arms, eyes fierce and unrelenting. "This isn't the first time you've used this, is it?" I burst out laughing. The peeved look on his face was worth whatever he dared to threaten me to make recompense. Eventually, I managed to compose myself long enough to give him the answer he was still demanding of me. "Nope. You're the second person outside my family to know about our training tool. If you can fight on this, you can fight on a dragon." Elser came up behind him and laid down in a way that also happened to block the exit. There was no escaping my madness. After giving me a look of warning, he climbed up the boulder I'd used and stepped onto the slab I stood on the opposite end to keep it from moving while he adjusted his footing on it. Once he was sure of his stance, he tossed his jacket onto the ground. Elser kindly caught it with her tail and draped it over her foot while she watched us contently. As he moved closer to the center, I inched towards the center as well to stop the rock from tipping too drastically for him. Whenever it wobbled, his eyes darted from side to side expecting it to fling one of us off, and his hands flew out to grab mine reflexively. ID originally thought it was for balance, but when I shifted my weight to the side, jerking the rock, he yanked me to him, securing an arm around my back as if to brace me when we went flying off the rock, which never happened. After the first few times ID laughed at him and teased him for thinking he could protect me from the aftermath of a 10-foot fall, he felt less inclined to come to my aid and focused more on keeping his own balance. Once he got a feel for the way the slab moved, he corrected a few things in my stance he noticed during the short time we fought together. It was difficult to listen to him. It certainly took a lot of pride to admit my mistakes. The only thing keeping my mouth shut, really, was the fact that this would help me become a stronger fighter. It also helped that I had a few pointers for him. The directions he gave me were based on the ground not moving, so I countered and showed him what would happen if I placed my feet where he told me to if I was on a dragon. Once he fell on his butt, he relented. For days, we hiked up the trail to Tipping Point Harry had named it, thinking himself clever and practiced on the slab. Each day he grew more stable on the rock and my movements cleaned up. I might actually be able to beat Casper for once if we keep going the way we were. Our back and forth dance was fun, almost more fun than flying with him. It was nice to give input and to be listened to. When I sparred with my brothers, they usually told me what I was doing wrong and then attacked me. Most of everything I knew, I had to figure out on my own, unless I wanted to be pummeled all the time. It was how we had all learned to fight, no fancy techniques like the ones Camden taught me. When we weren't training at Tipping Point, we were flying and looking for dragons for my colony. We found a few, and they were friendlier towards him than the younger dragons had been, but none of them bonded with him. This morning Camden's frustration showed as we trained at Tipping Point. When we sparred, we were supposed to pull our punches, but he absolutely did not when his fist made direct contact with my nose. I hit the ground hard, dazed. The world was suddenly very quiet and white. Moments passed before I noticed Camden was on his knees beside me, moving hair out of my face so he could see if I was okay. "Cal?" Blinking, I sat back on my butt and patted at my nose, then grimaced at the taste of blood trickling into my mouth. Man, he could throw a punch. "I'm fine," I grumbled, feeling the ache run along the bone into my skull. "I'm sorry," he blurted, pulling my hands away from my face and holding them tightly together between his. I lost my concentration for 1 second. "Cam, it's fine," I told him, trying to ignore the pain when I smiled at him. "I've been hit harder." "Not really, unless we were counting by dragons, but before we continue, wanna talk about what's on your mind?" Before he'd gotten that one good shot in, I'd taken advantage of the many openings he'd left for me. Normally sparring with him was a little more difficult, but today I was kicking his as the split lip was just the tip of the iceberg of what I'd done to him for being so distracted. He sighed heavily and sat down in front of me, dropping my hands. His eyes drifted over to Elsa, who was alert but remained where she was lying near the trail. He bit his lip, squeezing his hands into fists. The longer he held her gaze, the more frustration and disappointment stirred within. Eventually, he had to look away from her and stare at the rock we sat on. My fingers itched to reach out to him, to comfort him, feel his hair beneath my skin. I remained still, waiting patiently for him to say something or nothing. I learned that was best with my brothers. Pushing men into talking only made them build up more walls, and I found myself wanting no walls between Camden and I. Once he stopped being an asshole, he was actually a decent person. He was passionate about protecting his people more than I expected from the youngest spoiled child of a wealthy family. Finding his partner was more than bragging rights and magical powers. It was defending the helpless and doing right by the people of Waller, who had put their trust in his family. He treated me like a regular person, not a damsel who needed saving or a beastly woman. He was gentlemanly, and offered me a helping hand whenever I dismounted a dragon, though I had to take some convincing that he was doing it to be nice, not because he thought I couldn't get off a dragon without help and open doors for me. Who knew it was the small things nobody ever bothered to do for me that would be what I noticed and appreciated the most? Camden pinched the bridge of his nose, then peered over to me and winced. Without a word, he slipped out of his shirt talk about to die for view and handed it to me, gesturing to my nose. Thankful, I cleaned my face up with it, then held it against my nose to prevent further drippage. I just had this image in my mind on how this was going to go, he confessed, lifting his gaze to the sky. Fluffy white clouds drifted quickly, visible for 1 second, then behind a mountain in the next. Those were the perfect currents for flying. Talon was going to be my guide. He was going to show me the beautiful women my brothers talked so highly about. There would be parties, dancing, and drinking. Then he would take me up to a mountain where I'd find the strongest dragon. He was supposed to be the biggest, pure black like Balthazar, the most badass of the lot. But none of that is happening. I have you. He was venting. He didn't mean for it to be a complaint that I was his guide. He'd already made it clear that he saw me as a worthy guide. But I guess I'd forgotten that my brothers had shown the other princes a good time while they were here. They trained during the day and had fun at night. Feeling bad that I'd taken away likely the most enjoyable part of the rite of passage, I stood up and dusted my pants off. Come on. Confused, he jumped to his feet. Where are we going? Home. I'm sure my brothers would love to take you out and show you all the beautiful women you've been waiting for. Because he certainly wasn't going to meet any with me around. The women of my village avoided me if they could help it. Gods forbid they caught whatever sickness I had to make me so boorish. You've been working hard all week. You deserve some fun. His confusion turned into a pout. Callie, I didn't mean that I don't like the way things have turned out. I'm enjoying my time with you. Let us see your brothers show me the incredible views you've shown me. I looked down at the pebble at my feet, then kicked it. It's all I'm good for, Cam. I know where all the good views are because I don't have anything else to do. My only friend is a dragon. My brothers know where all the fun spots are in Plum. They'll introduce you to a lot of women and people more interesting than me. You'll enjoy your day off a lot more, trust me. Without waiting for him, I hopped off the slab and went to Elsa's side. She opened up the exit, not that she needed to block it anymore. Camden willingly joined me on the training rock and followed me down the incline. Camden caught up to us quickly. If you insist on giving me the day off, why not join us? He offered with a soft smile that made my innards melt. It didn't help that I hadn't given his shirt back. My nose hadn't stopped bleeding, and that the sun was casting gorgeous statuesque shadows over his washboard abs. I don't need bountiful women to have a good time. It'd be enough to just be with your brothers and yourself. I blinked at him in surprise. He wanted to spend his time away from me with me? Wasn't he sick of seeing my face every day by now? My brothers were the only other ones who asked me to go anywhere with them outside of work. Are you sure? I don't want you to feel bad for excluding me. I'll just play with Elsa. We haven't had a good play in a while. The dragon perked up at that and brushed her muzzle against me. She was so eager. She pushed me too hard. I was knocked into Camden. In an attempt to steady me, he caught my hips, but his heel hit a jutting stone, and me running into him knocked him off balance. We went tumbling down the hill. We rolled down the hill in a heap of limbs and curses until we finally came to a halt at the base of the mountain in the meadow. Lucky me, my fall was cushioned by Cam's hard chest. A pained look in his eyes, he moaned and covered his face with his arms. Are you okay? I asked him, sitting up and taking a quick inventory of his body. Aside from a few scrapes from rocks and the bruises I'd given him earlier, he seemed okay. He shifted an arm to peer at me from underneath. Aside from my guide trying to kill me? Just peachy. It wasn't he on purpose, you brat, I chided, poking his ribs playfully. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. Said the last guy who tried to kill me, he teased, removing his arms from his face, which revealed a gash just above his left eyebrow. His eyes swept over me, finally landing on my face. Concern flitted across his features. Are you okay? He wasn't thinking when he reached up to cup my cheek. Right? He couldn't know that his thumb was warm and tender when it brushed under the scratch on my cheek. Men who had their faculties about them wouldn't even think of touching me with such concern, let alone actually do it. He caught a droplet of blood as his thumb followed the length of my scratch. Frowning, he looked around us. Where's my shirt? I peered further up the hill where Elsa was still sitting, watching us smugly. That conniving little dragon. She hadn't pushed too hard at all. She knew exactly what she was doing. My face flamed, and I suddenly couldn't bring myself to look at the prince sprawled beside me. I don't know where it went. Sorry. I'll buy you a new one. Shaking his head, he sat up. I don't care. I was going to use it to clean up your cheek. That made me give him a dubious look. What? Oh, this thing? Don't worry about it. I used the hem of my shirt to wipe the blood away. Here, you can use mine for your wound. His was much deeper than mine and blood kept dripping precariously close to his eye. Before he could protest, I was removing my shirt and dabbing his eyebrow. Once he got over the fact I was shirtless, he grabbed my wrist. Callie, your shirt's ruined. Well, so is yours and missing. We're even. Here. I made him hold the shirt to his head while I crossed my arms to keep my heat in. Man, he made it seem a lot warmer out than it actually was. At least I had a bra on to keep a tiny bit of semblance of warmth. He had nothing. He smiled. Thanks. You really don't mind being shirtless? If you were any other woman, I would have been slapped for scheming this by now. Did you scheme this rather elaborate plan to undress me, Prince? I used his title mockingly and batted my helpless eyelashes at him. If he had somehow devised such a plan, there were far better bodies to undress in the village. He rolled his eyes. No. Then I don't need to slap you. I think I've beaten you up enough today. Come on, let us find you a healer before my dad gives me heck for kicking your ass. I stood up and offered him a helping hand. Only because I let you. I patted his chest in mock comfort. Whatever helps you sleep at night, princeling. So sassy it did make Elsa proud. I spun on my heel in the direction of the village and stopped dead with a groan loud enough for the gods to hear me. Amber was skipping her way over here. She shoved past me, going straight to the prince. Taking advantage of his shirtless state, she laid her hands on his chest, very conspicuously feeling him up. Your Highness. What did Callie do to you? Are you all right? Instead of stepping away from her like I wished he would, he placed his hands on her shoulders. Callie's done nothing I didn't consent to. What are you doing here, Amber? She giggled and tapped his chest. I'm here for you, silly. Amelia had mentioned Giles told her you would be here. I bet that beast has been working you to the ground. I thought I'd come rescue you. I snorted. The only thing he needs rescuing from is your spewing bullshit. Give the man some space. Not every male wants to be fondled by your talons. She threw a sharp glare at me, then she noticed I wasn't wearing a shirt and grimaced. Look who's talking. Put a shirt on, you classless whore. Nobody needs to see your filthy body. I think you've scarred the prince enough for one day. Come on, Your Highness, I'll get you cleaned up and show you not everyone in Plum is a savage. I crossed my arms to hide what I could of my scar-ridden body. She was a heartless bitch, but she was right. Nobody needed to see that, and I'd forgotten all about my scars when it was just Camden and I. I was just taking him to the healing hut, I snapped, feeling like I was fighting for custody over him rather than sparing him a few hours of her company. You don't need to show him anything. Like what's under that skirt? I knew if he left with her what they'd end up doing. What man wouldn't he want to sleep with her? She was a part of the beautiful women his brothers told him all about. Why don't you come with us, Cal? He offered. We can both get checked out. Amber snide, as she's not welcomed, at the same time I said, I'm not going anywhere near her. Seeing that the prince had already decided what he wanted, I turned to look up the hill and called for Elsa. She glided down the hill and snarled at Amber, curling her tail around me protectively. Amber feigned terrified of the awful beast and hid behind Camden. Rolling my eyes, I swung up into the saddle. Enjoy your day off, Prince. Let us go, Ellie. The dragon snorted, snapping her head away from Camden, then jumped into the sky with a single thrust of her wings. She was going to head straight for our alcove hidden in Mount Caspian, but I told her to take me home first. The clouds were getting darker and thicker, and I didn't feel like being caught up in the rain without a shirt on. I snuck in through the back door, unsure who would be home at this time. I instantly regretted it. Giles and Amelia were making out on the couch, which had a clear view of the door I stepped through. Squealing, Amelia hopped away from my brother and flushed while Giles calmly stood up to greet me until he noticed my lack of shirt. The lazy smile on his face snapped into a murderous glare. He crossed the room in 2 strides, grabbing my shoulders. Who did this to you? I did, I snapped, pushing him away. We fell down the hill and I used my shirt to wipe the blood. It wasn't until their ear when he remembered that I was supposed to be with someone. He looked over my shoulder. Where's Camden? I looked away from him with a nasty taste in my mouth. With Amber. I'm assuming she'll get around to healing him at some point. Giles lightened up, releasing me and clasping Amelia's hand when she came to his side. Do you want me to heal you? She asked shyly, still embarrassed about being caught sucking my brother's face. Though, I'd caught my brothers doing much worse when they had the house to themselves. No, I'm fine, I grunted, then slid past them for the stairs. I didn't really feel fine, but she couldn't heal my stupidity away. I don't know why I thought Camden would choose me over Amber to be healed, of course. Sure, She was an immediate means of being fixed up, but I thought he'd at least like the company better. Apparently not. What did I know about men anyway? I knew more about dragons than humans. I didn't realize I was picking up shirts then throwing them viciously back into the drawer until there was a soft knock on my door. What do you want? I'm busy. I wanted to be alone so I could beat myself up more thoroughly for feeling the way I did. Amelia slinked into the room and shut the door gently behind her. Her large grey eyes watched me as I struggled to find a shirt I wanted to wear. None of them seemed good enough at the moment. They were all baggy and gross, handed down from brother to brother until I received them. I'd only had one shirt I'd actually liked, the one I'd done a shoddy job of hemming to a more slender fit which was now covered in blood somewhere in the meadow. Amelia put her hand on mine, stopping me from tearing my clothes up. Do you want to talk about it? There's nothing to talk about, I spat, slamming the drawer shut. Maybe I should go out in the rain shirtless. At least then I would be able to feel something other than this awful feeling in my chest. With a look of sympathy, Amelia sat on my bed and gestured for me to join her. I did so reluctantly. She soothed her skirts and faced me. Tell me what happened. I chewed on my lip. What did it matter what happened? Who cared? I was stupid and Camden was fucking Amber. What else was there? I told her anyway, because maybe she could help make this pain go away. We finished up training for the day. Elser pushed us down the hill. I took my shirt off to clean his wounds and offered to take him to the healing hut. Amber showed up and he decided he was better off with her. I came here because I'd rather gouge my eyes out than watch her feel him up all afternoon. She frowned in thought, tucking a delicate blonde curl behind her ear. Why would Elser push you two down the hill? Don't know. I did, but like hell I was admitting it. I was trying to forget why. Moistening her lips, she took my hand and patted it. Last week you told me to ask you how you felt about Prince Camden later. Well, it's later now. Do you still hate him? No. What do you think of him now? I tore my hand away from hers and stood up. It doesn't matter what I think of him. He is my prince. I will guide him through his rite of passage, then never see him again. Saying it out loud steeled my resolve. It didn't matter what I felt or thought of him, because it would never be reciprocated. This feeling I had would go away once he left. The sooner he found a dragon, the better. Thank you, Amelia. I feel better now. Eyebrows scrunched. She stood up and eyed me suspiciously. You do? We haven't really talked. Callie, are you sure? I snatched a random shirt from my dresser and slipped it over my head. It was silly of me in the first place to even try to look a little more feminine for someone. Positive. I'll leave you and Giles to your canoodling. Thanks again. Wait. She hurried after me, trying to block my way to the stairs. Will you at least let me heal you before that cut gets infected? I slipped past her tiny frame, patting her shoulder. I'm good. It's just a scratch. I ran into Giles on the way to the door. He was half-heartedly blocking it, unsure if he should take his sister's side or his girlfriend's. When I glared at him, he decided it'd be better if he took the side of the woman he lived with. Elser was waiting patiently outside, staring up at the forever darkening sky. She perked up when she saw me and nuzzled her face into my chest. I held her for a moment, relishing the heat of her body, the rough texture of her scales under my fingertips, even her smoky scent. She was my anchor to this world, my one true constant who would always be there for me. Inhaling deeply, I stepped away from her face so I could climb up her back. She fluttered her wings twice, then we were airborne. The rain began halfway up Mount Caspian, the clouds so thick and dark it might as well be night time, even though we still had a few hours of true daylight and the nocturnal creatures came out to play. There was so much rain, I didn't see the dragon roosting in our spot until Elsa was about to land. I was even more disappointed to see Camilla had a rider sitting between her front legs. His legs dangled off the ledge as he stared down the long drop to the valley floor. The idiot, black-haired rider lifted his sea-blue eyes to me. He groaned. "What are you doing here?" Talon demanded. He had some nerve using that tone with me. "What are you doing here? This is my spot." He sneered at me. "No, it's mine. I found it first." I gestured to Elsa and my chest made it. "Go away." Crossing his arms, he stuck his chin up snootily and looked forward. "No. I was here first." Growling, I sat down on the ledge, Elsa making herself comfortable behind me by wrapping her tail around my waist to stop me from going over the edge. She gave him the same snooty look he gave me. "What are you doing?" He snapped. "I want to be alone, Cal." "So do I." It was clear neither of us were budging, so we might as well be alone together. It was actually a good thing he was here. He would keep me in check. I couldn't scream or cry at the heavens if he was here. If I wanted to lament, it would have to be silently, hidden within the sheets of rain dividing us from the rest of the world. The rain was so bad now, I thought I was staring at a waterfall. There was nothing else to see, not even the lights of Plum, which was somewhere down below. To my surprise, Talon was the first one to pipe up. "So, what brings you here?" He kept his gaze ahead, intent on the heavy rainfall. "Can't stand the prince already? Caden will be pleased to be a couple coins richer." I snorted, leaning back into Elsa's chest to keep the cool wind away. More like Casper won the bet. If Dad hadn't grounded you, I would gladly hand him over to you. Which I now realize meant Talon wasn't supposed to be up here. He wasn't allowed to ride any dragons until Dad could trust him not to get them killed again. That got Talon's attention. He raised his eyebrows at me, then shrugged and went back to staring at the rain. Who would have thought you were actually a woman under all that sass and badassery? So Camden told you weren't enough for him, eh? I don't want to talk about it, I muttered. The prince didn't have to tell me I wasn't enough. I knew I wasn't He was Prince Camden Acker, for God's sake. No respectable man would want to be seen in public with me. Who knew? Maybe he'd make Amber his princess and take her away from here so I could at least try to be happy here. Did he hurt you? Talon's tone had gone several octaves lower, almost into a growl. It surprised me to hear such a protective tone from him, the brother who I thought hated my guts for taking Mom away from him and for being picked to guide Camden. No. All right, then. We fell silent. The pitter-patter of the rain against the cliffside was enough for us. It kept my mind calm, stopping me from hating myself too much for the way I was. It wasn't my fault that princes didn't like me. I just wasn't their thing, but there was a man out there who didn't mind that I could kick anyone's ass and rode dragons all day. I would find that man, just not today. Screw what Amber and other women thought. My body might not be beautiful, but I had other things going for me, and that was what really mattered. I peered over to Talon. Why are you here? He pressed his lips together, fists tightening in his lap. Don't want to talk about it. Do you want to beat the shit out of each other until we feel better? I'd much rather feel physical pain than the ache in my heart. He shrugged. Sure. Elsa and Camilla left the alcove to hang on the cliffside and watch from outside. Talon barely waited for me to stand before he punched my face. I staggered back, hitting the wall. If he was going to play that way, I feigned left then hooked a right shot into his gut. Groaning, he fell to his knees, and I rammed a knee into his face. He held onto my leg and threw me down, straddling my stomach and throwing an onslaught of punches. I only managed to dodge 2 before he slipped through my defenses. Elsa growled for me to get up, so I did. I threw him off me, swinging my foot around to connect with his jaw. We stood on either side of the alcove. My face was a throbbing mess and undoubtedly looked much worse than it felt, but he had a solid bruise forming along his jawline that made me feel better, and his breathing was hitched from when I scored his gut. We grinned madly at each other. Yeah, this was so much better than the feeling in my chest. Talon and I spent a good couple of hours thoroughly pummeling each other into the ground. Every inch of our skin was either cut or bruised, but by the time the sun was down and it was time to head home, we hugged it out. He no longer hated me, seeing that I was going through my own shit, and I felt better about falling for someone way out of my league. Elsa landed gently in our backyard and lowered herself so I could slide off her with ease. Sorely, I took all the equipment off her but then kissed her good night. We carried our mudded arses through the door. Amelia screamed from the kitchen. Caden whirled around, knife in hand to dispatch the intruders. He laughed when he saw us. About time you two made up. Casper, Harry, and Giles came tumbling over from the living room with Dad and Camden right behind them. Cully! Camden shoved past everyone and gripped my shoulders. What the hell happened to you? Up close, I noticed he still had the split lip ID given him earlier. Lovely, they'd been so busy, she forgot to heal him afterwards. Rolling his eyes, Talon pushed him off me. She's fine, Prince. Callie can take a punch or 2. Or 100, he shrilled, glaring at him, fists clenched at his sides. Did you do this to her? You little shit, if you want to beat someone up, beat someone your own size. Hello, I snapped, stepping between them. Are you blind? It wasn't one way, Cam. This is how we settle things in this family. I done just as much damage to Talon as he done to me. Don't you beat your brother sometimes? He relaxed a fraction when he looked at me, eyes drifting from one wound to the next, seeming more and more distressed with everyone he found. Yeah, but it's different. How is it different? I challenged, hands on my hips. Dad squeezed through my brother's and put a hand on mine and Camden's shoulders. That's enough, Cal. Go get cleaned up before dinner's ready or we'll start without you. You too, Talon. I call the bath. Talon pushed me into Camden to rush up the stairs 3 at a time. Groaning, I dragged my feet up the stairs. Amelia hopped to my side. I'll help clean you up. I sat on my bedroom floor while Amelia grabbed some sponges from the linen closet. I was naked by the time she came back with a bucket full of warm soapy water. She only paused for a second, catching a glimpse of a large scar from when a dragonling had bitten my thigh. Each tooth mark was clearly imprinted on my skin. I personally thought the one on my back where a dragon had raked his claws down the length of my spine was much worse. I was just thankful she didn't say anything about them. I didn't mind the looks, I was used to them by now, but I'd grown attached to her, and thus her opinion actually mattered to me, even what she thought about my scars. Moistening her lips, she handed me a sponge, then grabbed one of her own before starting brushing me down. So, as she started, I was focused on a particularly mudded part of my shoulder. Prince Camden returned home shortly after you left. And? He did. That would mean they didn't have enough time for anything. It probably took him that entire time to walk back home. So, there's no need for you to do that weird flip-flop thing, stomach. It doesn't change anything. Amelia scrubbed my shoulder raw. I just thought you should know. You seemed upset that he sided with Amber. She stopped her assault on my shoulder and squeezed it affectionately. You know I'm your friend, right, Callie? You can always talk to me. I dubiously peered over my shoulder at her. Really? You want to be my friend? Of course. Why wouldn't I? You're a generous, selfless, passionate person. You always stand up for what's right. You're the kind of friend I want in my life. She went back to cleaning the mud and blood off my skin while I sat in silence, astounded by the words she spoke. She wanted to be my friend. She thought I was a good person. She didn't think I was a freak of nature. A strange feeling bubbled up in my chest, making me feel giddy. Thank you, Amelia. I'd like to be your friend too. Once I was all cleaned up, she grabbed clothes she'd laid on the bed for me. They weren't mine. I didn't own a skirt, and from what I could tell the shirt was a tiny bit too small. What's this? She flushed, tucking hair behind her ears. Your shirt got ruined. Prince Camden brought it back by his blood, and you didn't seem happy with any of these shirts, so I got you one of mine and a skirt if you want it. The skirt was pushing it, but I gratefully tried the shirt on. It fit better than I thought, the sleeves not too tight while the top hugged my torso like a second skin. I'm sure on her it would have been as loose as the sleeves were for me. I paired it with my riding pants and smiled at her. Thank you, again, Amelia. This is super sweet of you. She waved it off, blushing. It's what friends do. If you want, I could hem your other shirts so they fit you. I promise I won't tell Giles you asked me. This was what it was like to have a human friend. Tears welling in my eyes, I hugged her fiercely, too thankful to express with words. I can see why my brother likes you. You're the nicest person in the village. Cheeks redder than a tomato, she squeezed then released me and tidied up my hair so it didn't cover my face like how I usually had it if I wasn't training or working. Come on, dinner will be done by now. Talon was still in the tub when we passed the bathroom, but since he was a jerk and stole it from me, I didn't feel terribly obligated to remind him dinner wasn't going to wait for him. And it smelt amazing. The closer we got, the more distinguished the scents became: roast beef, potatoes, carrots. My mouth was watering by the time we made it to the table. I sat beside Camden, who couldn't stop staring at the bruises on my face, like he'd been helpless to stop my pummeling, and felt weak and awful for it. Amelia left to help Caden in the kitchen. Casper, on the opposite side from me, leant forward on the table, grinning. So, who won? Camden was taken aback. You're kidding me. Your sister looks like she has been run over by a wagon, and you want to know who won? I did. Obviously. I might have cheated and gone for a nut shot, but my brothers didn't teach me how to fight fairly. I fought to win. That's my girl, a dad cheered, ruffling my hair. I can't believe you encourage your sons to beat your daughter. Cam, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder to make him look at me, so that he knew I was earnest. It's okay, honest. I started it. It's how we settle things here. Talon and I made up. That's all that matters. He smiled half-heartedly at me, as if he was unsure if he should be smiling. As long as you're okay. She will be, Amelia promised on her way back from the kitchen with 2 plates loaded with food. She placed them in front of Camden and me, earning a pout from Giles that she didn't give him food first. I'll heal all 3 of you after dinner. Caden came in balancing the rest of the plates. He sat down, and we prepared to dig in the feast he had prepared for us. The town bell went off. There was a beat of silence at the table, aside from the faint tolls outside. We all looked at Dad. He rose first and we followed. "What else going on?" Camden asked, following me on the way down to the basement. Dad unlocked the beastly door and lit a match to reveal our weapons stash. The walls held swords, whips, and shields, while the drawers below them were filled with arrows and knives. "We're under attack," Dad answered him, then gripped my shoulder before I could enter the room with my brothers. "Stay here with Camden and Amelia." I watched Harry and Giles pick up their weapons of choice while Casper and Caden slipped into some armor. Then I glared at Dad. "I can fight." I'd fought to defend this town many times before and had never given him a reason to doubt my skills. He pushed me back up the stairs, which caused me to crash into Camden. "You're injured. You'll stay inside with Talon and protect the prince and Amelia. We're done." He turned back for the weapons room, dismissing me. My blood boiled. Who cared if I was injured? People could die if we didn't have everyone helping to defend Plum. Cam yanked me behind him, shoving me up the stairs. The next person to push me around was getting a knee in the groin. "What about me?" Cam offered. "Put me to work, Grant. This is what I've been training for." His gaze was resolute, a prince ready for battle. Gods, if Dad let Camden, the newbie, fight, I sure in hell was. "No," Eda told him as he passed us, fully armed. Leather armor wrapped around his shoulders and torso, while he wore a heavy set of thick pants to protect his legs. "I need you to keep Cully out of trouble." His eyes cut into me on his way up, a warning to stay out of trouble to keep Camden safe. That's not fair. Of course he had to play that card. Yes, Camden was my responsibility, but so was the town. Plum was my home. How could I stand by and let my brothers fight without me? Dad marched out the door, each one of my brothers following stoically behind him. Not one of them forgot to ruffle my hair on their way out. They meant it to be affectionate, but it only felt like they were salting the wound. Giles stopped to give Amelia a hot kiss before leaving. Grumbling, I ran up the stairs to get Talon out of the tub. He squealed and swore at me when I burst through the door and tossed him a towel. "What the hell, Callie? Bells are going off." That was all he needed to jump out and snatch the towel from me. "What is it this time?" "Don't know, but Dad wants us to stay here. We're too injured." He froze in the middle of grabbing his pants to scowl at me. "What? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." "Right? Let us go." "Hold up." Camden materialized in front of the door, arms crossed with a very princely glare. It was the kind of look I'm sure his subjects did everything they could to avoid. It's so menacing and commanding. Too bad for him. I wasn't his subject. Your father ordered you to stay behind. And? Our people are under attack. Orders be damned. I stepped forward with a challenge in my eyes. You can move out of our way or you can come with us. This was it. The moment I found out what Camden was made of. He held his ground, sharpening his glare on me, as bold as any stubborn male dragon. You don't even know what the threat is. Let us gather some information before running into danger head first. Oh. It took a moment to process. He was going to help us. I'd expected him to dig his heels in real deep and do everything he could to stop us. Talon slipped a shirt over his head and narrowed his eyes suspiciously on him. You picked the right side, Prince. So, what is the plan? Camden relaxed and offered me a small smile. First, find out what we're up against. Right on cue, a roar reverberated through the house. Seconds later, Amelia ran up the stairs frantically. She tossed her pale blonde hair out of her face, which had flown all over the place in her panic. "Guys! There's a manticore outside." Talon and I swore on the same beat. Things have changed. They hadn't attacked our village in over a year, but there were only two things they came here for: Dragonvein and dragonlings. The side of the house shook. A guttural growl followed. Amelia jumped to my side, gripping my arm with trembling hands. We rushed to the window at the end of the hallway. Down below, we had a clear view of a manticore trying to break into our stables where we stashed our dragonvein. Its venomous scorpion tail stabbed at the wooden walls protecting the stone while its massive lion claws poured at the remains to clear its path. The dragon wings beat the air wildly in frustration as it struggled to get inside to claim the stone it so badly desired. Dragons weren't the only creatures that used dragonvein to breathe fire. It was thought that since they were also part dragon, they also needed it to fulfill their dietary needs. Dragonvein gave them nutrients no other ore could give them. Typically, manticores attacked our mines and dug out the vein themselves to complete their diet. Not tonight. Shit. 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 Talon, as aware of the gravity of the situation as I was, bolted for the armory downstairs. I chased after him, ignoring Camden's call to make a plan first. He caught my wrist before I hit the stairs to the basement. His frustration glowed in his eyes. "Callie, just stop and think for a minute." I understood that his training taught him to stand back and assess the situation before jumping into anything. But tonight was the night he learned that there wasn't always time to take a minute. There's no time to make a plan. I tore my wrist free of his grasp. If that manticore eats the bag of dragonvein in there, it can burn the entire village down. We have to stop it. Talon came up the stairs and tossed me a barbed whip, a short sword, and a bag of pegs. He eyed Camden up and down sharply, a broadsword in one hand and a saber in the other. "Are you with us?" Camden held my gaze, mouth set in a stubborn line. A turmoil danced in his eyes. Waste time making a game plan or trust that his instincts would be enough to keep him alive out there. He blew out an agitated breath and shoved a handful of hair out of his face. "Hand me that broadsword. It's time you see an Acker in action." That was the right answer. Relief flooded through me. I really didn't want to fight him, but I would have if he tried to stop me from doing my job. I turned to Amelia, gripping her shoulders, and prayed to God she would listen to me. "No matter what, stay in the house. You'll be the safest in the armory." This wasn't our first rodeo. Our house, among many of my other villagers' homes, have been burned down and rebuilt since the creation of Plum. Our basements were reinforced to withstand the hottest fires. Even if we failed to stop the manticore from consuming the dragonvein, Amelia would be safe. She peered outside nervously, then back to me. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I admired that she wanted to do her part, but she didn't have the skills to help us this time. Her time to help would come later once we took care of the threat. "Stay out of our way," a Talon grunted, already at the door. I gestured for her to go down to the basement, then followed Camden and Talon outside. The village was lit up by flames, both from torches and from manticore that had gotten their jowls on dragonvein. From the roars echoing around town, a big herd had sniffed their way to our village. Dragons and their riders flew above to combat the beasts in the air, threatening to burn the buildings down. Our warriors fought in the streets to defend families who couldn't fight. Talon tapped my shoulder, drawing my attention over to our first target. His grip tightened on his sword, but Camden was gazing around the ashen town in horror and rage. This was what he was training for, why he wanted a dragon so bad to defend his people. If only he had a partner to give him the strength to get through the night. I caught his attention, gesturing for him to follow Talon as he crouched and edged around the corner. Now wasn't he the time to be stuck in his head? I needed him to focus. He seemed to read it in my gaze and nodded to me firmly, I stealing over into ones of a fierce prince who had sworn to protect his people. It was all I needed to feel confident in him. The manticore was far too busy tearing apart our stables to notice us turning the corner. The beat of its wings sent a gust our way, and thanks to my training, Camden held steady, giving me comfort. Out of all the creatures he'd told me he'd slain, a manticore hadn't he been one of them. I was worried his unfamiliarity would put him at a disadvantage against the beast's weapons. The most important thing is to avoid its tail, I whispered to him. If the strike doesn't kill you, the poison in the stinger will. I'll take care of it, if you guys grab the dragon vein. Talon nodded in agreement, motioning for Camden to take the right side while he went left. I waited for them to be in position, then swung my whip for the tip of the tail. The barbs dug deep at the base of the telson. The manticore turned to snap at me, but Talon swiped at its leg, distracting it. On impulse, it tried to strike its tail for him. Holding tight to the whip like an idiot, I went flying. My weight was enough to throw off its aim, so Talon easily got out of the way. It dragged me across the ground a couple feet, before I got my bearings and stood up, yanking on the whip to regain control of the tail. Meanwhile, Camden snuck past the beast, leaping through the hole it had created, and snatched the dragon vein satchel. Talon cut into its side while the manticore was focused on getting me off its tail. It snapped its attention to him. I pulled my pegs out, driving them deep into the ground, and wove the whip around each peg. With a vicious yank, I secured the tail to the ground. Seeing our plan, the roaring manticore flapped its wings to take off. Its wings were much stronger than its tail. If we let it get any air, it could free itself. Yes, taking off. I warned. There wasn't anything more I could do with its tail, so I joined my brother, cutting the tendons in its hind legs. The manticore cried as it collapsed onto its rear. Camden swept in the front and sliced into the belly, narrowly dodging the guts that spilled out. With one final whimper, the manticore fell still. Everyone okay? Talon asked as he stepped over the pinned tail to me. Grimacing, Camden tiptoed around the body and guts to my other side. Just peachy. A shadow flew over us. What now? Camden groaned. Elsa landed in the backyard and called for me. Her eyes landed on the manticore body, and her scales bristled. I rushed to her side, soothing her scales down. It's dead, Ellie, we're okay. A high-pitched, blood-curdling bellow rented the air. Elsa bowed down at the sound. My heart lurched. There was only one creature that could make such a heart-breaking sound. A dragonling dying. Everyone was so busy defending their homes, no one was protecting the dragonling pen. We kept them there to keep them safe from predators until they were old enough to defend themselves. Let us go, Elsa. I jumped onto her back, resting my feet on her wing joints. Wait. Cam hurried to our side. Where are you going? We should stay together. He was right, of course. I couldn't take down a manticore by myself. But the only thing on my mind were the dragons I'd trained since they hatched, being torn apart by the vicious jowls of a manticore. They needed me. Their mothers entrusted them into my care. Nothing in this world could stop me. I have to help the dragonlings. I took the bag of dragon vein from him. Stay with Talon. It was the safest place for him to be at the moment. Not caring much for his consent, I double-tapped Elsa's sides with my heels. With a powerful thrust of her wings, we were airborne. From above, we had a better view of the attack. There were 15 in the manticore herd altogether. Thankfully, our warriors had taken down more than half, but the ones that still roamed the streets left chaos in their wake, strewing the streets with bodies and rubble. Some had broken into people's stables where they stashed their dragon vein like we did and spread their fire wherever they deemed fitting. If they weren't tended to quickly, they could take out the entire town. However, I couldn't worry about the fires right now. A manticore had broken into the dragonling pen. It was a massive bird cage designed to keep the dragonlings from wandering around town, but at the moment it had caged them in so they couldn't escape the manticore cornering them. It had already killed Oscar. His front leg had been completely torn off, chest wide open and inviting the manticore to feast. My blood boiled. Elsa landed just outside the pen, growling furiously at the sight of the corpse. Thinking of only protecting the other 4 dragonlings, I jumped off her back and bolted into the pen. Unaware of the rage driving me towards it, the manticore poised its tail to strike Xanu. I cracked my whip, catching the stinger and yanked it down. Caught by surprise, it had been easy, and it gave me enough time to swipe my blade across the telson, cutting it clean off. The beast reared up, roaring something furious. As the lion and dragon halves thrashed around in agony and panic, the ground shook violently, causing me to lose my balance. What was left of its tail came crashing down for me. I rolled to the side again and again, throwing myself as far away from the flailing limbs as possible. A wing unexpectedly came swinging and hit my chest. I went flying into the arena's wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I missed the claw looming over me. It shoved me down on the ground, pinning my front in the dirt. It leaned more of its weight on me, crushing me. Ignoring the splintering pain running up my side, I groped for my sword and slashed at the paw. The angle was too awkward. The manticore barely felt it and continued to press down on me. Its teeth came uncomfortably close, hot breath spilling over my shoulder. Damn it! Why wasn't I stronger? My brothers wouldn't have let a manticore best them like this. Suddenly, the weight came off. Taking the brief reprieve to breathe, I looked up to see the dragonlings tugging on the manticore's tail, pulling it away from me. Xanu, the biggest male of the group, spread his wings and thrashed them in a threatening display to distract the beast while Kylie, Trinatar, and Jason clawed and pulled with everything they had. The manticore released a blood-chilling, terrifying roar. As much as I appreciated their efforts, even 4 dragonlings were no match for Mantico. They were in trouble. Elsa! I cried, climbing to my feet. The loyal green dragon broke through the cage walls and stood between the beast and the babies. Her threatening wing display made the manticore bow down, second-guessing its decision to go after them. Good. She made herself look as big as possible, wings fluttering, smoke billowing out of her nostrils. She released a roar fit for any dragon in the heat of battle. The manticore snarled back, snapping his teeth at her. Then it pounced. They rolled in a big kerfuffle of wings, tails, snarls, and claws nearly crushing the dragonlings hiding in the corner. While they fought, I bounded for my whip laying on the ground where I dropped it. Elsa snapped at the manticore's wing, tearing at the webbing with her teeth. The monster batted at her with its massive paws, swatting the side of her muzzle, exposing her long neck. I shot out my whip before it could pounce for her throat. It caught its hind leg, and I pulled as bloody hard as I could. The manticore fell flat on its face. In that split second, I grabbed the biggest chunk of dragon vein in the bag I could find. Elsa! Burn that bastard to ash! I threw the dragon vein for her. She tore away from the manticore, eyes locking onto the hunk of ore instantly. Mouth open, she reached out for it. The manticore leapt into the air and caught it in its jowls before she could. My heart stopped. That chunk was big enough to fuel a dragon for a good 2 hours with flames hot enough to melt the side of a mountain, and the manticore just took it. Time seemed to slow down as I watched it swallow the biggest mistake of my life. An amber glow slithered down its throat, shining so bright it was visible through its thick menere. It burped, smoke billowing out of its nostrils. Fuck me. All the dragons stuck in the cage would be unaffected by fire. But me? I was stuck in a wooden cage with skin very sensitive to burns. Even if it didn't directly breathe fire at me, if the cage caught fire and collapsed on me, I was dead. Feeling an awful sense of dread gnaw at me, I backed away from the digesting manticore. I shouldn't have. It caught my movements in the corner of its eye and snapped its head to me, baring its sharp teeth. Elsa barked at it, ramming her horns into its side. The manticore cried out, caught off guard. She whipped it with her tail, herding it away from me so I had a chance to escape. I hated the thought of leaving her and the dragonlings alone in the arena with the manticore, but she was right. It had to leave. I was in over my head. Swallowing back my pride, I booked shit for the massive hole she decreated. A fireball landed right in front of me, stopping me in my tracks. Choking on a scream, I staggered back, tripping on a piece of rubble. Kali! Don't come in here. I didn't know who was stupid enough to run head first toward a manticore with dragon vein, but they needed to leave. Now. I was distracted for only a second. It was all the manticore needed. A fireball came hurtling my way, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. A shadow jumped in front of me, hands outstretched to the fire. As if it was hit by a bat, the fireball went flying in the opposite direction, hitting the manticore head-on. It erupted into an inferno of red flames that rose up to lick the cage ceiling. The cage caught fire, the wooden structure already beginning to crumble. The dragonlings ran to our sides and pushed us to the ashen ground. They hovered over us, spreading their wings to envelope us in a fireproof, leathery embrace. The person-man, judging by his build who had saved me, held me tight, tucking my head into his chest just in case the dragonling's embrace failed us. It didn't. Beams fell from above, beating the dragons' backs over and over. They didn't falter, even when I saw Zanu wince when something particularly heavy landed on him. Forever grateful for their sacrifice, I stroked the muzzle of every dragonling brushing up against us. If it weren't for these brave creatures, I would have died long before their pen had the chance to collapse. And then it all stopped. The manticore's cries. Elsa's furious snarls. The intense heat. Sounds of wood snapping and crackling. The dragonlings eased their grip on us, one head popping out of the embrace at a time until they deemed it safe to fold their wings behind their backs and step away from us. Fire flickered around us, no taller than my hip, but most of the ground was in embers. The entire corral had been destroyed, turned to ash at our feet. The wind stirred it into the air, making me cough. A hot hand laid on my cheek. Having completely forgotten I was huddled up against someone's chest on the ground, I looked up into a pair of intense green eyes. They were as wild as the fire around us. But that wasn't what caught my breath. They weren't human. Instead of a rounded pupil, it was a vertical slit like a dragon's. Or I could be seeing things, because when he blinked, they rounded normally. It must be all the smoke you're inhaling. Kali? I gaped. That voice. Raspy, because of the smoke, but still utterly sexy. Those undeniably gorgeous green eyes. The faint scent of the sea breeze. Only one person could feel like him. But it couldn't have been him. It was impossible. Camden? I coughed. Gods, my throat was so dry. What just happened? 1 minute he was supposedly on the other side of town actually, I guess. That was a long time ago now, and then the next he was standing in front of me, shielding me from a fire blast that should have killed us both. He must have been the one calling my name earlier. And now I was sitting in his lap, surrounded by his arms as if he hadn't just stupidly risked his life for me. By all accounts, we should be dead. The thought was terribly unsettling. Horrified that he'd sacrifice himself for me like that, I pushed out of his lap and stood up. Get away from me, you lunatic. He rose to his feet, dusting ash off his pants indignantly with a scowl aimed for me. Me? I'm the lunatic? I'm not the one who went on a suicide run. Admit it, if I hadn't been there, you would be dead. We both would. I shouted back, furious the idiot had somehow survived his stupid stint and was now lecturing me on being suicidal. That blast would have killed us both. I don't know how you did it, but don't be getting any ideas rushing in to do that again. I'll do what I want, he barked, stepping for me to prove a point, not that I was trying to stop him. Despite how stupid he was, after almost dying, it was nice to be near someone, to remind myself that I was actually alive, that this wasn't a dream. Just be grateful I saved your life. No. You're not supposed to go around throwing yourself in front of fireballs. Not to save me. Gods, it would have been such a waste if he died saving me. You're supposed to do great things, save entire villages, protect important people. Not save nobodies like me. But it was more than that. I didn't want him dying, period. The thought shook my core. It terrified me. Like hell I was going to let him know that. People weren't supposed to have this effect on me. That right was reserved solely for my family. I'll save whoever I want, Callie, he snapped, sticking his chin up defiantly. It's what I've been training for. I'm prepared to die for another person, whomever they may be. But you're right. I should have died. He gazed at his hands in silent wonder. My brothers are impervious to fire, but only after they were bound. I'm not bound. I don't understand. His anger at me deflated, replaced by his confusion. How are we alive right now, Callie? On the off chance his hands held all the answers, I studied them with him, holding them in mine and inspecting his palms. Aside from the soot and ash, there wasn't anything on them. No wounds, no burns, no evidence he had swatted a fireball away from me. A supposedly impossible feat. Are you sure you're not bound? I asked him curiously. My brothers had said it felt different for every partnership. As doubtful as I was that he could miss his soul binding to another being-ess, it was possible. He shook his head in frustration, pulling his hands away. Yes. All of your dragons despise me. They don't despise you. As I said it, little Xanu came to our side and rubbed himself against us. The 6-foot-long dragonling was too small to push us over, even when he put all his weight into it. Smiling, I stroked the length of his blue neck. Once I'd given him a satisfactory amount of scratches, he moved on to Camden, curling his tail around his feet in a possessive gesture. See? I think Xanu has adopted you as his human. His features softened as the dragon thanked him for saving my life. He scratched under his chin, after watching me do it at least 1,000 times. As the dragon purred, he knelt down in front of him and cupped his scaly face, gazing straight into his eyes. His smile only lasted a moment, then a frown took over and Camden dropped his hand. No, I'm definitely not bound whether they hate me or not. I opened my mouth to quiz him further on this phenomenon, but a couple of dragons flew low above us, chasing the last of the manticores. The wind knocked us to the ground. I cried out, landing on my side where the manticore had hit me with its wing. "Cully!" Camden helped me to my feet, arm wrapped around my waist. "Let us get out of here. Your dad's going to kill us if he finds out we're not home." "True. I'd been beaten enough today. Let us not add dad's beratement to the list." Elsa rounded up the dragonlings and followed us through the streets. The manticore had done a good job in wrecking the front of storefronts anyway, so I didn't see the harm in letting the dragons walk through the streets with us. The dragons from the nest had come at some point while I was fighting in the dragonling pen and had helped our warriors clean up the rest of the manticores. A few of them plucked the bodies off the streets to clear paths and people's yards. Seeing that the threat was gone, everyone left their homes and began the long process of tidying the village, putting out fires, and healing the wounded. We caught Amelia leaving the house with Giles escorting her to the healing hut. He paused, mouth open when he saw me. He had soot staining his face, his nearly black hair sprinkled with ash. I was pleased to see a few holes in his shirt and pants but no injuries. The surprise on his face quickly went somber and he squeezed my shoulder. "Tread carefully in there, Cal." I didn't know what he meant until I heard the raised voices inside the house. I hadn't heard them over the dragonlings behind us, but now all I could hear was Dad yelling presumably at Talon. A heavy sigh escaped my lips. Giles patted my shoulder in sympathy, then hurried Amelia down the street. I looked back to Elsa and the dragonlings crowding around her. Trinatar pulled on her tail, Kylie climbed up her back, and little Xenu hung around her legs, tail curling around one of her legs. "Will you be all right with them for a bit?" The dragon nodded, wincing as Jazen yanked on her wing. She bared her teeth at him, and the young dragon jumped and bowed his head. Camden followed me into the house. Stepping over the warm threshold should have been pleasant as it brushed the chill of the night off my shoulders, but I was so sweaty from fighting and thoroughly toasted by the fire that it didn't bring me any comfort. In fact, I would rather be outside with Elsa and the dragonlings than be inside the hothouse with the furious man filling the living room with his shadow. "You left your sister behind," Dad shouted at Talon. "She's alone with a herd of manticore tearing up the town." Talon was sitting in the armchair while Harry, Caden, and Casper were in the middle of putting their gear back on when we walked through the door. Dad's back was to us as he loomed over my youngest brother. His shoulders were heaving, as they did when he was angry with us. "They're all dead or gone now," a Talon said too casually for one being the target of Grant Tracino's wrath. "And?" Dad snapped, fists clenched. "I don't see Callie anywhere. If she's hurt." "Dad," I butted in before he could unnecessarily threaten my brother further. "I'm here." He whirled around, grey eyes whirling like a thunderstorm. "Where have you been?" he demanded crossly. I'm sure if he wasn't so pissed that I'd left the house after he specifically told me not to, he would have been relieved and maybe even happy to see me, as any father who had been worried about his daughter would be. The dragonlings, they needed help, so Dad interrupted me before I could finish. "He left your brother and Prince Camden to fend for themselves while you risked your life for a couple of baby dragons?" I swallowed, feeling the weight of my brother's gazes on me, their pity borrowed into me, but also their smugness, because I wasn't usually the one who got in trouble. They didn't need me. They're skilled enough fighters and I had Elsa. Dad crossed his arms. His hair almost looked black in the lighting, curling around his ears with grey swirls whirling in the tufts of brown. He seemed older than I remembered him being. Lines etched into the sides of his eyes and across his forehead I hadn't noticed before. "We're stronger together than we are apart. Callie, you know this." His tone had softened, a tad, but it was enough for my brothers to relax, taking a moment to strip out of their armor once again, and for Camden to finally step away from me. I hadn't noticed how closely he'd been standing behind me until the heat of his body was gone and left my back feeling utterly exposed to whatever attack might throw its way at me from behind. "You're always needed, Cal. You should have waited for Talon. You three should have gone together." Dad shifted his eyes to Camden, who was now leaning casually on the side of the couch. "Thank you for bringing her home in one piece, Prince." Camden shrugged and raked a hand through his hair. It was an amber orange in the fireplace lighting, and the green in his eyes appeared to have flecks of gold in them as the fire flickered. "I'm just doing my job, just as you are all doing your jobs to protect this town and the dragons that live with you." I couldn't help the smile cracking on my lips. I didn't think I'd ever come across someone who would defy Dad. For me, no less. Dad glared at me, as if it was my fault the prince decided to turn his defiance on him for once instead of me, then turned to Casper. "Make sure your siblings go to the healing hut. If they so much as step off the street, carry them kicking and screaming." Talon rolled his eyes, peeling himself off the armchair. "Don't worry, DA, there's no danger for us to idiotically run towards. I'm sure we'll survive the trip to the healing hut." He waltzed out the door, Casper following right behind him, muttering something about there having to be no danger around for Talon to act idiotic. I peered over to Dad, who was standing by the fire, his back to me, unsure if I should say something to ease his mind. Then, deciding against it, hurried out the door to catch up with my brothers. The short jog jarred my ribs, and I winced once I'd caught up to them. That manticore paw had gotten my side pretty good, and now I was starting to feel my stabbing companion with every step. "You all right?" Camden's voice startled me, and I nearly elbowed his face, only just stopping myself at the last second. Casper and Talon peered over their shoulders to him, equally surprised that he joined us, then turned their gazes forward again, deciding there was no harm. "I'm fine," I muttered, surreptitiously slipping my arm under my jacket to support my ribs while I walked. Every breath seemed to hurt more than the last. "You didn't have to come. The house is warmer." He shrugged. "I just want to make sure you're properly taken care of, that's all." I withheld a snort. Far more people need to be taken care of than me. Looking around, it would take over a month to fix the broken fences, ruined lawns, collapsed roofs, or to rebuild the few houses that had been burned down. That was just the state of the town. The people would be in far worse condition. I was low on the list of priorities. Burn victims needed to be tended to. Anyone who was unfortunate to meet the jaws or claws of a manticore would have to be stitched up immediately. A few cracked ribs weren't going to kill me. As I suspected, as we neared the healing hut, there was a lineup of people outside, waiting to be looked at. Giles was at Amelia's side while she wandered up and down the line, looking for anyone who needed the most immediate attention. He barked at anyone who complained to her that she wasn't doing a good enough job. "We only have so many healers," he snapped at one old lady who held her grandchild in her lap while her son's face was damp with blood. Amelia had told the man he had to wait. "The dying get priority." He slipped his arm around her waist and herded down the line for the next patient. It was strange seeing him so protective, glaring at anyone who even thought about speaking against Amelia. It was a glare everyone in this town avoided. The Draceno glare. It was a look that could tame the most furious of dragons, and definitely any sizzling human. Giles usually reserved it for people who talked smack about our family. He saw us and nodded to Casper, then went back to glaring at the unruly line. Casper ordered us to sit on the low wall fence everyone else was leaning on while they waited their turn to be seen by a healer. I winced doing so, hoping it wasn't too noticeable to my brothers. The uneven surface of the stone wall wasn't helping my rib situation much, but I spotted people down the line who needed to be looked at before me, and I didn't want my brothers to throw any fits for my well-being. Camden's eyes narrowed on me. They were a dark green, despite all the torches lit around the healing hut to aid the healers. The inside glowed the brilliant white light of enchanted stones to give the healers the best lighting no matter the time of day. What? I demanded. He kept looking at me like he was expecting me to keel over at any minute, and only he was fast enough to catch me. Well, whatever fantasy he had about a woman swooning in his arms, I was not about to be a part of it. I could hold my own just fine. You don't look good, it was all he responded with, his tone flat. At that, Casper stepped around Talon's outstretched legs and bent over me to look at my eyes properly. I would have swatted his stupid face away if the movement wouldn't make me wince and alert them of my pain. He's right. He seemed surprised, and then he was concerned. You're pale, Callie. Did you get hit by the stinger? No, I replied curtly, annoyed Casper was listening to Camden. I'm fine. Where did you get hit? He pressed, completely ignoring my protests as he poked and prodded my body for injury. When he scored on my ribs, I cried out and smacked his ear. He swore in pain. Talon laughed. I don't know what you expected to happen, Cass, but that was so worth watching. Back off, Talon. He glared at me. Lift your shirt, Cal. Let me see what that monster did to you. I'm fine. Stop saying you are fine. Camden snapped, surprising me by how frustrated he sounded. Show us your ribs, Callie. Please, he added when my brothers glared at him for using that tone with me. We just want to make sure you're all right. Grumbling, because I really didn't want to do this but also didn't want to wrestle with my brothers, I shucked out of my jacket and pulled the hem of my shirt up halfway. Camden sucked in a breath, apparently not needing to see the damage done without a light, unlike my brother's Casper went to grab a torchlight. When he returned, the flames illuminated the dark purple, almost black, bruises splattered over my right side. Oh. Yeah, that looked pretty bad. She needs a healer, Camden said, then craned his neck over the crowd for Amelia and Giles. Casper put a hand on his shoulder. Stay with them, I'll grab someone. He left with the torchlight and the warmth that came with it. Shuddering from the cold, I pulled my shirt down and painfully slipped into my jacket. Every shiver sent a jab up my side, and it took everything I had not to whimper. Camden striped out of his jacket and hung it delicately on my shoulders. It surprised me by how warm it was. It was like he'd left it hanging by a raging fire all night. It ceased my shivers instantly, allowing for me to relax on the wall pain-free. I shut my eyes and took slow, deep breaths. Despite having been here for so long, the jacket still smelt like the salty air of Hystero. The scent alone almost took the pain away. What I would give to go back and fly under the moon and over the calm waves of the Hyster Ocean. You're an idiot, Cal, Talon begrudged. You should have told us how bad it was. My moment of peace ruined, I glared at him. It's just a little bruise. No biggie. You can barely breathe, Camden snapped. That's not something to ignore. You could die. You know what, I didn't want to smell the Hyster Ocean anymore. I threw his jacket at him. Stop treating me like a child. Both of you. I don't need anyone to baby me. Talon's hurt too, but I don't see anyone making a big deal out of it. I sucked in an angry breath and was rewarded with a stab into my side. I winced and held my ribs in the hopes of steadying them. I didn't get hit by a manticore, you moron. Talon shouted. If I had, you'd be damn sure I'd get the same treatment. So just shut up, sit still, and stop acting like a brat. Camden, give her the jacket back. As commanded, he draped the jacket over my shoulders again and gently chucked my chin. "We're doing this because we care about you, Callie. Let me look after you, all right?" I averted my gaze, because his tone had been so earnest and tender. I feared if I looked into his eyes my heart might jump to conclusions. I merely nodded and kept my mouth shut. Casper came back with Amelia and Giles. Her blonde hair was tossed up into a bun, strands matted down with blood not her own and dirt. Her skirt and apron were completely ruined by blood and various coloured pastes from the poultices they made. She inspected my ribs and came to the same conclusion as everyone else. I needed help. She pulled me to my feet but stopped Casper and Talon from following. "I'm sorry," she said, seemingly like she truly meant it. "Only necessary people in the hut right now. Talon isn't injured enough to come inside. Not even Giles is allowed to follow me inside." I patted Casper's chest. "It's okay, Cass, I'll be all right. Stay out here with Talon." He was hesitant, but he honestly couldn't do anything about it, so I followed Giles and Amelia without another word. I received a couple of nasty looks from people as we went down the line, angry that I'd cut in front of them. Giles stopped at the door and glared behind me. I didn't know why until I peered back and saw Camden right behind me, about to step into the building. "What are you doing?" I demanded of him. "You can't come in." He chewed on his bottom lip, eyes narrowing in on me. He looked like he wanted to argue and use his princely powers to barge past my brother for the door. And then he seemed to think better of it and sighed. I want to make sure my jacket doesn't get ruined." "Here." I handed him the jacket roughly. "Wait out here with Giles." My brother winked and blew a kiss at him. After slipping into his jacket, Camden crossed his arms and leant on the door frame. "If you need anything, just give me a shout." I didn't tell him I couldn't shout even if I wanted to, and let Amelia lead me inside. The hut was full of healers and the injured. People cried and called to each other. Some were quietly brooding in their beds or on a chair. I kept my eyes on the back of Amelia's head to distract myself from the smell of blood, sweat, and healing pastes. Normally, when our village was attacked, I was a part of the team that swept through the town to make sure the threat was gone. I wasn't a part of the injured, let alone one who needed immediate attention. She pulled a curtain back to reveal a fresh cut hiding in the corner away from everyone else. It was stark white compared to the reds, browns, and ugly colours of the poultices. "Go on, sit. I'll let someone know you're here. I have to go back outside and heal the lightly wounded." I gulped. "Is there a reason I'm in the far corner? I'm not actually dying, am I?" I didn't feel like I was at hurt to breathe and move, but I always thought I'd know if I was dying. She offered a sympathetic smile, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She had blood on her finger and smudged her cheek. "It's the only cut left, Callie. You'll be all right. Someone will heal you and send you home. Most of these people will have to stay here under supervision for the night." Feeling a little better, I laid down on the cot and kept my eyes on the paneling on the vaulted ceilings. I focused on breathing in a way that hurt the least while I waited for someone to have a look at me. I twiddled my fingers, wishing my brothers or Camden were here to drown out the noises on the other side of the curtain. Cadence walked in, wiping her hands on her stained apron. She paused when she saw me, white blonde curls falling free from her tie. "Amelia, didn't he say you were the patient?" as she grumbled, sounding tired and now annoyed. "What are you doing here?" I lifted my shirt in answer. She wasn't the only one who was unhappy she was here. She sighed heavily, agitatedly. "What happened?" Manticore swiped me with its paw and pinned me on the ground. She knelt down and inspected the wounds closer, careful not to poke me too hard. You were fighting it? When are you going to learn that it's a man's job? You're just going to get hurt like this. I'm surprised you haven't died yet. Honestly, give up your silly little dream, whatever that is. You're only getting in everyone's way. I felt her words like a sucker punch, not that I let her see it. They only hurt this time because tonight it was true. I would have died if Camden hadn't saved me somehow, and now my brothers were putting themselves out for me instead of helping the town. I was dead weight to my family, to this town. You heal people, I kill things. Let us just both do our jobs and move on, all right? She rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'll be back in a few minutes. There are a lot of ingredients I have to get for your ointment. Couldn't she just put any old poultice on the wound? I just wanted to get this out of the way. People were waiting for me, and I felt guilty enough as it was. If it's going to take a while, can you tell Camden to go home? He's just outside. She paused in the middle of pulling the curtain aside and peered back at me. The prince is here? Before I could snidely repeat he was outside, she was gone. I groaned, holding my ribs. Great. She probably went out there to talk to him instead of grabbing the stuff she needed to heal me. I'm going to be here forever. I counted the knots in the wooden panels above me to keep my mind off everything going on outside my curtains. You're not dying. If you were, Amelia would have been more alarmed. Gods, but it sounded like the people around me were dying. The person beside me screamed at the top of his lungs, then abruptly stopped. Healers' voices rose as they hurried to help him. A woman nearby was sobbing heavily. My stomach knotted, imagining someone dying in her arms. The curtain to my cot flew open, making me jump. Camden stepped in, seemingly relieved. His shoulders relaxed as a smile crept over his face. Found you. My heart was pounding too much for my panic for me to be relieved to see a familiar face. What are you doing here? Did you sneak in? Rolling his eyes, he sat on the end of the bed. Cadence let me in. She told me to stay with her, but then she started talking while she prepared your ointment and I got bored. How are you doing? I released a heavy sigh, then groaned as my ribs creaked in protest. I've been better. He regarded the bruises plastered over my side, eyes narrowing into a glare as if they insulted him. Can I get you anything? A knife so I can end my misery. That bad? If you're in that much pain. No, I can handle the pain. I bit my lip, debating if I should tell him something that made me appear weak. It was hard enough to convince him that I was qualified to guide him. I didn't want him to think any differently of me and ask Dad for a new guide. I don't like being in here around sick, dying people. It kinda freaks me out. He fought the urge to smile and covered his mouth with a hand. What? I demanded. Damn it. He was trying not to laugh at me. I shouldn't have told him anything. Never mind. I think you should leave. He pouted. Callie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just find it hard to believe you'd be afraid of anything, let alone tell me if you were. Yeah, well, I couldn't believe I told him either. His pretty looks were very distracting and made my mouth say things without consulting my brain. Cadence came through the curtain. A smile sprang to life when she caught sight of Camden. Oh, good, you're here. I thought I might have to hunt you down. For some reason that was funny, and she laughed. So, how have you been, Prince? I haven't seen you in a while. I cleared my throat to remind her that she had a patient, and I wasn't going to get any better if she didn't start using whatever was in that bowl to fix me. She gave me a look. What? I'll heal you in a second. Maybe next time you'll think twice about fighting a monster. You can heal her and talk to me at the same time, can't you? He offered charmingly. Where was the knife I asked for? After a moment's thought, she shrugged and laid the flat bandages on bed beside me, then began lathering the oily leafy ointment into the gauze. She whispered a spell that made it glow a yellowish tinge. While they talked, she made me sit up and wrapped the moist gauze around me. She got Camden to tell her how his training was going, what a regular day would look like for him here, if he had any spare time in the evenings to have dinner with her. He laughed with her while I held back a gag. Could they flirt some other time, like when I wasn't around? Sensing my disgust, Cadence yanked the gauze tight. I gasped from the shooting pain up my side. Here. She handed me a small brown vial. What is it? I breathed, cautious of its contents. It'll help with the pain and heal you from the inside. It's not as effective as the wart root in your bandages, but you shouldn't be too sore tomorrow. No sparring for a few days. She peered over at Camden and said something, but I was too busy sniffing the concoction she made me. It had a strong minty scent to it, so sharp it cut through my nose. I sneezed a couple of times, then threw the drink back before I could talk myself out of it. It tasted as strong as it smelt. I choked on it and groaned, feeling the jab in my ribs. The pain quickly subsided and the world began to spin. I automatically reached for Camden's arm, hoping it would make the world stand still. He caught my shoulder. Cully? I'm dizzy. Oh, yeah. That essay side effect, Cadence eventually supplied. You'll also have weak knees, be a little drowsy, and maybe have numb feet. You're kidding. Why did you give this to me? The side effects did not seem worth the results, despite how little pain I was in right now. She shrugged. You seemed like you were in pain. She'll be here all night, Prince. You can stay here in the meantime, but do you mind walking me home later? I shook my head, squeezing Camden's arm. I want to go home. Someone else needs this bed. Also, I could not sleep here, not with all the noise going on, people dying, awful smells floating in the air. I'll take you home, Callie, Camden offered. He looked to Cadence. Is there anything else you need to do for Callie? She shot a glare at me, then crossed her arms. No, she's free to go. Will you be by later? He glanced at me, then nodded to her. I'll come by to walk you home. Come on, Callie. He easily slipped off the bed, while I had to squeeze my eyes shut first to slow down the spinning. Once it was slow enough, I pulled my shirt over my head, then got to my feet. My knees gave out. Camden was quick and hooked his arm around my waist. Weak knees, Cadence reminded us when Camden looked to her with concern. She pulled the curtain aside for us while Camden basically dragged me through the hut. Giles made a noise of protest when he saw me. Cully? I put some weight on my foot, concentrating in keeping my knees straight. After staring at him for a few seconds, he became less blurry. I'm okay, Giles. They're sending me home so someone else can have the bed. He switched looks between Camden and I, blue eyes sharp with concern. His hair was coming loose from his tie. The usually curly strands were glued to the side of his face from all the sweat he'd worked up to keep Amelia safe from rowdy people. She was just a few people down the line, cleaning a wound on a child's arm. Is that true? He asked the prince. Yes. I wouldn't he have let her leave if Cadence hadn't he said she was okay. Giles relented with a faint smile. He ruffled the top of my head. I'll let Casper and Talon know. Take care of yourself, Callie. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm spending the night with Amelia. He winked at me. If I had any energy, I would have groaned. My brothers were always too eager to tell me when they were going to get laid. Meanwhile, I puttered around the house, hating how scary my family was. It made it incredibly difficult for me to get laid. Camden's arm tightened around me, signaling me to keep moving. I took 2 steps before my knees buckled. Camden swept one arm under my knees and the other under my shoulders, pulling me up against his chest. I can walk. I protested, never having been so embarrassed. Helpless people were carried this way. I was not helpless. Barely, Camden retorted. Stop squirming, you're only going to get more dizzy if you struggle. Now that he mentioned it, I noticed I couldn't keep my eyes focused on a house without feeling like I was falling, let alone look at his face and only see one head. And that was when he was walking. I couldn't imagine walking in a straight line and stopping my knees from buckling. Fine, but at least walk slower. We're going to fall over and die at the pace you're going. He looked down at me. We'd passed the line of people, so it was just us in the silence of the streets under a torch. The wind was much colder tonight than other nights from the rain earlier, and I shivered, glad that it didn't hurt this time. His eyes lit up with gold and different shades of green under the orange light, but that wasn't why I was staring at them. His pupils weren't rounded, they were vertical slits like a dragoness. He frowned at me the longer I stared. What? I'm not even moving, Callie, and I promise I won't drop you, despite what you may think. I shook my head, regretting it as the whole world seemed to tip over. I gripped his shoulders to ground myself. No, your eyes, you look like a dragon. His face screwed up in confusion. You're seeing things, Callie. Just relax, all right? We're halfway there. Rest your head on my shoulder. You don't have to hold me so tight. I got you. You'll get home in one piece, I promise. I did as he suggested, pressing my cheek against the rough dragon scale jacket, and let my arms sit in my lap. He walked gently enough that the vertigo didn't affect me as much. The sway of his gait was actually quite soothing. I could see why girls always pretended to swoon near handsome men. There was just something about being held in a pair of strong arms, completely giving myself to him, that I found oddly reassuring. I felt utterly safe in his presence. I could let down the walls I'd built over the years, knowing it'd be okay. Gods, this better be the drugs talking. Just as Cadence had instructed, I hadn't sparred for a couple of days, but that didn't stop me from helping around the village. Camden and I worked with Spence and Kane to rebuild the Dragonling pen. My brothers helped out when they could as well, tired of the Dragonlings tearing up our yard. Elsa and their mothers tried their best to keep the young dragons in order, but they were getting riled up, stuck in a small space for a few days. They'd recently discovered if they flew, they had full reign over where they went. All I could ask for was that the mothers kept the Dragonlings away from the house. It was my one sanctuary away from the crumbling village. Thankfully, the repairs were going well. Most families had a roof over their head again. Only the ones whose houses completely burned down still had no place to call home. They'd been living with other families in the meantime. I was in the middle of holding 2 joists over my head, ignoring the angry throb in my side, while Spence hammered everything into place, when I caught sight of a star-white blonde head making her way over. Spence finished up and I groaned in relief as my hands dropped to my sides. The weather had been on our side since the attack, the sun high with only a few clouds to stand between us and its warmth. Today was particularly hot out, and a vicious sweat worked on my back. Cadence wasn't sweating at all in her light green dress. It must have been a new dress, because I'd never seen her wear an ounce of green in her life. She stuck to blues and greys to match her eyes. Her hair was smooth and shimmery in the sunlight. I might have mistaken her for a princess. She looked so gorgeous today. She grimaced at my sweaty, filthy state, then looked around the nearly complete pen. It was just the top of the cage that had to be closed off. At the rate we were going, the dragonlings could spend the night in here. "Where's the prince?" she asked. It was always the first thing she said when she stopped by to a checkup on me. What really happened, though, was that she changed my bandages and, without looking me over, declare I was fine. Then she found Camden and talked to him for hours while I recovered. Reluctantly, I pointed to the top of the cage where Camden and Kane had climbed to close the hole off on the top. It was a solid 50 feet and as precarious as it looked from down here. She gasped. "What's he doing up there? He could fall. He's a prince, you know. What if he dies?" I rolled my eyes. Normally, I would be up there, but since you haven't cleared me for intense physical activities, he volunteered to go up there. "Relax," I added to her horrified expression. "He's wearing a harness. It'll catch him if he falls." She glared at me, as if I'd somehow coaxed the prince to climb to deadly heights. "When will he be done?" "I want to go for a walk." "I don't know," I lied. From the looks of it, he was nearly finished hammering the plank in place. He and Kane should be down any minute. So it was time I got rid of Cadence before she dug her talons in him. We'd put his training on hold too long. I wanted to at least do something productive with him today. Also, the idea of him taking a gallant stroll through the meadow with Cadence didn't sit right with me. "Aren't you supposed to change my bandages or something?" I said it to annoy her more than anything. I honestly didn't care if she healed me today. I just wanted to get rid of her. She sighed irritably and dug through her satchel. "Yes, fine, all right. Where can we do it?" I gestured to the shed beside the pen where we stored toys and equipment for the dragonlings. She followed me inside and instructed me to take my top off. It would have been easier before Amelia had hemmed my shirts to fit me properly, but I looked too good to care how much it hurt to take them off. The bruises had gone down to a light blue and had shrunk to half their size. It made my other scars visible again, and Cadence grimaced at the stab wound where a horn had caught my hip before she lathered up the bandages in the wart-root paste. Ignoring her looks of disgust, I lifted my arms above my head and let her wrap my torso. When she was done, she sat down on the bench opposite me, back stiff while she flicked sawdust off her skirt. We made our cuts for the planks in here. The floor was littered with cut-off pieces and sawdust. "Can you let me know when the prince is done? I'm going to stay in here so the sun won't ruin my skin before our walk." I snorted. "I told you, I don't know when he'll be done. It could be hours." I watched her eye twitch at the thought of being cooped up in a dusty shed for hours while she awaited her prince. Was it really worth it? "That's fine. I don't mind." Shit, apparently it was. Was the sex that good? What else could they be doing when they disappeared? Camden had already made it clear he didn't like talking to her, and she definitely didn't spar. What other option was there? Before I could think of something else to spur her away, the shed door opened and Camden walked in, shirt wrapped around his waist. His body was glistening with sweat, beads rolling down his chest and the valleys of his washboard abs. He smiled at me, brushing his damp hair out of his eyes. It looked dirty blonde. His hair was so wet. "Good news. Spence and Kane said they can finish up the pen by themselves. We have the afternoon to ourselves." Honestly, though, I think Kane wants to get rid of me. I'm making him feel bad for not having a sexy body like mine. He winked at me. "I know you can't spar yet," but can you fly? I'd love to get off the ground for a bit. Before I could open my mouth to tell him the plans I had in store for him, Cadence shoved me aside in her rush to stand by him and slip her hand into his. I was actually hoping we could go for a walk, Prince. Just you and me. She held his gaze under her seductive lashes. Great. At this rate, he's going to be stuck here forever. He'll marry Cadence and never have any time to find his dragon partner. Camden tiptoed around her and came to my side. I'm going to spend the afternoon with Callie. We have a lot to catch up on. Is she okay to fly? She crossed her arms and glared at me. No, she can't fly. She's not strong enough. Camden looked down at me, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Well, I'll just fly with you, then. I can hold both of us. Cadence looked like she wanted to protest, but Camden was already heading out the shed, decided. I caught up to him, leaving Cadence to gape in the shed. We walked down Main Street, following it through the middle of town. Vendors and shops were finally reopening and calling out to us to buy their latest products. I thought you might have wanted to go for a walk with her, I confessed once we passed the busier part of town, surprising myself at how unsure I sounded. He laughed, an unattractive, curt noise at the back of his throat. Why? So she can feel me up and try to take my clothes off the entire time? No thank you. Well, you're already halfway there, I teased, finding my confidence again. He peered down at his naked torso and shrugged. A few women we passed by took notice and giggled to each other. It wasn't unusual for men to walk through town with a bare chest, but none of them were quite as striking as Camden's. I tried not to think about it or stare like everyone else. He grinned at the giggling ladies. If my mother found out I strutted downtown without a shirt, she'd have my head, he laughed. Really? Oh yeah. It's not all fun being a prince, you know. We have so many rules to follow. I can't wait to get my own dragon. I can fly around and be free to do what I want in the sky. But don't you get everything you want? Weapons, clothes, women. Why did I even bring women up? Stupid mouth. I didn't want to know about the women he'd been with. I do, he said slowly, awkwardly. But I never know if someone is with me because I'm Prince Camden, a dragon prince, or if they're with me because they want to be with me. That's why I like you. You couldn't give two shits who I am. You made that very clear to my balls when we first met. I gasped mockingly. You like me? I thought I was boorish. He pushed me gently. You'll never let that go, will you? Not as long as it bothers you, I admitted, pushing him back. The first thing I'm ordering my dragon to do is eat you. He wouldn't. Dragons love me. Besides, I don't think you have it in you to kill me. Who else is going to tell you you're doing stuff wrong? Oh, my brothers have no qualms against that. But they're not here. I poked his chest. I am. He grinned. The look suited him well. It added a youthful mischievousness to his features instead of the brooding maturity he held often on his shoulders. My eyes couldn't help but trail down to the curvature of his lips. I yanked my eyes away. It was then when I noticed we had conveniently stopped beside my house. After hastily telling him to wait for me outside, I quickly skipped through the front door, hoping no one would be home to see my red cheeks. The house was empty, everyone out doing their part to repair the village. I took my time going down the stairs to the basement and used it as an opportunity to slap some sense into me. What was I thinking, staring at his mouth like that? Thoughts of kissing it would only cause me trouble. I needed to get a grip on this feeling in my stomach before it got out of hand. It would only lead to heartbreak. As soon as he found his partner and was all trained up, he would have no use for me and leave and forget this town just as his brothers had. Stop forgetting it. I found the bag of dragon vein laying on the workbench beside a knife one of my idiot brothers had forgotten to put in its sheath. After putting the knife away, I grabbed the bag and met Camden outside. Now dressed in his shirt, he was leaning back on the fence, hands in pockets, as he watched the dragonlings ruin my yard with their play and their mother supervised. He peeled away from the fence when he saw me, eyes resting on the bag secured to my hip with caution. "What's that for?" I patted it softly and winked at him. "Training." "But I don't have a dragon. I can't use fire magic." He almost seemed insulted that I would even suggest he use fire magic before we found him a dragon. "What you did the other night begs to differ. I want to see what you can do. I've never heard of an Acker able to use fire magic without a dragon. I want to see what makes you so special. You might only be able to do certain things. Then when you have a dragon you'll be as strong as your brothers. We won't know until we try." He gave it some thought. "What if it was a fluke and we blow up? Then I guess we'll die." "We wouldn't. I'd make sure of that, play this by the book." But he seemed to do well under pressure, so maybe that would be the push he needed to do what I wanted him to do. And then he could get out of here before my feelings got me into serious trouble. "Your faith in me is resounding," he spat dryly. I shrugged. "You're the one who is worried about dying because you don't think you can do fire magic." With that, I went into our crumbling shed to grab some riding equipment, then continued our walk down the street. With the yard full of dragons, we would have to call for Marco somewhere else. Camden caught up to me, still watching the bag like it was going to explode at any moment. I ignored it and kept my eyes forward. The less I looked at him, the better. Thank the gods he put his shirt back on. It would have made this whole keep it professional thing a lot harder. He grabbed the saddle from me, even though I was doing just fine pretending my ribs weren't hurting as I held it. He said to my protests, "What kind of gentleman would I be if I let you carry all the heavy stuff?" One that lets a strong, independent woman continue to be her fine self? Rolling his eyes, he dodged my swipe when I tried to reach for the saddle. "You're still injured, Callie. I'll let you carry all the saddles you want when your bruises are gone." "They almost are." I pulled my shirt up so he could see the faded blue bruises. His eyes went from the blue splotches on my side up to my bra, the rounded pupils dilated, despite the bright sun shining down on us. While flashing me is an excellent way for most women to get me to do almost anything for them, it doesn't work on me when you're the one doing it. "You're not getting the saddle." Grumbling, I dropped my shirt and pretended not to be bothered that any other women could flash him and he'd do what they wanted, but my body was too hideous to induce such ridiculous actions out of him. "Fine. Keep the bloody saddle." I tried not to let my mood project in my voice, but considering he flinched at my words, I might have come across harshly. Whatever. The bigger the distance from him, the better. I marched ahead of him into the field and called for Marco. The meadow was bright with colour today. Pollen wafted in the air as a breeze swept through the grass. I'd always taken comfort here in the sense, in the serene air surrounding me, the endless view of the enormous mountains that created this valley. Today, right now, it only reminded how alone I was with Camden. No one was around. A lot of people came out here for privacy. Now I was questioning my idea to train in fire magic today. We would have to be even further away from people than this. Anything could happen. No. Nothing is going to happen. You're only a friend to him at the most. You're definitely not going to initiate anything. That would be the stupidest thing you can do. I should have listened to Caden, I muttered. Maybe then I wouldn't be having this problem. What was that? Camden asked, finally reaching my side. Marco S. here. Just in time a large shadow passed over us. Marco circled the field once before landing in front of me, making the ground shake. Thanks to my training, Camden held his own as a gust of wind blasted through us from Marco S. wings. The red dragon approached and made a gurgling noise through his jowls in greeting. Hey, buddy, wanna take us to the mines today? The mines? Camden echoed in concern. Just the base of the mountain, I assured him. It's south the safest place for you to train. It's barren, so the only thing you'll be catching on fire is your own hands. The news appeared to comfort him, and he nodded, then began saddling Marco up. I hopped into the saddle first, Camden jumping behind me quickly. He wrapped one arm around my waist while he leaned forward to hold the handle. I bit my lip, doing my best to ignore the flutter in my stomach. Dear gods, he was so warm and his arm was so solid against me. Seeming to sense my distress, he dipped his mouth to my ear. Are you okay, Callie? This isn't too tight? Nope, I managed, delirious from the breath on my neck. I definitely should have listened to Caden. Let us go, Marco, Camden ordered the dragon. Only, the dragon merely turned his head to look at me for approval. To the mountain, Marco. Without hesitation, he thrust his wings and took to the sky. We landed at the base of Mount Larmor. Rubble from many explosions further up the mountain littered the ground. It was easy to slip on up the incline, but today we were staying at the bottom. I found a nice boulder to sit on and sifted through the dragon vein in the bag for something the size of my pinky nail, as Giles suggested. The sun was blocked by the looming mountains flanking Mount Larmor, and the brisk breeze sent a shiver through me. Once I found a few pieces for Camden to practice with, I buttoned my jacket up, thankful ID brought it. Camden only had his long-sleeved shirt, but he didn't appear to notice the temperature drop as he inspected the tiny stones ID handed him. Are you sure this is safe? He asked, holding one stone in between his thumb and index finger. He peered over to Marco while the big dragon nestled himself behind me and wound his tail at the base of my boulder. That piece is so small only an acker could do something useful with it. It only causes a spark when you break it, so you'll have to be quick. Do you know what to do? He stared at the stone then sighed. I should hope so. I've read every text in our library on fire magic. Promise me you'll be all right. Camden, stop being a pussy and break the damn rock. He took a moment to be taken aback, surprise then anger flashing over his face. I'm only looking out for you. You're stalling. Get on with it. He had power. I wanted to see how much power we were dealing with, then figure out why a dragon wouldn't bond with him. Sneering at me, he crushed the stone between his fingers. A spark lit up and fizzled. He swore. That happened faster than I thought it would. Hang on. He took another vein from the pile I placed on a rock near him. He crushed it again. The spark flared out of his fingers and turned into a flame no bigger than a candlelight. But the size didn't matter, he did it. He was using fire magic without a dragon. The fire flickered in the wind. It almost blew out, but he sidestepped the breeze and used his magic to make it bigger, the size of his fist. He stared at it in stunned silence. You're doing it, I praised, moving from my perch to investigate the flame. He stepped back, cradling the hand on fire close to his chest. Don't get too close, Callie. I don't know how I'm doing this and I don't want to hurt you. You've got it, I'm fine. I'd never been so sure of my words. He might be afraid of this magic, but he handled it with such ease. There was no unsteady flicker, no roaring flames, only a strong light, warming the space between us. He was in far more control than he gave himself credit for. I stepped closer, but he kept backing away until he hit the cliff wall, warning me to stay away. I went right up to him and grabbed his elbow so he couldn't move away from me. Callie! Shut up! Have faith in yourself for 5 seconds, will you? I didn't get what the big deal was. He'd been eager to learn all there was to being a dragon prince, and now when it came to learning an essential part of what it meant to be a dragon prince, he was scared to use this power. Look at this, Cam. This is amazing. No one in this world can do what you're doing right now. Enjoy it. Embrace it. But he wasn't looking at the fire floating in his palm. His eyes were on me. I finally pulled mine away from the flame standing between us and gasped. His pupils were slits again. Even in this lighting, the green in them were more vibrant and seemed to glow. He flinched away from me. What is it? I didn't hurt you, did I? There was no possible way he could have hurt me. The fire was a foot away from me. He really had to stop jumping to that conclusion. Marco, come here, I said instead of answering him. The dragon did as requested and rested his head beside us. I studied the beaded slitted pupil at the center of Marco's. I then went back to Camden's eyes. They were almost exactly the same, except Camden's eyes were a lighter shade of green. What are you doing, Callie? Camden asked, concerned. Turn off the flame. A moment later, the fire in his palm fizzled into ashes. I looked at his eyes. They were still slits. Interesting. I originally thought they would return to normal if he stopped using magic. How do you feel? I asked him. Callie, tell me what this is about before I do something stupid, Camden demanded. I sighed, crossing my arms. Your eyes look like Marco's. Do your brother's eyes change when they use magic? No. What do you mean they look like Marco's? He bent over to look into the dragon's eyes as if they would reveal all of their secrets. However, once Marco saw his eyes, the dragon growled and backed away from him. When Camden stepped for him, Marco's scales bristled, a fiercer growl rumbling out of his mouth. I grabbed his arm before he pushed Marco too far. The dragon's tail whipped around behind him, throwing rocks into the cliff face and into other rocks. His claws dug into the ground, ready to lunge. What is he doing? Camden asked, slowly backing away from him. I don't know. Marco, what is wrong? I approached the dragon with caution, raising my hands so he knew I wouldn't hurt him. He was the easiest male dragon to tame and was popular in the village because he was known for being so gentle with everyone. This was the most aggravated I'd ever seen him, but we hadn't done anything to annoy him. The dragon snarled, eyes on the man behind me. He lowered his head, showing off the horns on his crown and clawed at the ground. Usually males only did that when they were threatened by other males during mating season. But it wasn't mating season and there were no other dragons around. This didn't make any sense. Marco, stop it. I should have brought Jerky. Except he was supposed to be the only dragon who didn't need to be enticed by Jerky. And then he did the unthinkable. He lunged. My surprise felt like a slap to the face, and then I didn't have any more time to wonder why Marco was acting this way. I jumped out of the way. He ran straight past me, continuing his charge for Camden. But he was being stupid and growling at the 5-ton dragon like it would make a difference. Move, Cam! I screamed, rushing to my feet. The idiot braced himself for the impact, but I was only a bit faster than the hulking dragon and knocked him to the side. "Are you mad?" Marco swung his neck around and snapped his jowls at us. Camden rolled us to the side and crouched over me, still snarling like a wild animal. His whole body trembled. I hoped it wasn't fear, because he would have completely lost his mind if he wasn't terrified of the massive dragon trying to kill him. Marco bared his teeth at him, spit spraying us and the rocks on either side of us. I shoved Camden off me and stood in front of the dragon. "That's enough. Back off, Marco." His mouth split open, about to take me in whole. I dove underneath and bounded for his front leg, quickly climbing up it. I slammed my elbow into the pressure point in the joint between the leg and his torso. The dragon cried out and collapsed to the ground. "Run, Cam." "I don't know why, but he's mad at you." Camden got to his feet, staring up at the dragon in horror as he snapped at him, dragging his paralyzed leg to get to him. "Cully, I can't leave you with him like this. Go. I'll be fine." Marco wasn't trying to buck me off. He was completely fixated on making Camden his lunch. To my relief, he finally started backing away, keeping his eyes on the dragon like how I taught him. While he made his way for the trail, I climbed into the saddle and grabbed my sword. With the hilt of the short sword, I smacked it into the left front leg, rendering the dragon's front legs paralyzed. He whimpered and swung his head back and forth in frustration. Camden ducked out of view down the hill. It appeared to be all what Marco needed to calm down. I slipped down his side and stood in front of the beast, arms crossed. He better know how unimpressed I was with his behavior. "What was that, ho?" The dragon dragged his head away from my disappointed glare. "No ho, buddy, you don't get to avoid this." I moved in front of him again. "Cam has done nothing to you. You don't get to flip out like that for no reason." Was it his eyes? He curled his lip up at the mention of the only different thing I could think of. "Why? What's wrong with his eyes?" He growled. "Hey, cut it. He's not dangerous to us. Cam's a friend." He shook his head, apparently disagreeing with that statement. "Fine, be that way. If I release you, I want you to go straight home and send Elsa after us. If you go after Camden again, you won't get any jerky and no breeding next year. Got it?" The dragon didn't make any movements of protest, so I went around to his sides and hit his pressure points with the hilt of my sword. He stretched, shaking his body head to toe, then he took off. Releasing a relieved breath, I followed the trail down the hill. The chilly breeze was suddenly welcome to cool the sweat on my skin. I'd had dragons attack me before, but never one as gentle as Marco. Why would a small change in Camden's appearance make him act like that? He hadn't threatened me, and Marco had seen the other princes use fire magic to know that they were nothing to be afraid of. I turned the corner that led out into the open fields of the valley. The mountains gave way, allowing the sun to shine down over the colorful meadows. It warmed me up instantly, so much so that I had to tie my jacket around my waist. Plum was on the other side of the extensive field. Without a dragon, we would be lucky if we got home before sundown. Thinking of the all-harpies, manticore, and goblins that lived in this valley that would love an easy snack made the walk home seem a lot further away. Try not to die until Elsa finds you. Further down the trail, someone was slumped over and quaking something fierce. It dawned on me that there should only be one person out here. My heart stopped for 1 beat. 2 beats. And then I ran. Cam was on his hands and knees, shaking like a naked dog in the middle of winter. Sweat trickled down his neck, his entire shirt was drenched. There didn't appear to be any visible injuries. "Cam?" What happened? He responded with a groan and collapsed. Cam. I shook him to make sure he was awake. He moaned, rolling onto his back. His chest heaved, struggling to catch a breath. Cam, tell me what happened. Did Marco attack you on his way home? It hurts, he panted. What does? You have to tell me what is going on or I can't help you. He was so pale it was like looking at a wraith. His hair clung to the side of his face, a shade darker from all the sweat. Every thing. Kali. He curled up, more tremors racking his body. I'd never seen anyone move like this before. His flesh moved as if something was trying to dig its way out. It looked as painful as he said it was. Having no idea what else to do for him, I took his hand and squeezed it tight. All I could do was let him know that he wasn't alone. He took my hand in both of his and pressed his forehead to it, taking deep breaths. The tremors seemed to have subsided a little bit. This may be an unreasonable question, but do you think you can move, Cam? We can't stay here. Marco's gone to get Elsa, but she wants to be here for a few hours. It's hours of daylight we can't afford to lose. Grunting, he rolled onto his knees and squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. I rubbed his back, feeling his muscles roil under my touch. I kept it to myself. He had enough things to worry about. He didn't need me adding something might be inside him to it. The healers could have a look at him when we got home. Help me up, he breathed. I grabbed his elbow and pulled him up the best I could. Somehow, he felt much heavier than the last time I sparred with him, but he clearly hadn't gained any weight. It only added to my fear that he had become the victim of some sort of parasite. I draped his arm over my shoulders, taking as much weight off him as my ribs could bear as we hobbled down the path. His sweat transferred over to my shirt, instantly soaking it. By gods, he was boiling hot. It was a wonder he hadn't dropped dead from the intense heat his body produced. It almost hurt to touch him. Lead the way, Kali, he murmured in my ear. The sun's too bright for my eyes. Don't die on me, Cam, okay? My brothers had been hurt before and sometimes we weren't sure they were going to make it, but I never felt this scared for someone. At least with my brothers, there was someone around who knew what they were doing and the chances of them dying were very slim. Camden and I were on our own, and I honestly didn't know if he was going to make it. I didn't even know what the scariest part was, it being my fault that he died because I was reckless, or being in a world without him. He had so much to offer and he had a truly kind heart under all his walls. He deserved to die. My heart ached at the thought of losing him. He chuckled breathlessly. You make it sound like you care whether I die or not. Of course I care, you idiot. I'm not heartless and believe it or not you've grown on me. He tilted his head towards me, eyes opening just enough to see me through his lashes. Have I? I thought you were getting tired of me. What would make you think that? I asked, surprised he'd say something like that. You kept pushing me to do fire magic. I thought you were trying to get rid of me. Is that why you didn't want to do it? It dawned on me that he was stalling because he wasn't ready to leave. He nodded, closing his eyes again. I like it here. The people have grown on me. Yeah, Amber and Cadence have really taken to you too, I admitted miserably. Man, if they could see him draped over me like this they'd flip out and call me a whore, or whatever they felt like would get him away from me. Then again, if they saw him like this, they would know exactly what to do to help him. I was more useless than I was the night the Manticore attacked the village. You're useless no matter what you do. The one thing I knew couldn't save either of us right now. And now Cam's going to die because of you. I wasn't he talking about Cadence and Amber, he mumbled. And then his full weight landed on me. He slipped from my grasp and hit the ground hard. Cam! I fell to my knees beside him and flipped him onto his back. His eyes were closed, his breaths shallow and ragged. I felt his pulse, it was beating at an alarming rate. I didn't need to be a healer to know that. Cam, wake up. He remained unconscious, aside from the shivers that took over his body again. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. If Talon was your guide, this would have never happened. I wish I was stronger for you or maybe became a healer like my mother. I was a blathering idiot because I didn't know what else to do. Did I ever tell you about her? I never met her, but my brothers talk about her. She was beautiful and fierce. She was the dragon's favorite healer. She could calm any dragon in pain. It's how she met that he was going to put down a dragon because she was too violent. My mother smacked him and talked the dragon down before he could hurt her. She healed the dragon and the rest is history. Dad said he fell in love with her on the spot. He never met anyone so brave. He misses her so much. He'd never admit it, but I think he sometimes regrets having me. She'd still be alive if it weren't for me. Everyone would be better off if I never existed. You would too. I didn't know when I started to cry, but the next thing I knew my shoulders were shaking and my face was wet. Cully? Camden rasped. His hand reached out blindly for me. I took his hand, thankful he was awake again. Are you crying? No. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. I hastily wiped my eyes in case he opened his and saw I was lying. He didn't need to know how upset I was at the thought of losing him. Can you walk? We're losing daylight. Face scrunched in agony, he rolled to his side then pulled himself up to his hands and knees. I grabbed his arm and helped him up to his feet. He leaned into me, head lolling on my shoulder. What is happening to me, Callie? With a grunt, I shifted his weight to take it off my ribs then half dragged him down the trail. I don't know, but we'll find out when we get back to Plum. You'll be okay, Cam. I might not be much use, but there are people in the village who know what they're doing. His nose brushed along my neck, breath hot on my skin. You smell different, Callie, he mentioned dazedly. Yeah, that is sweat. I wouldn't be smelling me, if I were you. Like how I'd been gracefully ignoring how much he reeked and how wet he was and how sticky it was on my skin. No, it's lavender. I use a lavender bar of soap in the bath. I hid it in my room so my brothers didn't use it up. It was the one girly thing I had to myself. I didn't mind living in a house full of men, but they could do with smelling better than dirt with their own soap. I've never smelt it before. He sounded like he was accusing me of hiding my scent from him. He must be delirious. Better than being in pain. Well, normally I don't carry you across the valley, I grunted, hobbling us around a large rock. I couldn't step over with him on top of me like this. I guess, he mumbled. He took a deep breath and hummed in my ear. You smell heavenly. Thanks. It was the strangest compliment I'd received, but I didn't get too many, so I'll take it. He hummed again, this time with a hint of Lagarthy behind it. He started leaning into me again. Cam? I shook him lightly, trying not to fall over. Cam! Stay awake. Him? He lifted his head off my shoulder to look at me through his lashes. What is the matter? If you fall asleep, I'm going to drop you. Don't do that. Don't fall asleep. We spent hours dragging our feet on the trail, racing hopelessly against the sun. Whenever I looked up, it was a little bit closer to dipping behind the mountains. My anxiety rose as the shadows grew longer. At this rate, I would be too exhausted to fend off any creatures when they came for us at sundown. The only reprieve the sun going down offered was the temperature falling with it. It made the trek just a little bit easier. Camden was constantly in and out of consciousness whenever he passed out. I had to ease him down to the ground. It gave me the chance to catch my breath and stretch, and regret not grabbing water from Marco's saddle. When I looked back, the beginning of the trail was still in sight in the distance, gloomily reminding me we hadn't covered as much ground as it felt like we had, but I kept pushing us to go as far as we could before Camden collapsed again. Any distance was better than none. Elser could get to us that much sooner. His condition neither improved or worsened, and I wasn't sure if I should take solace in that, aside from being grateful he hadn't died yet. The sun's yellow light shifted to orange, shadows blending together. The mountain shadows on the left loomed over us, casting a chilly air over my skin. For once, I was glad to have Camden's hot, sweaty body draped over me. And the effort of lugging him down the trail kept me comfortably warm. And then the sun dipped behind a mountain. A purple hue lit the valley. We only had a few minutes before it went pitch black. I pulled Camden off the trail to the back of a large boulder. That way when the monsters came they could only come at us from one direction. I leaned him back against the rock. His head drooped and he moaned in his struggle to lift his head upright. "What are you doing, Callie?" "Getting ready for a fight," I answered, double-checking the amount of dragon vein in my pouch. The explosive stones and my short sword were the only weapons at my disposal. It should be enough for an hour or two, in which time Elser will have hopefully arrived. If she took any longer, well, I would have to get crafty or magically turn into a dragon and fly us out of here. "It's not dark out, though," Camden grumbled dazedly. His eyes were barely open to see what time of day it was, but anyone who could see would know night was nearly on us. Standing only a few feet away from him, the darkness induced shivers along my flesh. My instincts told me to light a fire to stay warm, but I didn't want to draw any attention to us. My hope was that there was enough prey out tonight that the creatures wouldn't pay any mind to us and we would be up in the sky before they noticed us. At least 100 feet above, we only really had to worry about harpies. Manticore wouldn't go near an adult dragon, even when she was by herself. I knew the last of the sun had dipped below the horizon when a thick, velvet darkness folded over my eyes. Licking the last of my sweat off my lips, I reached down for my hip where the trusty pouch of dragon vein rested. It was best to familiarize myself with its location now, rather than fumbling for it in a fight. Soon my eyes would adjust and I could make out shadows, but unfortunately, if my enemy was slick, I wouldn't be able to see them until it was too late. "Callie?" Camden whispered. He seemed to have perked up a little amidst my silence. "What's going on?" "I told you, it's night time. I'm standing guard. I can hear your teeth chattering. You're cold." "Better cold than being eaten alive," I hissed, straining to hear anything but Camden's voice behind me. There was a possibility nothing was near us and standing guard was pointless, and the only thing I should worry about was freezing to death. Or something could be stalking us right now, and if I wanted us to survive, I had to be vigilant. "Come here," Camden ordered. "I can't stand watching you shiver like that." "I thought you of all people would understand how important my job is right now, Cam. Unless you're well enough to help me in a fight, you stay there and I'll stay here. If I can hear your teeth chattering, so can the goblins across the field." The exhausted nature of his tone caught my attention first. He was trying to act normal, undoubtedly, so I would give in to his demands, but then his words sunk in. "You can hear goblins across the field?" "I can see them." "You can't?" No, I'm pretty blind right now. Stop talking so I can hear what's going on. I'll stop talking if you sit beside me and warm up. I would have never guessed he was a heaping pile of sweat and tremors an hour ago with that princely, authoritative but slightly mischievous tone. You can see the goblins? I didn't he know how he could see them, but if he could then at least I would have some warning before they attacked. I'll tell you if they get close, he promised. Relenting, I backed up until I hit the boulder, then slid down to the ground, my sword laying at my side, ready to be picked up at a moment's notice. It wasn't hard to tell where Camden was. His body was hot, the heat radiating off him like a medium-sized fire. He didn't have to put his arm over my shoulders to keep me warm, but there was something comforting about sitting in the dark in someone's arms, knowing that, despite how alone I felt, I wasn't he. However, I resisted the urge to snuggle into his side and wrap my arms around him. I doubted he had that in mind when he invited me over. How are you feeling? I asked him to distract myself. Awful. I honestly don't know how I'm awake right now. I'm so exhausted and everything bloody hurts. It's like growing pains exploded. If it's any consolation, I'm glad you're awake. I don't want to be alone right now. It was horribly selfish. Sleeping was probably the only escape he had from pain. He found my hand in my lap in the darkness and squeezed. That's why I'm fighting every compulsion I have to sleep. Abruptly, his hand tore out of my grasp. He curled his knees to his chest, groaning like a wounded animal. Any other time I would have felt more sympathetic, but he wasn't. He rolling in agony quietly, and I was pretty sure a goblin could pick up on it. Cam? I hate to tell you this, I know you're hurting, but shut up. The goblins will hear you. Because the universe hated me, he cried out, throwing himself forward onto his hands and knees. He roared, sounding more like a manticore than a human, and heaved violently. Fuck. If they hadn't heard him before, the goblins definitely heard him then. Sorry, Cam. In a last-ditch effort to conceal our position, I gripped my sword tight, then slammed the hilt down on his temple. He collapsed instantly. I dragged him back to the boulder, then stood over him, sword at the ready. For a moment there was only the sound of the wind against the grasses in the field. It was cool, sending a shudder up my spine, but oddly refreshing. And then an awful stench wafted into my nose. Seconds later, the scent became the sounds of various shrieks and screeches made of my nightmares. They found us. Elser, I need you to hurry up. I grabbed a stone from my pouch and tossed it to the ground before me. The clearing filled with light from the fire. The inferno stretched high into the sky, licking the clouds looming ominously over me. The flames spread quickly through the grass, creating an unbreachable barrier standing between me and the cluster of goblins scrambling up the small incline to us. No taller than my knees, their little eyes glowed gold in the firelight. They shrieked at the sudden flash of light and jumped back. I used the moment to gather my senses and slow my heart rate. Now was not the time to panic at their vast numbers. Now was not the time to think about anything. The fire would last at least 10 minutes. Hopefully, the fight wouldn't last that long. Any longer and I would be too tired to raise my sword. What happened to not thinking? Focus. Callie. Breathe. Fight. Live. Survive. Something I'd done all my life. After their moment of surprise disappeared, the goblins cried out in a hungry roar. They split up, running around either end of the fire for me. The first one had a spear. I knocked it aside with my sword and kicked its face in. Most of them used the weapons they were born with, teeth and claws. I managed to cut down the first few, but there were so many, while I was slashing, others leapt onto my legs and bit down, I flushed out the pain, grabbed them by their tiny heads and pried them off like the oversized leeches they were. My blade, an extension of my body, sliced through them as I danced around the goblins, swiping and bashing. When they hit the ground, I stomped down, heads and chests crumbling beneath my feet. There could be as many of them as they could throw at me. I was not backing down. This was a fight I intended to win no matter how ugly it got. And then, before I knew it, the fire was simmering down into a gentle flame. It didn't matter, though. I sliced my blade across the last goblin's throat and was left standing in the middle of a circle of bodies. The only sound was the flicker of the dying fire in front of me. Gasping for breath, stunned ID actually survived an attack by an entire swarm of goblins. I turned for Camden. He was still lying by the boulder, untouched by the swarm. Blood trickled down the side of his face where ID hit him. Aside from that, he appeared to be sleeping peacefully. If the attack was any indicator as how the rest of my night was going to go, he could sleep all he liked. As my adrenaline wore off, the sting of my wounds kicked in. My legs felt like I'd stuck them in a river full of pariners, but it was my ribs that hurt the most. The swift movements weren't exactly part of the Jeannot sparring a rule cadence had forced upon me. That, on top of having half of Camden's weight on me for hours, would most assuredly set back my recovery. Groaning, I slipped down the boulder beside Cam and held my ribs. Even the tiniest of breaths cut deep into my side. I stared up at the sky, wishing the stars were out so I could at least distract myself from the pain while I forced myself to breathe. The fire that had shimmered in the clouds above me fizzled out, shutting me in darkness once again. Except this time I was alone. Tilder. Hours of silence went by. At least, it felt like hours. It was cold. The only thing stopping me from freezing to death was the intense heat of Camden's body. Breathing still hurt, but not as much now that I caught my breath. I opted out of lighting another fire for 2 reasons. 1, to avoid detection from further monsters. 2, I didn't want to be reminded of the carnage only a few feet away from me. I did what I had to do to survive, but it sure hadn't been pretty, and if I looked at one more caved-in skull I was going to hurl. I fought with everything I had to resist sleep, but the day caught up with me and weighed heavily on my eyelids. My senses were alert enough that I felt like if I shut my eyes for a few moments I would wake up if a monster approached. Or you'll sleep so heavily as you usually do that even a pissed-off manticore can sneak up on you and kill you and Camden in your sleep. That thought was pretty much the only reason why I was awake at the moment. A faint roar sounded in the distance. My heart stopped. ID recognized that call from anywhere. Putting a whole new meaning to the word alive, I shot to my feet and cupped my mouth. Elser! She called out again, closer. All I had was the sound of her voice to tell me where she was. It wasn't good enough. After sitting alone in the dark for hours, I needed to see her. I threw a small piece of dragon vein down on the ground. The area around me lit up, and so did the 6 eyes of a chimera 10 feet away. The lioness head appeared to be drawn by the blood of the goblins and figured it was an easy snack. It hadn't known I was here until I stupidly called out to Elser and lit the ground. The snake head was just in the middle of swallowing a goblin whole when the lion bared its teeth at me hungrily. Drool oozed out of its jowls and pooled at its feet. Swallowing a thick lump in my throat, I peered down at my short sword, then back up to the 3-headed creature. If I was lucky, I could cut the snake's head off before it bit me and injected me with its venom. Maybe I could dodge the goat's horns, but avoid the lion and its paws as well? I was good, but no one was that good. It stepped for me. Elser dove out of the sky and tackled the chimera to the side. The massive beasts rolled out of the cone of light. I rushed after them, striking the ground once more with dragon vein. Elser rose up high and bit a chunk out of the goat's throat. The The snake threatened to sink its teeth into her leg. I ran at full speed and swung my blade down, cutting the head clean off. The chimera reared back and kicked out at me. I hit the ground hard, coughing on the air forced out of my lungs. Hastily, I clambered to my feet and tossed the red stone into the air. Elsa lunged to swallow it. Her throat glowed as it slid down her esophagus. Seconds later, a brilliant red flame spewed out of her mouth and engulfed the chimera. It cried out, running into the field to put it out. I didn't care where it went, as long as it was away from us. Beyond relieved, I rushed to the glorious green dragon and wrapped my arms around her neck. You are the bestest friend anyone could ask for. She curled her tail around me, ducking her head in a possessive hug. Her chest rumbled with purrs. Camden groaned by the boulder. Despite her protests, I jumped out of her grasp and ran to his side. He had flipped himself onto his back and was holding his head. I gently swatted his hand out of the way so he wouldn't mess with his wound. In an instant, his hand was on my wrist, eyes burrowing into me. They glowed gold like the goblins had in the fire. Hey, I said softly, it's me. You're safe, Cam. Elsa's here to take us home. We're going to get you the help you need. His hand fell lax on his chest, eyes drifting shut. Callie, and my name was only a hoarse whisper on his lips before he completely passed out again. Elsa came to our side. Her nostrils flared as she dipped her head down to sniff Cam. A soft rumble vibrated through her chest. It was a different pitch from her purr, higher and in her throat, like a croon. I'd heard her only make that noise once before when she was with Marco. The dragon nudged his side, under his arm to wake him up. He's out cold, Ellie. He's sick. We have to get him back to Plum. She nodded, then lowered herself down so I could get into the saddle. How did a saddle get on her? I had been fully prepared to ride home bareback, which meant someone had put it on her. If they knew she was coming to pick me up, they had to be on their way as well. There was no way my family would let me be out here by myself. Sure enough, 6 dragons came into view. What was left of the fire illuminated the colors the dragons bore: red, blues, greens, and yellow. Despite knowing they were friends, not foe, Elsa stood in front of us protectively, tail curling around us, while her wings flared to make her bigger. The dragons landed, forming a circle. One by one, my brothers dismounted and scanned the area for any threats. Dad jumped off Jordan's back and rushed straight to me. Instead of yelling at me for stupidly wandering the valley at night even though I had no choice, he took one look at the pile of goblins, then pulled me into a tight hug. Are you all right, Cal? Despite the sting all over my body from his embrace, I nodded. The hug felt too good to ignore. Relief had washed over me when Elsa had arrived. Now I was overwhelmed by the rush of emotions I'd buried all night. I cried silently into his shoulder, releasing all the fear and hopelessness of being alone in a large world filled with darkness and monsters. Everything was okay now. Cam and I had made it. Holy shit, Giles exclaimed, walking around the pile of dismembered goblins. Did you fight all of these, Cal? Dad's grip tightened on me at the thought of fighting all of them by myself. I did, I confirmed. By gods, Callie. Caden called from the other side of his dragon, looking out into the field. Is that a chimera? I pulled myself out of Dad's embrace, sword at the ready. Is it coming back? No, it's dead. You killed a chimera too? Guys, I think we should stop teasing, Cal, Giles suggested. She'll. Shut it, Casper snapped. Callie's safe and that's all that matters. He said it for Dad's benefit, who was growing paler by the minute, even with the orange flame. "Where's Camden?" Talon asked, peering around the circle of dragons. I stepped out of his view. "He's sick." I carried him as far as I could until Elsa came, but night came sooner than I wanted. I shivered, not from the cold. Harry knelt beside him and felt his forehead. "Why, he's hot." He felt his pulse and frowned. "He should be dead." "What happened to him, Callie?" I rushed to explain the events of today, starting with why we were only out here with one dragon, so no one would berate me for being an idiot. 2 dragons was always better than 1. Then I went on to tell them Kim could use fire magic without being bound. If they were confused then, they were even more surprised when I continued to tell them Marco attacked him. Talon straight up denied it ever being possible, until I kindly reminded him that Marco was not with us for a reason. And then his fever started and he was in so much pain. I went on, feeling more drained by the second. I had to hit him to keep him quiet, or the goblins were going to hear him. They did, anyway. He's going to be mad at me when he wakes up. If he wakes up. The wobble in my voice betrayed me. Hopefully no one picked up on it. Harry put his arm around me. Green-blue eyes, predominantly green in this lighting. They were solemn, sympathetic. Okay, hopefully no one else noticed. Looking at the rest of my brothers, they didn't. Inwardly cursing myself for not being able to keep it together, I jerked out of Harry's grasp and walked over to Elsa. "Let us go home already." Tilder. The flight back was long. It felt longer than usual, dragging out endlessly, giving my mind plenty of time to wonder and remind myself how useless I had been to Camden today. I wouldn't blame him for being angry with me. I would be if I were him. Instead of comforting him and healing him, I dragged him across the valley and then proceeded to knock him unconscious when he cried out too loudly. Yeah, the epitome of bedside service. When we arrived in Plum, Casper carried Camden to the healing hut. It was a wonder anyone was in at this time of night. When the door opened, I wished I'd stayed home with my other brothers, against Dad's wishes. Apparently, since I was his guide, I had to make sure he got all the proper care and attention he needed. Well, that definitely wasn't going to be a problem anymore. Amber, in all her silky black hair and long-legged glory, was holding the door open for us. Her golden eyes roamed over Casper quickly, deciding he wasn't worth it since we shared the same blood, then dropped her jaw when she saw Camden. "What have you done to him?" The accusation was pointed at me, but her eyes were fixed on the flush man on my brother's shoulders. "We'll explain later," Casper grunted. Right now I need to put him down." "He's bloody heavy," she sneered as she stepped aside to let us in. "Maybe you should work out more." "I work out plenty. This guy is just heavy." I'm glad I wasn't the only one who noticed the insane, seemingly unnatural weight increase. Still wearing that sneer, Amber led us past a few occupied cots and pulled a curtain back to reveal a bed definitely more comfortable than the one I'd been given a few nights ago. Well, he is a prince. Of course he gets special treatment. It was so easy to forget who he really was. None of the princes I grew up with acted like how I thought princes should behave, except for their gallantry. Camden had come the closest with his snobby stiffness when I first met him, but he wasn't remotely like that anymore. He was someone I liked spending time with. Someone I could relate to. Someone I could rely on. Not anymore. He's going to hate you when he wakes up. Hello. Amber snapped her fingers in my face, jolting me away from my thoughts. Camden was bare-chested, sweat gleaming on his body as he breathed heavily. His eyes were squeezed shut, lips pressed tightly together. What happened to him? She was already laying cold damp cloths on him, while all I could do was stare at the redness of his skin and the steam rolling off the cloths. Casper was gone. When had he left? I don't know, I answered, not feeling like myself. I wasn't vulnerable in front of Amber. That only gave her an excuse to hurt me more. I was teaching him how to use fire magic. The next thing I knew, Marco was attacking him. I sent him away while I calmed him down. When I found him on the trail, he was keeled over in so much pain. He was sweating like he is now. He wasn't this hot, though. He looked like he might burn us if we touched him. How did he get this? She asked, too busy taking her job seriously for once to notice how frail I felt. She pointed at the wound on his head. I hit him to shut him up. She paused, placing a fresh towel on his chest. Her hair slipped over her shoulder. In the next moment, she was tossing her long, black locks back over her shoulder and glaring at me. You did what? I knew you were stupid, but this is beyond that. Are you a caveman or something? You don't hit people to shut them up. Gods, no wonder he's nice to you. He pities your pathetic existence, and look where that got him. I hope he sees you're not worth it if he wakes up. You're only going to get him hurt or killed, if you haven't already done that. What was Grant thinking when he made you the princess guide? She continued muttering to herself about how stupid of an idea it was for me to guide anyone when I was too boorish to act like a decent human being. Meanwhile, she followed her teachings to lower Camden's temperature. Instead of defending myself, I let her words rattle through my head, because she was right. I was as useless and boorish as they came. But it was one thing she particularly said that hit home: if he wakes up. I'd been so sure if I brought him here he'd be okay, but what if I was too late? The thought of him dying made me ill. I spun around and puked into the closest thing I could find, a bedpan. You're disgusting. Get out of here, Amber barked, thrusting a finger for the door without looking back at me. Feeling absolutely miserable, I trudged out of the healing hut. A light mist coated the town, blurring out the torchlight leading my way home. I paid no mind to it, feeling as though I was wandering hopelessly. I'd gone so numb I hadn't realized I was cold until Casper draped his jacket over me. I hadn't even noticed he'd been walking by my side the entire time. Is he dead? He asked carefully. Not yet, I murmured. I don't think Amber can do anything for him, though. I'm sorry, Cal, he whispered, trying to take my hand, but I recoiled away from his touch. I didn't deserve to be consoled. Hey, it's not your fault. It's entirely my fault, Cass. He grabbed my arm and yanked me to a stop. His blue eyes were nearly silver in the torchlight. He looked as fierce as any dragon. Look, we don't know why this is happening to him. It's not normal magic is at play here. Our ancestors kept extensive records on the Ackers while they were here. Maybe it's a hereditary thing. If we find out what's wrong, we can fix it. Don't give up. But Amber's a bitch and only knows how to heal with herbs and a few spells. We're Dracinos. It's our duty to protect the dragon princes while they're in training. We're going to do our job, Callie. Take tonight to do what you need to do, but when you wake up, I want to see my tenacious little sister find a way to save her prince. I doubted what I could do to save him, but he was right. I couldn't give up on Camden, no matter what he may think of me when he woke up. I'd deal with him once we got there, but until then I'd sworn an oath to him, and I would do what I could to make sure he saw his family again. You always feel the need to make big speeches, don't you? I teased him. A grin split Casper's face. It's what big brothers are for. There's a flaw in your plan, though. Why wait until morning when we could start when we get in? Sleeping was for people who had time for it. We didn't he know how much time Camden had left by the looks of his condition. It couldn't he be too much longer. Casper bumped my shoulder playfully, beaming with pride. Let us get going. Tilder, tilder, tilder. When we arrived home, Talon and Giles were sprawled on the couch, a book open in their laps. Their mouths were wide open, a trickle of drool slipping out of the corner of their lips. Caden and Harry were hunched over on the table, a pile of books warling them off from each other. Dad sat in the armchair, legs stretched out to catch the fire's warm embrace, but when we came in, he stood up, collecting a few books from the table. He handed one each to us. Get to work, you two. One of these diaries will save Prince Camden. How can you be so sure? I asked, brushing the thick layer of dust off my hardcover. His symptoms are very similar to something that happened to one of his ancestors. Unfortunately, with my old age, I can't remember what these symptoms mean or what we can do to help him. Start reading. By the look on Casper's face, I knew he was thinking the same thing I was. If we had so many books about our ancestors and how they taught the dragon princes of their time, how come Dad didn't he make us read them any sooner? Though, in all honesty, we weren't exactly the most book-ready family. We'd much rather be outside and learn with our hands than through a book. Sighing, I found a perch by a window and opened up the diary. It belonged to my great-great-great-grandfather, Joseph Trissino. According to his loggings, he had a wife and 2 sons. He was the only dragon tamer in the village, back when the village was small and the demand for dragons was low. He had trained 2 dragon princes already, and he was only 22. The third and final Acker he would guide would become of age next year, but Plum had already started preening up for his arrival, as it always did when a prince came to our humble village. I bit my lip to hold back a laugh. Great whatever Grandfather Joseph would be disappointed by Plum's lack of preening now. An Acker coming to town meant we got a party more than anything. It wasn't as big a deal as it was for the small town. I skipped a year ahead. Reading about his life leading up to Prince Archibald's arrival seemed pointless and a waste of time. As interesting I'm sure his life was as the only dragon tamer in the village. I got to the page where he just had a fine dinner with the Acker family. However, he was more excited about the pretty servants tidying up after him, and even more excited to attend the ball to celebrate Prince Archibald's return, anew as a dragon prince. He only caught a small whiff of the beautiful courtiers who would attend. He was eager to dance with them and feel their lovely ample bodies against him. I skipped a few pages ahead, suddenly less interested in the wise words my ancestor had written down. It was just as well I went a few pages ahead. He only just finished talking about the fine women of Histero. His journey home with the prince wasn't nearly as exciting as mine. They arrived before sundown and performed the ceremony. They spent the first 2 weeks looking for his dragon partner so they could start training. In the 3rd week, Joseph was beginning to worry because it appeared none of the dragons liked him. A few tried to kill him. Okay, now my interest was piqued. Joseph hadn't seen anything like it before. The previous 2 princes he guided didn't have this much trouble finding a dragon, let alone the dragons wanting to kill them. It wasn't to any fault of Archibald. He was a kind, passionate man who only wanted to protect his people like his brothers before him. He tried to hide it, but Joseph knew the prince's patience was wearing thin. Instead of going out to find a dragon, Joseph thought to take him to the mines. It would be a welcomed distraction. They could blow stuff up and talk about the things Archibald could do once he did find a dragon. It appeared to help with the prince's frustration. But then it happened. Archibald accidentally broke a large piece of dragon vein too early. Since he wasn't bound to a dragon yet, it should have blown him and Joseph to smithereens. But it didn't. They walked away unscathed because Archibald used fire magic without a dragon. It took days for them to come out of the shock. What did it mean? Was the Acker line evolving? Their magic was so potent now they didn't need a dragon partner to lend them their power. One thing was for certain, Joseph had never seen or heard of the kind of power Archibald possessed. He was a complete natural with the flames he controlled, unlike his brothers who took a few weeks to physically get used to using the magic in their blood. And then things took a turn for the worse. Archibald got sick. Really sick. Joseph was at a loss. His skin burned to the touch. Something was inside him. Joseph saw it with his own eyes. Shirtless, back exposed to Joseph, something moved beneath his muscles from his shoulders to his lower back, threatening to burst free. Except it didn't whatever it wasn't strong enough to break through his skin. It was a sight that made the healer faint on the spot. Archibald was in so much pain that Joseph was tempted to end his life out of mercy. The healers couldn't do anything for him, they didn't know what was wrong. They tried to extract the thing under his skin, but during the sickness, his skin had become too thick for any blade to slice through. They were helpless to save him. As the weeks of agony went on, he grew thinner, unable to eat and sleep. Then, one day, his body couldn't take it anymore. Joseph took the princess body home to his family to have a proper royal burial. They held no grudges against him. Apparently this happened every few generations. The youngest son would get terribly sick and die. They suspected it was the magic in their blood not mixing well with their body at the height of their maturity. I stopped reading, slamming the book shut. The sun had risen and shone through the window I sat at. It was supposed to fill my body with warmth, but I felt colder than I had last night. My brothers and father looked up from their books at the sound of my movement. Dad was on his feet in the next second and gripping my shoulder. "Did you find anything, Cal?" "Yeah. Prince Camden is going to die." "Not necessarily." Harry got up from his chair and sat beside me on the bench. He plucked the diary from my hands, opening it to the first page to see whose diary it was. He grunted. "This is Joseph Dracino's book. I have his son's Jeremy." He mentioned Prince Archibald's death in his diary. It shook Joseph. He was never the same after that. He was too young to know the details of his death, only that he was in incredible pain. I'm assuming Joseph described the same symptoms as Camden? I nodded, mouth dry. The symptoms were exactly the same, even the thing crawling around inside him. Harry grunted again, peering up to Dad then to our other brothers who had put their books down to crowd around us. Not used to having everyone's eyes on him, Harry ducked his head into his book and continued his synopsis. Jeremy hated seeing his dad so torn up over something the Ackers had declared wasn't his fault. It was just a genetic condition. Jeremy thought maybe if he figured out what it was that caused this illness in the Ackers, it would bring his father peace of mind. Did he ever find out what it was? Caden asked. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, a small sigh escaping his lips. None of the princes that generation got sick, so he couldn't study them. All he had to go on was the notes Joseph left behind. He was even allowed to read the Ackers books to see what the family had on this illness. They wrote it off as a genetic deformity and left it at that. Harry shook his head in incredulity. You'd think a family with as much resources as they do, they would try to find a cure. Anyway, there didn't appear to be a pattern in the illnesses. Sometimes it skipped a few generations. Once it happened to 2 generations in a row, it was always the youngest son and they were in pain, feverish, and something growing inside them. He didn't find much else on the illness, but he did discover how the Ackers got their magic. He sat up a little straighter, taking on a more professorly stature. A very long time ago, an Acker saved a dragon's life before we began taming them. That long ago, and in return the dragon cut himself and bled into a cup. That Acker wasn't he given any powers, but he did live to be 150 years old. In this time, he bore 3 generations. His heir's powers grew with every generation. His first family could only communicate with dragons telepathically. The second could control fire. The third bonded with 1 dragon each and shared their powers. It was an interesting piece of history, but everyone knew the Ackers got their magical blood from a dragon. I didn't see what that had to do with Camden's current predicament. Harry turned to me, sensing my doubt. You said Marco attacked him when he saw Camden's dragon eyes, right? Maybe he can sense something we can't in Camden and he's afraid of him. You mean, he's, like, uber powerful? Giles guessed, scratching his head. Camden's sick because his blood is too potent for his body? It's possible, yes, Harry agreed. That's what Jeremy thought, as well. He thought that maybe if his father had taken him to the birthplace of dragons, Archibald might have survived. After all, for the longest time, the only place for a dragon to be born was in the larva of a volcano. They needed the heat to weaken the eggshell so they could break free. Of course, since all the volcanoes erupted, dragon eggs don't need to be in larvae to hatch as we witness every year. So, I said, my mind turning over and over at the possibility of saving Cam. You think the dragon blood in him might calm down in a sense if we take him to a volcano and drop him in some larva? I wasn't the only one who thought that was crazy, right? You said he stood in front of a fireball and didn't he get hurt? The larva shouldn't he hurt him? It was the shouldn't he that worried me, but really, what other options did we have? We could sit here and let him die, or try to bathe him in larva and either watch him melt or he could get better and be the first Acker to survive this illness. I stood up, decided. Where do you think you're going? Dad demanded, noticing the determined look in my eye. He wore a wary gaze, wrinkles always more prominent when he looked at us this way. I'm going to take Camden to a volcano. The only volcanoes are in the Dragonlands. Just as well I've been there before. I can fly there with Zeller and be back in a few days. My brothers, who did not know I'd been to the Dragonlands, snapped their heads to me in surprise. Since when? Casper demanded, sounding more like Dad than he realized. I go at least once a year with Elsa. I waved it off. Now wasn't he the time to discuss the places I'd travelled which, in all honesty, wouldn't he take that long I had to save Camden. The wild dragons won't let you into their territory, but they trust me. Zeller and I will be fine. What about Prince Camden? Dad retorted, arms crossed. He wasn't having this, but too bad for him. I was his daughter and when I wanted to do something no one could stop me. When the dragons see him, they attack, just like Marco. Marco attacked him when he saw his eyes. Camden will be passed out the entire time. You can't talk me out of this, Dad. I'm going. I'm a Draceno, remember, and I swore an oath to protect my prince. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I nodded to Casper in thanks for reminding me of my job. Dad's eyes cut into his eldest son, and I swear if they were alone, he would have murdered him on the spot for talking me into this. Casper swallowed, then stepped beside me. Let her do this. Cal can do it. Dad's face went red. Cal is 20 years old. She's too young to be running into the heart of dragon territory. There are dragon scavengers between here and there and many other creatures that would love to snack on little girls. Caden said softly. He reached for his shoulder, then caught the venomous look, and dropped his hand. She killed a swarm of goblins and a chimera last night by herself. She's not a little girl anymore. We raised her to be as tough as one of us and you'd let us go to save our prince. Dad winced at that, dropping his gaze. I can't let her go. Yes. Callie, you have to stay here. That's an order. Mar would want her to go. Giles reprimanded him, flinching as he spoke. Mum had always been a sensitive topic, and right now, when Dad was like this, was definitely not the time to bring her up. Callie's just like her. He went on. He opened his mouth now, might as well say what needed to be said. She'll go with or without your permission. I would. Just because Dad ordered me to stay, didn't he mean I was going to? Even if he locked me in my room, I'd climb out the window. He could lock me in the basement, and I would dig my way out. If he tied me up, I'd chew myself free. You trained me, I told him. Taught me everything I know, showed me how to do things most people can't do. I was born for this. Giles is right. I'm going whether you like it or not. Camden is my responsibility until he becomes a dragon prince. Would you really let me fail my mission because you're too scared to let me go? All my life, I never felt like I was my mother's daughter, that she was lost to us forever because of me, but that wasn't true at all. I was exactly like the woman my father had fallen in love with, and that was why he couldn't let me go. I was the only thing he had left of her. If I died, she would be lost to him forever. Tears brimmed his eyes. You're as fierce as your mother was, Callie, and as tenacious. I know you can do it, but you better come back to us, child, or I swear to the 7 gods I won't rest until every wild dragon that could have hurt you is dead. I gulped, not about to tell him there were a lot more dangerous creatures in the Randalar territory than wild dragons. Because Elsa and I were small, we were safe to avoid the phoenixes, hobgoblins, griffins, and trolls that roamed the lands freely beneath the thick canopy of trees, out of a dragon's sights. Zeller was not so small. I'll come back with Cam. I promise. Tilder. Within the hour, I was armed to the teeth. They took me down to the basement and loaded me up with belts to hold a plethora of knives, armor, and a short sword. A whip coiled around my leg, looking almost decorative with its shimmery blue scales wrapped around the leather center. The barbs were as sharp as a fresh scale on a dragon's back, and just as strong. There were a few times I wished I knew this beauty existed while climbing and exploring the jungle. It would have come in handy many times. Also, it was pretty to look at. I could coil it around my body anywhere, and people would think it a funky accessory rather than a deadly weapon. Not that I needed to worry about accessorizing where I was going. Camden and I would be the only humans to have gone so deep in the Dragonlands, and it wasn't like he cared what I wore, especially in the state he was in right now. Feeling possibly overconfident with my many weapons and flexible armor, I pushed the healing hut door open. There were a few more healers around now that it was midday. They all stopped doing whatever it was they did in between patients and scowled at me. Amber marched through the curtain, Camden's steaming form only visible for a moment before the curtain concealed him again, and stood in front of me, arms crossed. He doesn't want to see you. Get out. After I let her walk over me the last time we spoke, I wasn't about to let her do it again, even though it thoroughly surprised me that he talked to her. However, it wasn't so surprising that he didn't want to see me again. I tried not to convey the sting the words left on my heart. I don't care what he wants. I'm taking him. I let my hand fall onto the hilt of my sword in case she misunderstood me. She scoffed a laugh, golden eyes following the movement of my hand. You're not going anywhere near him. You're going to kill him. I found a cure for him, but I have to take him someplace. You're going to let me take him. Despite the fact I was ready to draw my weapon, she stepped closer to me, her face inches from mine. The faint smell of mint wafted off her breath as she spoke. There's no way you found a cure. You're good for nothing, Callie. Go fuck a dragon and live in his den, where you belong. I'll take care of the prince. He's mine. I don't care what he is to you. He needs help, and I'm going to do everything I can to do just that. You two can plan your little wedding when I bring him back. Sneering, she moved her hand to slap me. After years of training with brothers who loved sneak attacks, I was much faster and caught her hand. I twisted it around her back and shoved her face into the nearest pillar. She cried out, and I never felt so good. For once I could hit her pretty little face and not get in trouble for it. Camden's illness is good for something. I kicked the back of her knee, it buckled, and she went tumbling down onto the hardwood floors. I stepped around her for Camden's bed. He was covered in damp towels, steam rolling off him like nothing I'd ever seen before. His complexion was red when I removed the towels, as one would expect from someone so hot. His skin burned the exposed flesh of my neck when I draped him over my shoulders. Dear gods, he was heavier than the last time I had carried him. It didn't help that I hadn't slept since then, either. Still, I half dragged him out of the healing hut, glaring at any healer who looked like she might want to intervene. After what I did to Amber, they felt less inclined to see what I would do to them for getting in my way. I met Zeller in the nearest field. He lowered himself nice and low to make it easier for me to haul Camden up into the saddle. The prince groaned, tossing his head back against my shoulder. Cully, I'm here. I'm going to make everything better, all right? Just hang on for me, Cam. He moaned in response, squeezing his eyes. I didn't know what that was supposed to mean, probably a god's, please let someone else make everything better, but I tried not to think about it too much when I readjusted his head and leaned him forward on saddle. I slipped my feet into the stirrups and stretched around Cam to grab onto the handles. Let us go, Zeller to the Dragonlands. The large red dragon only needed to flap his wings once to get us airborne. We flew south, riding an air current through the valley. The further we went, the wind grew, but with Zeller's massive size, his wings caught it gracefully, not struggling in the least, as most of our tamed dragons would with these winds. It was why I asked him to take me. He was big enough to ward off most predators and have no troubles in the winds. Plus, with Camden's growing weight, I would be hard-pressed to find a dragon who could hold both of us up for more than a few hours at a time. We made it to the valley's southern exit in good timing, veering west as soon as we passed the last mountain. The world opened up to a vibrant forest, filled with deciduous trees. The smell of fresh mist and a hint of citrus reached me from up here, and I stole a deep breath. If I had never gone to Hystero and been introduced to the ocean, the smell of this forest would have been my favorite. Sometimes I flew over here with Elser just to enjoy the pleasures of the forest below. However, as we continued our flight path, the trees thinned out, giving way to gravelly sand and siltstone. Instead of lush trees soaring high, the tallest tree was maybe 10 feet, barely noticeable at the height we flew, and the bushes were far in between. The vibrant colors of the forest turned into greys, greens, and terracotta. The land was barren of creatures, a stark contrast to the plains east of the valley. The heat rose up, scorching the back of my neck. Zeller slowed down so I could flip the collar of my jacket up to protect my neck. There was no point in taking layers off. Camden was so hot before we left the forest. The heat of this dry land was nothing in comparison, and by the time we reached the Dragonlands I would have to put my layers back on again. When it would normally take Elser 4 hours to pass over the dry land, Zeller did it in 2. The land began to roll in endless hills, forever growing higher until the hills turned into mountains buried within the clouds. When we had first come here, I'd mistaken the thick rolling clouds as ash looming over the sky, but then Elser took me through one to show there was nothing to fear. The clouds only looked ominous. They rumbled with no flash of warning. They were seemingly permanent, always coiling around the mountain tops to protect the peaks from prying eyes. The mountains lined up single file, walling off anyone who had survived the desert from passing any further. Zeller increased our altitude to match the height of the jagged mountains. By this time, the sun was on its way down. On the same wavelength, Zeller landed on the side of one of the mountains, splitting the land in two, and found a large cave for him to nest in. Even though Zeller was the one who did most of the work, I was exhausted from holding Camden on the great dragon. I pulled him off Zeller's back. Forgetting how heavy he was, he slipped off the saddle easily enough and flopped on top of me. I gasped for the air forced out of my lungs. Dear Lord, he was getting heavier every hour. What kind of genetic condition did this to people? He was so heavy, I couldn't push him off me. Zeller caught him between two claws and pried him off, laying him beside me. I stole a deep breath. Inhaling the scent of ash and rock. It wasn't the most pleasant of smells, but it would get better once we crossed the mountain line. I grabbed Camden's wrists and dragged him deeper into the cave so Zeller could lie down properly. He blocked the entrance completely with his body, only allowing the last of the sunlight through the gap between his wings and the roof of the cave. I scavenged some wood and tossed a piece of dragon vein into the pile. The light filled the rest of the cave, revealing no other exits or creatures living within the space. Perfect. While Camden lay on his back, moaning and groaning, I went into the motions of unpacking my saddle for food and sleeping bags. Given the heat of his skin, I didn't think he needed it tonight, but if he wanted it, it was laying out beside him, open for him to slip into whenever he needed to. I laid mine adjacent, my head near his, and beside the fire. With a pot and some ingredients Caden packed for me, I made a simple stew. The sun was completely gone by the time the stew was done, and I was grateful to have something warm in my belly. Now the only light was my fire, but thankfully, between Camden and Zeller's body heat, I didn't have to worry too much about keeping warm. After I'd eaten, I shuffled over to Camden's side and tried to get him to eat. However, he only opened his mouth to convey his pain. Giving up on the stew, I soaked a cloth through and wiped the sweat away from his face, doing my best to let him keep some dignity. His eyes flew open as soon as my hand touched his cheek. They were gold and slitted, far too different from the mossy green eyes I had gotten used to. I jerked my hand away, but he caught it and growled at me, a low, deep sound in his chest, more animal than human. What the hell is happening to you, Cam? Swallowing, I gently pried my hand away from his face. Sorry if I hurt or scared you. It's only me. Female, he grunted in such a primal way, I started. And Amber accused me of being a caveman. Some would argue that statement, I told him, doing my best to brush off how different this thing had made him. The worst thing I could do right now was freak out on him. Once I dipped him in some larva, he would be fine, back to his normal self. There's nothing normal about any of this. He stared at me, pupils widening the longer he regarded me. He wore no expression, only the intensity of his gaze told me what he was feeling, but even then, I could be wrong. I hoped I was. He looked hungry and I was his dinner. Cam, why are you looking at me like that? Has this sickness changed your appetite, by chance? Like maybe meat, human meat? It was my duty to care for him, but I was not going that far. He could starve if it was my flesh he wanted to eat. He cocked his head to the side, a motion I'd never seen him make before. He reminded me of a bird getting a better angle on its prey before it struck. You're scared of me. And then that predatory gaze was wiped off his face, replaced by one of agony. He curled up into a ball and shuddered violently. I went over to steady him while he shook, a hand on his shoulder, the other on his knee. It wasn't until I was leaning over him when I saw it. Two things rolled down the length of his back underneath his skin. Exactly like how my ancestor Joseph described. And yeah, I felt like I might faint. It looked incredibly painful, and just the thought of something crawling under my skin like that made me shudder. Oh, God, Cam, I hope my plan helps you. I don't know what to do if it doesn't. He cried out, nearly a roar in response, clutching his arms to his chest and rocking. The sweat worked harder on his back than ever before. He went apple red all over. And then he passed out. Cam? I poked his shoulder. Nothing. He was utterly slack under my hands. Thankfully, his chest rose and fell, but it was at a fast pace I was sure meant certain death for any ordinary person. I peered over to Zeller, hoping somehow he could do something for Camden, but the dragon was fast asleep. Poor guy had worked hard to bring us here before sundown. As much as I hated the thought of being alone, he deserved a good rest, and I wouldn't dare to disturb him. With nothing else to do, I rolled into my sleeping bag and got whatever sleep I could. I was yanked awake all too soon. Zeller had the end of my sleeping bag between his teeth as he pulled me towards him. I rolled out of the sleeping bag, catching the concern in his eyes. My gaze instantly snapped to Camden, but he was sleeping as soundlessly as he could, all things considered. Zeller grunted softly, grabbing my attention, and swung his head purposefully outside of the cave. I stepped around his legs and peered outside. The sun had risen over the mountains, casting shadows over the desert plains that lit up our side of the mountain quite clearly, giving me a full view of the group of men and horses riding up the mountainside. They were so close I could hear them from our perch. "Are ye sure ye saw a dragon, Keith? We'd been looking all night and got nothing to show for it." It was impossible to tell which man it came from, as they were all muttering to themselves. It didn't really matter. They all looked the same, bulky, mean, and fugly. They bore weapons made of dragon bone and armor made of their scales. One man even had a very young dragonling skull attached to the top of his helmet. "I know what I saw," Keith snapped. "T was a big gin. He came from der east." Why would a dragon be flying from der east? The dragon they referred to must be Zeller. It left an unsettling knot in my stomach that we'd been followed by at least 40 dragon scavengers. Goblins. I could fight. One big beast by myself was stretching it. A platoon of dragon scavengers? No one was that good unless they had a bunch of dragons and dragon vein to back them up. I had one in a bag with only so much dragon vein. Fuck if I know. I know is that he'd make us a lot of money. I didn't like the cart they had in tow behind them. A ballista sat on top of it, several steel arrows longer than I was tall laying beside it in the cart. A weapon that powerful with arrows that big, one shot was all they needed to take down Zeller and then Camden, and I wouldn't be making this out alive. And we were in firing range. Swearing under my breath because I didn't dare make a noise any louder, I whirled around for the cave and threw everything onto the saddle as fast as I could. I woke Camden up last, praying I wouldn't have to lift an unconscious prince into the saddle. "Cam?" I hissed, shaking him. "I need you to wake up and do your best to get into the saddle, and do it quietly." He moaned, and I had to cover his mouth. I waited 2 beats, listening out for any signs the scavengers heard him. Then when Zeller gave me the all clear, I pulled my hand away and rolled Camden onto his side. "Please, please, wake up. I can't do this by myself." I should have let my brothers come and risk the dragon's wrath. Dragon scavengers were not people to mess with. His eyes flitted open. They were his normal green eyes, though they were more dazed than usual. "Callie," he rasped. "What's happening? Why are you so scared?" "Dragon scavengers followed us, and if you can't help me get you into the saddle, we're going to die." He let a tremor pass through him before rolling onto his hands and knees. Grabbing his arm, I helped him straighten up and guided him to the saddle. I climbed on first, then reached down to pull him up. With much effort on both of our behalves, he was on, leaning forward in the saddle. It was all I needed from him. "Thank you. You can go back to sleep if you need to." What about the Skaven Dodgers? Gods, like he could do anything if he was going to struggle that much with that sentence. "Let me worry about them," it was all I said, though. Camden passed out again. I peered down the mountainside to see where the scavengers were. They weren't in view anymore. I wasn't naive enough to believe they'd come halfway up this mountain to give up on the dragon now. No, they probably went around the corner to find a better path for the horses. Zeller, now's our chance. If we're fast enough, they won't have time to set up the ballista. Be prepared for evasive maneuvers on my command. The dragon nodded, then prepared to launch off the cliff face. The wind picked up, throwing my hair back since I didn't have time to tie it back. A second later, Zeller leapt off the ledge, spreading wings wide to catch the current. We shot upward, reaching the top of the mountain within seconds. Shouts were called out below, but we were so high up and moving too quickly for me to hear what they said. Zeller angled to the side, exiting the current, then flapped his wings to gain speed for the nearest volcano. We left the mountain line surrounding the Dragonlands. We were hit with a wave of humidity and a cloud of mist. Zeller had to decrease our altitude for better air currents closer to the jungle's canopy. Some trees were so tall, Zeller had to veer away from them. Elser had done it agilely, barely fluttering her wings to make the movement as long as I moved with her. But Zeller was nearly twice his size, and when he turned, he made much larger arches, nearly hitting other trees in the process. He could swing sideways, but with the weight Camden was right now, we'd both fall off, so poor Zeller had to risk clipping a wing. "When we get home, I'll buy an entire bag of jerky just for you," I promised the loyal dragon. It still wouldn't convey how thankful I was for all of his efforts, but it was a start. He purred at the very thought. It wasn't long after we entered the jungle when large shadows loomed over us. I stole a peek upwards and saw 3 massive green and yellow dragons flying above. They roared and split up, one taking the rear, one staying above, while the other went below. The one behind us nipped at Zeller's tail. Enraged, Zeller roared back at them and whipped his tail across the jowls of the dragon who had attacked him. They did not take that kindly, the one above dropping low, claws out. "Look out, Zeller!" It was too late, and it didn't do what I expected, which was to claw at Zeller's wings. Instead, its claws took hold of my waist and plucked me off his back. Camden slipped off Zeller's back and plunged down into the jungle. "Catch him, Zeller!" I cried, holding onto the claws as they loosened their grip on me to drop me into the endless jungle below. I could deal with a dragon. Camden wouldn't survive a fall like that. Zeller dove down, dodging a swipe from the dragon under him, and collected Camden in his claws before he fell too deep into the canopy. Relieved the prince was safe, I began my climb up the dragon's leg. It hissed at me, shaking its leg. I kicked its jaw when it tried to pry me off with its teeth. Oh, this dragon was in for a nasty surprise if he thought he could just pick me up and drop me. I was a dragon tamer. This was my thing. The dragon continued to attempt to throw me off, but I held strong, finding holds underneath its scales and in its joints. Once I was situated underneath its wing, I wrapped my legs around the joint and swung myself onto its back. The wind was much harsher down the middle of its spine, but as long as I had my feet positioned on its wings joints, I wasn't going anywhere. It bucked and rolled to the side and upside down. I clung to it like I had with every dragon that had tried to shake me. Once it appeared it stopped trying to do aerials to get rid of me, I unwrapped the whip still coiled around my leg and aimed for its snout. I caught it the first time round and yanked it to the side. The dragon had no choice but to obey where I steered it. Now in control of my ride, I peered around to see where Zeller was. The other two dragons were attacking him from different angles, clawing and snapping. Zeller had gotten a few good scratches into their hides, but with two of them, they would steadily gain the advantage. I steered the dragon down for the one attacking Zeller from above. We collided into it, a thunderous clap ringing out in the sky. The dragons, stunned, didn't see the tree and smacked right into it. We went tumbling out of the sky, falling in the canopy. I held onto my dragon, ducking as close as I could to the wings where it would instinctively protect itself from collisions. And then we hit the forest floor. I went flying off its back, rolling through the ferns until I hit a tree. The dragons cried out and thrashed in the tangle of vines they'd gotten stuck in. The vines were as thick as the thorns in Thorn-S Forest, too thick for a dragon without dragon vein to escape. Clutching my ribs, which appeared to hurt the most though my head was a close second, I limped over to the wailing beasts. The canopy was so thick, there was hardly any light to touch the bottom, but where the dragons had fallen, it opened up and the plants around the new sunlight seemed to react instantly, angling towards the light. It also made the vines that held the dragons thicker and tighten around the beasts. One was wound around a dragon-S throat, constricting ever so tighter. It whimpered, and when I came into its view it tried to hiss, but only a cough escaped its lips. I held my hands up, showing it I didn't have any weapons, but my short sword was ready at my hip, and the whip was back around my leg again if I needed them. I didn't come here to hurt you, I told it softly. From where I stood, Adi was actually a her. I can release you of these vines if you let me. The other dragon, who was not being strangled, snarled at me, doing everything he could to twist around and bite me. He was bigger than she was, more muscular too. The angry roar escaping his jowls was a promise to kill me if I so much as touched the female. Is she your mate? I can save her. Look at those vines around her neck. They're killing her. His eyes flashed to the vines, then to me. He understood what I was saying. Apparently understanding didn't mean he trusted me. He growled. Deciding he was too frantic to make any choices for his mate, I pulled out my short sword and cut at the vine encasing her foot so they could see I meant no harm. The male roared so loud the jungle quaked in fear. My ears rang for a few moments, but I kept going, slicing my way through the vines until I got to her throat. The female watched me closely, eyes darting wildly between me and her mate. I held her gaze. I needed her to trust me because as soon as I cut her neck free, she could kill me in a flash. I'm not going to hurt you, I told her again, putting all the serenity I had in my tone. I could barely hear myself speak over my pounding heart. This was it. The day I find out if I pushed my trust in dragons too far. I reached forward, gripping the vine in one hand and placing my blade beside it. Very carefully, I began to saw away the tendril. It snapped free, flying in opposite directions. She swung her head high and shook the rest of the vines off her body. The movement knocked me back on my butt. I stared up at her, helpless to stop her if she chose to crush me with the weight of her foot or swallow me whole. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited. And waited. And then I felt her breath on my cheeks. I gasped, knowing the pain came next. At least your last deed was saving a dragon-S life. Yeah, that was a good way to go out, wasn't it? The heat of her moved away from me. Dragons groaned and growled. Vines snapped free. The forest rustled. I braved a peak. The female had freed the male and now rose to their full height and stared at me, undoubtedly wondering what to do with me. There was no more aggression in their eyes, so maybe after seeing I meant no harm, they would treat me in kind. One could always hope, anyway. Feeling probably braver than I should, I climbed to my feet and sheathed my sword. My friend is sick, I informed them. I read that a volcano might be able to save him. That's why we're here. I'm not here to hurt anyone, I promise. The male curled his lips back, revealing very large, pointy teeth. However, the female hit him with her wing and seemingly glared at him. She bumped him again with her head, then took off through the hole in the canopy. Helpless to his love for her, he didn't give me a second thought and jumped to follow her, leaving me all alone in the dark forest infested with all kinds of creatures that would love to eat me. At least your track record for dragons is holding strong. Yeah, at least there's that. After taking a moment to remind myself that I was, in fact, still alive, I stood in the center of the clearing the dragon pair had made and called out for Zeller. To my disappointment, the forest absorbed most of my voice. Calling for him on the forest floor wasn't going to be enough. Sighing, I climbed up the nearest tree. Its trunk was thicker than a dragon's neck, but thankfully it was much easier to climb. There were so many sturdy branches to pull myself up on, and if I couldn't find one, there was a handy nook in the trunk for my feet and hands to use. I was covered in sweat from both my workout and from the heavy humidity by the time I got high enough to see over most of the trees. Settling on a branch, I cupped my mouth and called out to Zeller. His cry echoed my own, somewhere nearby. I twisted around until I saw him flying in the opposite direction. I called out to him once again, and he turned his course for me. I waved madly on the off chance he could already see me. When he got closer, I yelled his name for good measure. He ducked into the clearing and waited for me to climb down the tree. Relieved to be near a familiar dragon, I wrapped my arms around his neck. Thank you for coming. I owe you 2 bags of jerky. With such promises, he curled his tail around me and purred. And then I remembered why we were here. Where's Camden? Zeller opened up his claws to reveal the prince laying limp in his grasp. I went over to check his pulse. His hands flung out, grasping my shoulders and tossing me to the ground. He was on top of me in the next moment, fist aimed to punch my face in. His teeth were barred, eyes gold and wild, like I was staring into the eyes of a vicious beast, not the prince I had come to know and love. Cam! He froze, then dropped his fist, much preferring to hold his ribs. With a moan, he dropped to his side beside me. Sorry, he breathed. I thought you were a dragon scavenger. I don't think they would handle you quite as nicely, I muttered while sitting up straight. Nice? He cracked a laugh, the first joyous noise he'd made in over 24 hours. Is that what you'd call how you've been handling me? Every time I wake up, I find a new bruise. Those might have been from his fall off Zeller's back, but he didn't need to know that. Everything was under control, for now. You're not dead, so yeah, I'd consider that nice. How are you feeling aside from the new bruises? I scanned his laid-out form and couldn't find any serious injuries. His skin was still flushed, sweat soaking through his cotton shirt. He shifted his eyes from the canopy to me, green as the tropical leaves around us. A light smile played on his lips, but his eyes couldn't hide the pain he was in. They didn't quite have that glimmer they usually had before all of this happened. I was just relieved to see the wild come hadn't entirely taken him over. How close are we to finding this cure of yours? We'll be there sometime tomorrow as long as nothing else interrupts us. He brought his arm over his eyes and released a long breath. Then I'm fine. I can manage one more day. Gods, I hate this, he muttered. I'm sorry, you must be in a lot of pain. I wished I could take it away for him, even if it meant taking it as my own. Sharing it had to be better than bearing it on his own. I longed for the days when he smiled and laughed and joked around with my brothers. I wanted him to be able to take a step and not be in pain. More than anything, I wanted to hug him and feel how I felt in his arms when he carried me home from the healing hut. ID never felt like I belonged anywhere, but something felt so right about being held by him. Not that he'd ever let you touch him like that. You seem to keep forgetting that he's going to leave and never come back once you found him a dragon and trained him up. He didn't even need much more training. All he needed was a dragon and then he'd go home. Sighing to conceal the clench on my heart, I rolled to my feet. We need to get moving. I don't know how far away those dragon scavengers are. Are you able to help me get you on the saddle, or would you prefer to stay in Zeller's claws? Saddle, he mumbled, then grunted as he staggered to his feet. I caught his arm before he teetered too far. We had a method to get him into the saddle now, so this time it was easy to settle him onto the leather. He leaned forward with a grateful groan, and I leaned over him for the handles. The sweat of his back instantly dampened my shirt, but I was already sweaty from today's activities. I hardly noticed aside from the extreme heat. Let us go, Zeller. Tilder. We flew for a good couple hours, the ring of volcanoes falling within our sights. It was getting too dark for us to fly to the nearest one, so Zeller landed by a large grouping of trees, digging his claws into the biggest trunk. It was a miracle it didn't fall over from his weight. It was easy enough for me to climb out of the saddle to find a branch to sleep on, but it was a bitch and a half to carefully drop Camden onto the nearest branch below the saddle. With rope, I tied him to the trunk and the branch to keep him stable. I tied myself to a branch above him, not trusting myself to stay on the branch without help. Believe it or not, it was safer to sleep in the tree than it was on the forest floor. Hey, Cully! Camden mumbled, halfway between sleep and consciousness. He'd been drifting in and out of sleep all day, only just able to stay awake enough to keep his hold on the saddle. I peered over the side of my branch to see his shadow was already looking up at me. Yeah? Are you all right? I thought it was an odd question to ask, and it certainly wasn't the time to ask. Of course I wasn't all right. We were being hunted, even as we spoke, and there was still a very high chance Camden would die, by scavengers, his illness, or me because I was stupid enough to believe throwing him in a pit of lava would solve all of our problems. The most I could ask for at the moment was that I'd been allowed to ride in silence for a couple of hours, uninterrupted by wild dragons or scavengers. Why wouldn't I be? I asked back. The last thing I needed was for him to worry or doubt me. His sole purpose should be to feel better. I barely saw his frown in the darkness. Something doesn't feel right. When I look at you or smell you, something inside me stirs. It hurts. Wow. The very sight of me hurts him. Amber and Cadence had said some awful things to me over the years, and I had successfully brushed it off, not caring what they thought of me. But I cared how he thought of me. I'll do my best to hide my face from you, then, so you don't have to hurt as much. I can't do a lot about the smell, though. Sorry. Feeling thoroughly disheartened for any chance of him forgiving me, I settled back on my branch and tried not to think about what he said too much while I slept. Good night, Prince. Wait. Cully. I kept my eyes shut, refusing to move an inch for him tonight. There was only so much a girl could take in one day, and after being thrown around on a dragon and chased by scavengers, I didn't have the room to tolerate anything else. He sighed, agitated, knowing I didn't usually fall asleep that quickly. Fine. Good night, Cully. The morning didn't come soon enough. My mind plagued me all night, hardly letting me catch a wink of sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about what he said last night. On top of everything Amber had ever said to me, it was finally getting to me. Her words hadn't bothered me before, but now that I might possibly be in love with a man who didn't feel the same way, it hurt. I finally saw all the flaws she blatantly pointed out to me for years. It was so obvious why Camden would never have feelings for me. I never thought I would experience pain like this, invisible and deep, yet just as real as any other injury a dragon had given me. It felt silly and hopeless to risk my life for someone who didn't love me, but I also couldn't bear a world where he didn't live. I had to save him, regardless of the pain it caused me. Camden didn't wake up this time when I asked him to help me get him in the saddle. Of all the times, though, this was one of the better times for him to not wake up. Zeller climbed down the tree and plucked Camden off the branch, cradling him between his claws. I hopped into the saddle, hoping Camden wouldn't wake up until we reached the volcano, so he wouldn't see gone against his wishes and made him fly in Zeller's claws instead of the saddle. Zeller had only beat his wings twice when a massive arrow came flying out of the forest and nearly clipped his wing. Zeller grunted in surprise, swinging his head around to see where it had come from. The canopy was too thick. It could have come from anywhere. Another arrow shot out, not too far from where we had been sleeping. Left, Zeller! I screamed, clutching onto the saddle. He banked, narrowly missing the second arrow. Get us out of here! With a snort of agreement, he made one powerful thrust of his wings after another until we were out of range. The calls of the dragon scavengers faded quickly. I relaxed in the saddle, keeping my eyes on the forest below. How did they move so quickly in the forest? Sure, they had numbers, but there were several monsters that didn't care about numbers because they were so big or they had magic to aid them. It shouldn't be possible for them to catch up to us through all the terrain. Another arrow flew out of the canopy, but it went nowhere near us. We were safe for now. For how long, though? I feared it wouldn't be long enough. We should be able to make it to the volcano without them hassling us, but how long would we be there for? Harry never said how long it would take for Cam to get better once we put him in the larva. Was it instant? Would it take hours, days? We would be sitting ducks until he healed, and if they could follow us this quickly and easily, it might be too late for us by the time Camden regained his strength. Feeling more motivated to reach a volcano in decent time, Zeller kept his pace up, weaving between the taller trees much easier now that it was only me in the saddle. The volcanoes grew larger and darker the closer we got. The dark clouds I'd mistaken as it hovered over the volcanoes, rumbling more frequently, but still with no signs of lightning threatening to strike us. Zeller picked a volcano that looked like the larva had exploded out of the side rather than the top. A massive hole stood out halfway up the volcano, looking as if someone had thrown the biggest piece of dragon vein they could find to make a shortcut to the larva within. The entrance glowed a vibrant orange, enticing us to enter either that or it was a warning for us to go away. The heat increased, the air heavy. There was no wind for Zeller to ride on, so he landed at the base, placing Camden gently down a few feet away before landing. I slipped out of my jacket, already overwhelmed by the insane heat the volcano produced. If it was like this at the base, what was it like inside? Camden was too heavy at this point for me to carry him up the slope, especially with the loose ashen dirt slipping under every step I took, so Zeller helped me the best he could to drape Camden over his back. He moaned, a violent shudder running down his spine. I wiped his damp hair out of his face. It had dulled to the colour of the dirt between my boots, as wet as my back. Everything's going to be all right, Cam. We're almost there. You can take a nice bath in some larva and then you'll feel as if none of this happened. At least, I hoped so. In my mind, there were two ways how this could go. The larva would kill him or completely cure him of his illness. Either way, Camden wouldn't be sick anymore. We began the climb. Zeller had a much easier time at it than I did, though I saw the strain on his back having Camden on him. It would be too much if I rode on him while he hiked up the steep slope. My whole body was utterly drenched halfway up to the entrance. I stripped off all my weapons except my short sword and whip. I was tempted to take my armor off, but with the dragon scavengers not too far behind us, I didn't want to risk losing what little protection I had against them. Every so often, I peered over my shoulder to see if I could find them in the tree line. So far they hadn't shown themselves, but it was only a matter of time if they moved as quickly as I thought they did. We'd only been hiking for 2 hours and the flight here hadn't been any longer. Zeller grunted, catching my attention. I followed his gaze upward, to the entrance. It was only a few feet away, the heat blasting out of it scorching my skin. Every step closer, the burn worsened until my skin started blistering. We were just outside the entrance. A river of lava glowed and bubbled down the short incline. "We're here." Zeller took a step into the cave. Shouting roared up from behind us. It was the dragon scavengers. They had left the tree line and were pointing at Zeller. They cheered, kicking their horses to run up the slope. The silt was too slippery for them though, and the horses fell and rolled down the incline. More frustrated orders were barked. After whipping the horses didn't motivate them enough to stay upright, their leader ordered his men to hike the volcano on foot. "Zeller, go! Take Camden to the larva. It's too hot for me in there, anyway. I'll distract them. Once Camden is better, take him home." I couldn't believe the words coming out of my mouth. They broke my promise to Dad and to myself that we'd all come back alive. Up until now, it seemed like a plausible outcome. But the dragon scavengers were here, and I couldn't live with myself if they got their hands on Zeller or put Camden up for ransom. The dragons stared at me. "Go," I commanded, thrusting a finger at the lava river. "Leave me, Zeller. Don't ever come back for me. It's what they want. You can't let them catch you or Cam, you hear me? Look after him." Black smoke puffed out of his nostrils as he glared at me. I went on, ignoring his ire. "Destroy the entrance once you've passed through so they can't come after you. Please, do this for me, Zeller." Damn it, despite how hard I tried to fight, the tears came anyway. I was scared out of my mind, terrified for what was to come for Cam and Zeller, and for what would happen to me if the scavengers caught me. "Thank you for everything, Zeller. Goodbye." He pressed his muzzle into my chest, expelling white smoke from his nostrils. Reluctantly, he moved away, eyes sad as he regressed into the cave. I stepped back, giving the dragon enough space for him to swing his tail and bash the cave walls. The ceiling caved in, creating a wall of impenetrable rock. A wave of relief hit me. They were safe. The dragon scavengers couldn't get to them, and Camden could take all the time he needed to get better. The relief was short-lived, however. The scavengers cried out in anger as they watched the entrance collapse. Their leader pointed at me. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, a deep scar running from his hairline, through his patch, and down to his jaw. His lips curled back into a vicious snarl at the sight of his prize vanishing behind all those boulders. "Bring her to me." I ran. I cursed the slippery volcanic sand on the way up the slope, but I thanked my lucky stars for it on the way down. It made gliding down to the base easier than surfing down an icy mountain in the heart of winter. After seeing how I skidded down the volcano, some of the dragon scavengers followed suit, leaning back as their hands behind them stirred them towards me. What they didn't anticipate was for me to chuck a piece of dragon vein at them when they got too close. The explosions shook the mountainside, making some of them lose their footing and tumble down. The men cried out, on fire or limbs torn away from their bodies. At least 10 were already out of commission. As much as that should excite me, it also pissed them off and made them all the more eager to catch me. A whip struck out and caught my wrist. It jerked my arm back and stopped me in my tracks. Screaming, I ripped my sword out and cut the line before they got too close. I threw another piece of stone at them, then ran the rest of the way to the base. Before I knew it, I was running through the jungle, jumping over ferns and fallen logs. Their shouts were muffled by the broad green leaves between me and them, but I knew they hadn't stopped their chase. I'd taken away their prize, they wouldn't let me get away with it. I stumbled onto a gravel trail and slipped on the unexpected material on the ground. Flipping my hair over my shoulder, I saw a pair of horses and the ballista cart sitting at the end of the trail, waiting to be ridden. This must be how they got around so quickly. A trail was nothing for horses. They could run along this path all night if their masters wanted them to. I could get away from these men faster. I'd never ridden a horse before, but assuming it was like riding a dragon, I freed their reins and swung up into the saddle, kicking it into a gallop. I nearly fell off. The ride was so bumpy. Snapping my senses back into gear, I dug my heels in and clutched the horn of the saddle. "She stole a horse," one of the scavengers called, leaping out of the jungle onto the trail. He thrust a finger in my direction, as if that was going to help any of them in catching me. Soon more horses jumped into view and galloped after me. One of the men brandished a bow and arrow. Panicked, I kicked the horse to go faster. It wasn't quite like riding a dragon, it wasn't very fast, and there were no air currents for us to ride along to go faster. It was insanely infuriating when trying to escape a band of dragon scavengers. An arrow whistled past my head. Yelping, I ducked against the horse, grabbing hold of its menere. More arrows soared through the air, narrowly missing me. Luckily, the horse appeared to be used to being in battle and paid the arrows no mind. Not until one embedded itself into its hindquarters. The horse reared up and threw me off. The impact raked my back in pain, and a flash of white was all I could see for far too long of a time. Coughing on all the dust filling my lungs, I rolled to my feet and was met with a sword swinging my way. I ducked and swept a leg underneath him. While he was down, I sliced my blade across his throat, having no time to think about the blood staining my pants. Another scavenger came my way with a club. I dodged him and rammed my shoulder into his chest. He staggered back but quickly fixed his stance and caught my hair. He yanked down hard. I fell to my knees, screaming. My eyes came level with his crotch. I rammed the hilt of my sword into it, kicked him back, then cut his hand off. He cried out, wailing his stump around. The others were swiftly approaching, but seemed to hesitate when they saw what I'd done to their comrades. I took that moment to dive into the forest. They couldn't shoot me with arrows with all the broad leaves and trees in the way. My legs burned with every leap and bound over the floor in my way. My lungs screamed for me to stop and take a moment to breathe properly. Unfortunately for my body, it didn't quite understand how much trouble I'd be in if I slowed down for even a minute. The scavengers were hot on my tail, more pissed off than a ravenous dragon. However, my body appeared to have had enough. I stumbled on a root, and getting back up took more effort than it should have. 3 scavengers were on me in a heartbeat. 2 grabbed my arms, holding me still, while the last one stood in front of me and clocked the side of my face. White flared in my vision, and then pain flared on the other side. "Easy there, Pat," the man beside me grunted while I tried to jerk free. "Don't damage the face. I want something good to look at when I fuck her." Here I was hoping they would be too angry with me to want to rape me. I hoped for a quick death, but it looked like they were going to drag it out. Pat, a man with a mop of dark red hair, nodded to his accomplice in agreement. "Good idea, Gronk. It's been a while since I fucked something pretty." He then proceeded to sucker punch me. Even though it would only make him more angry, I spat the blood filling my mouth onto his face. He cried out, staggering back. "Bitch!" Roaring as fiercely as any dragon, I stomped on Gronk's foot and shoved him away. The other one held me tighter against his chest, reaching for a knife. I threw my head back, his nose crunched against my skull. He wailed and dropped to the floor. I stole his knife and hucked it at Pat, catching him square in the chest. Gurgling, he slowly teetered to the ground into a pool of his own blood. I whirled around for Gronk just in time to duck under his swing. Sword in hand, I spun around him and sliced into the back of his legs. While he was on his knees, I ripped my blade across his throat. The rustling of the jungle didn't give me the chance to breathe. Before they caught up to me again, I booked it for the cave hidden within the leaves not too far from where I stood. It was dark. The only illumination was the sunlight glinting off the damp walls. The deeper I went, however, the less light came through, and then it was pitch black. I kept my hand on the wall and followed it by touch. I feared too much to light a torch in case the scavengers saw it in passing. The cool air was a relief on my skin after being hot for so long I'd almost forgotten what was like to be cold. As I traversed the cave, I stole big breaths to catch up on all the air I'd deprived of myself earlier. It was crisp in my lungs and a little dank. The further into the cave I went, the more rank it became. And then my foot landed in something hot and squishy. I didn't need to take a deep breath to know what I'd stepped in. Something lives in here and it's still here. Shit. My day couldn't get any worse, could it? Right on cue, I heard the dragon scavengers. Check the cave. I want that bitch found. I looked up at the ceiling, on the off chance someone upstairs was watching me. You know how to make a girl work, don't you? Grumbling, I continued my path down the cave a little faster. The grunts of the scavengers weren't too far behind. Torches lit their way through the dark maze. At this rate they were going to find me before I found the exit if there was one. No, don't be pessimistic now. There's a way out. There has to be. I was not going out being tortured and raped by dragon scavengers. A light revealed itself up ahead. Sunlight. I rushed towards it, more confident in my steps with every passing minute. I was nearly running when I came across a large cavern. The sunlight came in through a massive hole in the ceiling. Vines and roots dangled inside, filling the otherwise bleak cave full of colour. The hole wasn't what had stopped me in my tracks, though. There were at least 10 dragons curled around their nests or cuddling with their mates in the far corner. 10 pairs of eyes snapped in my direction, then their various snarls filled the cavern. I sucked in a breath. Being attacked by wild dragons for flying in their skies was one thing. Wandering into their den was a whole other thing. This was their home, where they bred, where they raised their young. No one was allowed to enter their den. There she is. I glanced over my shoulder. The scavengers were right behind me. An archer let the others run ahead while he pulled back the string of his bow. The arrow sailed in the air, missing my head by an inch, and whistled past me, striking a dragon that had crept up behind me. The arrow wasn't strong enough to pierce its scales, but it was enough of a hindrance to piss him off. The dragon reared back and roared so loud it shook the cavern. There was no time to think. I darted past the dragon and ran for the vines dangling from the hole. A scavenger followed me, grabbing my shirt and yanking me back before I could reach them. I screamed in frustration. He fisted the front of my shirt and lifted me up, then rammed me back into a stalagmite. His knife was colder than the air around us against my throat. Got ya? His eyes raked me in slowly, as if it was the first time he'd seen a woman. Who knew? Maybe it was. His teeth were rotten enough to keep any sane woman away from him. Boss is gonna be real happy when he gets a good look at ya. Don't think he'd mind much if I got first dibs. He ripped my shirt open and cupped my breasts. His mistake was sheathing his knife to do it. I shoved him back and got in 2 punches before he de-staggered too far away from me. I stepped forward to show him what I thought of his grope fest. A dragon stepped between us and took rotten teeth wholly into his mouth. He tossed his head back and swallowed the man. The green dragon turned his head to me, and I thought I was next until I recognized him as the male I'd met in the forest. He regarded me a moment, seeming to also remember me. More scavengers cried out, and the dragon turned to help his fellow den mates to dispatch the humans who dared to enter their den. I took that as a thank you for saving my mate, and rushed for the vines, ignoring the screams filling the cavern. I'd just reached the top when someone grabbed what was left of my shirt and hauled me the rest of the way up. Before I could run away, a club came down on the back of my head. The world filled with darkness. Tilder, tilder, tilder. I couldn't have been passed out for long. I was still by the hole leading to the dragon's den, only my hands had been tied behind my back and 2 pairs of hands had my shoulders, pulling me off the ground. Groaning, I lifted my head to see at least 20 dragon scavengers surrounding me. They looked more pissed off than the last one. They were covered in sweat and dirt, some bore scratches, their armor sliced through, while one man in particular held his bandaged stump, glaring vehemently at me. Dread filled my chest. The man with the eye patch and jagged scar stepped through the crowd and caught my chin. He bared his black teeth, a single golden nugget shimmering in all the rot. You've caused my men a lot of trouble, girl. You're going to bring me my prize or I'll let them have their way with you. I spat on his face. I'd rather die. He couldn't have Zeller. It was why I'd told him to take Camden once he was better and get out of here. I wasn't worth the life of a dragon. An evil smirk splayed across his face. Oh, I'm sure you'll be begging for your end soon enough. Maybe after a few of my men have taken out their frustration on you, you might change your mind on how precious that dragon is to you. He looked up at his men. Let us get away from the den and set up camp for the night. And then you can have your fun. The 2 men holding me dragged me after their leader like hell I was going to make this easy on them. I caught roots with my feet, jerked on my shoulders whenever I could, and cursed them all to 7 hells. When we passed a tree, I rammed my captives into it. I wanted them to think twice about touching me tonight, because if they wanted to get their cocks near me, I was going to unleash a world of hurt on them first. It'd be better for their safety to just kill me now. Boss. She dislocated my shoulder. The man on my right released me to hold his shoulder. I yanked myself free of the other man and spun around, landing my heel into dislocated shoulder's jaw. He flopped onto the ground. The men stood in stunned silence. I ran. Not very far. I tripped and face planted into a pile of ferns. With my hands tied behind my back, I felt like a turtle stuck on its shell. Hands seized me. No. Let me go. It was a cry of frustration. Why couldn't they just kill me? I would never give Zeller up, no matter what they did to me. My cries turned into hopeless sobs as they dragged me back to the group. I could be the biggest pain in the ass, but they wanted Zeller and they would do whatever they could to get me to call on him. My last few hours or days were going to be the worst of my life and there was nothing I could do to stop it, save give up my friend. I wouldn't couldn't do that to him. The thought of them taking him apart piece by piece, selling his horns, bones, scales, and blood. All for what? Money. A roar filled the air above us. Birds flew out of their perches in the canopy. The whole forest fell silent for all but a moment. A dragon dropped from the sky, crushing half of the scavengers under its claws. I gaped as the massive beast swung its spiny tail, impaling several men on the 6 thick horns at the end. He snapped a man in half with his powerful jaws and tossed chunks of him at the others. The men holding me quaked in fear when he set his fierce golden eyes on them. Black smoke puffed out of his nostrils. He released a roar fit for a king in our faces. The men dropped me in favor of taking arms. I didn't know where this dragon came from or why he was helping me, only that he was very efficient at killing the men who wanted to rape and torture me, so I put my 2 feet together and kicked the butt of the man closest to me. He staggered into the dragon's jowls, screaming until it was suddenly cut off. "Jeb!" the other man cried in horror. He whirled around for me, sword swinging. "You bitch!" Yelping, I rolled out of the way and then he was flying into a tree head first. The dragon had swatted him away seamlessly as he approached me. I held my breath, in case I'd been wrong about him wanting to help me. We might have just wandered into his territory and pissed him off. His muzzle brushed against my face softly, the rough dark green mistakenly black scales rubbing against my cheek. The pair of nostrils on either side of my face flared as they took in my scent. A pair started in his throat, vibrating out of his jowls. Surprised by the tenderness of his tone, I reached out, or at least tried to. My hands were still tied behind my back. Noticing my struggle, the dragon bumped my shoulder, flipping me over. I teetered, falling face first into the ground. I stiffened when I felt the dragon's teeth on my back. One nudged its way between the knots and tugged it apart. My arms sprang free, and I used them to climb to my hands and knees. I lifted my head in time to see more scavengers running for the dragon with rope and weapons. Boss cracked his whip, the leather tendril wrapped around my wrist and jerked me out from under the dragon. He dragged me to his feet. With a conniving, smug smile, he pulled me to a stand by my hair, a knife to my throat. His breath was unbearable up close. "Thanks for my biggest prize yet, girl. Now you may get your wish." I heard a solid click on the other side of the dragon. The ballister was lining up a shot for the dragon's heart. Never mind the knife at my throat, I screamed for the dragon to turn around. The arrow pulled back. Zeller landed on top of it, crushing the weapon and the user with a powerful roar. The cool blade bit into my skin, reminding me that I was the only one in danger now. I squeezed my eyes shut, and then the blade and boss were no longer there, but in the jowls of the dark green dragon. He shook the man trapped between his teeth violently, then tossed the remaining parts at the last few scavengers. They paled and ran. They were all gone in less than a minute, leaving me alone with 2 dragons. I patted myself down to reassure myself that I was still alive and had miraculously survived something I was 100% sure there was no chance of surviving. Everything was in check, not even any major injuries. In disbelief, I turned to Zeller and wrapped my arms around his thick neck. "You came back for me. And you brought a friend." I'd never been so grateful a dragon ignored me in my life. The dragon tucked me in with his neck in the most dragon-like hug he could make. "Well," a Camden said behind me, "a friend implies we're on good terms, which we are not." Surprised to hear his voice, I spun around. Camden stood a few feet away in all his 6'5" pure muscled glory. His arms were crossed, ashen hair, which appeared to have taken on a green tinge in the jungle, tousled into a complete mess atop his head. The fury in his green eyes cut into Zeller, but I could hardly feel the heat of his gaze because my eyes were on the utter nakedness of his body. Zeller snapped his teeth at him with a growl. Camden glared harder. "Oh please, you would have left her. Some loyal friend you are, after everything she has done for you." Zeller poured at the ground, insulted by his accusation. "I don't care if she told you to leave her. You ignore her and come back anyway, not wait until I make you help me find her." I blinked as the 2 bickered. Now I'd seen everything. Camden was talking to a dragon like I would. And then I noticed the dragon who had saved my life wasn't here anymore, and the last time I saw him he was being taken into the heart of a volcano. Cam, how did you get here? Where are your clothes? He stopped arguing with Zeller to look at me. The hard edge in his eyes softened, but only for a moment. Then he seemed to realize that I could see his members swaying as he moved and stood a little straighter, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Larva has a tendency to burn everything it touches, including clothes, and I flew here. Did you ride with Zeller? I peered back at the red dragon. I hadn't noticed him hop off the saddle when he arrived. And even if he had ridden here, his legs would have been chafed to bits, which I could confidently verify they were not. In fact, they were as fine as a cool glass of water on a hot summer's day. A cocky smile sprouted on Camden's face. No. I used my wings. He stepped back, flesh trembling. And then his body began to change. His skin thickened, dark green scales running over his flesh. The green of his eyes fluttered to gold with vertical slits dividing them down the middle. Then it all happened so fast. He grew, neck elongating, a tail sprouting from his spine, wings unfurling from his back, face extending into a snout. In less than a minute, he transformed into the dark green dragon that saved my life. All I could do was gape in awe. You can turn into a dragon? It seemed impossible as I spoke, but I literally just watched him transform. There was no denying it. Is this normal? Like, can your brothers do this too? Had my brothers left out a very important part of guiding a dragon prince as some big joke? Camden transformed back into his normal human self, flexing his arms and back as if he'd just finished a workout. No, they can't. They're going to be pissed, he said rather smugly. When I said I'd help him find a powerful bond with a dragon, I didn't have this in mind. This was 1,000,000 times better. Do you feel any different? I asked, intrigued. He grinned at my enthusiasm. Loads, but in the best of ways. Apparently my eyesight was abysmal, because now I can see the faintest of details in everything. The world feels so much bigger now that I can see clearly. I smell. His nose fluttered and he frowned. I'm not sure what I smell. There are so many scents, but there's one I know: lavender. You. His eyes went inhumanly black in an instant. He stepped towards me, possibly with more grace than he'd ever moved before his transformation. Zeller sat beside me, coiling his tail around me, purposely putting 3 feet between Cam and I. Cam might have saved my life, but the sharpness in the dragoness eye suggested he didn't trust the new Camden with me. He snorted and bounced his head up and down in a threatening display. Cam glared at him, clearly wanting to argue, but then he gave in with a sigh and took a small step back. Fine. You're right, anyway. He looked down at his hands, smooth and untainted by the scars he once bore. I can feel him trying to influence me. What? All my curiosity was suddenly replaced with concern. He only had sad eyes for me. Zeller doesn't want me near you until I have a better grip on the dragon inside me. He thinks I might hurt you. Doubtful, I crossed my arms. That was an excuse to not go near me if I ever heard one. He could just say he'd rather be anywhere but near me instead of using his new transformation to get out of it. So, not only can you speak to and understand dragons, you have one inside you, too? Yes, he said matter-of-factly. He gives me strength like you wouldn't believe. He taught me how to shift back to this form so I can talk to you. He taught me how to follow your scent. I found you in this ridiculously enormous jungle because of him. But he is an animal and has animal instincts, which he is convinced I should act on. Like what? Flying? Gold eyes flaring, He inched towards me. They burned like 1,000 suns when they landed on the large tear in my shirt. Amongst other things. Moistening his lips, he took another step. His hands trembled at his sides, like he was fighting the urge, fighting his dragon, I guess, to move them. Zeller growled a warning to Cam, guiding me to his side with his tail. Camden shut his eyes and massaged his temples. Quiet. Not right now. Cam? I stepped out of Zeller's grasp and touched his arm out of concern. He was muttering and sneering, but it wasn't he directed at me. This wasn't he normal. This wasn't he Cam. As soon as my hand came into contact with his hot skin, his eyes flew open. Abruptly, he seized my arms with a fierce grip that scared a scream out of me. The dragon scavengers had handled me so roughly. I never expected him to be so violent, especially not towards me, even after I nearly got him killed. Despite how I felt about him and everything we'd overcome, in this moment, I feared him. Don't, he cried, squeezing his eyes closed, as if to shut out everything around him. I didn't know if he was talking to me or his dragon. He shook vigorously, releasing me as he staggered back. Stay away from me, Callie. Don't touch me. I backed up to Zeller's side, feeling as though he de-struck me with his new strength. Sorry, I murmured. I didn't want his words to hurt me. I didn't want to feel distraught or rejected. All along I knew this was how he was going to react. Amber had said he didn't want to see me, and I didn't blame him. Yet, I still somehow convinced myself he wouldn't hate me. He turned away from us, taking deep breaths, still muttering away. I assumed he was talking to his dragon, however that worked. Meanwhile, Zeller watched him like a hawk, claws dug into the earth, ready to pounce in a second's notice. I peered up at the faded sun nervously. Hey, Cam? I know I've asked a lot of you these past few days, but we should probably get going, make a camp. We'll be safe in the trees. No, he cut me off. He faced me, panting, doing everything in his power to not look me in the eye. It's time to go home. I didn't like the idea of spending the night alone with him either, not when all I wanted right now was to be alone and ride the pain out, but we didn't have many options. It's almost dark. Do I need to remind you how dangerous it is to fly at night? You'll be safe, he promised, calmly confident in his new abilities. The sooner we head back, the better. Fine. If you want to go home that badly, let us go. At this point, did it really matter if we were attacked? At least the pain would stop. Zeller watched me as I climbed into the saddle with sad eyes. It was like he knew how dejected I felt. When I looked over to Camden, there was a pain in his eyes I didn't understand. There was no reason for him to hurt. I wasn't the one who treated him like a disgusting bug. Ignoring him, I slipped into my jacket, thankful to have some cover from the chilly night ahead of us, and leaned forward for the handles. All right, Zeller, let us go home. Plum came into view an hour after the sun peaked over the mountains. We managed to fly much faster now that Camden's enormous weight didn't slow Zeller down. Not a single creature dared to interrupt our flight all night. I peered up at the dragon flying above us, worried how people would take his transformation. It was unheard of, foreign, for someone to turn into a dragon. Would people outcast him out of fear, even if he was one of the most beautiful dragons I'd ever seen? He didn't have the same rugged exterior other dragons had. His scales were in neat, silky lines, not haggard. The leather of his wings seemed softer, not as hard and crackly as Zeller's. We landed in my backyard. My family rushed out to greet me, ignoring the extra dragon I'd brought back. Dad plucked me out of the saddle before I could think about dismounting and pulled me into a tight hug. You're okay, he breathed, more so telling himself than asking me if I was all right, because if he hadn't been so relieved to see me, he would have seen all the bruises and scrapes and torn open shirt. "Where's Camden?" Caden asked, peering up at the empty saddle. Giles eyed the new dragon cautiously. "I think she found a substitute." Wriggling out of Dad's arms, I gave my brother a push, then turned to Casper, who had the closest build to Cam. "Can you go grab a pair of pants?" "Don't look at me like that. Just do it." He stuck his tongue out at me, then came back with some pants. Following Cam's request to stay away from him, I only took a few steps before leaving the pants on the ground some feet away from him. In a swift motion of flexing muscles and bending bones, he stood on 2 feet as Prince Camden Acker. Naked. "Callie," a dad barked, a turn around. "Don't look at the man's junk." "I'm not looking." Except I was. I tried not to, but it wasn't my fault he was interesting to look at. To appease my father, I turned around to face my gaping brothers. Giles was the first to react, throwing his hands in the air. "Well, that's just the coolest shit I've ever seen." Casper furrowed his brow at the prince. "How?" Camden shrugged, coming to my side. I shifted away from him, doing my part to keep a good distance, though he could at least make it a little easier and not stand so close. "I'll explain it while Callie gets looked at by a healer. We ran into dragon scavengers over there. She saved my life." He offered the sort of smile that would have melted my heart if his eyes didn't look so sad. Why did he look so sad? What did he care for a few scratches? "I'm fine," I said, jerking my eyes away. "I'll get looked at later." "Now works for me," a dad rebuked, giving me a hard look. "Amelia's inside," a Giles added with a smile. "Come on. If you're really fine, it won't take long." Grumbling, I followed them into the house. A smile sprang on Amelia's lips when she saw me. She took me upstairs while Camden told my brothers what happened. She blathered on about how happy she was to see me, how brave she thought I was to take Camden to the Dragonlands by myself. She said that Amber had told everyone I'd completely lost it, afraid for the man I was hopelessly in love with, and I went and got him killed. Well, she wasn't wrong about one thing. I was hopelessly in love with the wrong man. It wasn't fair. Why did he have to be a prince who lived on the other side of the continent? Why did he have to end up having a part of the creature I held so dearly to my heart? Couldn't he just be a nobody villager like me? Be someone who might possibly return the feelings I had? I hadn't realized I'd fallen asleep while Amelia healed me until she shook me awake gently. She smiled at me, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Dinner's ready." Dinner? Had I slept all day? The moon peering into my window suggested I had. Groggily, I followed her downstairs. Everyone but Caden was at the table. He was in the kitchen making the final touches on dinner. I sat between Talon and Casper, on the opposite end of the table from Camden. He'd cleaned up while I was sleeping, his hair shiny, a speck of silver glistening in the thick strands that hadn't been there before. Must be part of his transformation. It definitely made him inhumanly handsome, more mystical and exotic. His clothes barely fit him, clinging onto him with everything they had as his new bulging muscles threatened to tear them apart. The features on his face seemed sharper, somehow, though he still looked the same to me. "How are you feeling, Cal?" Harry asked, tapping my foot under the table with a cheeky grin. Dear gods, had he caught me staring? Embarrassed, I kept my head down while Caden brought out the food. Couldn't a girl check out her apprentice's new hot body without judgment? I'm fine. Feeling lazy for sleeping all day. Why didn't anyone wake me? Dad smiled sympathetically. We tried to, but you seemed like you really needed the rest. After what Camden told us, I'm surprised you didn't sleep longer. Do you feel rested enough to leave tomorrow? Giles asked, munching on his potatoes. Tomorrow? Leave for what? Camden's going home, of course, he said simply. You should probably drop him off so they don't think he ran away from you. Oh. After how the prince had acted when we left Acker Castle, it was likely they'd think he ran away as soon as he had the chance. Still, that didn't stop the overwhelming disappointment filling my chest. You knew this would happen. It's time for you to say goodbye to him and get on with your life. He'll move on and forget about you. Yeah, I guess we can leave tomorrow, I responded thickly. I didn't have the heart to look at anyone. The scar on my hand that bound me to my oath to guide Camden was gone without a trace. My part had been fulfilled. Now it was time for the prince to leave and fulfill his end of the oath, protect the people of his kingdom. My brothers and Camden talked about all the possibilities of the prince's new abilities and how he was going to use them while he fought with his brothers. They all seemed excited for him to leave, explore the world with fresh eyes. All I could do was nod and agree numbly. I should be excited for him too. I was the first woman to guide a prince through the rite of passage, and he was the first in his family to transform rather than bond with a dragon. Camden had declared himself a shifter. He thought it sounded much cooler than a transformer, which Giles had called him. Camden was going to do great things, save many lives, and enjoy all kinds of adventures with his brothers, while I went back to training the dragonlings. It was one of the most important jobs in the village, training the future generation of dragons, but after everything I'd done with Camden, it paled in comparison. At some point I couldn't stand the thoughts in my head, and I excused myself from dinner, saying I was still tired from our trip. They let me go easily enough, their booming laughter loud enough to hear from my bedroom. I didn't get the chance to dwell too much on anything. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I passed out. Tilder. We woke up early, just as the sun began to cast its light over Plum. I grabbed a fresh loaf of bread from Sammy's cart, broke it in half and tossed the other piece to Camden. He frowned, inspecting it like it was a bowl of worms instead of bread. He wore only loose pants as we walked through the town to meet Elsa in the meadow. Not a single goosebump revealed itself on his skin on this chilly morning. I remained cozy in my jacket and riding pants, appreciating that the leather skirt hanging at knee length behind me didn't get in my way. Camden handed the piece of bread back to me. It appears I have adopted a more carnivorous appetite. Do you want some jerky? I offered. The jerky stall was coming up. After my dreamless sleep last night, I woke up in a better mood. Just as I decided when these feelings first started to develop, it was better for everyone if I ignored them and acted as if everything was okay. He laughed, shaking his head at me. I'm not a dragon all the time. Yeah, but I bet your dragon wants jerky. I've yet met a dragon that could resist dried sheep, spiced with a hint of pepper. He bit his lip down. His eyes flashed gold. A sign I'd learned meant his dragon wanted out or was trying to influence him in some way. Jerky it is. We stopped by the butcher's and cleaned him out of the batch of jerky he'd prepared for today at Camden's dragoness insistence. It didn't go to waste. As soon as we left the store, he started chowing down on it. He hummed with closed eyes, a red hue filling his cheeks. I can't believe I'm eating dragon food. Snorting, I stole a chunk from him and nibbled on it. It's not. Chester makes the jerky for the people of Plum, only I give jerky to dragons. Even if you were, so what? You're part dragon, Cam. Embrace that scaly skin of yours. I'd never leave the sky if I was as lucky as you are. Man, If I thought I was envious of the Acker line for being able to talk to their dragons and share a soul with them, it was nothing compared to the envy I felt for Camden being able to shift into a dragon. What would I give to fly in the sky beside Elsa instead of on her, to communicate with her and all of my dragons? You really don't think any differently of me? The prince asked almost shyly. Didn't he know why, of all people, he would care how I thought of him? You're much cooler now. If I had known you were so short-tempered because you had a dragon rolling around inside of you, I might have been more lenient towards you. And not knee my balls. Let us not go that far. You had it coming, dragon or not. A smile tugged at the end of his lips, but he kept his eyes forward. They were on the healing hut. We passed the hut, but his eyes stayed on it, and his grip tightened on the bag of jerky. I stopped walking, ignoring the stone in my stomach. If you want to say goodbye to anyone in there, you can. He turned to me, surprised I'd noticed him looking at it. His eyes were gold and slitted. It was kinda hard to ignore him, practically itching to go inside. Amber and Cadence were probably inside, and they treated him far more fairly and had been a lot friendlier to him than I had. Didn't blame him for wanting to say goodbye to them. I'm sure they wanted to give him a goodbye he'd never forget. He swallowed. No, I'm fine. He sounded strained. There's no one in there I want to see. Are you sure? I asked doubtfully. Your dragon says otherwise. With a sigh that sounded a lot more like a grunt, he kept walking for the meadow. I had to readjust the saddle in my arms to hurry after his long stride. My backpack bounced against my shoulder blades as I went. My dragon smells the females in the hut. That's all. He relented once I caught up to him. He said his dragon made him think more primally. Females equaled parsing on his genes. That was as primal as it got. Except, when he looked at me, a female, his dragon clearly didn't try to convince him to parse on his genes with me. Thanks, dragon. I sighed, unable to help myself. Well, is there anyone else you want to say goodbye to? No, it was all he said before tearing into a piece of jerky. Elsa was already in the meadow waiting for us. She hopped over to me, brushing her muzzle in my chest. I stroked along her jaw, glad I could take her to Hystero with me this time. She would love the ocean as much I did. Are you ready to go, Ellie? She nodded enthusiastically, fluttering her wings. Okay, calm down, or I can't get the saddle on. She laid down, body abuzz, eager to take to the skies with me once again. At least when the prince was gone, one thing would never change, my relationship with Elsa. Camden stepped aside, striping out of his pants and handing them to me to put in his backpack. Until this whole thing happened to me, I never understood why the dragons here obeyed you and protected you. I get it now. You're one of them. They look up to you. You're their queen. He smiled at the idea. I couldn't stop the flush, so I kept myself busy finishing up the buckles on the saddle so he couldn't see it. Oh, I don't know about being their queen. They're my family. I do anything for them. That's why they do anything for you. They know you do the same. He stepped back again and shifted, stretching his wings to their full expanse. Elsa jumped back, a shudder of hackles coming alive on her scales before she sniffed him and relaxed, recognizing him as Camden. She peered to me, then to the dark green dragon, wings flattening on her back, suddenly sad. I'm not riding on him. You're the one with the saddle on, aren't you? Don't get jealous. No one can replace you, Ellie. She perked up and angled around so I could swing onto her back. With all our stuff secured tightly in the saddle, Elsa spread her wings then leapt into the sky. Tilder, tilder, tilder. The flight to Hystero was even better with my best friend. She dove for every river we flew over and skimmed her claws across the surface, then she broke away and twirled in the air. She danced around Camden, who was still getting the hang of flying in a straight line, teasing him with her tail in his face. He playfully nipped at the end and she de-squeak, dropping low underneath him. When we entered the beautiful city of Hystero, the sun glistened brightly on the ocean. Elsa was so entranced by its beauty, she nearly forgot we had to land at the castle, flying straight for the sparkly endless blue. However, she was stopped by Camden's uncles. "Who goes there?" Lord Maverick demanded. Hopefully this was Lord Maverick. They looked the same with their helmets on. "It's me again." "Calidracino," I added dryly when they said nothing. "Where's Prince Camden?" Lord Tyler asked, I slicing into his nephew's dragon form, having no idea it was him. "He's here," I told him, trying to be patient. You'd think after the last time Prince Eli told him off for disrespecting me he'd learn. "If you'd let us land, I can explain." Camden growled when Lord Maverick sneered at me. His dragon, however, jumped and looked back at her rider. His face screwed up in confusion and narrowed his eyes on Camden. "It seems you have a lot to explain." They glided down to the gravelly landing pad. Elsa landed near the edge of the cliff, claws poised to take off if the lords kept up with their attitude. I patted her neck as I slid off her back. "It's okay, Ellie." Nevertheless, she bared her teeth at the lords as they approached me. Ignoring them, I went into Camden's back park and grabbed a shirt and pants. As much as I appreciated the view, it wasn't very princely for him to roam the castle with only pants on. He shifted back to his human form, taking his clothes gratefully from me. His uncles staggered back, despite their dragons telling them that the green dragon they'd seen was in fact their nephew. "What did she do to you, Cam?" Lord Tyler asked, breathless. He looked at me like I was a witch. "Don't give her that look, Uncle," Cam snapped, surprisingly angry at his uncle. "She made me the strongest dragon prince the Akka line has yet to see, as promised by her father, and if you disrespect her one more time, I'll have you removed from court faster than you can blink. Come on, Callie, let us go find my more welcoming family members." He didn't give me a choice when he grabbed my arm and tugged me inside. Servants rushed to greet him, forcing him to slow his pace and release me. They asked him all kinds of questions about his stay and his dragon. They laughed when he said he'd talk about his dragon later. By God, they lapped everything he set up. The adoration in both the men and women who served him was so evident, and it made him smile. He happily answered their questions, following them as they guided him to clean him up. Just like that, I was forgotten in the hallway, left to stare after them. I knew it'd happen, but I didn't think it would happen so quickly. One minute Camden was yelling at his uncle for disrespecting me, and then in the next his adoring servants swept him off his feet without a single glance in my direction. It hurt more than I thought it would. Well, I guess I've done my job. There was still enough time to make it back home before the sun fully set as long as Elsa didn't play around. The sooner I got home and moved on, the better. For him, for me, for my heart. Swallowing, I turned back for the door but tiny Jessie was there, smiling at me. "News of your arrival travelled fast. How was the rite of passage? He didn't give you too much trouble, did he?" "I think it would have been better if Talon had trained him, after all," I replied honestly. "If Talon had trained him, I wouldn't have spent so much time with Cam. I would have gone through my days happily training my dragonlings, never knowing how brave and kind the prince really was. I would have never found out how loyal and honest he was. I would have never fallen in love with the last person in this world who would love me. Jessie winced. Oh. That bad, eh? Well, you didn't just take it lying down, did you? No, of course not. I tried really hard not to love him, but it happened anyway. I tame dragons for a living. I can handle a prince. She beamed. I can't wait to hear all about it at the ball. Come on, let us get you cleaned up. I froze. What? Ball? I asked, standing in the middle of the empty hallway in dumbfounded shock. She couldn't be serious. This wasn't the end? I couldn't just go home? Jessie seemed to only glow brighter the more we talked about this supposed ball. Of course. Silly. No one told you? No, I had 5 little shits to kill when I got home. How could they have not told me there was a ball? Do I have to be there? Like, isn't he just to congratulate the prince for finding a dragon? Or his inner dragon? She peered back at me sympathetically. He wouldn't have found his partner without you. We're celebrating both of your successes. Wonderful. There's no way I can convince you to let me sneak out now, is there? If I leave now, I can get to Plum before dark. She pulled me closer to her side, wrapping her arms tight around one of mine. I couldn't tell if it was out of excitement or if she thought this would stop me from running away. You're kidding. I get to dress you up again. It was so much fun last time. Besides, you're great company. What if I told you I didn't have a dress? There was no chance I'd be allowed to wear what I had on to a ball, was there? The skip in her step only faltered for a moment before it regained its momentum, cheerier than ever. Leave that up to me. We came to a stop in front of the room I'd stayed in last time. She opened it up for me. My things were already laying over the bed, not that I had much. I'd been expecting to stay the night and leave at first light at the most. I'd been excited to see how quickly we'd gotten here, and how quickly I could go home and put all this behind me. Jessie guided me to the bathroom, suggesting I spend my sweet time in the bath. AKA, I reeked. Unsurprisingly, really. Aside from the light sponge bath Amelia had given me while she healed my scratches and bruises, I hadn't bathed properly in days. I probably still had traces of Camden's sweat on me. She left me to clean myself up. By the time I was done in the bath, she had returned, knocking on the door. I answered in a bathrobe, and then I instantly wished I had more on to hide my scars. I curtsied. Your Majesty. Queen Bethany took in my scar-ridden legs with steely eyes before gracefully entering my room. She smiled at me as she sat on the divan at the end of the bed. Good afternoon, Callie. Several servants stormed my room, holding all kinds of gowns off the ground. My eye caught a deep blue one, but I cleared my throat nervously and returned the Queen's smile. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? Though it was quite clear why she was here. Jessie told me you came unprepared for the ball tonight. That was an understatement if I ever heard one. Yes, I did. My brothers thought it'd be funny if they didn't explain what happened after Prince Camden's rite of passage. She did something very unqueenly and rolled her eyes. Boys can be such a pain sometimes, don't you agree? Most of the time, Your Majesty. She laughed. I like you, Callie, you speak your mind. Now, I have come with dresses, you may pick one to wear tonight. I will have a tailor to fit you before the ball starts. Without thinking about whether it was fashionably sensible or if this was from the Queen's wardrobe or not, I pointed at the blue one that first caught my attention. It was a nice colour if I was going to wear it for a night. That's all that mattered. Let us go with that one. Queen Bethany clapped her hands twice, all the servants, but the one holding the blue gown left promptly. Jessie bumped my shoulder with a wink. Good choice. The seamstress came in and took my measurements. It didn't take her long at all, then she was gone with the dress too. The Queen stood up. I will leave you to get ready for the ball. She stopped in the doorway and peered back at me, her expression open to worry. Camden told me what happened to him and what you did to ensure he stayed safe and got better. Thank you for looking after my son, Callie. It will not be forgotten. Oh, I wouldn't make any promises, I thought, but all I said was, I was just doing my job, Your Majesty. She left, but I had a sense she knew that I was lying. Tilder, tilder, tilder. Jessie squealed in absolute delight once the dress was buttoned up and she saw me in the mirror. She clapped her hands excitedly, gushing over the deep colour on my skin. She loved how the strapless sweetheart corset framed my bust, not that it needed much help, and how the layered skirts billowed around me like blue ink. Personally, I liked the fabric. It was matte, not shimmery like some of the dresses I could have picked. It was thick too, durable. And it looked bloody fantastic on my body. Jessie ensured my eyes popped with silver and blue eyeshadow and gave me a dark red lipstick to match my tan. My dark brown hair was brushed and tamed, it already being curly enough to need nothing done to it. Jessie finished the look with a white diamond necklace and matching bracelets. I couldn't believe it was me in the mirror, not some foreign princess visiting the Ackers. Are you sure this isn't too much? I asked Jessie. She told me countless times that this was plain compared to what some people would wear tonight, but it still felt a bit much to me. Maybe it was all the sparkly diamonds. You'll be fine. Are you ready? No, but I have to go, don't I? How long do I have to stay before it's a respectful time to leave? She sighed, lifting the skirts up as I stepped down from the stool. At least she let me wear my boots. The skirts were so long, no one would ever notice, and I was tall enough without heels for anyone to question it. You'll have too much fun to be looking at the time, but 3 hours. 3 hours? Maybe someone will raid the party and it'll have to be cut short, and I can beat the shit out of someone to take my anger out on instead of Jessie. I heard that, as she sassed, opening the doors for me. Use your inside voice next time. Just relax, Callie. Have fun. Dance with handsome men, eat to your heart's content. As she trailed off, knowing she didn't need to say more after the mention of food. She knows how to play your stomach. I stole a deep breath, then followed her out into the hallway. It's just a party. Don't think about it as saying goodbye to Cam. Get drunk, eat food, ogle young men. Leave in the morning. I can do this, I told myself. Of course you can, Jessie said matter-of-factly. Stop fussing. The guards opened the door to the ballroom and she pushed me in, ordering the guards to shut the door quickly so I couldn't escape. To save myself from acting like a fool and knocking the door down like I wanted to, I clenched my fists at my sides and turned to face the ballroom packed with people. They wore gaudy dresses and uptight hairdos. It appeared the higher the hair, the better the hair. Sure, if you wanted birds to nest in there. The men were at least a little more sensible in their attire, but they made up for it with their lewd gazes and roaming hands. Apparently, they were too handsome to deny. If you liked old and creepy. No one noticed my entrance. Thank the gods. They were all too busy chatting or dancing. The room was lined with tables and chairs while the center was free to use as a dance floor. My eyes instantly went to the buffet table on the other side of the room from me. My stomach rumbled. It was what I needed to snap me out of my stupor. Eyes on the delicious, juicy roast basically calling me over, I skirted around the edge of the room, keeping to myself. However, now that I was moving, I appeared to have attracted those old creepy men. One cornered me and bowed gallantly, clearly mistaking me for someone in this court. I doubt any man would look at me like that if he knew I tamed dragons for a living. His blue eyes took me in way too slowly to be appropriate at any time, unless it was in the bedroom. "What is your name, sweetheart? I don't believe I have had the pleasure in meeting you before." "Cal," it was all I gave him. I wanted my roast beef, damn it. His left eye twitched, but the smile remained. "Cal Dracino. If he really wanted to know. I've never heard of you." He seemed less interested now that I didn't have a court name. "What were your parents thinking when they gave you a boy's name?" I crossed my arms with a glower that made most dragons bow in submission. "And what is your name?" He swallowed, pulling on his collar for more air. "Meredith Winslow." "Meredith?" And he mocked me for having a boy's name? I knew a Meredith once. She was eaten by a flock of harpies. She wasn't very bright and left the town boundaries after dark. A beat of silence. "Oh look." He pointed at no one in particular. "It's Charles. I haven't seen him in forever. You must forgive me. I have to go see him. And you can tell all your friends about me too." I flashed him an evil smile. Maybe I would have fun tonight terrorizing randy old men. A soft chuckle sounded behind me. I spun around, expecting Cam, but it wasn't him. Why should I have expected him? He was significantly younger than the last man I talked to, and more attractive with black hair and smoldering brown eyes. He offered a gentle smile and winked. "You're merciless and exactly how Cam described you." "Who are you?" "Ronan Olson, at your service, Miss Dracino." He bowed, a hand on his heart. I relaxed. "Oh, you're Cam's friend." He smiled pleasantly. "You heard about me?" "He talked about you. A lot. I did take him to mountain tops and he did point to all the villages you two had fun in." He shook his head. "A lady wouldn't call what Cam and I did fun." I stuck my chin up at him. Apparently, Camden hadn't described me well enough if Ronan thought I was a lady. Hunting monsters is fun to me. His smile grew, like he'd been expecting that response. At some point my stomach couldn't take it any longer. I stepped away from him. "I'm going to get some food." "I'll come with you," he responded instantly, dutifully. I shook my head and pointed at one of the girls who'd been eyeing him for the last hour. "Go dance with her. I promise I won't burn the castle down. I'll be right there." I gestured to the roast beef which had now diminished to half of its size. He looked torn, glancing between me and the beautiful girl twirling her tawny hair at him. "Are you sure? You've endured me long enough. Go have some fun, Ronan. If you get bored, you know where to find me." He bowed, kissing my knuckles. "You are a treasure sent from heaven, Callie. Don't ever let Camden forget it." "Sure." Anything to get him to stop saying things like that. He didn't even mean them. He was just being nice to me because Cam had asked him to. He left to dance with the girl, and I filled my plate with beef and potatoes. A table sat conveniently empty in the far corner of the room, hidden by the buffet. I enjoyed my food, memorizing all the flavors exploding in my mouth so I could give Caden a somewhat accurate recipe when I got home. The entrance to the ballroom opened, the music paused, and everyone stopped mid-conversation. A servant stepped into the room first, announcing the Acker family. The king and queen strolled in, borrowing the Acker colors, red, gold, and black. I felt better about my dress after seeing the extravagance of the queen's gold and red silks flowed around her seamlessly as she strode beside her husband, crown bejeweled with black diamonds sparkling upon her head. The king looked equally fantastic in his billowing red cape and black and gold suit. In fact, all the princes wore black and gold suits, only Prince Eli wore gold lapels while the rest was black, and Prince Quinton wore an entirely gold suit with a black dress shirt underneath. Prince Liam's suit was black with gold trimmings, and Prince Alaric wore a black suit with a gold vest. Prince Camden wore the only suit with a pattern on it. It was black with a golden dragon stretched across the front in a series of swirls and whirls. He was heart-stopping. But that wasn't why my stomach hit the floor. He brought a date all the princes had, and she was absolutely gorgeous and loving every minute being on his arm. It was never going to be you. I knew that, but it still stung to see him with someone else. It had when he was with Amber and Cadence. It didn't change with this woman. Having lost my appetite, I pushed my plate away. A servant quickly swept in and took it away. The night had gotten a whole lot worse than I imagined it could ever get. It was one thing to drag out our goodbye over an entire night. Now I had to watch some floozy giggle at everything he said. The royal family made their way to the biggest table on the opposite end of the room from me. Good. It made it difficult to see him over the sea of bodies. King Croner remained standing and made some big speech about his son's success in the Randalar territory. He embellished it and made it sound like Camden had gone. King Croner has requested your presence. Stand, Kali. Great. Now it was my turn to be paraded. Grumbling, I stood up so everyone knew it was me who had transformed Camden into the magnificent dragon they drooled over. Ronan pulled me to the balcony while everyone applauded and congratulated me. He had to shove me to stand next to Camden's curled up form. His tail crept out from under his legs and circled around my feet, slowly corralling me next to his enormous head. His golden eyes were on me, ignoring everyone else petting him. I can't believe you're letting these people touch you, I muttered to him. I would have eaten them all by now. A couple standing near me looked at me in horror, then slowly backed away with a quick apology aimed at their dragon prince. A chuckle rumbled in the dragon's chest. He grunted and pointed with his eyes at the silver circlet on the floor, as if to say, that's why I'm the prince and you are not. I picked it up and hooked it on a smaller horn near the end of his snout. You're gonna need a bigger crown. His whole body vibrated, and he leaned his head into my side, rubbing up and down the length of my body. Hey, buddy, don't ruin the dress. It's not mine. He paused, eyes twinkling, then did the unthinkable and bit into my skirt and tore the bottom. I squeaked. Your mom is going to have me executed. She has the power to do that, you know. He slipped more of the skirt in between his teeth and watched me carefully. Rip it again and I can easily turn into a dragon slayer. His teeth slowly closed around the fabric, still watching me, daring me to do something about it. I mean it, Cam. I slapped one of his horns warningly. Cammy. The girl he entered the ballroom with shimmied through the crowd and stopped in front of his colossal head. Standing this close, she didn't look as gorgeous as she had when I saw her across the room. Her dark blonde hair was curled like a poodle's, face caked with makeup. She completely ignored me, cupping his muzzle with both hands. You're amazing. I knew you were big, but now you're big. I can't wait to see what else has changed. She winked at him, an attempt to be coy, but we all knew what she was talking about. Deciding I should leave now before I kicked her teeth in, I patted the top of Camden's head. I'm going to call it a night. I have an early flight. I enjoyed working with you, Prince. Goodbye. It wasn't exactly the goodbye I'd aimed for, but there were far too many people around for me to hug him, and his floozy clearly wanted him to shift back so she could get a sneak peek of what was to come. His tail tightened around my feet, nearly tripping me, but I jumped over it easily enough with my boots and headed inside. Suddenly, it sounded like a roll of fabrics was being torn apart behind me, and everyone gasped or screamed. I didn't need to look over my shoulder to know Camden had just shifted back to his human form. Callie! Shit! People stopped him, blatantly reminding him he had no clothes on. Ronan! It wasn't Ronan who hooked his arm around mine, though. Prince Alaric pulled me to the side before I could go to the door. My brother's talking to you, Callie. I don't care. Let me go, Alaric. Please. I couldn't look up at him. He'd know I was about to cry. This wasn't how any of this was supposed to go. All I wanted was to drop Camden off, hug him goodbye, and leave so I could deal with my pain at home. But no, this family insisted on stretching it out as long as possible, made me wear this ridiculous dress, and flaunted that stupid woman in front of me. All for what? Tradition? Screw tradition. It must have been my tone, because Alaric released me and stepped back. He waved off his other brothers, before they got too close. His eyes swept over me with pity. I'm sorry, he whispered, for whatever he did to you. He didn't do anything. I was the stupid one. It was my fault I couldn't stop myself from falling in love with him. Swallowing back the tears, I slipped past him and out the door. As soon as I shut the door to my room behind me, I stripped out of the stupid dress and changed into my riding gear. Monsters be damned, I couldn't spend another minute in this castle. I was falling apart and making a fool of myself. Not how I wanted the Dracinos to be viewed as. I shoved the last of my things in my backpack, then swung it over my shoulder. After my last visit here, I knew enough of the castle to confidently find the dragon's den. I could make a quick escape to Elser and be out of here before anyone noticed I was gone. Assuming anyone will care I'm gone. Shoving that thought aside, I yanked the door open and found Camden standing in my way about to knock. Someone had given him a pair of pants to fit into, but apparently they couldn't find him a shirt. The torchlight in the hallway cast shadows over his broad chest and abs, making him all the more heartbreakingly handsome. I couldn't stand to look at him. Callie? He peered at my backpack and frowned suspiciously. You're leaving? You can't. It's too dangerous. It's better than being here, I spat. A part of me wondered why he was here, but the other part just wanted him to get out of the way so I could leave and move on with my life. He winced, then put a hand on either side of the doorframe, blocking my exit. Was it the party? It was too much, wasn't it? If it was the dress, my mother won't have you executed. She knows what a twat I can be. I only wanted to fool around. I didn't think people would fear me like that. Having you near made it less overwhelming for me. You're the only one who doesn't look at me differently. Don't do it. I clenched my jaw, resisting the urge to look up at him. My heart went out to him, it truly did. But the instant I looked into those mesmerizing green eyes, I would only be reminded that I could never be his. His people would soon come to realize he hadn't changed at all, and that he was worthy of their love and devotion. They just needed time to adjust. He didn't need me. I just wanted to say goodbye and go home. Cam, I confessed, the resolve in my voice not nearly as strong as I wanted it to be. I didn't want to dance with Ronan or to be told I have a boy's name or be paraded in front of everyone like that. That might be your life, but it's not mine. I'm just a dragon tamer, I'm sorry. He sounded earnest in his apology, but he still didn't move out of the way. What do you want to do instead? I peered up at him, hoping it wasn't too noticeable I'd been crying before he arrived. What do you mean? What about the party? I thought he had only come here to apologize and stop me from leaving while it was still dark. He shook his head, finally dropping his hands to his sides. His eyes flashed gold. Forget the party if you're not enjoying it. I don't know when I'll see you again. I want to spend tonight with you, however you want to spend it. It occurred to me to reach up and kiss him with everything I had, to pull him into the bedroom and make love to him. It'd be a night I would never forget. A night he hopefully wouldn't forget too quickly. But I wanted more than that. I wanted to see him every morning when I woke up, to fly to the ends of the world with him, go on our own adventures. But I couldn't have any of it. He was a dragon prince. His duty was to stay here and protect his people, not run away with some daydreaming nobody on the off chance that's what he even wanted. Of course he didn't though. He could have anyone he wanted. And he picked that woman who called him Cammy. I swallowed a lump in my throat. Can we go flying? That's what I needed right now, to feel the wind in my hair, to clear my mind, see the ocean one last time, to pretend the sun was never going to come up, and see his beautiful dragon one more time. His jaw went a little slack in his surprise. He seemed to think I wanted to play poker in my room or something. Sure. We can meet elsewhere. No. I want to ride you if that's okay. As soon as the words left my mouth, I remembered how he had reacted towards me when I touched him back in the jungle. Never mind. Of course it's not. Your dragon doesn't want me touching you. Let us go get Elser. He winced, then recovered quickly, grabbing my shoulders before I could walk around him. Slow down, Callie. I'd be honored for you to ride me, as my rider. On my back. Even in the darkness, I saw his cheeks flush. Let us go. He lifted me into his arms and strode into the bedroom. If there was anyone in the hallway, they wouldn't have thought we were going for a flight. He crossed the room in 4 long strides and kicked the balcony door open. I stared down the 100-foot drop with wide eyes, gripping his shoulders tightly. Cam? Are you sure about this? I'd expected to go down to the dragon's den with him, where there was plenty of space for him to shift. There was nowhere for his dragon to go on the balcony, which meant... He winked at me, stepping onto the railing perfectly balanced, despite the strong wind blasting us from below. The ocean roared below us, waves crashing against the cliff face. The full moon was the only light we had, though I was sure Camden could see everything much better than I could. He looked down at me, eyes shining as beautifully as the stars above us. Do you trust me? What kind of question is that? I've never trusted anyone more in my life. He had seen sides of me I feared to show anyone else and never once made me regret it. He played a wolfish smile. You're the one questioning my abilities. I clung to his neck when a particularly strong wind hit us from the side. Still, he didn't falter, an immovable force. The heat of his body protected me from the harsh breeze threatening to chill me. I imagined getting on your back as a dragon. Can you shift while you're holding someone in human form? My dragon seems to think so. Let us give it a go. Before I could protest further, he stepped off the balcony. My scream was engulfed by the wind whistling in my ears. Cam tucked me to his chest and began to shift. Seconds later, I was sitting in the claws of his dragon form. He spread his wings wide, catching the air current. We went up and up, soaring high over the ocean. Once he leveled off, He opened his claws and gestured with his colossal head for me to climb up his back. I sat on his withers, feet stirruped on the joints of his wings where they connected to his torso. His gait was so smooth in the air, I didn't have to use my hands. I spread them out like they were wings of my own and let the wind take my hair away. Once the sun was high enough, I snuck out of his embrace, brushing a kiss on his muzzle. Thank you for having faith in me when no one else did, Cam. Don't forget about me too quickly, okay? It'd break my heart if you did, because I love you and I'll never forget you. Goodbye. He slept soundlessly while I jumped over his legs and tail to Elsa's side. She watched the green dragon sleep, a soft crooning noise escaping her throat. I petted her neck in comfort. I know, Ellie. I'm going to miss him too, but this is his home, not with us. Are you ready to go? She nodded, lowering herself down. I saddled up and strapped my bag to her side. After one last glance to the sleeping dragons, I hopped into the saddle. Elsa leapt off the ledge and followed the air current higher than the castle. We followed the sun across the sky westward for home to start our life right where we had left a little over a month ago. As much as the idea of moving unhurt, I couldn't wait to get started. 2 months later. I woke up to one of my brothers banging on my door. Grumbling, I rolled out of bed and changed for the day. A tight, long-sleeved shirt, riding pants, and my hide jacket. I threw my hair up in a ponytail and followed Talon downstairs. I narrowed my eyes on each of my brothers who were dressed in armor with weapons hanging at their hips. Talon peered over at me, looking as annoyed as I was to be woken up before the sun. What's going on? I demanded. The bells hadn't gone off, so we hadn't been attacked. Dad came in from the front door and handed Casper a map. He dropped a coined purse on the table. Lord Smythe has hired us to kill a few griffins in the mountains. They've run off with our sheep again. At this rate, we're not going to have any for the winter. Talon groaned. He couldn't have asked the warriors to do it? You know, the guys who are supposed to stop monsters from stealing our livestock? Caden smacked the back of Talon's head. Didn't you hear DA? They're in the mountains. Our warriors are skilled fighters, but they can't track like a Draceno. Track and kill our specialty. Giles grinned like a madman. I've never burned a griffin before. Let us not bring dragon vein, Harry advised, as uncomfortable with Giles' eagerness to burn new things as we all were. Guys, it's fine. Giles waved it off, slinging his personal bag of dragon vein as if it wasn't a highly explosive rock that could destroy the whole house with a single spark. Casper booted him outside before we had to rebuild our house again. We followed suit one by one, calling upon our go-to dragons. Elsa arrived swiftly and landed in front of me, rearing her head back in excitement. It'd been a while since we'd gone for a flight through the valley. I'd been so busy with the dragonlings, breaking all the bad habits Spence and Kane had let them develop while I guided Prince Camden. Why did they think giving them jerky to stop chewing on the fence was a good idea? We had to fix the cage at least 4 times last month alone. Dragons will do anything for jerky. Especially cheeky buggers like Xenu. Harry, being the best tracker in the family, took the lead. We followed a trail of sheep bones and griffin feathers heading north in the valley. As the sun rose, I shed out of my cloak and Elsa flew in the sunbeams to warm up her scales. Her scales glimmered as she moved in and out of the shadows, like the fish in the Wayland River though. If I compared any part of her to a fish, she'd glady drop me where we were the middle of nowhere and not think twice about leaving me behind. Bored out of his mind, Talon laid back on his dragon and stared up at the white clouds passing over us briskly. I swear he was asleep, but whenever Casper called back to us to make sure we hadn't been plucked off our dragons' backs by harpies, he replied instantly, most of the time mockingly. Up ahead, Harry slowed down and gestured for us to land. We banked right for a small hill in the middle of a field. Elsa wandered a little away from the rest to drink some water. I hopped off her back to see why Harry wanted us to land. It only took him to point at Thorness Forest for me to guess why. The trail leads in there, guys. No fly zone. No fly zone? Giles repeated. Do you hear yourself sometimes, Harry? While Giles mocked our brother for his jargon, Casper shook his head at both of them. He wiped sweat off his brow and continued the motion through his hair, which spiked it all over the place. Since he started dating Bianca, he'd grown his hair out. I guessed she liked it longer. Not that I blamed her. I liked Camden's hair longer. It gave him a more carefree look, less princely. I still sometimes wondered what it would have been like to play with it. Would it be soft or coarse, silky or knotty? And you'll never know. I sighed at the depressing thought. I thought about him less often now, but when I did think about him, a wave of emotion hit me like a runaway wagon and seemed to throw the accumulated times I hadn't thought about him at me all at once. Like right now. We were in the middle of a field, discussing our game plan, but all I could think about was the ache in my heart. Get over it. I'm trying. Cully. Casper called, snapping his fingers in front of me. Him? Have you been paying attention? Of course not, Giles teased, bumping my hip with his. She's daydreaming about her boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend, Giles, I grumbled. He was quite adamant that instead of sulking alone by tipping point, I was in fact with a secret lover. Didn't he find the joke very funny? Neither did I. I sighed. We've been over this. You're too fugly for any man to want to get through to get to me. You totally have a boyfriend. Lay off her, man, a Talon snapped, the only one of my brothers who knew how I felt about Camden and that I was having a hard time trying to forget those feelings. When she has a boyfriend, she'll tell us and risk whatever we might do to him, including taking him up to the mines, he added for Giles' benefit. Giles snapped his fingers, dancing on the balls of his feet excitedly. His eyes basically glowed like an afternoon fire. Oh, that's a good idea. Nothing says, hurt my sister or spend the rest of your days paying for it, quite like fire does. I like it. It involves fire. Of course you like it. Talon rolled his eyes and shoved his hands in his pockets. Enough, Casper snapped, bringing everyone back to the task at hand. We're entering Thorness Forest, so pair up and keep your eyes sharp. There's a lot more than sheep stealing griffins in there. Talon would know, Caden jided. Giles hissed theatrically. And he goes below the belt. How was I born last? You're all a bunch of children. Here we were about to step into a forest that had killed more people and dragons than anywhere else in the world that we were aware of, and my brothers bickered away like 10-year-olds. Someone has to be the baby, and that ain't me, a Talon said, hopping to my side. Partner? Of course. We have to show our big brothers what we're made of. Giles and Harry went first, while Casper and Caden went in after Talon, and Elsa paced around the other dragons, already anxiously awaiting our return. We only took a few steps inside when a thick layer of fog fell over us, and I could no longer see the blue sky in the valley. The tree-like thorns twisted and snaked along the ground, waiting for the right moment to snare us in their traps. I kept my short sword at the ready, just in case. I thought I was maybe a little too tense, but then I saw that all my brothers had a weapon drawn, I snapping at anything that made a noise, including Giles when he squealed. Following in his tracks, I soon discovered the cause of his squeal. We walked by something that smelt like the rankest pit of sulfur. Aside from Giles' noises, though, the forest was utterly silent. It was eerie beyond measure. There wasn't even a peep from a bird. Probably because they had been eaten or were smart enough to stay out of this forest. We trekked through the marshy lands, ducking and weaving through the endless thorny vines, for seemingly hours, but there was no way to keep track of time. My sweat chilled against my skin and sent a shudder through me. Talon shuddered too. Is it me, or is it getting colder? It's getting colder, Casper agreed grimly. How fresh is the trail, Harry? I couldn't even see what he was following anymore. The feathers and bones were back in the valley. Harry knelt down beside something a footprint and touched the edges. Very fresh. Within the hour. We're close. How many griffins are there supposed to be? Caden asked, eyeing a mangled corpse dangling from a vine. How I missed it. I went straight past it. Was beyond me. It was a gnarly looking thing. I couldn't even tell what kind of animal it used to be. 3? Casper answered, unsure. A core split the air behind us. Casper and Caden whirled around. A griffin landed behind them and screeched again. Another griffin appeared in front of Giles and Harry. Look out, Callie! Talon tackled me to the side, right when a griffin descended from above and landed right where I'd been standing. It locked eyes with me and cord, wings flapping wildly. My whip went into action, snapping out and capturing its beak. I yanked on it. The hard material cracked under the pressure. It reared back, talons flailing. Talon rolled to the side and sliced into a leg. While it snapped at him, I lunged for its chest and rammed my sword into it. Bone shattered as I thrust it deeper and twisted. The white feathers stained red, then it fell. I hopped back in time before it landed on me. Talon and I split up to help our brothers. I ran to Harry and Giles, sliding behind the griffin and wrapping my whip around its throat. I pulled it back, exposing its chest. Harry ducked under a wing and sliced his sword down its side. Giles finished it off with a quick flick of his sword across its throat. Panting, he stood proud in front of the fallen beast as if he'd done it all by himself. Well, that was easy. Casper and Caden just finished up their griffin with Talon. My oldest brother flipped his griffin over so its chest was exposed to him. He frowned at the feathers. I knew why. The true white of a griffiness feather hadn't come in yet. These were only young ones. Maybe 2 or 3 years old. Shit. They're only babies, I said, feeling his horror. We just killed their young. Right on cue, a much lower-pitched core announced its presence. An adult. A very pissed-off male. Everyone out, Casper ordered, gesturing to the trail we'd made coming here. Giles pouted. Oh, come on, it was about to get interesting. We are not fighting enraged griffins, Casper barked, grabbing him by the scruff and shoving him down the trail. We quickly followed suit. So did the griffins. Their cores grew louder, wings beating against the vines as they took flight. Watch out for a flank. I called, running as fast as I could to keep up with my brothers. Their legs were much longer than mine and they easily traversed the bog, while I had to jump harder and leap further. The fog was quick to separate us, but I stuck to the trail, knowing they would do the same. Sunlight came up ahead. My heart pounded in relief. Almost there. Just a little bit further. Feathered wings surrounded me, a heart-stopping squawk right in my ear. I screamed, then ducked as a beak came slamming down for my head. I rolled and found myself head-to-head with another griffin. Cursing out at them, I darted underneath the female and crawled to the other side. Blue sky was so clear. Talons took hold of my shoulders, and then with one beat of the male S wings, we were airborne. I screamed out of terror more than the pain digging into my shoulders. We flew up and up, tearing through the thick thorns. The forest clawed at my clothes and flesh, fighting the griffin to keep me within its grasp. The griffin broke free of the canopy. Sunlight blinded me for a moment, and then it became all too clear how high we were. My brothers were ants on the ground, rushing to the dragons. Elsa was ready to take off when another griffin launched out of the forest and attacked her and my brothers. The male griffin loosened his talons around my shoulders. Knowing that he intended to drop me then eat my splattered remains off the ground, I clutched its leg in time for it to fully release me. I clung for dear life as he kicked and screeched at me to let go. He snapped at my hands, my grasp slipped down his leg. Biting back a scream, I swung my legs, praying I had enough grip left in me to hold on just a little bit longer. I swung my legs again, aiming to hook a foot around its wing. My heel slipped off the smooth feathers. My grip slid further down the leg. I gave it my all in my next swing. My leg got a firm hold on the wing. The griffin cried out and teetered. I was too heavy for my weight to be on one side. My leg slipped out of its hold. This time I did scream as I hurtled in the air towards Thorn-S Forest. I pulled my whip out and hoped the branch I connected with was strong enough to slow down my descent. Only, I never got the chance to aim for a vine. A dragon swept in underneath me. I collided in someone's arms. Gasping, I looked up to see Prince Liam, sun-kissed her dancing in the wind as he looked down at me. He winked. "Thanks for dropping in. I bet you've always wanted to say that line." I really have, but I don't find many girls falling out of the sky. Only on this side of the valley. At the sound of a vicious roar, I peered up to see a dragon tackle the griffin out of thin air and tear it into tiny little pieces. A piece of intestine landed on my shoulder. Gagging, I pushed it off and watched it fall down to the forest. My little brother needs to learn how to kill more cleanly. A simple broken neck would be nice. I looked up at the dragon again. He had dark green scales and golden eyes. If memory serves me right, only one dragon in the Acker clan had those colorings. Camden. Or, that a cute little smile, a Liam teased. He glanced at Balthazar and nodded. "All right, we'll land." "We're a little heavy for him," he added to me. My brothers, but when I looked over Balthazar's shoulder, Princess Alaric and Quinton were on the ground with them, fire swords swinging at the griffins that had them surrounded. Between our dragons, their dragons, and the 7 of them, the griffins were dispatched by the time we landed. Liam, still insistent I remain in his arms, slid off his dragon and sauntered over to my brothers. Caden raised his eyebrows at the sight of me being draped in Liam's arms not by choice and winked at me. He better not get any ideas. Giles had plenty of those on his own without my other brothers adding on to it. Caspar took one look at us and frowned disapprovingly, hand on his sheathed sword. However, he said nothing. On his way in from the sky, Camden shifted in the air, landing on his human feet. It was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen, but he played it off as nothing special and casually raked a hand through his hair. He had it cut short on the sides, leaving a little more length on the top. It suited him far more than it was fair. I bet his floozy likes it. I deconvinced myself that he was still dating the girl he'd escorted to our ball 2 months ago. It made it easier to move on if he wasn't single whenever I thought about him. Not that it helped right now with his member hanging out for everyone to see. "I knew you were big, but now you're big," she said. She wasn't kidding. I looked away before anyone noticed me staring. Clearly very used to his brother's nakedness, Prince Alaric tossed him a pair of pants from his bag while the young dragon prince made his way over to us. Liam? Callie, are you okay? I'm fine, I replied coolly, keeping my eyes anywhere but on him. I didn't know what he was doing here or how long it would be for, but if I kept a distance, I was sure I could survive his visit. Moving on wasn't working as well as I wanted it to, anyway. Your brother is an idiot. Put me down, Liam. He held me tighter to his armored chest. That's no way to thank your savior. How about a kiss for my gallant efforts? How about I don't kick your teeth in? Always the charmer. He dropped me unceremoniously. I fell on my butt with a yelp and quickly recovered, standing by my brothers. Giles hung his arm over my shoulders with a cocky grin. Sorry, man, she's spoken for. Her boyfriend would totally kick your ass if he found out you were feeling her up. I dropped my head in my hands, wondering why the gods, out of anything they could have created, gave me him as a brother. Boyfriend? Camden inquired. I didn't need to look at him to know he was frowning. After spending over a month with me, he of all people should find it hard to believe I had a boyfriend. I still couldn't believe Giles was so convinced I had one. Oh yeah, been going steady now for, what, 2 months, Callie? Giles supplied merrily, having imagined all of this apparently very thoroughly. Like, right after she dropped you off. Can we go home? I asked, suddenly very drained. The claw marks in my shoulders didn't even bother me. I just wanted to get away from people. I wanted to sit on my rock at Tipping Point alone and wallow. Right, gotta get you home so you can shack up with your man. Talon smacked him in the back of the head and growled something in his ear, which only made Giles laugh louder. Hold up, Casper said, regarding the 4 princes warily. They were suited up in their black dragon scale armor except Camden a few knives in their boots, and a pouch on their hip undoubtedly containing dragon vein. What are you doing here? Is Plum in trouble? Depends entirely on your definition, Liam said, winking at me, clearly not worried about my imaginary boyfriend kicking his ass. I wouldn't worry about it too much either, even if he was real. Let us see anyone go up against fire magic with a regular sword. It has come to our attention that Plum has been neglected in our efforts to protect our people. Camden said you've been having troubles with dragon scavengers and the wildlife in the area lately, so we've decided to expand our base of operations. We've come to talk to Lord Smides about building an outpost for us. We'll take turns staying here for a few months and help protect you or with whatever you need. I couldn't stop myself. I peered over to Camden. This was your idea? A smile lifted on his face, as dazzling in the sunlight, or were there flecks of gold dancing amidst all that green? Yes. I told you the people of Plum have grown on me. I don't want to go quite yet. My heart did a funny skippy thuddy thing. I could either be dying or really, really happy. I hadn't dropped dead yet, so it must be the latter. Though, should I really be happy? What did this mean? Was his girlfriend coming out here too, or would they do long distance? Was having him around all the time really a good idea when I was trying to forget I'd fallen in love with completely the wrong person? All the initial joy died and turned into a thick lump in my throat. That's nice. It was all I could muster without conveying all the pain I'd felt the last 2 months and would now feel until he grew bored of Plum. We don't need the help, a Talon snapped, glaring at Camden. Thanks but no thanks. Camden crossed his arms, returning my brother's glare tenfold. If he was in his dragon form, black smoke would be puffing out of his nostrils by now. Oh yeah. Well, it looked like you needed it 10 minutes ago. If it weren't for Liam, Callie would be a pancake somewhere in Thorn's forest. Would not. I had a plan, I said defensively. But thanks for the vote of confidence. Is that why you came back? You don't think we can protect our own village? He caught my eyes with his heated gaze. No, I don't think that. I just thought you'd want the help. I thought you might like. His face flushed and he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I thought you'd like it if I stayed. Does it really matter if he has a girlfriend or not? He clearly still wants to spend time with you. Isn't he that enough? If it was all I could have, it was better than never seeing him again. With that in mind, I smiled at him. I couldn't bear a true full-hearted smile with all the emotions going on in my head, though. This could end up being an utter disaster, and my heart could be left as flat as I would have been if Liam hadn't swept in. Or it could be the best thing for me to finally move on, to let him go, and get it through my thick skull that a prince could never ever have feelings for me. Well, if you put it that way, I said, hoping my voice wasn't too thick to override the teasing in my tone. I guess it wouldn't hurt if you stuck around a little bit longer. He cracked a bright smile, eyes flashing gold with a thick, beaded pupil. Talon swung his head my way with a dubious frown. Callie, are you sure? What's wrong with our company, Talon? Liam jided. Afraid we might bite? I mean, I do, but my brothers are more gentlemanly. He winked at me. Caden ruffled my hair, leaning in to whisper in my ear. Liam is totally into you. In case you're looking for someone to help you get out of your funk. I did not need to be told that. It was very clear what Liam's intentions were. Camden narrowed his eyes into a sharp glare on his brother, showing off a set of pointed dragon teeth he had suddenly grown out. You don't bite nearly as hard as I do, Liam. Keep that in mind the next time you feel the urge. The warning came out in a guttural growl. Liam paled and stepped back between Alaric and Quinton, who were doing their best unsuccessfully to hide their snickering. Despite being a dragon prince himself and quite powerful compared to the rest of the world, Liam still couldn't shift into a dragon like his brother. No one could, and it was only moments like this when we were reminded that sometimes Cam's dragon half was more dominant than his human half. Casper murmured, peering back and forth between Camden and I, seeming to know something I didn't. I don't think biting will be of any concern to us. We've all taken our fair share between a dragon's teeth. Come on, let us head out before it gets dark. Harry, Callie, you're going straight to the healing hut. I peered over at Harry to see he had a slash across his chest. It wasn't mortally deep, but it didn't look pleasant either, much like the throbbing in my shoulders. Who put you in charge? Quinton frowned. Casper scowled at him. I'm the oldest. It's my right to direct my siblings, and since Eli isn't here to clearly corral you four, I'm in charge of you too. Giles leaned towards Quinton. It's best to just let the man believe he is in charge, or he'll fill your afternoon with speeches. Realization flashed in the princess' face. Oh. I remember now. Man, it's been a while since I've been here. I forgot how much I liked this valley. It suddenly dawned on me that maybe the princes hadn't seen us as tools. They enjoyed their stays here and the people, but they gotten so busy with work that time blurred and they didn't realize they hadn't once been back to see us. All right, oh great leader, Quinton relented. Lead us back to Plum. I'll see you guys there, Camden said, sliding to my side with a mischievous glimmer I wasn't sure I liked in his eyes. I'll take Callie to the healing hut. He swept me into his arms in one smooth motion and winked at me. If you drop me, I'm still open to being a dragon slayer. There was no point in fighting the fuzzy butterflies in my stomach. Just by lying in his arms, I felt the strength of them and the determination of his gaze that I wasn't leaving his grasp until he was satisfied. I'd never drop you. He knelt low then. With one powerful leap into the air, we soared 30 feet above our brothers, giving him enough space to shift in the air. He held me close to his body in his dragon claws and set a course for Plum. Tilder, tilder, tilder. We landed in Plum a few hours later, Elsa in tow, though she was thoroughly upset she couldn't join us in the healing hut. She made a big thing of it in my backyard, stomping around, swishing her tail, and huffing like a stroppy child, ruining the yard that had only just recovered from its desecration after the dragonlings spent a few days in the back. Camden, in human form, grinned at her, holding her muzzle between his hands to calm her down. She'll be okay, Ellie. I promise I'll take good care of her. He was surprisingly gentle and patient as he stroked her jaw. She shut her eyes and leant into him, a soft rumble escaping her lips. She did, eh? Thank you, he added when she rubbed her nose against his chest. He stepped away from her and looked at me with a tender yet knowing smile. What did she say? I asked warily. They were talking so quietly, I couldn't pick up on the kinds of noises she was making. You're the dragon tamer, not me. He winked, strolling around the fence post for the road, completely forgetting he was in the nude. I ran inside and stole a pair of pants from Casper's room and tossed them at the back of his head as I caught up with him. He seemed surprised but not bashful that he hadn't noticed his clothless state. Yeah, but you are a dragon sort of, I reminded him, too curious to let it go. You can literally understand her, while all I can do is my best to interpret her. He spun on his heel, facing me while he walked backwards, hands laced behind his head. A cocky smile danced on his face. She said you missed me. A flush was quick to work its way up to my cheeks. Oh. I might have, I stammered hopelessly. I made a mental note to pay a certain devious dragon a visit later. What was she thinking? Telling him I missed him? I didn't want him to read into it and run away because he thought I was in love with him, especially when I'd only just got him back. Smirking, Camden turned back to face forward, strutting a little more confidently. People in the streets turned their heads as we passed by, surprised to see him again. Much like me, they knew the princes never came back, so the fact he was here, well, it just didn't happen. It was baffling to us all. Of course, he probably thought everyone was into his new broad, muscular chest, which now had crevasses as deep as the valley sculpting his heart-palpitating body. I mean, some people including me were enjoying the view. Including Cadence. She was walking by with a basket full of healing supplies. It looked like she'd just come from a house call, her white blonde hair falling loose from her bun and her skirt smudged by whatever poultice she'd used. The basket fell from her hands and she gaped at Camden. You're back? He stood straighter, looking down on her in that princely way that made anyone feel small and insignificant in comparison to his presence. Of course I'm back. I wasn't about to leave Callie alone. Actually, I haven't been alone, I corrected him proudly. When Amelia wasn't with Giles, she was usually with me and the dragonlings. She'd left the healing hut in favor of strictly healing dragons. Not that I blamed her considering the company the hut kept, so I gave her tips to soothe dragons in pain or to coax them into submission while she checked up on them. Oh, right, Camden grumbled gloomily. Your boyfriend. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned his head away from me. Cadence cackled for much longer than it was attractive, and then she kept going, doubling over, exploding into laughter that couldn't be good for anyone. She managed between fits. Boyfriend? Callie? Like that LL happen in a million years. Have you seen her? She meant the plethora of scars detailing my skin, and yeah, he'd seen them. Camden frowned at me, eyebrows wrinkling together. Giles said, Giles thinks I have a boyfriend because I've been spending a lot of time alone by tipping point, I explained, exasperated. He thinks I'm sneaking off with someone instead. Fighting with Giles can be exhausting, so he can think what he likes. You're kidding. Like I could move on that fast. I wish. Being hung up on you isn't a picnic. Oh. I was talking about Amelia, I explained further, feeling a little devious. We meet under the cover of darkness and plot how we're going to poison all the healers without them knowing so they all croak before they can heal themselves. I gave Cadence a cutting look. She sobered right up, staring at me in horror. You haven't actually. Of course I didn't I hated their guts and envisioned pounding their faces in daily, but it never drive me to kill them. Besides, poison was so boring. There were far more exciting ways to exact my revenge. I dunno. How has your appetite been lately? I flashed her the evilest grin in my arsenal and threw it at her full force. I actually haven't eaten today. Terror skewed across her face and she ran for the healing hut down the street. Camden laughed. You're diabolical. Serves them right. Bitches wanna fight with fire. I have a whole shed full of dragon vein. Grinning, he bumped my side. You have the fire of a dragon. You should be the shifter, not me. I don't think dropping me into a volcano will go as well for me as it did for you. No, I don't think it will. He smiled anyway, a twinkle in his eye as the sun angled over Plum in preparation to dip behind the mountains in a few short hours. His hair lit up with silvers, golds, and a tinge of orange. Since it was shorter, it didn't shimmer nearly as much. It was darker, but he was all the more handsome for it. I'd forgotten, as impossible as it sounded, how undeniably gorgeous his transformation had made him. I imagine it was for the predator within, luring his prey towards him rather than having to go search for it. Not that he'd ever consider eating the humans he had sworn to protect. Cully. It took me a moment to realize I'd been staring at him for quite some time, and he'd been talking the entire time. He had the door to the healing hut open for me. Sorry, I apologized quickly, ducking in-eyed. I still can't believe you're here. My confession made him frown, so I turned away from him and searched for an available healer. Cadence and Amber were in the corner, the latter thoroughly unimpressed by whatever Cadence had to say, most likely her worries that I'd poisoned them. She stopped hissing at her when we entered the room. Amber rolled her eyes and marched over to us, choosing to ignore the prince for the moment. Get out. You're not welcomed here. When she sneered, her chipped tooth was visible from when I'd slammed her face into a pillar. I had a feeling this would be my welcoming. I'd been avoiding this place and going to Amelia whenever I got hurt for this very reason. Callie's injured. You can't turn her away, Camden demanded. She seemed to finally notice he was here and took him in as if it was her first time seeing him, which, I guessed, was true. She hadn't seen his new body yet. And she loved it. Her sneer turned into a pretty smile. Of course, you're always welcomed here, Prince, but after she thrust a finger at me and nearly got you killed, I can't stand the sight of her. You mean more than usual? I remarked bitterly. But we're, equals now, Amber. I have scars. You have a nastiest chipped tooth. If you can't stand to look at me, what does looking into the mirror every morning do to you? Her face flamed with many promises of a slow, painful death the next time she healed me. Get out, you filthy, boorish, pathetic excuse of a. You don't want to finish that sentence, Amber, Camden growled. It was a deep guttural sound, more dragon, less human. I may have decorum, but my dragon does not. Say one more thing about Kelly, and I can't promise he won't come out and tear you apart. I couldn't believe he'd say something like that. Prince Camden would never say anything like that, but apparently the Dragon Prince would. Without having issues following through with it. The shuddering flesh rolling down his back said that much. His dragon was ready to come out. Was it wrong that it was hot? Amber couldn't seem to believe his words either, because all she could do was open and close her mouth over and over again, like she'd forgotten how to do anything else. Is there anyone in here who will heal Kelly? He snapped, a growl hiding behind his words. His eyes raked the hut with predator efficiency. Indiker, one of the older healers in the hut this afternoon, slipped through the crowd and nodded me over to an empty cot. Come on, Kelly. Let us see what needs to be done this time. She gave Camden a curt look when he followed. No here. You can wait outside with that attitude. He glared at her, but I punched his shoulder playfully. I'll be out in 10 minutes, big guy. Go eat a sheep or something. He gave me a dry look. What? Not funny? I thought it was. Without waiting for him to answer, I followed Indiker to the cot. She inspected my wounds, made a poultice, whispered some ancient words, and lathered my shoulders. It stunk, but I didn't say anything as she wrapped me up in bandages. It took the pain off and I knew I'd be fully healed in the morning, so it was worth the attack on my nostrils. As promised, Camden was outside, pacing like an animal stuck in a cage. Once he saw me, he slid to my side and smiled. How are you feeling? I shrugged it off. I'm fine. Like actually fine, I added when he gave me a short glare. Indiker gave me a numbing poultice so I can't feel my wounds and they'll be all healed up by the morning. He nodded his approval. Good. I don't like that they don't treat you right. I thought being my guide would have changed things for you around here. I rolled my eyes, giving him a little shove. Whether you're here or not, their opinion of me will never change, but I don't care. I don't need them. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind then cupped my cheek softly. Well, I'm here now and I won't let anyone talk down to you. You don't need to do that. No, but I want to. You're important to me, Callie. You deserve to be treated better than you have been. His gaze was too intense, made me think he might actually care about me as much as I cared about him, but that wasn't possible, was it? I tore my eyes away from him before my hope rose too high and looked down the road towards my house. Our brothers should be back by now. We should check in with them. If it was truly his idea to build an outpost here, surely he'd want to be the one to pitch it to the Lord. He deserved to take the credit. They can take care of things, he dismissed, then he gently tilted my chin back towards him. Is there somewhere we can go talk in private? I blinked, surprised. At this time of day, the streets were mostly empty and we were far enough away from the healing hut that they couldn't hear us, but if he wanted private. I know a place. I led him down the streets to the other side of town, over the bridge, past all the houses but just before the meadow. We came to a stop in front of a jagged cliff face. I pointed up, hoping he could see what I couldn't in this lighting. There's an alcove up there. Elsa made it when I gave her dragon vein for the first time. We go there to watch the sunset sometimes. Without another word, he stripped out of his pants and handed them to me before shifting it to his magnificent 50-foot length. With the light on its way down, his scales appeared black against the cliff face, but his golden eyes were as bright as the sun itself when they looked down at me. He lowered himself, so I could climb onto his back. He didn't have to climb the air currents very far before he found the alcove. Except, it was already inhabited by Elsa. She fluttered her wings at his surprise entrance and scooted to the side to make room for him. He glided beside her and lowered himself down again so I could slide off. She gave me an accusatory look, like I'd cheated on her. I tapped her snout. Don't give me that look. I told you, no one can replace you. I just wanted to show him this spot, that's all. It's not like we're the only ones who know about it. Taloness told everyone this is our hiding spot. She puffed smoke, flicking her tail like a rattlesnake behind her. Camden made a noise behind me, still in his dragon form. He poured at the ground before changing into his human form. His eyes held hers for a moment. She rolled her eyes, tossing her head sassily to the side. With a huff, she angled towards the edge. Her tail swung around, slamming into my back. I teetered forward into Camden's chest, and before I could complain to her, she was gone, gliding effortlessly down to the valley floor. What's her problem? Was she really that jealous? Had I been neglecting my friend that much? I asked her to leave, Camden confessed, his breath spilling over the nape of my neck. It was then when I noticed his arms hadn't moved from my sides after he steadied me. They were incredibly warm and kept any threat of the cold away, yet a shudder ran through me. All too quickly I'd forgotten what his touch did to me. My stomach flopped anxiously as a heat filled me and pooled between my legs. Gods, he smelt delicious, like the ocean and smoked jerky. All I wanted to do was melt in his arms, feel the heat of his chest on my cheek, to open myself to him. But that's not what he wants. You just got him back, don't scare him off. When I tried to step away, however, he held me tighter, snaring me into an impossibly strong yet gentle grasp. I wanted to be alone with you, Callie, he confessed, green eyes as smoldering as his tone. 2 months is a long time to wait to tell you I love you too. What? I couldn't have heard him right. I never expected to ever receive those words. Giles had told Amelia he loved her, Caspar had confessed his love to Bianca, even Caden had been in love for a time or two. But me? The boorish woman of Plum, riddled with scars, who would rather spend time with dragons than her own people? You were supposed to be sleeping. Even as breathless as I felt, I still managed to sound angry, though I was far from that. More confused than anything. He smirked, tilting my chin up to make me look at him. His green eyes dazzled in the sunset's light. I thought it was a dream at first, but when I woke up you were gone. That night, albeit not what I had planned, was one of the best nights of my life and I never wanted it to end. I didn't know you had felt the same way as me, or we would have spent the night a much different way, but if all I could have was you near me as we flew, I would take it, because I'd rather be with you in some way than not at all. But what about what's her name? Hadn't she been giving him unforgettable nights while I was gone? He rolled his eyes, unbelieving he had to convince me of his feelings. Carly was my escort for tradition's sake. My parents set her up with me before I could tell them I'd rather go with you. I love you, Callie Dracino, tamer of dragons. With your fierce heart, you've tamed the dragon inside me, even before we knew I had won. Will you be mine to love, to treasure? Cam. And my mind buzzed. This was what I'd always wanted from him, but I'd convinced myself I could never have it because other people told me I was too different to be loved. He was different too. Just like me, there was no one else in this world like him. We were corny or not made for each other. I can't believe it took you 2 months to come back and tell me that. He scowled playfully, hoisting me up, so my legs wrapped around his waist and my eyes were level with his. I was busy, you know. It wasn't easy to convince my father to build an outpost in the middle of nowhere just so I could be closer to my heart. I feel like you could have tried harder." I had spent 2 months trying to get over him. 2 months trying to mend my aching heart. It had felt like I would never be the same again. And it turned out I didn't need to go through any of that. Yeah, he should have come sooner. Harder, he laughed dubiously. He only needed one arm to hold me against him while his free hand cupped the back of my head and pulled me in for the hottest kiss of my life. The pressure of his mouth would swell my lips later, but right now all I could think about was how he wasn't close enough. And then he pulled away, leaving me panting and squeezing his shoulders to make sure my head didn't fall off from how dizzy I was. His breath was hot on my cheeks, mouth tantalizing close. "I've been thinking about all the things I've wanted to do to you when I saw you next," he rasped, eyes flicking to my mouth. 2 months away from you was too long. I could see in his eyes that if he could have come sooner, he would have. There wasn't a person or creature that could keep him away from me. He really did love me. My heart soared. What else did you want to do? If that kiss was just the tip of the iceberg, I was eager to see what else he had planned. He flashed me a handsome smile, then took me deeper into the alcove and showed me Camden. Since I was old enough to wield a sword, I had gone through rigorous training to push my body to its limits. The title Dragon Prince demanded it. My kingdom demanded it. Without our dragons and the magic my family possessed, our people were open to the monsters that threatened Waller daily. My family protected these lands for centuries. It was now supposed to be my turn to protect and serve. Fat load of good I was doing right now. While Callie risked her life, dragging me into unknown dragon territory, quite possibly the most dangerous territory in the world, I lay helpless, hindered by the agony that held me in its clutches. The pain was unbearable. The frustration of being unable to do the job I was born to do, crippling. Every time Callie or Zeller jostled me in their travels, my bones felt like they were moments away from shattering. It was all I could do to hold back a cry of agony. Sometimes even that wasn't enough. In all honesty, I was ready to give in to the pain, the roiling heat threatening to melt my flesh from my bones. It had been a good run. Callie had shown me a different side to the world I grew up in, a side with a different kind of magic. Watching her work with dragons was truly the most incredible thing I had ever witnessed. And humbling. Having been surrounded by dragons my entire life, I thought I knew all there was to them. I was wrong. Dragons were so much more than tameable beasts, a source of power. They hurt just like we did. They loved as fiercely as we did. They were more loyal than any man. I didn't deserve to be a dragon prince. But I held on. For Callie. She promised she'd found a way to cure me. She refused to give up on me, despite how I had belittled and disrespected her in the beginning of my rite of passage. Even when my deplorable actions weighed heavy on my mind, she had long since forgotten them and had become one of the closest friends I ever had. If she thought I was worthy enough to fight for, I would fight this sickness to stay alive. I would do anything for her, endure all the pain and suffering in the realm, if it meant I had one more chance to tell her how much she meant to me. I tried to stay awake, to endure her hardships with her, but when the agony reached its peak, the only way to remain sane was to lose myself to the darkness. Every time I woke up, I was in a different place or position, on the cold, hard floor of a cave, or surrounded by Callie's arms in Zeller's saddle. Despite the burden they carried, they traveled quickly, crossing lands I hadn't even dreamt of seeing. Maybe one day, once she found this cure, we could see the world together, see places neither of us had seen before. The thought eased the pain ripping through my body. Many times, if the fever let me, I dreamt of a time where Callie and I flew together, of her upon my back and the wind beneath my wings. They were a safe haven. The pain couldn't follow me there. In fact, I had never felt more free than when I envisioned becoming the extraordinary creature I had grown to admire during my time in the Randala Valley. At some point, my dreams turned into nightmares. The freedom I had taken joy in was ripped away from me. I was suddenly trapped in a body that didn't feel like my own. My own skin was foreign, thick, and rough. Even my own mind was unfamiliar, taking on a more bestial form against my will. It was during these terrifying moments of darkness when I craved nothing more than blood and flesh. I wanted to feel bones crunch between my teeth and the copper tang of my prey in my mouth. Whenever I caught Callie's sweet lavender scent, my whole body felt as if it had been set aflame with a savage desire. This wasn't a new feeling. Callie had grown on me far more than I had anticipated, and I often found myself enamored by everything she did. What was new was how I wanted to act on it. There was nothing loving about the way I envisioned holding her. It was purely possessive. A desire to claim and dominate her body and soul. She's mine, the brutish thought echoed through my mind frequently as I slept. The voice was deep, husky, guttural, relentless. I wanted to hurt her. I argued against the bestial part of my mind. By gods, I wanted to protect her from the dangerous lands we traversed. Hurting her was the last thing I ever wanted to do. Yet this foreign part of me was demanding to be let free, to kill anything that dared to threaten me and to take Callie as my own. One night I woke up in a sweat, though that appeared to be a permanent state of my being as of late, strapped to the branch of a tree. Zeller was below us, clutching the enormous trunk. His form was so clear, it might as well be daylight. It must be this fever. Ever since it kicked in, my senses had drastically changed, allowing me to see the goblins Callie hadn't seen in the valley. I could even smell the fragrances of this forest, from the dirt far below us to the flowers in the treetops. Noticing I had woken up, Zeller's green eyes honed in on me. He huffed, blasting a puff of hot air my way. I didn't need Callie to translate and tell me that was a threat. Like Marco, he knew something was happening to me and didn't trust me. He wouldn't let me hurt Callie. I took small comfort in that. At the very least, if whatever was happening to me got out of control, Zeller would end it quickly before I could touch her. The wind rustled through the broad, waxy leaves keeping us hidden in the canopy. Callie's scent trickled past my nose when I would normally find her perfume soothing. It was tainted by something sour. Whatever that new scent was, it sent a painful shudder along my shoulder blades. I bit my lip shut and rode the pain out. There wasn't much I could do for Callie, but I would not draw in the attention of all the predators in this area and make her life that much more difficult. The fiery waves of pain raked down my back like claws tearing into flesh, claws trying to split my back open. Maybe the dark alter ego in my mind really was trying to break free. Once the pain subsided, I peered up at Callie, perched in the branch above me. I didn't need moonlight for me to see the dirt, blood, or her torn clothes. There was no way for me to tell how long we had been in the dragon territory, how many monsters she had faced for my sake. Callie? I rasped. I licked the water off my lips at some point while I was out. She had given me water and there was still a few remnant drops for me to savor. Yeah. Her form shifted, slightly leaning off the branch precariously to look at me. The moment those luminous blue eyes locked onto mine, the shudder came back again, except this time it rushed to my hands, snapping every joint and bone in my fingers. I didn't look away from her, no matter how much it hurt. I didn't want her to worry for me, not more than she clearly already was. Are you all right? I somehow managed to keep my voice level, calm. Her eyebrows knitted together, like she was surprised I'd even ask, like she didn't expect me to care. Had she learned nothing of our time together? These days, she was the only thing on my mind. Gods! I tried to sabotage my training so I'd stay with her longer. Being the stubborn, tenacious force that she was, she wouldn't have any of it. She wanted me to be strong, prepared for the duty that laid ahead of me, and she wouldn't even let me get in the way of that. Why wouldn't I be, as she responded, forcing herself to sound brave. I could tell. Her voice was just a little too clipped to be genuine. Didn't she know I could see through her? She couldn't hide anything from me. I tried to explain that I could smell she wasn't feeling all right, as something doesn't feel right. When I look at you or smell you, something inside me stirs. It hurts. Another wave of hit me, cutting me off. All I wanted was for her to know that she wasn't alone, that if she wanted to talk, I was here for her, but the damn illness was taking its toll on me and I barely had any energy left to continue. The ache clamped down hard on my back and left me panting for breath. My lids grew heavy. No. Just a little longer. Please. I could barely hear Callie's retort. I can't do a lot about the smell. Sorry. I didn't miss the hurt in her tone. I had offended her. By this point my mind was so far gone, I couldn't remember what I had said to upset her. I didn't want to end the night like this, especially if it wasn't guaranteed that I'd wake up again. Wait, I begged. I was met by a long silence. Callie? She hunkered down on her branch, not giving me a moment's thought. She was done. Fine, I muttered, frustrated and exhausted. Good night, Callie. I let the darkness drag me back down to its depths. When I woke up next, I was draped over Zeller's back. We were going up a steep incline and the horn of the saddle was digging into my side. There was shouting in the distance. Before I could panic, I saw Callie's dark brown ponytail swaying as she hurried up the mountain, or maybe it was a volcano. I vaguely remember her mentioning a volcano. Every few steps, she peered over her shoulder down the slope, unaware that I had woken up. The look of fear on her face sent a jolt down my spine. I tried to ask what was happening, but I was too weak to lift my head, let alone move my lips. All I could do was tremble as the beast inside of me clawed at my back. We came to a stop. Zeller, go! Callie sounded panicked, terrified out of her mind. Take Camden to the larva. It's too hot for me in there, anyway. I'll distract them. Once Cam's better, take him home. What? No. I was not going anywhere without her. Don't listen to her, Zeller. I wanted to shout, but my words died on my lips. I was too weak. Go. Her command rang through my ears. Leave me, Zeller. Don't ever come back for me. It's what they want. You can't let them catch you or Cam, you hear me? Look after him. They? As in the dragon scavengers that had been hunting us? She couldn't be serious. Did she really think I'd let her face those animals alone? I had read too many reports of the countless lives they had taken from this realm, and what they did before their suffering came to an end. I wouldn't let them take her from me. It was too late. Zeller, the cowardly traitor, moved against my will, carrying out Callie's orders. Once he entered the large cavern, he swung his powerful tail into the walls, causing the ceiling to collapse. The last thing I saw was Callie's tear-filled eyes, then the exit was completely blocked. No! The roar tore out of my throat, harsh and roar, transforming my cry into something fierce and wild. It shook the cavern and startled Zeller into responding with his own cry. It was one of hurt and mourning. Regardless of my protests, Zeller pushed onwards, taking the steep decline into the cave. Amongst my feeble struggle, I noticed the sweltering heat licking over my flesh. The heavy air made it near impossible for me to shout at the dragon any further. The heat didn't hurt, though it seemed to fuel the fire within me. A lake of larvae came into view, its amber glow filling the cavern. I was so done being helpless. Weak. He should have left me and taken Callie home. But no. I lay limp and pathetic on a powerful dragon, while she's being raped and murdered by dragon scavengers. He didn't need dragon vein to kill them. He had teeth and claws. He should be tearing into those bastards, drinking their blood, feasting on their bones. I cried out as a tremor rocked through me. The movement was so sudden, I fell off Zeller's back and rolled down the rest of the slope, stopping short on the shore of the larva lake. This wave was the most intense one yet. My back arched. My vision went white as bones cracked under the pressure. Out! Out! Let me out! The growl inside me reverberated through my entire being and shattered my soul. I screamed until my voice was hoarse. Zeller landed at my side, making the ground shake beneath me. He growled fiercely, scales shuddering violently from his head down to the tip of his tail. Just when I didn't think I could take the pain any longer, he lowered his colossal head, tucking the horn at the end of his snout under my back, and pushed me into the larva. When I had expected to die, I merely sank into the depths of the lake. The heat peeled the flesh off my bones. It didn't hurt. It was actually rather pleasant. The larva embraced me, much like the clouds in the sky did when I rode on Elser. I found my peace at last. All the suffering I had faced up until this point was gone. I could finally let go. Once I accepted my fate, a change quickly overtook me. My body became abuzz with something new. Something powerful. The larva energized me, filling my limbs with strength I thought was impossible to possess. By the time I reached the bottom of the lake, I felt like an entirely different person. I was no longer Prince Camden Acker. I no longer bore the dainty flesh of man. My scales shuddered under the weight of the larva surrounding me. I flexed my claws one at a time, controlling each talon as dexterously as I would if they were fingers from my old body. What am I? This is our true nature, a voice rumbled in my head. It was the same dark, bestial voice that had plagued me for the past few days. You are man. I am dragon. Together, we coexist. My mind reeled. I had been training all my life for the moment my soul bonded with a dragon, but it wasn't supposed to be like this. My brothers had said I would feel my partner's powers coursing through me, and the strength that came with it, but this was something else entirely. I was powerful. Every fiber of my being had been transformed, optimized to have the strength and skill of an apex predator. It was incredible. I was so stunned by this dramatic transformation, I didn't realize I was still submerged in the larva. Cumbersomely, I lifted my wings and beat them against the current. With strenuous effort, I broke through the surface. Without the weight of the larva to hold me down, gravity appeared to be no match for me. My next thrust sent me hurtling towards the cavern's ceiling. I collided into the jagged ceiling, then plummeted down onto the lake's shore. Rocks broke from above and struck my head. I barely felt them. They bounced off my scales and plopped into the larva, sizzling as they disintegrated. A low rumble caught my attention. I swung my massive head to find Zeller, who had once been the largest dragon I had ever seen but now looked average when I looked down at his red scales. He bent over submissively, snout touching the ground, wings flat against his back. Why is he doing that? You are strong, the beast within me answered in a low, grating tone. He does not want you to kill him. I was beginning to think that this was going to be a permanent thing. As strange as it was sharing a mind with another being, especially as one as bestial as the dragon, I was glad for it. Because of his presence, I shared his instincts and was able to figure out how to use my new body without the awkward stumbling around hopelessly stage. Mostly. Kill him? Why would I want to do that? So you do not have to compete with him for females. Females? A tremor ran through my scales all the way down to the tip of my spiked tail. Even if I was a dragon now, I had no intention of competing for a female dragon. The only female I wanted was Callie. She was in danger. While I larked about in a volcano, she was being hunted by dragon scavengers. Just thinking about one of those bastards laying a hand on her made me crave the taste of their lifeblood. Mine. Zeller had just left her to fend for herself. My claws dug into the magma stone. Callie. I had hoped she'd hear her name and tell me where she was, but it wasn't her name that left my jowls, it was a war cry, a dragoness promise to find her and slay the men who hunted her like an animal. Zeller lifted his head, raising his wings as he released a long, winded snarl. Callie has made her choice, he seemed to say. I guess I could understand dragons now. She asked me to take you home, and I will do as promised in honor of her memory. Honoring her memory? I snarled back. My tail whipped out behind me, slapping the larva's surface in my agitation. She's not dead. We can still save her. Help me or get out of my way. Zeller's wings flared behind him, blocking my path. He let out a warning roar, which I met with a fierce bellow. I never felt more powerful than I did right now, and I wasn't about to let that power go to waste by letting the woman I loved die a horrible death. I charged into the dragon, angling the horns on the top of my head for his exposed chest. Zeller grappled with me, claws raking down my sides. Ignoring the pain, I pumped my wings, using them to propel myself forward until he was up again at the cave wall. Zeller lost his footing and fell, leaving an opening for his belly. My instincts burned for me to tear into his flesh, but I held back, pinning him down with my weighty claw. Help me find her, Zeller, before it's too late. Show me where she went. His green eyes held my gaze, defeat on the horizon, but being the stubborn fool, he resisted me. She asked me to protect you, Camden. I know. Her words had carved themselves to be forever ingrained in my mind. What I wanted to know was if she had selflessly sacrificed herself for me because I was her prince or because she loved me. There was only one way to find out. But now it's my turn to protect her. Resolve hardened his eyes. He nodded. We will find her and bring her home together. As annoying as it was that I had to convince him to help me when it should have been an easy choice, I was glad to have him on my side. This new body was still foreign to me and we were about to fight bloodthirsty dragon scavengers. It was comforting to know that if I failed to protect Callie, he would be there for her. I moved away from him, scanning the cave for the exit. While I was human and writhing in pain, my surroundings had been the last thing on my mind, and now, as I looked around, I realized I had no idea where I really was or how to get out of the volcano. With a grunt, Zeller led the way up the incline. He leapt forward, using his wings to push him further through the air. Following my human instincts, I walked up the incline. It was cumbersome and took far more effort than I expected to coordinate all my limbs. My tail seemed to move of its own accord whenever I took a step, and sometimes slammed into the cavern walls and tried to throw me off balance. Hopeless. My inner dragon grumbled. You were meant to fly, not walk. Ignoring him, I continued up the incline awkwardly. By the time I reached the top, Zeller had pulled away enough boulders for us to fit through. The sunlight blinded my eyes at first, even when the sky was shrouded in dark, ominous clouds, but once my eyes adjusted, I couldn't believe what I saw. The land below us was jungle, thick, verdant, and taller than any forest I had come across. It spanned further than my new eyes could see, following along the line of volcanoes far off into the distance. The volcano we stood on was the first of the long chain that seemed to wall off this paradise from the rest of the world. In all its beauty and wonder, a feeling of hopelessness overcame me. How in the seven hells was I supposed to find Callie in this? Track her. Her scent is still fresh. Her scent? I'd been so caught up in the world below me, I hadn't stopped to take in the scents on the volcano. I would have never been able to catch them as a human, but now that I was a dragon, I could discern different smells, some more pleasant than others. Amongst the sour, acrid odour undoubtedly coming from the dragon scavengers, Callie's scent called out to me. She used lavender-infused soap in her baths, made by her Aunt Patricia. The scent was so clear, I could follow it all day. Without thinking, I beat my wings in the air and pushed off the ground. Zeller followed close behind me. Callie's scent wasn't as strong in the sky, but it wasn't hard to track her. We followed the sounds of angry men. It was unnerving to hear how many dragon scavengers she had hunting her, and my heart pounded harder in my chest. They wouldn't touch her. That was something we could both agree on. I pumped my wings faster, harder, racing to catch up to the uproar in the jungle. Zeller quickly fell behind, but I didn't give a damn. Callie needed me. Her scream wrenched my heart. Unleashing a vicious roar, I dove down immediately for the sound, tucking my wings in tight to avoid the looming trees in my way. I aimed for a small clearing, hitting the ground roughly. Not even the squishy marsh softened my landing. Though, when I looked down, I realized the marshy was in fact a handful of dragon scavengers I'd landed on. Their blood stained my scales and a few bones wedged themselves between my claws, but the gore didn't bother me as it would have in my human form. In fact, I felt a small pride well in my chest at the sight of my first kill. There will be more blood. Yes, more blood. Not enough blood had been shed for what they had done to Callie. She was bound only a few feet away from me, hands tied behind her back. A bruise was blooming on the left side of her face, while a trickle of blood ran freely down her cheek. Her shirt had been torn open, exposing the band across her chest, which barely concealed her breasts. White, fiery hot rage erupted inside of me. I roared a warning to all the monsters in the jungle. They better stay away, because these bastards were mine. They hurt Callie and they would pay dearly for it. Blinded by rage, I stomped, swatted, and chomped my way through the horde. The ones holding Callie released her to face me. Without hesitation, my daring female kicked one of them towards me. I opened my jaws and snapped them shut, relishing the feeling of ending yet another enemy. His comrade whirled for her to avenge his friend. I swung my tail, catching him with my spikes and sent him flying into a tree. A part of me wanted to run after him and swallow him whole, but Callie's gasp caught my attention. She was so close, those sky blue eyes were all I could see. Both the beast and I were utterly captivated by her presence. Was this what it was like to be one of her dragons? She had a soothing presence about her that tamed the most furious of dragons. I couldn't explain why she had this effect on me on other dragons, but I didn't want to fight her. I was hers, utterly and forever. Not wishing to scare her, I gently nudged her onto her back and tore through her ties with a single tooth. At the first chance she had, she whirled around to face me again. She raised her hand, about to place a hand between my nostrils, but a whip caught her wrist and yanked her out from under me. He dragged her to his feet, then hoisted her upright and held a knife to her throat. The smug, evil smile he gave her made my scales bristle. I let loose a dangerous snarl. I was so focused on him on the blade threatening to slice Callie's throat open I didn't hear the ballista behind me. Before I could move, Zeller finally arrived, crushing the weapon beneath his weight. He huffed when I hissed at him for being so slow. A sharp intake of breath snatched my attention away. The world slowed down as I watched the man's hand move against Callie's throat. He was going to kill her. Faster than I thought possible in my new hulking form, I closed the gap between us and took him into my jowls. I clamped my jaws shut and shook my head until there were only little pieces of the bastard at my feet. He must have been the leader, because at the sight of his littered corpse, the dragon scavengers turned tail and ran. The predator within me wanted to give chase until every last one of them was dead, but the sounds of Callie's voice snapped me out of it, yet again bringing the human side of me to the surface. She had run to Zeller, wrapping her arms around his thick red neck. The dragon had the audacity to return the embrace the best way he knew how to. The rage began to boil again. She's mine. The dragon inside me roared, making my scales tremble. He was so angry at Zeller for touching her. No. She's not. The thought hit me hard. I would never be able to hold her again. I was stuck in this form, and as long as the beast inside me seethed and demanded I stake my claim, I didn't trust myself to go anywhere near her. You are not stuck, the dragon snarled in my mind, frustrated with me. You can hold the female. How else are we to claim her? I froze in shock for a moment. What? You mean I can become human again? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? The power of this body was great, but I'd give anything to have fingers and toes again. To be able to hold Callie in my arms. Only if you promise to take the female as our mate. Sure. Eventually. That had been my intention all along, anyway. If she'd have me. Now. Not only was the beast an arsehole, he was also impatient. Look, I can't just claim her, as you crudely put it. That's not how humans do it. Besides, I'm not even entirely sure if she wants me that way, especially now. I'm a monster. Dragon. Whatever. Let me change back. Now. Though, I didn't know why I was fighting with the dragon. It was my body. I shouldn't have to ask for permission to change into my other form. The dragon seemed reluctant to change without a promise of my commitment to Callie, so I took matters into my own hands' claws. I dug deep into my soul and willed the shift. Instantly, I felt my scales shed, my tail shrink, my wings fold into my back. When I opened my eyes, the jungle was a lot bigger and Zeller towered over me. His enormous size no longer intimidated me, though. Just as my senses remained as honed as they had been in my dragon form, my strength remained too. I somehow knew if Zeller attacked me, I'd be able to withstand whatever he threw at me and come out on top. Callie, unbeknownst to my transformation, wiped tears from her eyes, staring up at Zeller as if he was the one who had saved her. As much as it hurt my pride, I let it slide. You came back for me, she cried, the relief evident in her voice. And you brought a friend. Well. I cleared my throat after roaring as a dragon. My own voice sounded foreign to me. Much quieter. Friends implies we're on good terms, which we are not. I locked eyes with the dragon, hoping he knew that I hadn't forgiven him for abandoning Callie in the first place. Zeller snapped his teeth at me with a growl. I had every intention of returning to her once you were safe. I crossed my arms, not standing down. If he wanted to fight, I could transform right now and show him what I thought of his cowardly acts. Oh please, you would have left her. Some loyal friend you are, after everything she has done for you. I'd seen firsthand what Callie had to do to stop Grant from putting him down. And this was how he repaid her? Zeller poured at the ground, throwing a fit. It took everything I had to not throttle the dragon. He was trying to save face now that Callie was here. I don't care if she told you to leave her. You ignore her and come back anyway, not wait until I make you help me find her. Callie blinked, switching glances between the two of us, then she finally noticed I was naked. Her face went a deep red, especially when she tried not to look down. That look set off a roiling heat inside of me that licked every nook and cranny of my body. Cam, how did you get here? Where are your clothes? I stood straighter, prouder. The dragon let out a low growl within my mind, very much approving her wondering eyes. Larva has a tendency to burn everything it touches, including clothes, and I flew here. Did you ride with Zeller? Callie peered back at the red dragon, as if he could give her answers. Her gaze found their way back to me and to my cock. Gods, she really couldn't stop looking, and I loved watching her get all bashful about it. No. I used my wings. Hoping my transition back to my dragon form went as smoothly as it went before, I stepped back and allowed the scales to fold over my flesh. The most uncomfortable part was when my wings tore themselves free of my back. Before I could think too much about it, I stood at my full height, my wings filling the space in the clearing. She staggered back, jaw hanging low. You can turn into a dragon? She silently gawked a moment longer before she regained control over her jaw. Is this normal? Like, can your brothers do this too? I quickly shifted back to my human form. The constant quick changes were wearing on my body, leaving me sore and a little tired. Note to self, keep shifting to a minimal. No, they can't, AI answered her. They're going to be pissed. They were going to be beyond pissed. I could do what no Acker had ever been able to do, and it was all thanks to this incredible woman in front of me. I couldn't wait to lord it over them. Showed them right for bragging about becoming dragon princes before me. I felt powerful enough to be the king of dragons. Do you feel any different? Ishi asked, inching closer to me. My heart yearned for her to come closer so I could hold her in my arms, if nothing else but to make sure she was all right, but I feared what my dragon would do. He was already getting antsy, fully aware of her proximity. Loads, but in the best of ways. I offered her a reassuring smile. Just because I was different now, didn't he mean I wasn't the same Kim she knew. Apparently my eyesight was abysmal, because now I can see the faintest of details in everything, and the world feels so much bigger now that I can see clearly. I smell, I inhaled deeply, taking in all the scents around us. I'm not sure what I smell. There are so many scents, but there's one I know: lavender. You. The dragon in me came forth, demanding I close the gap. Zeller came up behind Callie, coiling his tail around her, purposely forcing me to take a step back, which I allowed, despite my dragon-s resistance. He snorted a warning. Fine. You're right. Anyway. I can feel him trying to influence me. I clenched my fists, frustrated. Was this how it was always going to be now? A constant battle for control over my body? What? Poor Callie was so confused. I wished there was a better way I could explain what was happening to me. Zeller doesn't want me near you until I have a better grip on the dragon inside me. He thinks I might hurt you. Snorting, she crossed her arms and gave me a look that could kill a full-sized dragon. It was so venomous. So, not only can you speak to and understand dragons, you have one inside you, too? Yes, I answered. Admitting it out loud made it all the more surreal, but I couldn't deny what I had become. He gives me strength like you wouldn't believe. He taught me how to shift back so I can talk to you. He taught me how to follow your scent. I found you because of him. But he is an animal and has animal instincts, which he is convinced I should act on. Like what? Flying? I wanted to laugh at her naivete. She had once admitted to me that not many men in Plum had shown interest in her, but surely she had to know how attractive tempting she was. What man wouldn't he want a strong, beautiful woman like her at his side? Amongst other things. She is ours, my dragon purred in my mind. He had decided taking a different approach rather than forcing me into something I clearly wasn't willing to do. He was trying to coax me. And man, it was tempting. As I was getting comfortable with my dragon form, he was getting comfortable in my human form, and was learning how to manipulate me. We must claim her before another male does. I closed my eyes, hoping to shut out all temptation. Quiet, I muttered to the damn dragon. Not right now. Cam? Suddenly Callie's hand was on my arm. The touch sent a jolt through me and my dragon leapt at the opportunity. He took control of me and seized Callie's arms. Her scream racked through me, piercing my heart. Don't! I cried, begged the dragon. I only just managed to gain control of myself before I hurt her. I dropped her arms and stepped back, breathing heavily. Stay away from me, Callie. Don't touch me. As much as it killed me, it was for her own safety that she stayed away from me. She staggered back into Zeller's form. She dropped her gaze, holding her arms around herself. I might as well have told her her scars were as ugly as Amber said they were. Sorry, she mumbled. Great. Now I'd hurt her. Way to go, dragon. You want her to be our mate? Quit being an arsehole. Let me handle this. The dragon remained silent. Hey, Cam? Callie called, timid now. I know I've asked a lot of you these past few days, but we should probably get going, make a camp. We'll be safe in the trees. No, I said before she could finish. It's time to go home. I needed to go home and learn to control the dragon if I had any hope of amending my friendship with Callie, if I had any chance of becoming something more to her. I followed her gaze to the setting sun. It's almost dark. Do I need to remind you how dangerous it is to fly at night? You'll be safe, I promised. Nothing would happen to her, not as long as I breathed. Her safety was something the dragon and I could agree on. The sooner we head back, the better. Fine, as she spat. I winced at the bitterness in her tone. If you want to go home that badly, let us go. She swung into Zeller's saddle, tossing a well-deserved glare my way. If only she knew how I felt, what I would do for her. Until I got my dragon under control, I would have to bear her hatred towards me and hope that when I was finally ready she would forgive me.